Yi Qing traversed through realms, becoming the master of Qingxuan Peak in the Taiyi Sect. Following the passing of the former peak master, Qingxuan Peak fell into decline, with disciples and elders hastily departing. Even those newly taken under his wing sought to transfer to other peaks. Fortunately, Yi Qing awakened a random apprenticeship return system, bestowing random critical returns on what he granted his disciples. In the eastern domain of the Tianxian continent, at the Grand Hall of Qingxuan Peak, the atmosphere was desolate and lifeless, with dust swirling in the beams of light filtering through the broken window frames. Master, I, Wang Hao, have come to bid you farewell today. A youth clad in the garb of an outer disciple stood in the hall, his tone respectful yet tinged with arrogance and impatience. He could hardly muster the courtesy to address him as master, choosing instead the title of Peak Master. Yi Qing, seated expressionlessly on the sole throne, regarded him silently. It had been 3 days since he arrived in this world. From an ordinary worker on Earth to the master of Qingxuan Peak, one of the 99 peaks under the Taiyi Sect, it sounded grand, yet the reality was far from it. His predecessor, the original Yi Qing, was the only direct disciple of the former peak master. Half a month prior, the former peak master met his demise while attempting to reach a higher realm. According to sect rules, Yi Qing naturally inherited the position of peak master. However, with the former master's death, the once mighty tree of Qingxuan Peak toppled, scattering elders and disciples alike, leaving the once bustling peak nearly deserted within mere days. Wang Hao was the only disciple Yi Qing had taken in just 3 days prior, and now he sought to leave. Have you made your decision? Yi Qing's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. Wang Hao scoffed internally, further convinced that this new peak master was a failure. With the master gone and the foundation crumbling, he could not even retain his sole disciple, merely pretending to be profound. He bowed, yet his posture was haughty. I have made my decision. A wise bird chooses its tree. Elderly from Danxia Peak wishes to take me as his disciple, and I cannot miss this opportunity. Peak Master, take care. Danxia Peak, renowned for alchemy among the 99 peaks of the Taiyi Sect, was far superior to the current dilapidated Qingxuan Peak. Without waiting for a response, Wang Hao strode confidently toward the exit. In his eyes, a young peak master with merely an 8th-level foundation had no right to demand his attention. Had it not been for the need to uphold a reputation of respecting teachers, he would not have bothered to make this visit. Observing the resolute figure departing, Yi Qing's gaze remained unperturbed. He made no attempt to retain him nor expressed anger, for he understood that in the current state of Qingxuan Peak, what could he offer to keep anyone? Sentimentality? In the realm of cultivation, sentiment was the least valuable currency. Strength and resources were paramount, and he possessed neither. With an 8th-level foundation, he was not even considered an elite disciple within the vast Taiyi Sect, let alone capable of bearing the weighty responsibilities of a peak master. Had it not been for the former peak master's last breath pushing him into this role, Qingxuan Peak would likely have already been swallowed by other covetous peaks. Sighing softly, the sound echoed in the Grand Hall. From this day forth, Qingxuan Peak would be left with but a solitary commander. At the very moment Wang Hao's foot was about to cross the threshold, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice unexpectedly resonated in Yi Qing's mind. Ding. Host situation meets activation conditions. The strongest random return system is now officially activated. Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes sparkled with incredulity. A system. The essential golden finger of every transmigrator had finally arrived. System description. The host can bestow upon disciples any item, including but not limited to techniques, elixirs, magical artifacts, physical attributes, bloodlines, etc., and receive a random critical return. The minimum return multiplier is 2-fold, with no upper limit. Note, the act of bestowing must be sincere. The more loyal the disciple is to the host, the higher the return multiplier. Ding. Newbie gift package has been issued. Do you wish to open it? Yi Qing's heart raced wildly as he suppressed his excitement, unhesitatingly murmuring, Open. Ding. Successfully opened the newbie gift package. Congratulations, the host has acquired. Special spiritual physique, Xianling body, can be bestowed. Xianling body, a rare cultivation physique, greatly enhancing the affinity for earthly spiritual energy, allowing a cultivation speed over 10 times that of an ordinary person, with no bottlenecks until the golden core stage. 10 times the cultivation speed. No bottlenecks until golden core. Yi Qing's breath quickened. This Xianling body was a coveted treasure for any cultivator in the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stages. If he were to bestow this physique upon a disciple, his gaze instantly locked onto Wang Hao, who was about to vanish from sight. According to the system's rules, as long as he accepted Wang Hao and granted him the Xianling body. No. Yi Qing promptly dismissed that thought. The system had made it clear that the disciple's loyalty determined the return multiplier. Wang Hao, being a sycophant, had no loyalty to speak of. Even if he were to bestow the Xianling body upon him, he would likely only receive the minimum twofold return. To squander such a precious newbie gift package and first return opportunity on a potential backstabber was sheer folly. This first attempt at accepting a disciple and bestowing a gift must be on someone of absolute loyalty. But where could he find such a disciple? As this thought crossed his mind, the flicker of hope within Yi Qing was extinguished by a deluge of cold reality. His brows furrowed into a deep frown. The current Qingxuan Peak was a vast pit of fire. Who would be foolish enough to leap into its depths? Yi Qing surveyed the desolate hall, his gaze drifting over the barren square outside, a weight of despair settling in his heart. Was fate truly against him? At that moment, his eyes suddenly fixated on a corner of the square. There, a slender figure clad in a plain gray servant's robe was diligently sweeping the fallen leaves with a broom taller than herself. Chapter 2. The Trigger, a millionfold critical hit. In the grand plaza of the temple, the autumn wind howled, stirring a whirlwind of withered leaves. Yet the girl's movements were meticulous, as if she were tending to a sacred hall. Her name was Lin Shui-er, the sole remaining servant of Qingxuan Peak. According to her past memories, Lin Shui-er was an orphan who had fled here 3 years prior, rescued by the old Peak Master, who took her in and assigned her menial tasks. Lacking spiritual roots, she was unable to cultivate, merely an ordinary mortal. However, during the old Master's lifetime, he treated her with considerable kindness. Thus, when calamity struck Qingxuan Peak, scattering its inhabitants, only this girl, who was not even a cultivator, stubbornly remained, dutifully repeating her daily chores. Immortal's eyes flickered with intent. The system did not stipulate that a disciple must be a cultivator or possess spiritual roots. The most crucial requirement was loyalty. Who could embody greater fidelity than this grateful girl, who, in the most desolate times of Qingxuan Peak, chose to stay steadfast? At the entrance of Qingxuan Peak, Shui-er, what are you still doing here? Come with me. A beautifully dressed girl with a graceful figure grasped Lin Shui-er's hand, her face filled with urgency. She was Lu Wanwan, who, like Lin Shui-er, had once been a servant at Qingxuan Peak. However, fortune smiled upon her, and she was chosen by an external steward of Danxia Peak, rising in status. Wanwan, I will not leave. Lin Shui-er shook her head, withdrawing her hand to continue sweeping. Her face bore a hint of dust, yet her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, radiating a sense of stubbornness. You foolish girl, Lu Wanwan exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. The old Peak Master has passed away. Now, Qingxuan Peak is but an empty shell. Look around. Elders, stewards, disciples, they have all departed. Even the new disciple just accepted by the Peak Master has defected to Danxia Peak. Are you planning to stay here and await your demise? Lowering her voice, she leaned closer to Lin Shui-er's ear. I heard from the steward that the sect's higher-ups are already deliberating. In 3 months at most. If Qingxuan Peak does not show signs of revival, it will be reclaimed by the sect, and this place will be utterly abandoned. What future can you expect if you remain here? Lin Shui-er paused momentarily, her voice soft yet resolute. The old Peak Master saved my life and gave me a home here. Now that the peak is in turmoil, I cannot abandon it. Home. This place is about to become someone else's home. Lu Wanwan exclaimed in exasperation. Your new Peak Master, Yi Qing, is merely a young lad in his 20s. With cultivation at the 8th level of foundation establishment, he cannot even safeguard himself, let alone take care of you. Shui-er, heed my advice and come to Danxia Peak with me. I have already spoken to the steward. He has agreed to let you serve as a maid too. Though it might be laborious, at least you will have food and shelter, far better than clinging to this dilapidated mountain. Lin Shui-er gazed toward the solitary grand hall atop the peak, her conviction unwavering. Wanwan, I appreciate your kindness. However, I am a person of Qingxuan Peak, and as long as the Peak Master remains, I cannot leave. You are truly unreasonable. Lu Wanwan's face flushed with anger. Fine. If you wish to cling to this fallen place, then cling to it. I have said all I needed to say. Should you starve here in the future, do not blame me for not having warned you. With that, she flicked her sleeve, her face etched with disdain as she turned away. In her eyes, Lin Shui-er was utterly foolish. A mere mortal proclaiming loyalty to a fallen Qingxuan Peak was nothing short of a grand jest. Watching Lu Wanwan's receding figure, a flicker of despondency crossed Lin Shui-er's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by resolve. She tightened her grip on the broom and continued sweeping the square. The wind picked up, rustling her thin garments, threatening to topple her at any moment. Yet, her back remained resolutely straight. At that moment, a gentle and steady voice resonated behind her. Are you Lin Shui? Startled, Lin Shui-er turned abruptly to find a young man clad in a moon-white robe standing behind her, seemingly appearing from thin air. His features were handsome, his demeanor tranquil, with eyes as profound as the starry sky, quietly observing her. Peak Master. Lin Shuer gasped in surprise. Hastily dropping her broom and preparing to kneel in respect, she recognized him as the new Peak Master, Yi Qing, who had recently inherited the position. There is no need for excessive formality. Yi Qing raised his hand in a gentle gesture, a soft force supporting her knees, preventing her from kneeling. As he gazed upon this girl, her face marked by trepidation yet adorned with clear, bright eyes, his conviction in his choice deepened. He had overheard every word exchanged between her and Lu Wanwan. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Yi Qing stated plainly, his voice soft yet resounding clearly in Lin Shuer's ears. Lin Shuer's head shot up, her lips parting in disbelief. To become a disciple? The Peak Master wished to accept her as his apprentice? Surely, she was not dreaming. She was merely a mundane without spiritual roots, a menial worker. How could she possibly qualify to be the Peak Master's disciple? Master, you must be jesting. Lin Shuer stammered, I lack spiritual roots and cannot cultivate. And I am but a menial worker. And what of being a menial? Yi Qing replied with a serene smile, who says one without spiritual roots cannot cultivate? His words carried an undeniable confidence. I ask you only this, are you willing? Lin Shuer's heart raced, a tumult of exhilaration and fear engulfing her, rendering her mind blank. To become a cultivator was the cherished dream of every mortal on this continent. She had never imagined such an opportunity would one day grace her. Gazing into Yi Qing's sincere and profound eyes, memories of the old Peak Master who had saved her life flooded her mind. Along with the tranquil days spent at Qingxuan Peak and Lu Wanwan's scornful gaze, a surge of fervor rushed to her head. Resolving her hesitation, her knees buckled, and she knelt heavily before Yi Qing, respectfully bowing 3 times. Disciple Lin Shuer pays homage to Master. Her voice rang clear, tinged with a slight tremor, yet brimming with determination and resolve. Congratulations. You have successfully accepted your first disciple, Lin Shuer. Name, Lin Shuer. Identity, servant. Cultivation, none. Physique, mortal body. Loyalty, 100. Unwavering. Upon seeing the perfect score of loyalty, Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. I have wagered correctly. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my first direct disciple. Yi Qing stepped forward, personally assisting Lin Shuer to her feet, and gently remarked, I possess little of value at present, so allow me to present you with a token of our meeting. With that, he extended his finger, pressing it against Lin Shuer's forehead. Nervously, Lin Shuer closed her eyes, feeling a warm flow of energy emanate from her master's fingertip, surging into her mind. Ding. Does the host wish to bestow the special spiritual body, the profound spirit body, upon disciple Lin Shuer? Yes. Yi Qing confirmed without hesitation. Buzz. An enigmatic and profound force instantly coursed through Yi Qing's fingertip, flooding Lin Shuer's being. In that moment, Lin Shuer felt as though her body had been cast into a furnace, every inch of flesh, every single cell undergoing a dramatic transformation. The previously blocked meridians were forcefully opened as if by divine instruments, a sensation of unprecedented clarity spreading throughout her entire form. Her body transformed into an insatiable vortex, ravenously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Above Qingxuan Peak, the once scarce spiritual essence was suddenly drawn toward Lin Shuer, manifesting as visible streams of energy rushing towards her. Lin Shuer could not suppress a cry of pain, but more so, she experienced a refreshing rebirth. She could distinctly sense her life's essence undergoing a momentous leap. Ding. The host has successfully granted disciple Lin Shuer the profound spirit body. Detected disciple's loyalty at 100, unwavering, triggering a millionfold critical return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Supreme Physique, the celestial prison body. Chapter 3. Is this game surely lost? Boom. The moment the words celestial prison body resounded in his mind, Yi Qing was engulfed by an indescribable torrent of terrifying power, birthed from the void, sweeping through his entire being. If the profound spirit body transformed his body into a vortex for absorbing spiritual energy, then the celestial prison body was to metamorphose Yi Qing's form into an unparalleled divine prison, capable of suppressing all realms. Crack, crack. Every bone within him was instantaneously crushed, only to be remolded under an even more domineering, ancient force. His meridians expanded infinitely, becoming vaster than rivers. His blood transformed into a surging golden divine essence, each pulse reverberating like thunder. His internal organs seemed to morph into 5 slumbering deities, radiating an immortal brilliance. A vast, ancient, and tyrannical aura erupted from Yi Qing's body, overwhelming all. Within the realm of his consciousness, a breathtaking image materialized. An indescribably colossal giant stood amidst the chaos. its form embodying the universe, its breath summoning storms. He extended his hand, cradling an immeasurable divine prison forged from celestial gold and immortal iron. Within this prison, chains clanked ominously, imprisoning countless roaring demon gods, howling ancient monsters, and wailing celestial Buddhas. With a mere gesture, he suppressed the ages and commanded life and death. This was the celestial body of the prison suppressor. According to legend, only the supreme beings of the ancient mythological era could possess such an unparalleled physique. Yi Qing let out a long howl that pierced the heavens, resonating like a dragon's roar, soaring into the firmament. Boom. The bottleneck of his 8th layer of foundation establishment crumbled before this overwhelming power, as fragile as a sheet of paper, shattered in an instant. 9th layer of foundation establishment. Perfected foundation establishment. The bottleneck was non-existent. That force surged forth, effortlessly breaking through the greatest barrier leading to the golden core realm. Within Yi Qing's Danshan Sea of Qi, the originally liquid spiritual energy began to whirl furiously, compressing and condensing. A faintly golden phantom core slowly took shape. Soon, the phantom core became increasingly solid, its radiance growing ever more resplendent. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, as if some shackle had been utterly shattered. A dazzling golden core, flawless and spinning with intricate, esoteric patterns etched upon its surface, hovered at the center of Yi Qing's Dantian. With the formation of the golden core, the path to greatness lay ahead. Golden Core Realm. It was achieved. A terrifying aura, 100-fold stronger than that of the foundation establishment stage, erupted from Yi Qing, soaring into the sky and enveloping the entire Qingxuan Peak. In the heavens, the winds and clouds shifted, spiritual energy coalescing into a colossal vortex, cascading downward and forming a luminous pillar of spiritual energy that penetrated the heavens and the earth, enveloping Yi Qing and Lin Shuer. This was the manifestation of the Golden Core. Only those with profound foundations, or those who formed a supreme golden core, could invoke such celestial phenomena upon their breakthrough. Master. Lin Shuer, standing beside him, was utterly astonished. She had just acquired the Xinling body and had not yet had the chance to sense her own transformation when she was overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from Yi Qing. She felt as though her master had transformed into a deity, overlooking all beings, and the pressure was so immense that she found it difficult to stand. Compelled to bow in reverence, Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes, 2 golden beams flashing momentarily. He clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous and roaring power within him. Filled with unbridled ambition, this was the Golden Core Realm. This was the celestial body of the prison suppressor. He could sense that his current strength surpassed his former self by more than 1,000-fold. If he were to encounter his past self, a mere glance would likely obliterate his very soul. Excellent. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qing forcefully reined in his aura. The towering pillar of spiritual energy gradually dissipated. He looked at Lin Shuer, who had been reborn, her skin now as translucent as jade, her demeanor ethereal, and nodded in satisfaction. Shuer, from this day forth, I shall impart to you the supreme techniques, guiding you to the pinnacle of the immortal path. Disciple, I am grateful for your master's rebirth. Lin Shuer knelt once more, this time with heartfelt gratitude and reverence. She understood that her life had irrevocably changed from the moment she became his disciple. Yet, at that moment, a voice laced with a hint of levity and derision echoed from beyond the mountain gate. Master Yi, what a grand spectacle you have here. One might think that Qingxuan Peak has unveiled an extraordinary figure. As the words lingered in the air, a streak of light descended from the heavens, landing in the square and transforming into a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose, clad in the robes of a Danxia Peak elder. The newcomer was Zhao Qian, an elder of Danxia Peak, whose cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. He had always been at odds with the former Peak Master, and now, with the latter's demise, he regarded the young Yi Qing with even greater disdain. Casting a glance at the remnants of the celestial phenomena in the square, he swept his gaze over Yi Qing, and upon noticing that Yi Qing's cultivation remained at the 8th level of foundation establishment, his contempt deepened. Yi Qing had recently broken through to the Golden Core realm, his aura now restrained, and due to the mystery of his Jinyu immortal body. Any ordinary Golden Core cultivator would find it nearly impossible to discern his true level of cultivation, should he choose to conceal it. Oh, so it is Master Yi who has been in training, creating such a ruckus. I initially thought someone had attained the Golden Core, Zhao Qian remarked with a mocking tone. But it appears Master Yi is still far from achieving that. Yi Qing maintained a tranquil demeanor, gazing at him indifferently. Elder Zhao, what brings you to this desolate mountain? Instead of refining pills at Danxia Peak, Zhao Qian, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled about with an air of superiority. Master Yi, I come bearing a message from the Council of Elders. He paused, a smirk of schadenfreude creeping onto his face. In 3 months, it will be the sect's decennial competition among the 99 peaks. The council has decreed that the peak ranked last in this competition will be reclaimed by the sect, with its mountain gate, spiritual veins, and resources redistributed. Boom. This news struck Lin Shuer like a thunderclap. Would Qingxuan Peak be reclaimed? Her delicate face turned as pale as a ghost. Yi Qing's brow also furrowed slightly. The competition among the 99 peaks assesses the prowess of disciples under 30. Presently, Qingxuan Peak had only Lin Shuer, a novice who had not even reached the Qi refinement stage. It was an unequivocally losing proposition. Chapter 4. 3 months? That is ample time. Zhao Qian reveled in the gravity etched on Yi Qing's face, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction as he continued. Master Yi, you are well aware of the current state of Qingxuan Peak. Do not even mention the top ranks. I dare say you cannot muster a single disciple capable of participating. His gaze flitted to the respectfully poised Lin Shuer, and he scoffed. Oh, I almost forgot. Master Yi has just taken on a new disciple. What? Does this unrefined girl intend to compete in the tournament? Ha ha. His laughter echoed with unabashed derision. Lin Shuer flushed crimson under his ridicule, clenching her small fists. Yet she dared not retort. Yi Qing's expression turned frigid. Elder Zhao, are you finished? If so, you may take your leave. Zhao Qian's laughter abruptly ceased, his countenance darkening in an instant. Yi Qing, what is with your attitude? I come to inform you out of kindness. Do not fail to appreciate my gesture. Kindness? Yi Qing scoffed, suspecting you have come to witness my misfortune. Exposed, Zhao Qian's expression faltered, and with a cold snort, he produced a storage bag from his robe and cast it onto the ground. Yi Qing, I am not here to trouble you. The master of Danxia Peak, recalling a sliver of past kindness towards your master, has specifically pointed you towards a clear path. He gestured towards the storage bag and declared with pride, within, there are 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and 3 gathering spirit pills. If you voluntarily resign from the position of master of Qingxuan Peak and submit a request for Qingxuan Peak to become a subordinate mountain of Danxia Peak, all this shall be yours. With these resources, where could you not live as a carefree wanderer? Why cling to this desolate mountain and await your demise? This so-called guidance was, in truth, a veiled threat and inducement to compel him to relinquish his peak. The scheme was indeed astute. 100,000 spirit stones and 3 gathering spirit pills might seem a fortune to an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Yet to Yi Qing, it was nothing short of an insult. Setting aside the worth of a mountain, the primary concern was that this legacy was left by the previous peak master, and Yi Qing had no desire to let it slip from his grasp. No need. Yi Qing's voice remained unwavering. My affairs do not require Elder Zhao's concern. In 3 months, Qingxuan Peak will participate in the grand competition. You. Zhao Qian was caught off guard by Yi Qing's blatant disregard for the situation, his demeanor turning frosty. You refuse to drink the wine of goodwill, and instead choose the punishment wine. Very well, Yi Qing. I shall see what you bring to the grand competition in 3 months, when Qingxuan Peak is reclaimed by the sect, and you are reduced to a stray dog. Do not come to Danxia Peak to beg for mercy. With that, he flicked his sleeve, retrieved the storage bag, and transformed into a streak of light, flying away in fury. In his eyes, Yi Qing's determination was foolish and laughable. A mere foundation establishment cultivator at the 8th level, accompanied by a mortal disciple, dared to dream of turning the tide in the grand competition? Utterly delusional. Once Zhao Qian's figure faded from sight, Lin Shuer turned to Yi Qing, her face etched with concern. Master, what shall we do? 3 months is far too short. Our opponents are the genius disciples from the other 98 peaks. This is an utterly impossible task. Yet, Yi Qing smiled. He turned to his newly acquired disciple, whose Xianling body had just manifested, his eyes brimming with confidence. What shall we do? He reached out, gently patting Lin Shuer's shoulder, a gentle stream of spiritual energy flowing into her, instantly soothing her unease. Shuer, from this day forth, I shall show you what miracles truly are. His gaze shifted towards the direction of Danxia Peak, his expression profound and icy. 3 months? That is ample time. With the most powerful disciple recruitment system at his disposal, and the burden of the heavenly prison immortal body, preserving Qingxuan Peak would be a mere trifle, and the Taiyi Sect would hold little significance for him in the future. As for Zhao Qian and Danxia Peak, Yi Qing silently etched their names in his mind, vowing to repay today as humiliation in due time. However, the primary focus now was the grand competition in 3 months. He lowered his gaze towards Lin Shuer. At this moment, the young girl was brimming with spiritual energy, the power of her Xianling body continuously transforming her physique, already faintly exhibiting signs of the Qi refinement stage. Yi Qing's thoughts flickered momentarily. Come, Shuer, I shall first impart to you a foundational heart method. By the end of today, You shall step into the realm of Qi refinement. Yes, Master. Chapter 5. Return, Celestial Tier Technique. On the back mountain of Qingxuan Peak, before a cascading waterfall, Yi Qing observed Lin Shuer, who sat cross-legged with spirals of spiritual energy forming around her. His expression remained tranquil. The young girl had fully adapted to her Xianling body. At this moment, she resembled a flawless piece of jade, awaiting meticulous carving to radiate its resplendent brilliance. The initial step of this carving process was the technique. Shuer, focus your mind and calm your spirit. I shall now impart to you our sect's heart method, the Qingxianju. Yi Qing's voice was steady, imbued with a reassuring strength. The Qingxianju, a medium-grade technique of the Xian tier, was the foundational method passed down through generations of Qingxuan Peak, embodying balance and a solid foundation. For an ordinary disciple, it was indeed a rare and excellent method. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer promptly centered her thoughts, observing her nose with her eyes and her heart with her nose, entering a state of clarity. Yi Qing extended a finger, a faint azure luminescence swirling at its tip, gently touching Lin Shuer's brow. Buzz. The profound incantation transformed into countless golden symbols, instantly flooding Lin Shuer's consciousness. Ding. The host bestows the disciple the medium-grade technique, Qingxianju, triggering 100,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the low-grade celestial technique, Tai, Xinjin Zhang. Almost simultaneously, a torrent of terrifying information, vastly more profound than the Qingxianju, surged into Yi Qing's mind. If the Qingxianju was a gentle stream, then the Tai Xinjin Zhang was an endless ocean encompassing the universe's stars. The opening line of its grand principle proclaimed, Tai Xian is boundless. The golden chapter is immortal. The body transforms into a furnace, refining myriad paths into one. This was no mere cultivation technique. It was a supreme celestial path directly pointing to the source of the Tao, unparalleled in its dominance. Yi Qing's heart surged with tumultuous waves, yet his demeanor remained as calm as a placid lake. Celestial tier technique. Could this be the legendary supreme method passed down only by the immortals? Yi Qing was familiar with the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. He had never heard of celestial tier before, and it was evident that celestial tier techniques surpassed the heavenly tier. He forcefully suppressed his excitement, and a thought suddenly emerged. If bestowing treasures upon disciples could yield critical returns, what if I were to bestow the returned Tai Xianjin Zhang upon Shuer again? Would the system grant an even more powerful technique in return? Once this thought arose, it became uncontrollable. If this were possible, could it not allow for infinite exploits, generating techniques that transcended the celestial tier or even higher levels? With this in mind, Yi Qing hesitated not for a moment. Gathering his focus once more to organize the vast Tai Xianjin Zhang in his mind, preparing to pass it on to Lin Shuer again. However, just as he was about to act, the system's alert sounded once more. Warning, the system's returned items cannot be used for a second bestowal to trigger critical returns. Please be advised, host. Indeed, a flicker of understanding passed through Yi Qing's heart, and he found himself not overly disappointed. It would indeed be strange for such a remarkable system to possess such glaring flaws. The opportunity to acquire a celestial-grade technique was already an extraordinary fortune. Human greed knows no bounds. He quickly adjusted his mindset. Although it could not be used for farming rewards, the Taiyuan golden scripture was undeniably a genuine celestial-grade technique. A luxurious foundation for nurturing Shuer. To lay a foundation with a celestial-grade technique would render her future achievements limitless. Shuer, maintain your focus. What you just learned, the Qingxianju, was merely an introduction. What I am about to impart to you is the true supreme path. Yi Qing's tone shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Lin Shuer felt a shiver of awe within her, not daring to exhibit even a hint of negligence. A radiant golden light surged from Yi Qing's fingertips as he once again touched her brow. Boom! The vast Taiyuan golden scripture surged into Lin Shuer's consciousness, causing her body to tremble violently. Instantly, her originally jade-like skin was adorned with resplendent golden brilliance. Behind her, the faint silhouette of an ancient deity emerged, reciting heavenly scriptures, the words manifesting in accordance with the law. This was an extraordinary manifestation of the technique. Only those with exceedingly high tiers and profound compatibility with their practitioners could evoke such phenomena upon initial cultivation. Excellent. Splendid. Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. With the technique settled, the next step was to gather cultivation resources. With a thought, he retrieved a cerulean porcelain vial from his storage ring. This was the last remnant of wealth left by the former Peak Master, a vial containing 12 second-tier mid-grade condensation pills, meant to stabilize the cultivation of Qi refining disciples and enhance their training speed. In the past, at Qingxuan Peak, these were considered precious items. Shuer, This is the condensation pill. It will accelerate your accumulation of spiritual energy. Within today, you shall break through all meridians and step into the first layer of qi refining. Yi Qing extended the porcelain vial towards her. Lin Shuer received it with reverence, her eyes filled with gratitude. She understood that this was likely the only elixir her master possessed. Ding! The host bestows upon the disciple a second-tier mid-grade condensation pill, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of 4th-tier low-grade, 4-9 Qing Ling Dan. The moment the system notification resounded, a warm white jade vial appeared out of thin air within Yi Qing's system space. As he uncorked the vial, a rich, soothing fragrance of medicine instantly enveloped him. Just a whiff made his golden core spin joyfully, purifying his mana ever so slightly. Upon inspecting one of the pills, he beheld its emerald hue, adorned with 4 faint natural patterns, with pill aura swirling around it, echoing with the sound of rushing azure clouds. The spiritual energy contained within was pure and immense, far surpassing that of the condensation pills by thousands of times. 4th-tier elixirs. Such treasures would make even nascent soul ancestors envious. A typical golden core cultivator could save years of arduous training with just one. Yet here he held an entire vial. Ha ha ha, splendid. Yi Qing laughed heartily within. Danxiao Peak. Zhao Qian, you think you can buy me off with 100,000 spirit stones and 3 gathering spirit pills to seize my legacy? How utterly laughable. I bestow upon my disciple treasures, and what the system returns far surpasses your trifling offerings. With the Taiyuan golden chapter and the 4-9 Qing Ling pill in hand, safeguarding Qingxuan Peak poses no challenge. Shuer, focus on your cultivation. With me as your master, the heavens shall not crumble. Yi Qing gazed gently at Lin Shuer, his voice imbued with unparalleled confidence. Indeed, master. Lin Shuer nodded earnestly, clutching the qi-condensing pill in her hand as she retreated to her chamber to enter seclusion, embarking on her journey towards immortality. Meanwhile, Yi Qing turned and ventured deeper into the cave, preparing to utilize the 4-9 Qing Ling pill to elevate his own cultivation further. Chapter 6, Breakthrough. The breakthrough continues. Time flows like water, swiftly slipping away. A month passed quietly. During this time, Qingxuan Peak appeared increasingly desolate. Many disciples from other peaks passing by could not help but mock. However, with the aid of the celestial level technique, Taiyuan golden chapter, and the qi condensing pill, Lin Shuer, possessing a mysterious spiritual body, cultivated at an astonishing pace, akin to a raging torrent. In the span of merely a month, she surged from an ordinary mortal to the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement, so close to foundation establishment that it was merely a step away. Such a rapid cultivation speed, if known, would drive the entire Taiyi Sect into a frenzy. Yi Qing's gains were even more astounding. He had consumed 3 of the 9 4-9 Qing Ling pills from a vial. Merely 3 4th-tier elixirs propelled his cultivation from the initial stage of golden core to the zenith of the 3rd layer. He was but a single step away from the mid-golden core stage. The combination of the Jinyu Immortal body and 4th-tier elixirs yielded such overwhelming results. He was confident that, even without invoking the power of the Jinyu Immortal body, he could easily crush Zhao Qian from Danxiao Peak based solely on his cultivation. Continuing his practice. Within the cave, Yi Qing stabilized his cultivation and was about to enter seclusion once more when, suddenly, a communication jade pendant representing the identity of the peak master glowed brightly. Emitting a series of urgent vibrations, Yi Qing furrowed his brow, retrieving the pendant and probing into it with his consciousness. A cold voice resonated in his mind. Yi Qing, peak master of Qingxuan Peak, you are commanded to immediately proceed to the Sect's affairs hall to accept a sect mission. A mission? Yi Qing frowned slightly. The Taiyi Sect, with its 99 peaks, indeed required each peak to undertake certain sect missions. Yet, there existed an unwritten rule for peaks like Qingxuan, which had seen a decline in disciples, leaving only the peak master. The sect typically refrained from assigning tasks, allowing the master to focus on rebuilding the peak. Unless someone is scheming behind the scenes. Danxiao Peak, Zhao Qian. Yi Qing instantly thought of this individual. He stowed the jade pendant away, rising to his feet, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Very well, I shall see what tricks you intend to play. He exited the cave, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the direction of the sect's main peak. Taiyi Sect, Affairs Hall. This location was responsible for the allocation and documentation of all matters within the sect, bustling with disciples hurrying about their business. The arrival of Yi Qing did not attract much attention. In the present day, Qingxuan Peak had become a laughingstock within the sect, and as the newly appointed peak master, he possessed little presence. Yi Qing approached an elder in charge of task allocation, speaking in a calm tone. The elder, An old man with a goatee and a cultivation level at the second layer of the golden core stage barely lifted his eyelids. He carelessly extracted a jade slip from a pile and tossed it onto the table. The task was to eliminate the notorious bandit duo known as the Blackwind Twins at Blackwind Ridge. The deadline was half a month, and the reward for completion was 300 contribution points to the sect. The elder's tone was indifferent. Yi Qing paid little heed, picking up the jade slip and scanning its contents with his consciousness. Blackwind Ridge lay at the fringes of Taiyi Sect's territory, its treacherous terrain home to a band of ruthless bandits who engaged in plunder. The Blackwind Twins, a pair of brothers. Both possessed cultivation around the 7th layer of the Foundation establishment stage, known for their brutal methods and stained hands, having shed the blood of numerous merchants and cultivators. Their presence severely tarnished the reputation of Taiyi Sect. For the elite disciples within the sect, such a task was merely a moderately challenging trial. However, for Qingxuan Peak, which currently boasted only a peak master at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment and a single disciple, this task was far from straightforward. Yi Qing furrowed his brow slightly, yet his expression remained stoic as he tucked away the jade slip, replying calmly, "Understood." With that, he turned to leave. The elder, observing Yi Qing's perceptiveness and lack of protest, shook his head and muttered under his breath, "Not even the courage to resist? How unfortunate for Qingxuan Peak." Though his voice was low, it was not lost on Yi Qing's keen ears. Unperturbed, Yi Qing continued on his way, seemingly oblivious. However, upon exiting the duty hall, he did not immediately return to Qingxuan Peak. Instead, he swiftly concealed himself behind a massive pillar of the hall, suppressing the aura of his Jinyu immortal body to the utmost, while his powerful consciousness spread silently like an invisible tide. With a cultivation peak at the 3rd layer of golden core and the wonders of the Jinyu immortal body, his consciousness was no weaker than that of an average late-stage golden core cultivator. Soon enough, he overheard the very words he sought. Not far off, 2 disciples clad in Danxia Peak attire were walking and conversing in hushed tones, their faces alight with schadenfreude. "Senior brother, did you see Yi Qing's expression just now? He looked as if he had swallowed a dead fly, haha. He deserves it. To offend Elder Zhao, this is his fate. I heard that the task at Blackwind Ridge was originally assigned to us at Danxia Peak by the duty hall, and Elder Zhao personally intervened to reallocate it to Qingxuan Peak. Brilliant. Elder Zhao's maneuver is truly clever. The Blackwind Twins are a formidable pair. They are not easy to deal with. Even if Yi Qing goes himself, he will likely expend considerable effort. Moreover, the round trip will consume over half a month. By the time he returns, the competition among the 99 peaks will be even closer. There won't be time to assign him any tasks for training. What will he have to participate in the competition? Indeed, if we at Danxia Peak can claim the spiritual vein of Qingxuan Peak, our cultivation speed will increase even further. The voices of the 2 men were filled with greed and self-satisfaction, gradually fading into the distance. From behind the palace columns, Yi Qing stepped out slowly, his face as cold as water, yet a frigid intensity simmered deep within his eyes. Indeed, just as anticipated, it was Zhao Qian's machinations at play. A clever scheme to use another's blade for his own ends, a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They intended to wear me down, delaying my cultivation time in preparation for the grand competition 2 months hence. Their calculations are quite audacious. Yet, they have miscalculated one crucial detail. Yi Qing is no longer the foundation-building cultivator he was a month ago. A mere foundation tribulation practitioner is nothing to fear, easily extinguished. However, I cannot remain passive indefinitely. Otherwise, one task will lead to another, and how shall I cultivate in the future? The primary focus now is the grand competition in 2 months. Perhaps this task could serve as an opportunity to take Shui on a journey of experience. Returning just in time for the competition, Yi Qing's gaze turned contemplative. The master of Danxia Peak is a nascent soul cultivator, for the time being. Yi Qing does not intend to confront Danxia Peak directly. Nevertheless, this task provides an excellent excuse. Whether it is completed or not is inconsequential. For finding a tranquil place to hasten my cultivation is of utmost importance. With this thought, Yi Qing did not linger, transforming into a streak of light as he returned to Qingxuan Peak. Upon reaching his cave dwelling, Yi Qing retrieved the bottle of 49 Qingling pills once more. Originally containing 9 pills, only 6 remained. At the 3rd level of the golden core stage, he still felt somewhat insecure. Yi Qing's eyes sharpened as he poured out a jade green pill, swallowing it without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 7. The Great Competition? Qingxuan Peak will not have this opportunity. Boom. The potency of the 4th tier pill erupted within him. A torrent of overwhelming, pure spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a mighty river. For any cultivator at the early golden core stage, it would require a significant amount of time to refine such energy. But Yi Qing was different. His physique was that of the prison-suppressing immortal body. A divine prison capable of subduing all realms seemed to awaken at this moment, greedily devouring all spiritual energy. Prison-suppressing immortal body, refine for me. Yi Qing roared internally, as the golden, divine-like blood surged and roared within him, his organs radiating an immortal divine light. The unparalleled power of his immortal body transformed into a colossal vortex, voraciously absorbing and refining the violent medicinal force. Within his Dantian's Qi, the golden core spun wildly, its surface patterns becoming increasingly vivid and intricate. The pinnacle barrier of the third level of the golden core, under the impact of this force, stirred not even a ripple, soon breaking through effortlessly. Golden core fourth level. However, this was merely the beginning. The medicinal power remained immense, and Yi Qing's cultivation aura continued to surge at a terrifying pace. Early golden core fourth level, mid golden core fourth level, late golden core fourth level. Until the medicinal force was entirely refined and absorbed, his cultivation stabilized firmly at the pinnacle of the golden core fourth level. Only a thin line separated him from the golden core fifth level. Huff! Yi Qing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, which, upon leaving his body, transformed into a sharp beam of light, carving a deep gash into the stone wall of the cave dwelling. He clenched his fist, feeling the immense surge of magical power within him, far more formidable than ever before. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. At the pinnacle of the fourth stage of golden core, it was nearly time. Now he possessed absolute confidence. Unafraid of an ordinary practitioner at the sixth stage of golden core, he rose to his feet, his consciousness sweeping over the entire Qingxuan Peak until it settled on Lin Shuer, who was cultivating beneath the waterfall, surrounded by spiraling spiritual energy. The young girl had already reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, with spiritual energy gathering above her head, faintly suggesting the formation of a foundational base. The ninth layer of Qi refinement was in perfect completion. With just one foundational pill, she could ascend to the foundation establishment realm. Shuer. Yi Qing's voice resonated directly in Lin Shuer's mind. She immediately halted her cultivation, her eyes opening to reveal a brilliant gleam. Master. Gradually withdrawing her energy, she leapt gracefully like a delicate butterfly, and in a few light bounds, she stood before Yi Qing, bowing respectfully. Yi Qing regarded his transformed disciple with satisfaction and nodded. I must venture out to fulfill a sect mission. You have reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and it is time for you to undergo a trial to temper your character in preparation for foundation establishment. Come with me. A trial? In her eyes, there was no hint of fear, only excitement and anticipation. Disciple obeys. She had long wished to explore the world beyond the mountains. This journey also presents an opportunity prepared for you by your master. Yi Qing's gaze turned profound. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that the sect could provide a foundational pill. This trial was merely incidental. His true objective was to find a high-grade foundational pill for her. A foundational pill. Lin Shuer's heart raced. Although she had only recently begun her journey, she understood from the sect's literature that foundational pills came in various grades. An ordinary low-grade foundational pill had only a 50% success rate at best. The medium grade boasted a 70% success rate, while the high grade was nearly guaranteed. As for the legendary top-grade foundational pill, not only did it ensure 100% success in establishing a foundation, but it also could cleanse the marrow and open the meridians, laying the most flawless groundwork for future cultivation. Of course, Lin Shuer did not covet so much. An ordinary foundational pill would suffice. Thank you, Master, for your efforts, she expressed gratefully, her eyes filled with admiration. There's no need for such words. Yi Qing waved his hand, his expression serene as he smiled. You are my only disciple. If I do not consider you, who shall I consider? Prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately. Yes. Lin Shuer nodded vigorously, clenching her small fist. Her determination to follow the path grew ever stronger. She resolved not to disappoint her master's expectations. In the upcoming 2-month grand competition, she would strive to bring honor to Qingxuan Peak. Moments later, 2 streaks of light soared from Qingxuan Peak, racing towards the mountain gate. Meanwhile, at Danxia Peak, within an opulent elder hall, Zhao Qian leisurely savored a cup of fragrant tea brewed from a century-old spiritual spring. A disciple hurriedly entered the hall, bowing to report, Elder Zhao. Yi Qing accepted a mission and has been away for about 8 or 9 days. He has finally departed the sect with his female disciple, heading towards Haifeng Ridge. If Yi Qing were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this disciple was one who had previously departed from the Qingxuan Peak. The tone of his voice dripped with schadenfreude. In his eyes, Yi Qing was merely an 8th-layer foundation cultivator, accompanied by a mere Qi refining stage burden. Facing the notorious Black Wind duo, Even if he were to complete this task, it would merely be the beginning of a relentless series of missions. And he clearly had no inkling of the exhaustion that awaited him. Indeed, departing from Qingxuan Peak was a wise decision on his part. Oh. Zhao Qian set down his teacup, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Very well. You may leave. The insignificant Yi Qing dared to tarnish the dignity of this elder? The mission was merely for show. To ensure absolute certainty, he had already prepared a contingency plan. With this thought, Zhao Qian slowly retrieved a pitch-black jade pendant, its surface intricately engraved with glowing runes. A flicker of indifference passed through Zhao Qian's eyes as he infused a strand of his spiritual energy into the pendant. The runes on the pendant instantly illuminated. As if animated, slowly dancing across its surface. A chilling thought was dispatched. It can commence. The target has emerged from the mountain, heading toward Black Wind Ridge. His cultivation is at the 8th layer of foundation, accompanied by a female disciple at the Qi refining stage. The benefits I promised have been received. Remember to act swiftly and create the illusion that he was slain by the bandits, leaving no trace behind. Having completed these arrangements, Zhao Qian pocketed the pendant, his smile growing increasingly sinister. The Black Wind duo was merely a pretext to lure Yi Qing down the mountain. His true scheme involved colluding with an organization of assassins known as Blood Slaughterhouse. Blood Slaughterhouse had a notorious reputation for their ruthless methods. They would dare to assassinate even a nascent soul elder, provided the price was right. For this operation, he had expended a staggering 100,000 spirit stones, along with a high-tier profound technique, to enlist a silver metal assassin from Blood Slaughterhouse, who was at the 1st layer of Golden Core. Sending a Golden Core assassin to eliminate a mere 8th layer foundation cultivator? It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yi Qing, oh Yi Qing, I have invested heavily to see your demise. Zhao Qian murmured, his eyes glinting with a chilling determination. Once you are dead, the Peak Master has promised that your Qingxuan Peak will belong to this elder. Do not blame me. Blame only your own inadequacies. In his eyes, Yi Qing was already a dead man. As for the grand competition, Qingxuan Peak would never have such an opportunity again. Chapter 8. Revenge delivered on the spot above Qingxuan Peak. 2 streaks of light pierced the vast sky, one in front of the other. Racing towards the entrance of Taiyi Sect, Yi Qing led the way, his escape light steady and swift, the azure divine light coiling around him like divine iron. Lin Shuer had yet to establish her foundation and could not fly, so Yi Qing enveloped her within his escape light. During her first flight, Lin Shuer felt a surge of anxiety. Her delicate white hands instinctively clutched tightly onto Yi Qing's arm, but as she regained her composure, she glanced around, her small face brimming with excitement and wonder. The mountains and rivers beneath them rushed by in a blur, the familiar sights of their sect gradually fading into the distance. However, to Lin Shuer's surprise, Yi Qing suddenly halted. Finding a secluded spot, he gently set Lin Shuer down. Master? Lin Shuer inquired, puzzled. Yi Qing smiled lightly and said, I suddenly remembered that there is something I have yet to attend to. Master will be back shortly. Please wait for me here and refrain from wandering. Naturally, Lin Shuer had no objections to her master's request. Yi Qing nodded to her, then soared into the air, heading towards the sect, more specifically towards Danxiao Peak. During his flight, Yi Qing's gaze grew slightly cold. He silently summoned the power of the prison, suppressing Immortal body, and, in conjunction with his 4th level of Golden Core cultivation, suppressed his aura to an extremely low level. Silently, he evaded the crowd and arrived at Danxiao Peak, making his way straight to a lavish Elder's Hall. This was indeed the Elder's Hall of Danxiao Peak, belonging to Zhao Qian. Yi Qing was not the type to be bullied without retaliation. He harbored a grudge and was determined to settle it. Thus, he pretended to leave the sect. But in truth, he quietly returned alone, stealthily approaching the Elder's Hall where Zhao Qian resided. Extending his spiritual perception, Yi Qing saw Zhao Qian leisurely sipping spirit tea, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. Indeed, Zhao Qian felt he had rid himself of a nuisance and was currently in high spirits. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, a resounding boom echoed through the hall. Suddenly, a massive handprint of spiritual power materialized out of thin air, coalescing in an instant. Then, with great force, it swung towards Zhao Qian. This was undoubtedly Yi Qing's handiwork. Although descending the mountain aligned with Yi Qing's plans, he found himself slightly unsettled by the mere act of leaving, and thus sought to release some pent-up frustration by giving Zhao Qian a thorough thrashing. Inside the grand hall, Zhao Qian was in the midst of jubilant celebration when he was abruptly struck by calamity. Boom! The enormous palm descended, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Yi Qing, now embodying the prison-suppressing immortal body and practicing the transcendent technique Tai Shen Golden Chapter, had power that exceeded his cultivation level. Moreover, in terms of cultivation alone, Yi Qing's fourth level of golden core surpassed Zhao Qian's by a tier. What? Who? Zhao Qian exclaimed, his protective artifact shattering almost instantly upon contact with the spiritual handprint. He coughed up blood as he was sent flying, crashing into the Elder's Hall with a resounding crash. Clutching his chest, he was left breathless, a mix of shock and fury flooding his senses. Thief! Someone! There's a thief! Cough, cough! Zhao Qian shouted, his eyes darting around in bewilderment. Yi Qing concealed himself in the shadows, sensing the growing commotion on Qingxuan Peak. The aura of a Yuaniing-level presence surged rapidly from the main hall at the peak. Understanding that his time here was limited, Yi Qing decided it was prudent to depart. Seizing the chaos, he quietly slipped away. Before long, he returned to Lin Shuer's side, appearing as if nothing had transpired. Where did Master go? Lin Shuer blinked her large eyes in curiosity. Yi Qing chuckled and replied, nothing much, just indulged a little. Lin Shuer looked perplexed. Indulged a little? What does that mean? Nonetheless, since her master chose not to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. Yi Qing, with a radiant smile, felt a sense of satisfaction, though he had not eliminated Zhao Qian. He had finally vented some of his pent-up anger. Without delivering a sound thrashing to that fellow, I feel an unsettling sense of incompleteness within my heart. Now, I feel much more at ease. Let us descend the mountain. Ascending with Lin Shuer, just as they were about to soar beyond the protective array of the sect, a melodious voice, imbued with a hint of authority, called out from below. Is that the disciple Yi from Qingxuan Peak? Please, hold your steps. Yi Qing's heart stirred as he halted his flight and turned towards the source of the voice. There, in a splendid plaza atop a graceful mountain, stood a beautiful woman clad in a light purple palace gown, gazing up at them. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, possessing an enchanting allure. Her features akin to a painting. Her ample figure, draped in elegant attire, radiated a warmth that only time could cultivate. As for her cultivation, she was at the second level of the golden core stage, yet her aura was harmonious, clearly indicating a solid foundation. She was the Master Lu of Luoxia Peak, a name that flashed through Yi Qing's mind. Luoxia Peak ranks beyond the 80th among the 99 peaks of Taiyi Sect, its strength moderately below average. Yi Qing recalled that this Master Lu had shared a bond with the previous peak master of Qingxian, who was Yi Qing's nominal mentor, and had always treated Su Qing with kindness, regarding her as a junior. Yi Qing subdued his flight, gently descending alongside Lin Shuer, and performed a respectful salute. Yi Qing pays his respects to Aunt Lu. This is my disciple Lin Shuer, who also greets Master Lu. Lin Shuer imitated his gesture. Bowing respectfully, Lu Rian's gaze lingered on Yi Qing for a moment before she nodded slightly, then shifted her attention to Lin Shuer, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. What a remarkably spirited young girl. Yi disciple, you have taken a commendable apprentice, Lu Rian praised warmly. She then turned her gaze back to Yi Qing, her delicate brows knitting together. However, you two appear to be in a great hurry. Are you departing the sect? Yi Qing nodded and replied calmly. On the orders of the sect, we are heading to Haifeng Ridge to carry out a mission to eradicate the bandits. What? Lu Rian's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. The gentle smile vanished, replaced by a flicker of indignation on her fair visage. This is utter nonsense. Her voice rose slightly. What is the current state of Qingxuan Peak? Who in the sect does not know? Only you two are present. One at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, and the other still in Qi Refinement. Are the old fools in the Hall of Elders blind? How could they assign such a task to you? She had heard of the notorious Black Wind twins at Haifeng Ridge, who were not easily dealt with. The crux of the matter was that such a task should not be assigned to Qingxuan Peak at this time. The former Peak Master had only recently passed. Could it be that some individuals within the sect are so impatient? Lu Rian's anger flared as she contemplated this, a cold light flashing in her phoenix-like eyes. Yi disciple, you need not concern yourself with this. Come with me back to the Hall of Elders. I shall discover which fool dares to bully you in such a manner. With that, she released her imposing aura of the second level of Golden Core and intended to take Yi Qing back to the main peak of the sect to seek justice for him. A warm current flowed through Yi Qing's heart. Since the passing of the former Peak Master and the decline of Qingxuan Peak, this was the first time he had felt such genuine goodwill, devoid of any ulterior motives, within the sect. However, he was unwilling to acquiesce. The intricacies of the system were difficult to elucidate. Moreover, Yi Qing was acutely aware that reliance on transient support could not sustain him for eternity. Before the grand competition of the sect, he felt that seeking a tranquil place outside the sect for cultivation would be far more beneficial than remaining within its confines. Aunt Lu, please do not leave just yet. Thus, Yi Qing subtly stepped back, evading Lu Rian's outstretched hand, a resolute smile gracing his countenance as he shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, But the path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must either advance or regress. Since the sect has issued a task, I, as a member of Qingxuan Peak, must comply. Furthermore, flowers nurtured in a greenhouse are ultimately unprepared for the trials of storm and rain. It is imperative for Shui heir to undergo such tempering. His voice was soft, yet the steadfastness in his tone momentarily halted Lu Rian's movements. She gazed at the serene youth before her, with deep-set eyes and an elegant stature, and found herself momentarily entranced. This composure, this sense of responsibility. Many of the elders in the sect, who had lived for centuries, appeared almost pitiable in comparison to Yi Qing. Why? Lu Rian parted her lips, intending to speak further, yet found herself at a loss for words. She understood that Yi Qing's reasoning was sound. A cultivator's journey should not solely revolve around seclusion and arduous practice. Engaging with others and confronting the heavens, honing oneself through the trials of life and death, is the rightful path. Yet, while this principle holds true, the current circumstances at Qingxuan Peak are exceptionally unique. You stubborn child. After a moment of indecision, Lu Rian sighed in resignation and withdrew her thoughts. She recognized that since Yi Qing had made his decision, persisting in her insistence would only be counterproductive. Moreover, young people are often sensitive to their pride. If she were to impose her will, it might wound his self-esteem. Very well, since your mind is set, I shall not press further. Lu Rian regarded Yi Qing, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her beautiful eyes. However, you must remember that one cannot force matters. Your own safety must be your foremost priority when venturing outside. Do not forget, the legacy of Qingxuan Peak rests upon your shoulders. As she spoke, she deftly turned her wrist, producing a finely crafted storage pouch that she unceremoniously thrust into Yi Qing's hands. Within, you will find 3 bottles of blood augmentation pills, which can swiftly replenish your energy when depleted. Additionally, there are 5 Vajra talismans capable of withstanding the full force of an early-stage golden core cultivator. Furthermore, there is a communication jade talisman. Should you encounter any peril, you must shatter it immediately, and I shall hasten to your aid. Yi Qing's consciousness swept over the pouch, his heart stirring. The lingering fragrance and warmth of the storage bag belied the actual value of its contents. Nevertheless, the favor bestowed upon him was undeniably genuine. Aunt Lu, I cannot accept this. Lu Rian's tone brooked no argument. Since you call me Aunt Lu, how can you now treat me as a stranger? Consider these items a token from me, as an elder, to you and your master as a gift for your meeting. Enough. Do not refuse. To do so would be to slight me, Lu Rian. With her words having reached this point, Yi Qing understood that further refusal would render him ungrateful. He took a deep breath and accepted the storage pouch. Then, I express my heartfelt gratitude, Aunt Lu. This gratitude, Yi Qing etched in his heart. With a system by his side, Yi Qing felt a surge of confidence, convinced that one day he would repay this kindness tenfold, 100-fold. You child, Lu Rian said, witnessing him accept it, her face breaking into a smile once more. She waved her hand. Go on, be cautious on your journey. Farewell. Yi Qing uttered no further words, clasping his hands in respect to Lu Rian, and then, accompanied by Lin Shui, they transformed into 2 streaks of light, darting out of the protective mountain array and vanishing into the horizon. As she gazed at the direction in which they had departed, Lu Rian stood still for a long while, her expression intricate. Surely, it was the handiwork of Qingxuan Peak, thinking that I am oblivious? She let out a cold snort, a fleeting glimmer of frost flashing in her eyes. This was simply too outrageous. I only hope that this child, Yi Qing, remains unharmed. Otherwise, even though Qingxuan Peak shuns conflict, we still have a voice within the sect. Chapter 10, Encountering Treasures, Spirit Grass of the Sword. Upon leaving the influence of Taiyi Sect, the world opened up before them. The endless primordial mountains sprawled like colossal dragons, sprawling across the earth. Ancient trees towered majestically, and the roars of beasts echoed, imbued with an aura of wilderness and peril. Yi Qing did not hasten towards Blackwind Ridge. According to Zhao Qian's calculations, the deadline for this task was half a month, and the journey would consume most of that time, leaving little for the actual execution of the task. However, he was never genuinely here to undertake a mission. Why bother with such matters? The true purpose of his journey was twofold. First, to seek a foundational opportunity for Lin Shui, and second, to find a tranquil place to refine the remaining elixirs and strive for a higher realm. As for the so-called Blackwind duo, it was merely a secondary concern. Master, what lies ahead? Lin Shui inquired curiously, observing the unfamiliar scenery below. It should be the endless mountains, Yi Qing replied calmly. If we traverse through the endless mountains, heading northwest, we will reach the location of Blackwind Ridge. This is your first venture beyond the mountain gates. There is no need to rush. Let us take our time. The two traveled northwest, unhurried and at ease. The expanse of the endless mountains was vast, inhabited by numerous powerful beasts. Yi Qing navigated through the safer areas. While flying, he extended his formidable divine sense, far surpassing that of others at the same level, like an invisible net spreading outwards to explore everything around. At the pinnacle of the fourth stage of the Golden Core, combined with the wondrous Jinyu immortal body, his divine sense was broad in scope and keen in perception, rivaling that of cultivators in the later stages of the Golden Core. After flying for 2 days, they ventured thousands of miles into the mountains. During this time, they encountered several powerful beasts, including a formidable earth demon bear, comparable to the 9th level of Foundation establishment, which had failed to recognize the danger. Thinking it would feast today, it leapt into the air with an excited roar upon spotting Yi Qing and Lin Shui soaring above. However, with a mere flick of his finger, Yi Qing unleashed a sharp surge of energy that pierced through its skull, causing it to collapse before it could even emit a cry. This startled Lin Shui, who had sensed nothing of the earth demon bear until it sprang forth. As she finally grasped the situation, she could only feel the fierce aura emanating from the magical bear, causing her heart to tremble and rendering her incapable of harboring any thoughts of resistance. Ultimately, before her master, she was as fragile as paper, swiftly defeated in an instant. Her master was truly formidable. Lin Shui gazed at Su Qing, her large eyes brimming with shock and admiration. She gained a deeper understanding of her master's strength. A day later, while soaring through the skies, Yi Qing suddenly sensed something amiss and abruptly halted his flight. His eyes narrowed, sharp as lightning, as he focused on a valley several hundred miles to the left front. Just moments ago, his vast consciousness had detected an exceedingly subtle, yet extraordinarily sharp and peculiar fluctuation emanating from that location. The aura was imbued with pure intensity, akin to an unparalleled divine sword poised to unsheath, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy particles to form a colossal vortex of spiritual energy. This heralded the imminent maturation of a rare, celestial treasure. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Moreover, judging by the nature of this aura, it was likely that this treasure was no ordinary celestial artifact. "Swear, let us go," Yi Qing urged, not hesitating for a moment, his figure transforming into a fleeting azure shadow as he sped toward the valley. The distance of several hundred miles was swiftly traversed under Yi Qing's full exertion. The two figures gradually descended at the entrance of a valley shrouded in thick, white mist. This mist was not mere vapor, but rather a condensation of pure celestial spiritual energy, interspersed with sharp currents that felt somewhat piercing. What a splendid place! Yi Qing felt not alarm, but elation. Such rich spiritual energy. Lin Shui could not help but exclaim in wonder. "Let us go in and take a look," Yi Qing instructed, and with that, he led Lin Shui into the valley. A faint golden halo enveloped his body, shielding him from the encroaching sharpness. Lin Shui closely followed behind, feeling a warmth envelop her as the sharp sensation that had previously stung her skin vanished without a trace. As they traversed through layers of mist, the scene within the valley finally unveiled itself to them. In the center of the valley, beside a crystal-clear, bottomless cold pool, there grew an extraordinary little grass, shimmering with translucence, standing merely a foot tall and resembling a minuscule ancient sword. This little grass bore no leaves, only a straight sword stem and 2 crossed sword grids, radiating a brilliant luster. Visible streams of white sword energy swirled around it like playful fish, producing soft hissing sounds as they carved deep sword marks into the ground. Sword spirit grass. A blaze of fervor ignited in Yi Qing's eyes. His breath momentarily caught in his throat. The sword spirit grass is a celestial wonder born from the convergence of the purest essence of gold and the vital energy of wood, nurtured through fortunate circumstances. Its greatest efficacy lies in aiding cultivators to comprehend the elusive yet immensely potent sword intent. Sword intent is the very soul of a sword practitioner. The comprehension of sword intent distinguishes a sword cultivator profoundly from one who has yet to grasp it. The same sword technique, when augmented by sword intent, can amplify its potency manifold, enabling one to easily attain combat capabilities beyond their level. However, the perception of sword intent is exceedingly elusive. Even some golden core and nascent soul cultivators may struggle to attain it. This sword spirit herb presents a rare opportunity for any sword cultivator, nay, for any practitioner. "Master, have we stumbled upon a treasure?" Lin Shui inquired softly, sensing the surging power within the delicate herb, despite her unfamiliarity with it. "Indeed," Yi Qing affirmed, his gaze fixed intently upon the resplendent sword spirit herb. "This herb, known as the sword spirit herb, is now surrounded by an aura of sword energy that is beginning to consolidate, and its luminescence grows ever brighter, a sign that it is nearing full maturity." once harvested and refined, there exists a considerable chance to comprehend the true essence of swordsmanship and sword intent. We shall remain here and await its maturity. After Yi Qing's explanation, his demeanor calmed, and he led Lin Shuer to a nearby boulder where they sat cross-legged, awaiting the herb's ripening. However, after approximately half an hour of anticipation, a sudden rush filled the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 swift sounds of air being sliced through approached rapidly from different directions, converging upon the valley almost simultaneously. Moments later, 3 figures descended from the sky, landing within the valley. The newcomers were 3 cultivators. The foremost being an elderly man clad in gray, with a hawk-like nose and a piercing gaze. Following him were 2 robust middle-aged practitioners, one bearing a colossal axe, the other possessing a fierce countenance and a glimmering gaze. As they touched down, their eyes were irresistibly drawn to the luminous sword spirit herb at the valley's center. "Is this truly the sword spirit herb?" exclaimed the burly middle-aged man, disbelief etched across his features as his breath quickened, revealing a glint of greed and fervor in his eyes. To encounter such a rare treasure. The other fierce-looking cultivator trembled with excitement, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the herb. Meanwhile, the gray-robed elder remained silent, yet the avarice emanating from his cold, piercing eyes was more intense than that of his companions combined. The sword spirit herb held immense value for these years of arduous cultivation. Its acquisition could lead to a fortuitous comprehension of sword intent, dramatically enhancing their strength. With such power, one could either join a sect or seize dominion over the mountains. An entirely different realm of possibilities awaited. Scanning the valley, their gazes soon fell upon Yi Qing and Lin Shuer, who were seated upon the boulder. Upon noticing Yi Qing's 8th layer of foundation establishment and Lin Shuer's negligible qi refining stage, the trio paused momentarily, then shook their heads in disbelief. A mere 8th layer of foundation establishment, accompanied by a qi refining burden. How dare you covet such a treasure? They exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting that fate had dealt a harsh blow to the 2 of them today. The elderly man in the gray robe, disinterested in engaging in idle chatter with Yi Qing, cast a cold glance at him, as if scrutinizing a corpse. His focus primarily shifted to the other 2 individuals. There was but a single treasure, yet 3 of them were present. Hence, this treasure was claimed by the old man. Those with sense should depart, otherwise, death awaits. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the gray-robed elder let out a cold snort. Then, with a thunderous roar, a powerful and tangible aura of spiritual pressure erupted from his being, reverberating outward. This spiritual pressure struck the senses of those present with the weight of a mountain, heavy and insurmountable. It was the presence of a golden core cultivator. This gray-robed elder was indeed a genuine practitioner at the first level of the golden core realm. The burly man and the astute cultivator, both at the 9th level of foundation establishment, found themselves utterly powerless against the sudden and terrifying pressure, their faces turning as pale as paper. A golden core master. The burly man exclaimed in sheer horror, his pupils dilating. In the next moment, he turned and fled without a word. The other formidable cultivator, though reluctant, gritted his teeth and followed suit, hastily retreating from the valley. After all, while the sword spirit grass was valuable, one must possess life to claim it. As for Yi Qing, he seemed oblivious to the commotion. Consequently, in the blink of an eye, only the gray-robed elder remained in the valley. Alongside Yi Qing and his disciple Lin Shuer, who remained seated upon a massive rock, her expression calm. With the 2 competitors dealt with, the elder's spirits lifted. He slowly turned, his cold gaze settling on Yi Qing, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Have you taken my words lightly? It seems you seek death." Before he could finish, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Bang! Without granting Yi Qing a moment to respond, he struck instantaneously, clawing with his outstretched fingers. He reached toward Yi Qing with ferocity. The black fiend claw, a spectral hand formed from pure magical energy, materialized in the air, shrieking as it tore through the atmosphere, aiming directly for Yi Qing's crown. With 7/10 of his strength behind this strike, he was confident it could shatter any foundation establishment practitioner, body and soul, into dust. In the face of this terrifying momentum, Lin Shuer's face turned pale with fear. Yet, Yi Qing remained composed, even seated upon that massive stone. It was only when the azure claw loomed perilously close that he slowly lifted his eyelids. Seeking death, Yi Qing spoke languidly. Then, his gaze hardened as he raised his right hand, casually swatting at the incoming azure claw. There was no cataclysmic sound nor dazzling display of lights, merely a simple, unremarkable gesture. However, at that moment, the very air within the valley seemed to freeze. Boom! A colossal azure hand, formed from pure magical energy, materialized above Yi Qing. Descending fiercely upon the black claw, The seemingly formidable and intimidating black claw, upon encountering the immense palm of spiritual energy, was instantly subdued as if a grown adult were chastising a child. The spiritual palm tightened its grip, and with a resounding explosion, the claw shattered into countless scintillating particles, dissipating into the void. What? The elder's expression shifted dramatically, his hand clutching his chest as a muffled groan escaped his lips. His face reflected utter disbelief. How could this be possible? He was a gold core cultivator. Yet, the individual before him was merely a foundation establishment novice. Could it be you? The elder's gaze fixed on Yi Qing, as if he were beginning to comprehend something. His lips quivered, preparing to utter a plea for mercy. But in the next instant, boom. The spiritual palm, having obliterated the claw, continued its relentless descent, morphing into a fist that targeted the elder's form, crashing down in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. No. Though the elder exerted every ounce of effort to resist, he found himself utterly bereft of any means to counteract. His eyes were filled with terror and despair as he was engulfed in a cloud of dust, his form vanishing without a trace. As the dust settled, there was no sign of the elder. The ground bore only a deep, bottomless imprint of a fist, at the center of which lay a blurred pool of flesh and blood. One strike, merely one strike, a gold core cultivator, even within the Taiyi Sect, could hold the esteemed position of an elder of a peak. Dead. Yet Yi Qing executed this with the ease of swatting a fly. His demeanor remained tranquil as he approached the fist imprint, retrieving the storage pouch left by the deceased elder. With a sweep of his consciousness, a smile crept onto his face. Remarkably, it contained several thousand spirit stones. This old rascal was wealthier than himself. Prior to acquiring this storage pouch, Yi Qing had been unable to produce even a single spirit stone. Then, a thought struck him. He turned his gaze back towards the sword spirit grass. At this moment, the last vestiges of its immaturity had completely vanished, revealing a resplendent silver brilliance, before all unusual phenomena receded into stillness. The sword spirit grass was ripe. Chapter 12, Sword Intent. Is this right? Yi Qing extended his hand, gently plucking the fully matured sword spirit grass from the edge of the cold pool. It felt warm to the touch, akin to holding a piece of warm jade, the previously unmatched sharpness now fully contained, leaving only the purest essence of spirituality. He turned to Lin Shuer, who wore an expression of curiosity, and smiled gently. Shuer, this item is fated for you. Take it and refine it. With that, he casually handed over the sword spirit grass, an object that could drive even gold core cultivators and Yuan-ing elders to madness. Master, this is too precious. Lin Shuer was taken aback. Once she regained her composure, she hastily waved her hands, her lovely face brimming with panic and unease. Though she was unaware of the exact value of the sword spirit grass, the greedy demeanor of the gold core elder and her master's grave expression had led her to infer its extraordinary worth, far beyond imagination. Such a treasure. And her master would offer it to her instead of keeping it for himself? Goodness, she dared not even contemplate it. Master, my cultivation is far too inadequate to refine this item. It would be a waste of a precious resource. It is better suited for you. Lin Shuer exclaimed with urgency. Take it. I have my own plans. Yi Qing replied firmly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. He forcefully placed the sword spirit grass into Lin Shuer's hands. His expression composed as he added, your Xianling body is perfectly attuned to such celestial treasures, making the refinement process remarkably efficient. Moreover, a gift from a senior cannot be refused. Accept it, focus on your refinement, and I shall protect you. Seeing her master's resolute demeanor, Lin Shuer felt her eyes welling up with emotion, a profound warmth flooding her heart. She understood that her master truly cared for her well-being. No longer resisting, she nodded earnestly, gripping the sword spirit grass tightly. Yes, master, I will not let you down. With that, she settled down beside Yi Qing, calming her mind as she began to circulate her energy, preparing to refine this extraordinary treasure. At that very moment, as Lin Shuer accepted the sword spirit grass, a cold, mechanical notification echoed softly in Yi Qing's mind. Ding! You have bestowed the celestial item, sword spirit grass, upon your disciple Lin Shuer, triggering a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations! You have obtained the celestial item, sword spirit fruit. A surge of excitement coursed through Yi Qing, a smile gracing his lips. Silly girl. Had you not accepted the sword spirit grass, how could I acquire an even greater treasure? His consciousness dove into the system space, where he beheld a fruit, roughly the size of a fist, glistening with crystalline clarity, as if sculpted from the purest crystal. This fruit bore a striking resemblance to a condensed, ancient sword, within which myriad shards of sword light flickered and danced, emanating a sword essence far more potent than the sword spirit grass outside. over 100 times more intense. While the sword spirit grasp merely aids in comprehending sword intent, with a relatively low success rate and a significant risk of failure. The sword spirit fruit harbored a complete essence of sword truth. Once refined, the likelihood of grasping sword intent was virtually guaranteed, and the quality and potency of the resulting sword intent would be immensely elevated. Indeed, Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction, redirecting his gaze to Lin Shuer, who was immersed in the refinement of the sword's spirit grass. Tendrils of white sharpness emanated from the grass, weaving into Lin Shuer's being. For an ordinary cultivator, even the mere presence of this intense metal sharpness would be enough to induce discomfort. Yet, whether due to her Xianling body's natural affinity for celestial energies or her resilient spirit, Lin Shuer possessed an extraordinary capacity to endure this power. She furrowed her brow, and though a hint of pain crossed her delicate features, she remained silent, wholly focused on the refinement process. 1 hour passed, then 2, and after 3 full hours, a sudden hum resonated through the air. Lin Shuer's tightly shut eyes flew open. A razor-sharp aura, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, flickered from her gaze. In that instant, her entire presence underwent a transformative shift. If her former self could be likened to a warm and polished jade, then the present her resembles a sword concealed within its sheath, its edge yet to be revealed, yet already possessing a sharpness that evokes trepidation. Master, I, Lin Shuer, feel a remarkable surge of newfound power within me, brimming with sharpness and destructive potential, leaving me somewhat at a loss for words. How do you feel? Yi Qing inquired with a smile. I sense as if I've grasped something elusive, yet palpably real. Lin Shuer endeavored to articulate her feelings. I believe that every sword technique I employ now possesses far greater might than before. That is the embryonic form of sword intent. Yi Qing nodded, understanding within himself. He explained to Lin Shuer, although the sword spirit grass can aid one in comprehending sword intent, the probability of success is quite low. And given your modest foundation and lack of extensive sword techniques, your ability to perceive the embryonic form of sword intent surpasses my expectations. You are now on the threshold of sword intent. With diligent contemplation, you shall solidify it into true sword intent in the future. Thank you, Master. Lin Shuer rose and respectfully bowed to Yi Qing, her gratitude nearly overflowing from her eyes. Yes, first stabilize your realm. I too must cultivate for a while. With that, Yi Qing sat cross-legged beside her. With a thought, he retrieved the sword spirit fruit from the system space. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Boom. A torrent of sword energy, far more immense and pure than the sword spirit grass, erupted within him. This power was domineering and fierce, as if it sought to forge the purest sword within his limbs, organs, and even his soul. Coalesce. Yi Qing grunted softly, channeling his mind as the town prison immortal body surged into action. Ancient and mysterious golden patterns appeared on his surface, exuding a terrifying aura that suppressed all and obliterated everything. The violent torrent of sword energy momentarily hesitated upon encountering the might of the town prison immortal body. Then it was fervently absorbed, refined, and comprehended by Yi Qing. If Lin Shuer's grasp of sword intent was akin to feeling her way across a river by touching stones, searching laboriously for the faintest glimmer of insight, then Yi Qing at this moment was akin to racing down a well-paved highway. Countless profound truths of the sword, its mysteries, and its essence flooded into his mind, merging with his soul. Sharpness, slicing, piercing, these are merely the superficial manifestations of the sword path. Deeper within lies guardianship, judgment, slaughter, and destruction. At this moment, through continuous contemplation, Yi Qing faintly grasped a thread of sword intent that resonated perfectly with the town prison immortal body. A stirring in his heart prompted him to condense this thread of sword intent. He then realized it was an unparalleled sword intent, seemingly capable of suppressing the abyssal purgatory and judging all divine beings and demons. Thus, the town prison sword intent. Boom. At that moment, Yi Qing's eyes snapped open. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, nor was there any terrifying aura released. He simply sat there calmly, yet the very air of the valley seemed to solidify. All was silent. All sounds, all lights, and all ethereal energies seemed to be utterly stripped away by an invisible force. The moment he opened his eyes, Yi Qing slowly raised his right hand, his fingertip poised like a sword. With a casual motion, he drew a line towards a towering stone wall situated hundreds of meters away. In his mind, a phantom sword shadow quivered slightly, without a sound, without any visual effects. Only a fissure as dark as ink, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, flickered above the peak. In the next instant, a resounding roar erupted. The formidable stone wall, 1,000 meters in height, was seamlessly cleaved in two. The upper half of the mountain silently slid down, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. sending up clouds of dust. If one were to fly above, they would see that the cut in the mountain was as smooth as a mirror, as if crafted by the sharpest of divine creations, the handiwork of celestial beings. Lin Shuer stood by, utterly astonished, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Just moments ago, her master's stroke had emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy, nor any traces of spells, as if he had simply drawn a line with his finger. Yet, that mountain had been severed? What terrifying power was this? Moreover, her nascent sword intent had clearly trembled. Was this truly possible? Chapter 13, Devastating Strike. 2 million spirit stones. Is this what sword intent means? Yi Qing retracted his finger and gently closed his eyes, savoring the unparalleled, instinctive power coursing within him. A satisfied smile graced his face. With the pinnacle cultivation of a fourth-tier golden core, combined with the suppression of the abyssal immortal body and this newly comprehended sword intent of suppression, he felt confident that should he encounter that gray-robed elder again, with merely a thought, he could slay him from 1,000 miles away, let alone the gray-robed elder. Even an ordinary 7th-tier golden core cultivator would not withstand a single strike from him. Perhaps even an 8th or 9th-tier golden core practitioner. Enough. He chuckled softly, reminding himself to remain grounded. How many prodigies exist in this world? Steady, steady. However, venturing beyond the mountain gate for training had indeed proven to be a wise decision. Yi Qing cleared his throat, steadying his mind, then turned to Lin Shuer and beckoned. It is time to depart. We have concluded our business here. At that moment, the spiritual energy in the valley had been nearly exhausted by the two of them. Lingering any longer would serve no purpose. Yes, master, Lin Shuer promptly followed suit. Now at the 9th layer of qi refinement, having grasped the essence of her sword intent, her foundation was remarkably solid, and her next step was to establish her foundation. As Yi Qing guided Lin Shuer through the skies, he contemplated in his heart. Ordinary low-grade foundation establishment pills would typically affect Shuer's future potential. However, it wouldn't matter. I have a critical return. Now I must contemplate where to procure foundation establishment pills. The two of them sped northwest, traversing for 2 days before finally emerging from the boundless and wild endless mountains. The terrain ahead gradually leveled out, and signs of human habitation began to appear. After flying for half a day, a grand city of cultivators came into view at the horizon. The city walls rose high, constructed from massive black stones, engraved with intricate defensive runes. The city gate bustled with activity as countless cultivators navigated through, wielding an array of magical artifacts and flying swords, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity. Taiyi City. Yi Qing gazed at the 3 robust characters inscribed above the gate, slowly descending. Master, have we perhaps approached Hafeng Ridge? Lin Shuer inquired. Taiyi City, Hafeng Ridge, they do sound somewhat alike. Certainly not, Yi Qing replied, shaking his head. We still have quite a distance to travel northward to reach Hafeng Ridge. Now that we have finally encountered a city, let us take a moment to rest. The two of them walked into the city, paying an entry fee of 20 low-grade spirit stones, and merged into the throng of bustling humanity. The sights within the city surpassed those outside in grandeur. Streets were densely populated, and on either side of the road before Yi Qing stood numerous shops, pill pavilions, treasure towers, and talisman studios in abundance. Along the roadside, several wandering cultivators displayed their wares, selling materials harvested from the mountains or spirit herbs they had gathered. The sounds of hawking and bargaining resonated, filling the air with a lively atmosphere. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yi Qing grasped the overall situation of Taiyi City. The collective level of cultivators within this city was certainly inferior to that of Taiyi Sect, though there were still golden core cultivators present. Additionally, foundation establishment practitioners from all corners of the world were a common sight, alongside a multitude of qi refining cultivators. Just then, Yi Qing felt a stir within his heart. He activated his divine sense and caught wind of some intriguing tidings. A cultivator had stopped a passerby, inquiring, "Pardon me, fellow Taoist. As this is my first visit to Taiyi City, might there be any grand events or trading fairs occurring in the city lately?" The questioned cultivator, sensing the restrained aura of the inquirer, likely a foundation establishment practitioner, did not dare to be dismissive and promptly replied, "Senior, you are too kind. You have inquired at the perfect moment. The city's largest merchant association, Wanbao Tower, will be hosting a grand trading fair tomorrow at noon, where numerous rare treasures will be available." Oh, Yi Qing retracted his divine sense, a spark of interest flickering in his eyes. Wanbao Tower, a trading fair? Perhaps I might find what I seek among the offerings. Contemplating this, he sought to ascertain the location of Wanbao Tower and then led Lin Shuer to find an inn to settle for the night. "Shuer, there will be a trading fair at Wanbao Tower tomorrow. Let us go and have a look," Yi Qing said to Lin Shuer in the inn. "Yes, master," she replied. As Yi Qing observed his disciple beside him, a thought suddenly occurred to him. A trading fair is one thing, but he was rather impoverished, with hardly any money to spare. The only 2,000 or so spirit stones he possessed were those he had salvaged from the storage bag of a gray-robed elder. After some reflection, Yi Qing produced 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Lin Shuer. Take these. A cultivator must not travel without funds. If you see something you fancy at the trading fair, simply acquire it. Master this. Lin Shuer gazed at the spirit stones before her. Akin to a little kitten, her tongue instinctively licked her rosy lips. 2,000 spirit stones, a sum that could be deemed a fortune for her, who had previously been but a mere servant. Take it, Yi Qing said with a faint smile. Lin Shuer, her face flushed, had no choice but to accept. At that moment, her gratitude towards her master was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Meanwhile, a subtle smile graced Yi Qing's lips as he heard the familiar chime of the system in his mind. Ding! You have granted your disciple Lin Shuer 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Congratulations! You have received 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Qing's breath quickened slightly. 1 mid-grade spirit stone equated to 10 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones amounted to a staggering 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Such a colossal sum, and in liquid assets no less, would have been utterly unattainable at the previous Qingxuan Peak. He had struck gold. This was a genuine windfall. While maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, Yi Qing's heart was brimming with joy. With this fortune, he would not only be a walking treasure at the trading fair the next day, but he would also be abundantly well off. Whatever caught his eye, he could simply purchase with spirit stones. The very thought of such indulgence had been unimaginable in the past. The following day, at noon, Yi Qing, accompanied by Lin Shuer, arrived punctually at the Wanbao building, located at the heart of the city. The Wanbao building was a magnificent edifice towering 9 stories high, constructed entirely of an unknown white jade, adorned with defensive runes that shimmered brilliantly, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. At that moment, the area before the building was teeming with people, bustling with excitement, as they intended to participate in the trading fair. A dedicated maidservant guided them to the 3rd floor, where the event was held. The hall on the 3rd floor was remarkably spacious, even divided into 2 levels. The first level served as the main hall, capable of accommodating thousands. It was already filled to a considerable extent. The second level, an upper loft, could be concealed by drawing the curtains, which were imbued with an array that automatically shielded against any probing consciousness. Within the hall, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yi Qing learned that this trading fair was divided into 2 segments. The first half was designated for free trading, allowing cultivators to roam the hall, exchanging or selling their possessions. This was indeed the trading time. Possessing formidable spiritual awareness, Yi Qing led Lin Shuer through the throngs of people, only to shake his head in disinterest after a while. The items in the hands of these scattered cultivators were predominantly low-tier materials and magical artifacts, with only a few scant offerings that barely caught his eye, none of which were of any necessity to him. From the outset, his objective in attending the Wanbao Building's trading fair was crystal clear: Foundation establishment pills. Of course, now that he had comprehended sword intent, obtaining a suitable spirit sword would be an exquisite bonus. After some time, the free trading period came to a close. The clear chime of a bell resonated throughout the hall. An elderly man, clad in a brocade robe and exuding vitality despite his white hair, ascended the raised platform at the center of the hall. With a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of the golden core stage, his presence was steady, and his gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the assembly as he proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, welcome to the auction hosted by the Wanbao Building. I am the presiding auctioneer, He Bao, the steward of Wanbao Building in Haishi City. Without further ado, the auction officially commences." As his words resonate, a tall and enchanting maiden, adorned with a captivating smile, gracefully ascends the stage, her fair wrist cradling a tray draped in crimson cloth. The elder unveils the red covering, revealing a glimmer of delight upon his visage. The first item up for bid is an exquisite advanced cultivation technique, the Xianshui Ju. This method, as suggested by the Wanbao Pavilion, is particularly suited for practitioners of water and with spiritual roots. The technique is balanced and harmonious. Mastering it to perfection allows one to attain the golden core realm. The starting bid is set at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 500 each time. I bid 5,005, 6,000. I bid 7,000, 1,000. Upon the announcement of the technique, the atmosphere below erupts into a frenzy of excitement, with voices rising in fervent competition. Many of the bidders are loose cultivators, clearly drawn to a technique that promises a direct path to the golden core realm. Yi Qing, seated calmly upon a chair, exhibits no interest in the technique. He practices the Tai Xianjin Zhang, a cultivation method that surpasses even celestial-level techniques. An advanced technique is of no use to him. The subsequent auction items include rare alchemical materials, formidable second-tier talismans, and a potion capable of enhancing the cultivation of foundation-building practitioners, all of which incite considerable contention. Yet, Yi Qing remains unmoved, closing his eyes in tranquility, patiently awaiting his desired item. None of these are of any necessity to him. Lin Shuer, accompanying Su Qing, is utterly captivated, her eyes wide with wonder. Having once been an ordinary servant, she had never encountered such scenes. Though she does not participate in the bidding, she revels in the lively atmosphere, feeling elated that she made the journey. The next item is sure to pique the interest of many present. The elder on the high platform, deliberately creating suspense, lifts the crimson cloth to reveal a crystal-clear jade vial containing 3 medium-grade foundation-building pills. Boom. Upon this revelation, numerous cultivators gaze with fervent anticipation. Countless ardent eyes converge upon the petite jade vial. Foundation-building pills are notoriously difficult to refine and thus hold significant value. The medium-grade foundation-building pills boast over a 45% success rate for Qi refinement stage practitioners to successfully establish their foundation, with far fewer toxins than their lower-grade counterparts. For those who have been stagnating at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage for years, or for clan elders and leaders looking to pave the way for their descendants, the allure of such items is irresistible. The 3 medium-grade foundation-building pills are to be auctioned as a set. The starting bid is set at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 300. I bid 5,000, 5,005, 8,000. The price escalates rapidly, soon nearing the 10,000 mark. Many originally confident Qi refinement practitioners can only sigh in resignation and withdraw. Loose cultivators, particularly those at the Qi refinement stage, find accumulating such spirit stones to be no easy feat. Ultimately, the price stabilizes around 10,000, with only 2 cultivators remaining in a bidding war. Yi Qing recognizes that it is time for him to make his move. He raises his bidding plate and calmly declares, 15,000. The room falls silent for a brief moment. Originally, the 2 competitors hailed from foundational families, and it was presumed that the mid-grade foundational elixir would soon be secured. Unexpectedly, a third contender emerged. One party, shaking their head, opted to withdraw. The other, after a moment of contemplation, raised their bidding card, 16,000, 18,000. Su Qing promptly raised her card in response. At this juncture, silence enveloped the room. 18,000 once, 18,000 twice, 18,000 thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the mid-grade foundational elixir. The elder on the platform beamed with a radiant smile, his complexion rosy, delivering the final verdict with a decisive strike. Yi Qing calmly placed down his bidding card, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The foundational elixir was now in his possession. Beside him, Lin Shuer felt a surge of gratitude within her heart. Initially, she had only hoped for an ordinary low-grade foundational elixir. Yet she found herself with a mid-grade one instead. She silently vowed, I, Lin Shuer, shall not disappoint my master's nurturing. I will repay my master diligently. After acquiring the foundational elixir, Yi Qing resumed his meditative state. As half an hour passed, the auction began to approach its conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the penultimate item of this auction. The elder unveiled a crimson cloth. Instantly, pure spiritual energy surged forth, accompanied by a sharp brilliance. Before the assembly appeared a long sword of azure hue, shimmering gracefully and exuding a chilling aura. The sword's surface bore flowing, wave-like patterns, radiating a cold autumnal light. Brimming with spirit, this was the 3rd-tier low-grade spiritual sword, the Qingxuan sword, forged personally by the master craftsman Zhou Qizi. It was crafted from the essence of millennium cold iron, complemented by water attribute demon cores, and further refined using Zhou's unique forging techniques, resulting in a weapon of unparalleled sharpness, imbued with a natural chill, capable of enhancing damage. The starting bid was set at 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 5,000. As soon as the words left his lips, bids began to pour in. 50,000, 65,000. No need to fight. This sword is mine. I bid 80,000. This sword, evidently a coveted item, saw its price soar rapidly. Yi Qing's eyes finally opened at that moment. 1st and 2nd tier items are designated as magical artifacts. 3rd and 4th tier are termed spiritual tools. 5th and 6th are classified as precious artifacts, true treasures, while 7th and 8th tier are regarded as Dao tools. Typically, Qi refining and foundational cultivators utilize magical artifacts, while golden core and nascent soul cultivators find spiritual tools more efficient. Precious artifacts are exclusive to transformation and void refining experts, and Dao tools serve as protective artifacts for those in the integration and tribulation stages. Although this sword was merely a third-tier low-grade spiritual tool, it stood as the only commendable sword available at this trading event, and Yi Qing was determined to possess it. 100,000. Yi Qing raised his card, declaring his bid. Yet, the 10,000 price tag did little to deter the majority of bidders, and the competition remained fervent. 110,000. 135,000. I bid 140,000. That's enough. 140,000 is reasonable. Shall we settle this? However, a derisive voice cut through the air. 140,000? Dream on. 160,000. The sound emanated from a nearby corner, where sat a middle-aged man with a cold smirk and a formidable presence, his cultivation level evidently at the second tier of the Golden Core stage. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd. Many quietly set down their bidding cards, withdrawing from the competition. This was due to both their apprehension regarding the man's strength and the realization that such a sum was beyond the means of many. Yet, some continued to raise their bids. 17,000. The middle-aged man's gaze turned frosty as he scoffed. 18,000. Silence fell once more in the hall. Someone timidly raised their card. 18,500? Huh. 19,000. The atmosphere in the room fell completely silent. Observing this, the corner of the man's mouth curled into a smirk, revealing a hint of satisfaction. It seemed that this sword would indeed belong to him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Qing, who had only bid once previously, now quietly observed. As the room fell silent, he raised his card with a composed brow. 20,000. The sinister middle-aged man's expression shifted as he cast a glance at Yi Qing. Gritting his teeth, he replied, 21,000. Su Qing calmly raised her card. 25. That should suffice, Yi Qing surmised. A bid of 25,000 should be enough to secure the item. You. Indeed, the middle-aged man abruptly rose, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating on Yi Qing. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low voice. Friend, I am Lu Cheng, the mad sword of the Gale. I hold some influence in the vicinity of Blackstone City, particularly around Qinglan Mountain. I truly desire this spirit sword. I implore you to part with it, and allow us to become friends. As the saying goes, having more friends opens more paths, while having enemies can make the path of cultivation perilous. The threat in his words was unmistakable, chilling the atmosphere of the auction hall. Many attendees turned their curious gazes toward Yi Qing, eager to see how he would respond. After all, Lu Cheng was a golden core cultivator. Incurring his wrath was hardly advisable. Many families could muster the funds to surpass 25,000 spirit stones, yet they refrained from bidding, cognizant of the potential consequences. After all, one's strength should match the treasures they seek. To possess unworthy merit could bring disaster. However, facing the scrutiny of the crowd, Yi Qing maintained an expression devoid of any disturbance. Casting a brief glance at Lu Cheng, he mused, "Oh, a mere second-tier golden core cultivator, while respectable in this region, dares to threaten me? Huh." With a dismissive glance, he returned his attention to the auctioneer atop the platform, stating flatly, 25,000. Is that sufficient? You. Lu Cheng felt the weight of Yi Qing's indifference and the mocking gazes of those around him, his complexion quickly turning a shade of crimson. Clenching his fists, his knuckles cracked ominously as he lowered his head, cold fury igniting in his eyes. Very well. Such an ignorant wretch. He vowed to remember Yi Qing's face, then sank heavily into his seat, refraining from further bids. It was not a matter of desire, but rather that 25,000 low-grade spirit stones had exceeded his limits. 25,000. Sold. The auctioneer, brimming with excitement, struck the gavel decisively. Yi Qing successfully acquired both the Qinglan sword and the Foundation Establishment pill. Following a brief interlude, the auction concluded, and the Wanbao Tower's trading event came to a satisfactory close. Yi Qing departed from the Wanbao Tower with Lin Shuer, not lingering long before soaring into the sky, leaving behind Haishi City. The night had deepened. Shortly after their departure, as Yi Qing and Lin Shuer flew through the air, passing over a mountain range, a slight frown creased Yi Qing's brow. He sensed that multiple groups of individuals were trailing them closely. Had the abundant spiritual stones attracted unwanted attention? Chapter 15. Those who do not wish to perish, depart. Meanwhile, in Haishi City, atop the 9th floor of the Wanbao Tower, within an elegant quiet room, the fragrant sandalwood wafted gently. He Zhibao, the tower's steward, sat comfortably in his seat, cradling a cup of spiritual tea and softly stirring the steam rising from the surface. Before him, a steward clad in Wanbao Tower attire, at the Foundation Establishment stage, was bowing to report. Steward, the young friend who bid for the Qinglan sword has left the city. According to our observations, at least 3 groups are tailing them, one of which is led by the notorious Lu Cheng of the Swift Wind Mad Sword. Upon hearing this, He Zhibao paused momentarily. After savoring a sip of tea, he shook his head and sighed, a flicker of understanding flashing in his murky old eyes. It was to be expected. He set down his cup and remarked nonchalantly. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart, especially with a third-tier spiritual weapon like the Qingxuan sword. That young man appears unfamiliar, seemingly at the peak of foundation establishment. With a Qi refinement apprentice by his side, yet he dared to spend lavishly at the auction. His youthful vigor and unrestrained brilliance are commendable, but attracting attention is inevitable. An innocent man can suffer for possessing treasures. This is an immutable truth. It seems he is still too young to comprehend. The subordinate steward lifted his head cautiously and inquired, "Steward, should we send someone to give them a warning? After all, they are valued patrons of our Wanbao Tower. And should anything happen—" "No need," He Zhibao interjected, waving his hand while casting a stern glance at his subordinate. His expression returned to calm as he continued. Wanbao Tower is a business, not a charity. We ensure the safety of our guests within the confines of Wanbao Tower, at most within Haishi City. Beyond the city, their fate is left to the heavens. Lu Cheng is a second-layer golden core cultivator, notorious in the vicinity of the Kanglan mountain range. And the other two groups are no trifles either. That young man is likely in grave peril. He sighed softly, as if already foreseeing the fate of Yi Qing and his apprentice. Such occurrences were not uncommon. He had witnessed many in his time and had once felt indignant in his youth. As for now, the night was as dark as ink, with the moon obscured by thick clouds, casting only a few strands of cold light that illuminated the undulating contours of the mountains below. In the forest, there was a profound silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves as the wind swept through the treetops. Suddenly, a streak of light came to a halt. As Yi Qing and Lin Shuer gracefully descended into an open valley, the area was surrounded by mountains, with an expansive terrain, making it a splendid spot for receiving guests. "Master?" Lin Shuer noticed Yi Qing suddenly halt, her delicate face adorned with a trace of confusion. Yi Qing offered no response. Instead, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his calm gaze sweeping over the surrounding pitch-black forest. After a moment, he spoke with a composed demeanor. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly throughout every corner of the valley. "Esteemed friends, having followed us for such a distance, you must be weary. With the moon obscured and the winds howling, do you not find this pursuit tiresome? If you have any insights to share, please, let us converse." His voice echoed in the tranquil valley, strikingly clear. Lin Shuer felt a tightness in her chest, suddenly understanding the gravity of the situation. She swiftly summoned her internal spiritual energy, anxiously shielding Yi Qing's side, her beautiful eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Silence lingered for a brief moment. "Heh, the lad possesses quite an acute sense." A cold chuckle emerged from the shadows. Then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures darted forth from all directions, swiftly encircling Yi Qing and Lin Shuer at the center. Over 20 individuals divided into 3 distinct groups. The aura emanating from them was formidable, with the weakest being at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and among them were 3 who were undeniably powerful golden core cultivators. Chilling murderous intent and unabashed greed swirled around Yi Qing like a tangible force. Lin Shuer's expression shifted slightly. She had never encountered such a formidable assembly before. During her time at Taiyi Sect, she had never been surrounded by so many ill-intentioned individuals. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming tension that gripped her and the fine beads of sweat forming in her palms, her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Regardless of what lay ahead, she was determined to stand alongside her master today, come what may. With a swift glance, Yi Qing surveyed the crowd. Among them, he recognized several familiar faces from the auction, while those he didn't recall were primarily participants from the Wanbao Tower trading event. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a robust, middle-aged man exuding a fierce aura, none other than the swift-wind mad sword, Lu Cheng. At that moment, a gaunt, late-stage foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward, rubbing his hands with a sinister grin. "Kid, if you have any sense, hand over the foundation pills, the Qingxuan sword, and all the contents of your storage bag that you acquired at Wanbao Tower. If we're in a good mood today, perhaps we might spare your lovely little apprentice." "Ha ha ha, Wang Matzi, you certainly have a wild imagination." Another burly man from a different group guffawed. "This girl is quite a catch. It would be a shame to kill her. Why not keep her around for our amusement?" The lewd remarks ignited fury in Lin Shuer, her face flushed with anger, her beautiful eyes filled with cold disdain. Yi Qing's expression also turned icy in that moment. Silence. Lu Cheng's cold command cut through the air as he pushed past the crowd, stepping forward. His gaze was venomous, like a serpent fixating on its prey, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Kid, weren't you rather arrogant at Wanbao Tower? 25,000 spirit stones without batting an eye. What a grand show of extravagance. Now, I offer you a chance." He relished the moment. "I desire nothing else but that you humbly present that spiritual sword to me." "Ha ha. I, Lu Cheng, can grant you and your disciple a dignified exit, preserving your corpses intact, which could be deemed a gesture of courtesy. What say you? He was confident that he had already secured his advantage over Yi Qing. After all, to him, Yi Qing, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, was hopelessly outmatched against 3 golden core experts and over 20 foundation establishment cultivators encircling him. Now, the only path left was to submit to execution. Yi Qing lifted his eyelids and gazed at the haughty Lu Cheng, as well as the surrounding marauding cultivators, his brow furrowing slightly. Had they truly regarded him as mere prey on a chopping block? But with such trash, they dared to covet my possessions? In the pursuit of immortality, I shall count to 3. Those who wish to live, depart. Yi Qing uttered calmly. Chapter 16. In the next life. Do not wield a sword. Upon these words, the atmosphere fell silent. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and then it seemed they had heard the most ludicrous joke. Following a brief silence, uproarious laughter erupted. Ha! Did I hear incorrectly? What did that young man just say? How audacious! Counting to 3. Oh my, I am so terrified. Humph. Even at death's door, he remains obstinate. Lu, don't waste your breath on him. This brat won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Just kill him and seize the treasure. The surrounding marauders clamored, their gazes toward Yi Qing akin to that of onlookers at a corpse. Lu Cheng's expression darkened significantly. He felt his patience waning, and the mockery on his face transformed into a chilling, murderous intent. Good, 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 he repeated thrice, his demeanor glacial. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. He turned to the others and barked, I ask you all to refrain from interference. This brat has embarrassed me at the auction. Today, I shall personally craft his demise. I want him to see clearly that the name of my Gale sword is not merely for show. As his words fell, a resounding force erupted from Lu Cheng, emanating from his golden core second layer cultivation. A tempest swirled around him, lifting sand and stones into the air, causing the surrounding cultivators to change countenance as their robes fluttered violently. Let me show you, to perish beneath my Gale sword's tempest is a privilege of your lifetime. Die for me. Lu Cheng shouted, his figure darting toward Yi Qing like a bolt of lightning. Clang! The sound of a sword unsheathing echoed, and the long sword in his hand gleamed fiercely, slicing through the night with a blinding cold light. 13 swords of the Gale. He unleashed his signature technique. The sword's momentum unfurling instantaneously, the light flashing like lightning, accompanied by a sharp, whistling wind, transforming into a myriad of sword shadows. The execution was flawless. Hiss! What a remarkable swordplay! Truly deserving of Lu Jinren's reputation. This Gale sword is no exaggeration. Lu Cheng's sword radiated an overwhelming aura, instilling fear and admiration in the surrounding foundation establishment cultivators, who could not help but secretly applaud. Even the 2 other golden core cultivators could not help but frown. They recognized that, were they in the same position, it would be exceedingly challenging to withstand Lu Cheng's sword. Yi Qing stood firm, unmoved amidst the tempestuous onslaught. Initially intrigued by the moniker Swift Wind Mad Sword, his expression sharpened, and an unvoiced caution enveloped him. After all, Lu Cheng's reputation was illustrious. It seemed that his greatest pride lay in his swordsmanship. Perhaps this individual was indeed a master of the sword? One must never underestimate a swordsman. However, the moment Lu Cheng unveiled his sword, the gravity etched on Yi Qing's face morphed into sheer astonishment, swiftly followed by an indescribable peculiarity. After all that vigilance, he had anticipated Lu Cheng to be a remarkable swordsman, only to be met with this? Was this truly the so-called Swift Wind Mad Sword? It is worth noting that Yi Qing had already comprehended the essence of sword intent. The shadow of sword intent within his mind quivered slightly. In an instant, what appeared to be Lu Cheng's fierce sword strikes unraveled before Yi Qing's eyes, revealing countless flaws, as if one could gallop through them. The sword techniques seemed ostentatious yet hollow, relentlessly pursuing speed at the expense of true form. The flow of spiritual energy was clumsily executed, although the sword light appeared resplendent. It was in fact feeble and insubstantial, its power scattered and unfocused. Enough is enough. It was simply unbearable to witness. To think that such a paltry level of swordsmanship could strut before him, wielding a sword. Ironically, at that moment, Lu Cheng wore an arrogant expression, boasting, "Kid, you are fortunate to witness this sword technique before your demise." Yi Qing was at a loss for words. He found it utterly laughable. As Lu Cheng's sword shadows approached menacingly, Yi Qing let out a soft sigh, too indifferent even to draw his Qingluan sword. He merely raised his right hand slowly, his fingers poised like a sword. His index and middle fingers came together, exuding an almost imperceptible yet seemingly oppressive aura capable of subduing the heavens and earth. This was the intent of the suppressing abyss sword. Remember, once you descend to the underworld, do not dare to claim you wield a sword. The calm voice resonated. The next moment, a cacophony of explosive vibrations erupted in the valley. Yi Qing's fingertip gently touched the myriad of Lu Cheng's sword shadows. Instantly, those seemingly fierce sword strikes shattered like ephemeral illusions upon contact with Yi Qing's fingertip, disintegrating one after another. With an unstoppable force, they crumbled as if they were mere fragile reeds. Even Lu Cheng's sword let out a mournful cry, fracturing into countless pieces mid-air. Finally, there was Lu Cheng. He was hurled away by an overwhelming force, suspended in the air, his body besieged by countless sword energies, transforming from a complete form into innumerable fragments in an instant. What? Lu Cheng had yet to grasp the reality of his demise. The malevolent grin on his face froze, replaced by sheer horror and disbelief. His proud swift-wind sword had been effortlessly dismantled by the opponent with just 2 fingers. How could this be possible? What was that sensation just now? Could it be the essence of the sword? Was that truly the legendary sword intent? He gazed at Yi Qing's remarkably youthful visage, and a tremor coursed through his heart. An unprecedented fear surged within him. How could he, in the presence of a formidable being who had comprehended the essence of the sword, wield his own sword? The shame. Lu Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment for his previous actions. Spare me. Blood spewed from Lu Cheng's mouth as he opened his lips to plead for mercy. Yet, that formless yet razor-sharp force finally surged upward, inexorably enveloping Lu Cheng's head. Lu Cheng sensed this and suddenly realized the truth. It dawned upon him that he was already dead. With this realization, he violently expelled a mouthful of blood, and then darkness enveloped him as he lost his vitality. His head, still relatively intact, crashed heavily against a distant mountain wall, emitting a dull thud. Boom. The mountain wall cracked, and dust filled the air. With a mere finger, the second-tier Golden Core practitioner, Lu Cheng, perished. Moreover, his death was utterly complete and decisive. The deceased Lu Cheng could utter not a single word of defiance. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was utterly stunned by this unforeseen spectacle. Those who had initially deemed Yi Qing to be a weak cultivator, a rare and delectable target, now stood pale-faced and trembling, their gazes shifting from greed to a profound terror that emanated from the depths of their souls. Was this truly a Foundation Establishment practitioner? Is this what one would call a Foundation Establishment practitioner? A single finger shattered the enemy, swiftly vanquishing a Golden Core. What terrifying power was this? They finally comprehended the nature of the being they had provoked. This was far from a mere lamb for slaughter. It was, in truth, a prehistoric beast cloaked in sheep's clothing. Chapter 17. As easy as cutting through vegetables. Flee. It was unknown who first reacted, unleashing a piercing scream before turning and transforming into a streak of light, desperately fleeing towards the valley's exit. That scream ignited a powder keg. The remaining individuals instantly scattered like birds and beasts, frantically channeling their spiritual energy, exerting every ounce of strength to escape in all directions. What spiritual swords, what elixirs, what spiritual stones, everything paled in comparison to the threat of death. Their sole thought now was to flee, to swiftly vacate this valley, to distance themselves from this harbinger of doom, as far as possible. Even the 2 other early-stage Golden Core practitioners turned ashen-faced, without hesitation retreating. Their powers were comparable to Lu Cheng's at the second-tier Golden Core, and Lu Cheng had been annihilated in an instant. If it were them, even combined, they would be utterly insufficient. Had they not heard Lu Cheng's words before his demise? Sword intent. This individual before them had grasped the essence of the sword. They simply could not afford to provoke such a being. Yet, Yi Qing had previously extended them an opportunity. As for now, wishing to escape, it was too late. Yi Qing's gaze turned icy, his voice resonating eerily. He slowly raised his right hand, and the Qingxuan sword emerged from the storage pouch, hovering before Yi Qing and emitting a series of excited, melodic chimes. Simultaneously, a flicker of sword intent trembled within Yi Qing's mind, enabling him to manipulate the spiritual sword. With a gentle exhalation, he uttered the command, "Go." In an instant, the Qingxuan sword transformed into a streak of azure lightning, vanishing from sight. The next moment, piercing screams echoed from all directions within the valley, reverberating with terror. "Ah, no, spare me." Squelch. Swish, swish, swish. It was as if the sword was slicing through vegetables. With each flicker of the azure blade in the night, it inevitably claimed more than one life. The foundation-building cultivators appeared as fragile as paper before the third-tier spiritual sword. Their protective artifacts and defensive talismans, proving utterly ineffective, pierced through in an instant. Not only the foundation builders, but even the 2 Golden Core cultivators were effortlessly breached by the Qingxuan sword, which pierced through their protective aura with ease, passing cleanly through their hearts. Where the sword light traversed, all vitality was extinguished. In merely a few breaths, the valley fell silent. Then, with a gentle hum, the Qingxuan sword returned, swirling around Yi Qing twice, as if reveling in its triumph, before sheathing itself with a resounding clang. Over 20 bandit cultivators, including the leading Golden Core master, had all been vanquished. The mountains were now strewn with corpses, the air thick with the suffocating stench of blood. Lin Shuer stared in shock at the scene, her mouth agape, rendered utterly speechless. So powerful, incredibly powerful. She was aware of her master's strength, yet never anticipated it to reach such extraordinary heights. Initially believing that these individuals, numerous and formidable, would be difficult to handle, she was astounded to witness her master dispatch them all with a mere snap of his fingers. At this moment, Lin Shuer's heart was filled not only with astonishment, but also with unparalleled admiration and a profound sense of security towards Lin Qing. Just then, Yi Qing's consciousness swept across the area, collecting the scattered storage pouches, before beckoning Lin Shuer, who was still in a daze. This place is not suitable for lingering. We must depart, Shuer. Ah yes, master. Lin Shuer came to her senses, her spirits soaring. As she followed Yi Qing, she couldn't help but glance at him occasionally, her beautiful eyes seemingly sparkling with countless little stars. Chapter 18. Take this sword, my disciple. The two figures transformed into streaks of light, swiftly leaving the blood-soaked valley behind. Yi Qing extended his consciousness, enveloping the surroundings, and soon discovered a mountain range rich in spiritual energy, located 100 miles away. Deep within the mountains lay a naturally formed cave, its entrance obscured by vines, dry and clean within, a gathering place for spiritual energy. It was the perfect location for seclusion. This will do, Yi Qing declared, descending with Lin Shuer. With a casual wave of his hand, a blade of sword energy cleared the weeds at the cave's entrance. Master, I'm a bit puzzled. Why did you suddenly choose to stop here? Lin Shuer inquired. As the thought of the foundation-building pill crossed her mind, she sensed something profound. Yi Qing discerned her thoughts and smiled gently, saying, Indeed. You have reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Your foundation is solid, and your spiritual energy is pure. It is time to attempt the foundation establishment. Previously, the lack of a foundation-building pill hindered you. Otherwise, with Lin Shuer's innate talent, she would have long entered the foundation establishment realm. Now that the pill is in hand, it is only natural to contemplate the matter of foundation establishment. However, while the medium-grade foundation-building pill is adequate, I still feel it is insufficient. Thus, before the foundation establishment, I intend to enhance the foundation-building pill's efficacy. Lin Shuer's breath quickened. In the past, she was merely a mortal and envied cultivators, believing she could never become one. It was only after becoming her master's disciple that she was bestowed with a miraculous opportunity. Successfully embarking on the path of cultivation, she had diligently progressed to the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Naturally, she yearned for foundation establishment, both for her own sake and to represent her master in the upcoming sect competition in 2 months, to bring honor to Qingxuan Peak. Lin Shuer was determined to elevate her cultivation. The foundation-building pill was the key elixir for cultivators to break through to the foundation establishment realm, significantly enhancing the success rate of the endeavor. Even a low-grade foundation-building pill holds considerable value, and those of higher quality are even more precious, with correspondingly greater efficacy. Take this, you are my sole disciple, and it has been prepared for you, Yi Qing said with a slight smile, revealing a white jade vial in his palm. He handed the vial to Lin Shuer, which contained the medium-grade foundation-building pills he had acquired from Wanbao Tower, 3 pills in total, promising a 45% success rate upon refinement for Qi refinement cultivators. Thank you, Master, for the medium-grade foundation-building pills, Lin Shuer exclaimed, her small hands trembling as she accepted the jade vial. She had initially thought that even acquiring a low-grade foundation-building pill would be splendid. Yet, her master had procured medium-grade pills for her, and now, he had gifted her 3 of them. Lin Shuer felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Yi Qing. At that moment, as Lin Shuer grasped the vial, a familiar and chilling voice echoed in Yi Qing's mind. Ding! Detection of the medium-grade foundation-building pills granted to the disciple triggers a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 exquisite foundation-building pills, totaling 9. Yi Qing's heart surged with joy, though his countenance remained composed. Observing Lin Shuer's elation, he suddenly reached out and took back the medium-grade foundation-building pills from her hands. Lin Shuer was taken aback. Master? With a serious demeanor, Yi Qing replied. The previous vial of medium-grade foundation-building pills was merely for you to see and familiarize yourself with their appearance. As my disciple, medium-grade foundation-building pills are still inadequate. As he spoke, he deftly retrieved another sparkling violet gold vial from the system space, radiating a misty, precious light, pouring out a pill imbued with spiritual energy. He presented it to Lin Shuer. Here, use this for your foundation establishment. As soon as the elixir emerged, the spiritual energy within the entire cave seemed to be stirred, becoming viscous. Lin Shuer instinctively accepted the pill, cradling it in her palm, her eyes widening in awe. The elixir was perfectly round, adorned in a pale golden hue, with naturally formed intricate patterns that shimmered with a translucent brilliance. A refreshing aroma wafted from it, and with just a single whiff, Lin Shuer felt her internal spiritual power begin to surge, the bottleneck subtly loosening. Lin Shuer was utterly transfixed. She gazed at the extraordinary foundation-building pill before her, sensing the immense and pure medicinal potency it contained. This aura far surpassed that of the mid-grade foundation-building pill she had encountered earlier. Master, could this possibly be a high-grade foundation-building pill? Lin Shuer inquired, her voice trembling as she looked at Yi Qing in speculation. A high-grade pill was a treasure of considerable worth, one that ordinary alchemists could scarcely concoct. It was rumored that even within the Taiyi Sect, such pills were exceedingly rare. High-grade? Yi Qing chuckled softly at her words and shook his head. Lin Shuer felt a jolt within her heart. Not high-grade. Did that mean? Her exquisite eyes instinctively widened. An absurd thought, one that even she found preposterous, surged uncontrollably from her depths. Could it be? Legend has it that there exists a supreme foundation-building pill, capable of ensuring a 100 success rate in foundation establishment and forging a flawless foundation? Could this be the supreme grade? Lin Shuer gasped in astonishment. Covering her mouth with her small hand, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She felt as though her mind could scarcely comprehend the implications. What on earth was her master doing? How could he casually produce something as legendary as a supreme foundation-building pill? Such prowess, even the sect leader of Taiyi might find unattainable. Do not concern yourself with the details. Simply know that this elixir is meant for your use. Yi Qing affirmed with a nod of approval. Today, I shall safeguard you, so you may proceed with your foundation establishment at ease. Master. Lin Shuer's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her emotions swirling within her, as if a multitude of words were lodged in her throat, ultimately crystallizing into a singular expression of gratitude. Thank you, Master. She understood that no words could adequately convey her appreciation for her master's kindness. The best way to repay him was to diligently cultivate, not to disappoint his expectations. Oh, wait a moment, I almost forgot. Just as Lin Shuer, her heart brimming with excitement, prepared to sit cross-legged and ingest the elixir to commence her breakthrough, Yi Qing called out to her once more. Lin Shuer looked up in confusion. What is it? With a flick of his wrist, the Qingxuan sword, which had recently been unleashed in a fierce display of power, floated before him. You are aware of this sword, named Qingxuan, a low-grade spiritual sword of the third tier. Yi Qing smiled. As you are about to embark on your foundation establishment, you ought to possess a suitable weapon. I shall bestow this sword upon you to aid in your path, as a precursor to congratulating your successful foundation establishment. As his words concluded, he flicked his finger, and the Qingxuan sword emitted a melodious chime, gracefully gliding toward Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer was taken aback, her rosy lips instinctively parting in surprise. What? Chapter 19. The Return of the Treasure. Don't move. Moving means death. Lin Shuer was utterly bewildered. The shock brought by the Supreme Foundation Establishment pill had yet to subside, and now her master was bestowing upon her a spirit sword? This was too much. One must understand the immense value of a spirit sword. Even Golden Core practitioners would be tempted to compete for it. Her master had spent a staggering 250,000 spirit stones to acquire it. Typically, it would be impressive for Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators to even wield a magical tool. In the Taiyi Sect, many elders from various peaks only used top-tier magical artifacts. A third-tier spirit sword was incredibly precious. Moreover, this Qingxuan sword had just been wielded by her master in fierce combat. Now, in an instant, it was to be gifted to her? No, Master. This is far too valuable. I absolutely cannot accept it. Lin Shuer repeatedly waved her hands, hastily declining. She felt as if she were caught in a dream. If her master were not standing before her at that moment, she might have instinctively pinched herself to ascertain whether she was truly awake. What I bestow upon you, you shall accept, Yi Qing stated with an undeniable tone. It is merely a third-tier spirit sword. Take it and use it when your cultivation reaches new heights. I shall seek even better treasures for you. Lin Shuer hesitated, her instinct drawing her to accept the sword, which gleamed with a chilling radiance. At that very moment, as Lin Shuer grasped the spirit sword, Yi Qing silently mused. This is as it should be. My dear disciple, if you do not take the spirit sword, how can I trigger a critical return and obtain an even better artifact? Indeed, in the next instant, a prompt echoed in Yi Qing's mind. Ding. Detected that you have bestowed a third-tier low-grade spirit sword. the Qingxuan sword, upon your disciple, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 5th-tier mid-grade treasure, the Star Essence Dragon Bone Cold Abyss Sword. Boom. A torrent of information surged into Yi Qing's mind. Within the system space, a sword of ancient design, its blade a hue of icy jade, adorned with densely packed star patterns that flickered with a faint starlight, floated serenely. The Star Essence Dragon Bone Cold Abyss Sword. 5th-tier mid-grade. Forged from Star Essence found within the 9 Nether Cold Abyss, combined with dragon bones. It possesses its own spirit and is extraordinarily sharp. This is a genuine treasure. Magical artifacts, spirit artifacts, treasures, and Tao artifacts. Though only a single word separates spirit artifacts from treasures, the distinction is vast. Treasures, also known as magical treasures, harbor Tao patterns and possess autonomous spiritual essence. When nurtured over time, they can connect with their owner's soul, creating a harmonious synergy. Their potency far surpasses that of ordinary spirit swords. A 5th-tier magical treasure is enough to make even Yuan-ing old monsters and transformation stage powers envious. Yi Qing's heart surged with waves of excitement as he gazed at the Cold Abyss sword within the system space, his eyes filled with joy. With this Cold Abyss sword, his combat prowess would ascend once more. Even now, should a Golden Core practitioner of the 7th level or above, or even one of the 8th or 9th levels, confront him, he was confident he could hold his own. Suppressing the exhilaration within, Yi Qing cleared his throat, maintaining an air of calm indifference. Observing Lin Shuer, who hesitated while still holding the Qingxuan sword, Yi Qing furrowed his brow slightly, his tone imbued with a hint of authority. Are you not going to put it away? Yes, master, Lin Shuer replied. Sensing the weight of his words and daring not to speak further, she obediently stowed the Qingxuan sword. Truth be told, the moment she grasped the sword, its cool and gentle touch resonated within her, allowing her to perceive the immense spirit and power it contained, as if it were subtly harmonizing with the spiritual energy coursing through her own being. Clutching an exquisite foundation establishment pill and wielding a 3rd-tier spirit sword, Lin Shuer felt as though she were walking on clouds, enveloped in a dreamy state. Yet, the tangible sensations of the foundation establishment pill and the Qingxuan sword served as a reminder that it was all indeed real. Taking a deep breath, she relinquished her hesitation, bowed solemnly to Yi Qing, and proceeded deeper into the cave dwelling, sitting cross-legged. She tilted her head back and swallowed the extraordinary foundation establishment pill, a substance that could send the outside world into a frenzy. With a mere thought, she began the process of refining it. Boom! The moment the pill entered her abdomen, the overwhelming and pure medicinal power erupted within her like a torrential flood, surging through her being. Lin Shuer did not dare to delay. She swiftly gathered her focus, employing the technique imparted by her master, the Taiyuan Golden Chapter, to channel the vast energy and impact the barrier leading to the foundation establishment realm. Yi Qing stood calmly at the cave entrance, his demeanor serene. In reality, his consciousness had already expanded, observing every subtle movement around him, guarding his soul apprentice with unwavering vigilance. Time trickled by. Within the cave, spiritual energy surged, forming a massive vortex that fervently poured into Lin Shuer. Her aura began to ascend steadily. The bottleneck at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement showed signs of loosening, which came as no surprise. The next step was a breakthrough. Crack! The sound of something shattering resonated within Lin Shuer's consciousness. In the next moment, an aura far surpassing that of the Qi refinement stage erupted explosively. A flawless Tao foundation was forged. The spiritual energy within her transformed entirely into magical power. She had achieved the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, due to the immaculate Tao foundation crafted from the exquisite foundation establishment pill, her aura was both stable and potent. Her foundation solid beyond comparison to ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. In fact, she had directly transitioned from the completion of the 9th level of Qi refinement to the 2nd level of foundation establishment in one fell swoop. I did it. Lin Shuer suddenly opened her eyes wide, a fleeting brilliance shimmering within them. She felt the surging magical power within her, experiencing a profound transformation akin to being reborn, her face radiating with uncontrollable joy. Master! She sprang to her feet, bounding towards Yi Qing at the cave entrance like a jubilant fawn, eager to share her elation. Yi Qing watched Lin Shuer, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Indeed. Well done, he was about to commend her. However, in that instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh! A barely perceptible sound of air being sliced through suddenly resounded. Following that, a pinpoint of chilling brilliance, seemingly indifferent to distance, shot forth with tremendous penetrating force from the far reaches of the sky. Its target aimed directly at Yi Qing's heart. Quick! So fast, unbelievably fast, relentlessly swift. This strike, imbued with lethal intent, was evidently executed by one who had meticulously plotted this moment, seizing the opportunity at its zenith. He chose the precise instant when Lin Shui'er had successfully broken through, leaving Yi Qing in a state of utmost relaxation to unleash this thunderous, fatal blow with all his might. This individual was none other than a silver-ranked assassin hailing from the Blood Slaughter Tower, commissioned by Elder Zhao Qian of the Taiyi Sect Qingxuan Peak to eliminate Yi Qing. He had awaited his target patiently outside the Black Wind Ridge for an extended period, yet had seen no sign of him. Fortunately, as a seasoned assassin, he possessed remarkable patience and decisively set out, following the path between the Black Wind Ridge and the Taiyi Sect based on the intelligence provided by Zhao Qian. He tracked his quarry to this very spot, ultimately locating Yi Qing. According to the information, the target was a cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. This silver-ranked assassin, however, boasted a cultivation level of the first stage of Golden Core and had even previously hunted down mid-Golden Core cultivators. Yet, despite the considerable disparity in their strengths, the assassin executed his plan with utmost caution. He remained concealed at a great distance, hidden from view, patiently waiting like a venomous serpent poised for its prey, and at long last, he encountered this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He believed that at the moment of the disciples' joyous breakthrough, the target's vigilance would be at its lowest, making it the perfect moment for assassination. For this strike, he employed the soul-piercing needle, a vicious technique from the Blood Slaughter Tower, designed to shatter protective spiritual light and penetrate the soul. Even a Golden Core cultivator, caught completely off guard by this needle, would undoubtedly perish on the spot, their spirit extinguished. As he watched the cold gleam of the needle approach Yi Qing with astonishing speed, a cruel smirk curled at the corners of the assassin's mouth. The mission was about to be accomplished. However, the scene he envisioned, Yi Qing's body pierced and collapsing in terror, did not materialize. To his astonishment, the figure did not even turn his head. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Raising his hand, he astonishingly caught the soul-piercing needle with his fingers. After so long of waiting, was this indeed an attempt on my life? A soft sigh echoed hauntingly through the silent forest. In the next instant, clang! A dazzling beam of cold light suddenly erupted. This is bad. The assassin's instincts flared with alarm, and he abruptly realized that something was amiss. The information about the target seemed incorrect. Flee. I must leave immediately. This assignment cannot continue. With my own strength, it seems insurmountable. Yet, the cold abyss sword unsheathed defiantly. In the blink of an eye, to the assassin's horror, Yi Qing's figure vanished from sight. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. As a Golden Core cultivator, he had not even had the chance to move, yet the target, merely a Foundation establishment cultivator, had stealthily appeared behind him, sword in hand. Zhao Qian, you deceived me. The target's cultivation level could not possibly be that of a mere Foundation establishment. Yi Qing, his robe billowing in the air, appeared serene as he pointed his sword at the assassin. With a calm voice, he stated, "Do not move. Any motion means death." Chapter 20. You think you can infiltrate the Taiyi Sect? Do not move. Any motion means death. The indifferent voice echoed in the ears of the silver-tier assassin from the Blood Murder Tower, reminiscent of a chilling wind blowing from the depths of the abyss, causing him to shudder violently, as if his very blood were on the verge of freezing in terror. No need to be agitated. He stood paralyzed, holding his breath, instinctively raising his hands to signal his harmlessness. Yet, within his heart, a tempest of fear was raging. How could this be possible? The reality was starkly different from his expectations. In his imagination, eliminating a target with merely the cultivation of the 8th layer of Foundation establishment should have been an effortlessly accomplished task. Even a direct confrontation ought to have resulted in an overwhelming victory. Yet, it was he himself who found himself utterly crushed. Whether it was his prideful mastery of the Blood Murder Tower's concealment techniques, his meticulously planned lethal strike, or even his formidable first layer of Golden Core cultivation, all seemed to be a mere joke before the target. The opponent not only effortlessly withstood his soul-breaking needle, but also appeared behind him like a specter in the split second that he, a Golden Core cultivator, failed to react. Moreover, the ancient longsword in the target's hand, emanating an inexplicable aura of might, was evidently extraordinary. It bore no trace of magical power. Yet its piercing sword energy had already penetrated his protective spiritual light, sending a prickling pain akin to needles across his skin. He harbored no doubt that the moment he made any move, he would be reduced to a mist of blood by that terrifying sword. You misunderstand. This is all a misunderstanding. The assassin's voice was dry as he attempted to defend himself. According to the intel provided by Zhao Qian, the target Yi Qing was merely a cultivator of the 8th layer of Foundation establishment. But was this truly the case? If time could be reversed, he would not have touched this task with a 10-foot pole. Who sent you? Yi Qing's voice remained calm, yet carried an eerie warning. My patience is limited. I grant you 3 breaths to provide an answer. 3. The slow countdown rang in the assassin's ears like the death knell of doom. In an instant, beads of cold sweat broke out upon his forehead. The rules of the Blood Murder Tower were stringent, generally forbidding the disclosure of the employer's information to the target. Yet rules are but lifeless constructs, and life is all too real. With his life at stake, what did rules matter? 2. I will speak. I will speak. The assassin exclaimed urgently. It is Zhao Qian, an elder from Taiyi Sect, at Qingxuan Peak. He commissioned the Blood Murder Tower to take your life. He hastily relayed the details. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's gaze turned cold, a glimmer of chilling murderous intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. Zhao Qian? Very well. How audacious of him. Even before the Grand Sect competition has commenced, he is so impatient to take my life, seeking to usurp my Qingxuan Peak? In less than 2 months, he cannot wait? After all, we are fellow disciples. It appears he is determined that I stand alone, and seeing Qingxuan Peak withering, believes he can act with impunity. Very well. Yi Qing nodded, having already condemned Zhao Qian to death in his heart. Originally, Yi Qing was solely focused on the sect competition. However, it has now become evident that his thoughts were rather simplistic. Concerning someone like Zhao Qian, a venomous serpent intent on his demise, only a decisive and formidable approach would suffice to utterly crush him and eliminate future threats. The day of the sect competition and the return to Taiyi Sect shall mark your demise, Zhao Qian. The assassin, perceiving that Yi Qing had concluded his contemplation, licked his lips and hastily seized the opportunity to plead for mercy. Senior, please spare my life. I am merely acting on orders, without any choice in the matter. I have divulged all I know, and I am still of use. Just one word from you, and I shall do anything you require. Please grant me a chance for survival. Oh, you still hold some value? Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. The assassin's heart leaped with hope at this reaction, and he eagerly exclaimed, Yes, yes, Senior, I can do anything for you. I can even turn back and kill Zhao Qian for you. Indeed, with just a command from you, I shall set out today, infiltrating Taiyi Sect to take Zhao Qian's life. In his desperation to survive, he had cast aside all other considerations. You? Infiltrate Taiyi Sect? Moreover, it is unnecessary. Yi Qing shook his head indifferently. You lack the capability to infiltrate. Even if you could, I have no intention of relying on another's hand to eliminate Zhao Qian. His voice was calm. Why delegate tasks that he could accomplish himself? Should he fail, it would only serve to provide leverage against him. Simultaneously, the assassin's heart sank, feeling as though his last glimmer of hope was about to extinguish. Instead, you will assist me with the task. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing shifted his tone. The assassin abruptly raised his head, eyes gleaming with renewed hope. Go. Contact Blood Kill Tower. Yi Qing's tone remained devoid of any fluctuation. Repay them in your manner, stating that the mission is complete, and the target, Yi Qing, is dead. What? The assassin was taken aback, but he soon realized this was a ploy to deceive the employer named Zhao Qian. He dared not hesitate. Promptly retrieving a black communication jade talisman from his storage bag and infusing it with his spiritual intent before Yi Qing's eyes. Upon completing this task, he cautiously lifted his head and smiled obsequiously. Senior, the matter has been settled. What do you think? He believed that by cooperating to fulfill this demand, he would be granted a chance at life. However, what met his gaze was an exceptionally brilliant flash of sword light. Excellent. You have executed your task well. I can grant you a swift end. With a swift motion, Yi Qing's sword fell. The smile on the golden elixir assassin's face had not even fully solidified before his life was entirely extinguished. Indeed, he met a swift demise. Subsequently, with a casual wave, Yi Qing conjured a ball of crimson flames that enveloped the assassin's corpse, incinerating it in an instant, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Once this was accomplished, Yi Qing sheathed his sword and stood calmly. Gazing toward the direction of Taiyi Sect, Yi Qing's expression turned icy. Now, from Zhao Qian's and Blood Kill Tower's perspective, he had effectively become a dead man. A dead man, naturally, would no longer attract anyone's attention. This signifies that in the 2 months leading up to the grand competition of the sect, I shall be free from any disturbances. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Thus, this assassination attempt may not be entirely detrimental. Henceforth, I merely need to find a secluded spot to refine the remaining 49 pure spirit pills. At last, I can cultivate in peace. Master. At this moment, Lin Shuer's concerned voice echoed. Yi Qing offered a faint smile and replied, It is nothing, merely a foolish gesture. Let us tidy up, we must depart. Yes, master. Lin Shuer promptly responded. Subsequently, with a thought from Yi Qing, they soared into the air. and after a brief moment of contemplation, he directed their flight towards the direction of Black Wind Ridge. He had decided to head straight for Black Wind Ridge, with two objectives in mind. First, to eliminate the Black Wind duo and fulfill the mission issued by the sect. Second, given that Black Wind Ridge is remote and possesses a decent flow of spiritual energy, Yi Qing perceived it as an ideal location for undisturbed cultivation. Once he dealt with the tribulations at Black Wind Ridge, he could focus on refining the remaining 49 pure spirit pills and elevate his cultivation to a higher realm. When the day of the sect competition arrived, he would return to the sect to safeguard Qingxuan Peak. After a period of time, within a vast and unending primordial forest, two figures streaked across the sky. This forest, appearing boundless at a glance, was filled with towering ancient trees that shielded the sun. The dim light within the woods was intermittently pierced by the roars of beasts, emanating a primal and perilous aura. Schwer, below us lies the forest of demon shadows. We need only traverse this forest, and not far beyond. We shall arrive at Black Wind Ridge, Yi Qing stated, observing the sprawling emerald sea of trees beneath them. Chapter 21. Forest of Demon Shadows, Suchan. The Forest of Demon Shadows is an essential route from the sect towards Black Wind Ridge. Due to the rampant beasts and the complex environment within, many practitioners regard this place as a perilous territory. However, with Yi Qing's current strength, he harbored no fear of these creatures. The ordinary beasts within the Forest of Demon Shadows posed no threat to him whatsoever. He could effortlessly traverse the entire expanse. Let us proceed. With a thought, Yi Qing and Lin Schwerer transformed into two streaks of light, advancing forward. Yet, upon reaching the central area of the forest, Yi Qing's brow furrowed slightly. He halted, his gaze fixed upon a region several hundred miles ahead. Master, is something amiss ahead? Lin Schwerer sensed Yi Qing's unease, her expression vigilant. Yi Qing pondered for a moment before nodding and softly saying, "It seems someone ahead is fleeing for their life." After a moment's reflection, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he altered their course with Lin Schwerer, steering clear of the fleeing individual and continuing onward. However, just as they had not traveled far, Yi Qing suddenly stopped again, letting out a soft exclamation. This was prompted by the fact that within his consciousness, the fleeing figure appeared to be desperately attempting to evade pursuers, shattering a golden jade talisman in their hand. Suddenly, the figure before her accelerated and began to shift erratically, altering its position at random. In a swift motion, it landed right in front of Yi Qing. She gazed at the young woman before her, whose body was smeared with blood and whose breath came in ragged gasps, her expression somewhat peculiar. A fleeting thought crossed Yi Qing's mind. Had she not abruptly changed her course but instead continued along her original path, perhaps she would have elegantly avoided this encounter. Yet now, after shifting direction, they had collided instead. How intriguing. In a sense, this seemed to be a twist of fate. Yi Qing's gaze lingered on the blood-soaked, disheveled young woman. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, with once fair skin and a striking visage now marred by chaos. Her hair was tousled, her garments tattered and stained with blood, and her delicate face was as pale as parchment, her breath erratic, clearly indicating she had exhausted her spiritual energy and sustained significant injuries. In truth, the girl's name was Suchan, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th layer of foundation establishment. She hailed from a prominent family of cultivators in Beijing City, the Su clan, and her plight stemmed from the avarice of an elder from the Northern Song sect, a nearby cultivation sect that coveted her family's wealth. Innocent of any wrongdoing, the Su family had fallen victim merely to their inferior strength compared to the Northern Song sect. The entire family had been annihilated, and Suchan had narrowly escaped, thanks to a precious one-time use treasure bestowed by her father, the head of the clan. After being teleported away from her family, Suchan regained her senses and found herself in the ominous shadow demon forest. Resolute yet apprehensive, she endeavored to navigate her way out, only to inadvertently stray deeper into the forest. As fate would have it, she soon attracted the attention of a ferocious beast with a cultivation level of the 5th layer of golden core, a black-scaled demon ape, known for its savagery. Initially toying with her like a cat with a mouse, the creature relentlessly pursued Suchan. In a desperate bid for survival, she resorted to using a precious small teleportation talisman, allowing her to escape a short distance, ultimately leading her to Yi Qing. Regaining her bearings, Suchan shook her head, dispelling the dizziness from her teleportation. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld the calm and handsome face of Yi Qing, alongside Lin Schwerer, who looked on with curiosity. Suchan momentarily froze, then her expression shifted drastically as realization struck. Without further ado, she urged, "Run. You must flee. I am being pursued by a golden core level beast. Hurry, do not let my plight ensnare you." Her voice trembled with urgency, imploring Yi Qing and Lin Schwerer to escape. Yi Qing nodded slightly, It was apparent that this young woman had a kind heart, unwilling to endanger others due to her own troubles. Lin Shuer, hearing her words, cast a questioning glance at her master. A golden core beast, indeed a formidable foe, yet with her master by her side, she felt no fear. Yi Qing remained composed, observing the young woman with a glimmer of interest. Just as he was about to respond, a sudden stirring in his heart compelled him to look up. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, shattering the air with its ferocity. In an instant, the ground near the shadow forest trembled violently, ancient trees shivered, and leaves fell like rain. Then, a wave of ferocious, bloodthirsty, and heart-pounding terror swept in from the distance, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. Boom! Within a radius of 100 miles, all the weaker beasts of the realm prostrated themselves upon the earth, trembling uncontrollably, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. A shadow, seemingly capable of obscuring the very sky, appeared within Yi Qing's line of sight, rapidly descending upon them. Oh no, the demon ape is coming. It's over. There's no time left. Su Chan exclaimed, her delicate face instantly drained of color, turning pale as a ghost. Despite employing a minor teleportation talisman, she found no glimmer of hope. The demon ape had caught up to them. Despair filled her eyes. The teleportation talisman was precious, and she possessed only one. Clearly, escape was no longer an option. Quickly, you two must flee. The demon ape will likely focus on me first. Perhaps I can buy you a little time. Su Chan declared through gritted teeth. She stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Yi Qing and Lin Shuer, her body trembling slightly. In her view, the young man she encountered, though his aura was repressed and enigmatic, appeared to be merely a foundation-level cultivator, likely at the 7th or 8th tier. While this was commendable, it paled in comparison to the terrifying 5th-tier golden core, black-scaled demon ape. As for the girl behind him, her cultivation was even less. Only at the 2nd tier of foundation establishment, her aura youthful and tender. This combination was no match for the formidable beast at the 5th tier of golden core. At this moment, 100 feet away, the towering demon ape, standing 10 feet tall and completely covered in chilling black scales, advanced with heavy strides, shaking the ground beneath it with each step, leaving deep fissures in its wake. Its crimson eyes gleamed with a savage and gluttonous light, drool dripping from its jaws, corroding the earth with a hissing sound. The demon ape clan was known for their brutal methods and a penchant for toying with their prey, coupled with a volatile temperament. Having just been toyed with by Su Chan using the teleportation talisman, it was now incandescent with rage, the murderous intent almost palpable. This is my fault. I, Su Chan, can only strive to buy time for the two of them. Unfortunately, I shall have no opportunity for vengeance against my family's foes. Su Chan lamented inwardly, her heart filled with regret and unwillingness. As her thoughts raced, she lifted her head to face the charging black-scaled demon ape, preparing to sacrifice herself to grant Yi Qing and Lin Shuer a chance to escape. However, just as despair engulfed her, the gaze of the black-scaled demon ape suddenly bypassed her, locking onto Lin Shuer with an intense focus. Chapter 22. With a finger, the earth splits. Roar? A flicker of human-like confusion passed through the demon ape's crimson pupils, soon transforming into uncontrollable ecstasy and greed. The Xianling body. To the beasts, such a pure and flawless constitution, perfectly attuned to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, was the ultimate delicacy. It instinctively sensed that Lin Shuer was irresistibly delectable. It craved to devour her. The original prey, Su Chan, had been entirely disregarded by the demon ape. With a thunderous roar, it abandoned her, propelling its massive form off the ground like a black mountain soaring into the sky. It opened its gaping maw, exuding a foul wind, and lunged directly towards Yi Qing and Lin Shuer, eager to devour this delectable morsel. What? Be careful! Su Chan screamed in terror, bewildered by the turn of events. Instinctively, she attempted to rush forward but stumbled, nearly falling due to exhaustion, helplessly watching as the gigantic jaws descended upon Yi Qing and Lin Shuer, her heart sinking with despair. It was over, everything was lost, and it was all her fault. Yet, as the demon ape charged forth, Yi Qing's expression remained utterly unchanged. Seeking death, he muttered dismissively, his voice devoid of emotion. He had not wished to intervene, but since fate had brought them together, and this beast had the audacity to threaten his sole disciple, Lin Shuer, it deserved to perish. In an instant, Yi Qing extended his right hand, his index and middle fingers aligning to form a sword gesture. There were no cataclysmic displays of magical energy, nor dazzling bursts of spellcraft. He merely gestured casually toward the demon ape. The creature, noticing Yi Qing's movement, did not halt its advance, its eyes glinting with a mocking semblance of humanity. Did it think that a mere flick of his fingers could pose any threat? How absurd. At that moment, Yi Qing's voice was calm and detached as he uttered a single word, slash. As the word escaped his lips, an exquisitely brilliant beam of sword light erupted from his fingertips. Initially, this sword energy was merely the width of a finger, but the moment it left his body, it surged forth, expanding into a relentless torrent of sword qi. This formidable sword energy was dazzling and unmatched in ferocity. The black-scaled demon ape, exhilarated and ready to feast, suddenly felt its crimson pupils constrict as it sensed the unmistakable aura of death emanating from the very sword qi it had previously dismissed. A primal fear surged from the depths of its soul, causing its scales to bristle in alarm. Wait, something was amiss. This human was different. It instinctively yearned to flee, to escape this place, but it was too late. Under the unyielding gaze of Yi Qing's sword intent, there was nowhere to hide. With a thunderous roar, the sweeping torrent of sword qi effortlessly passed over the demon ape's head. The creature froze in place, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Its massive form remained poised in mid-lunge, the greed, excitement, and terror etched upon its face still lingering. In the next instant, a slender line of blood emerged from the center of its brow, cascading downward and penetrating its entire form. With a resounding crack, the immense body of the demon ape was cleaved cleanly in two. Scalding beast blood mixed with entrails poured forth like a waterfall, staining the earth for dozens of yards in crimson. Yet, the sword energy that had slain the demon ape showed no sign of abating. It surged forward with relentless vigor, as if a divine retribution had descended, carving a straight path through the vast shadow forest. Thunderous echoes accompanied the passage of the sword energy, splitting ancient trees, rocky hills, and mounds in half, leaving behind smooth, mirror-like surfaces. Ultimately, this sword energy extended for miles within the forest, creating a bottomless chasm that seemed as if it could cleave the very earth in two. Only after a considerable time did the booming sound gradually subside, leaving the entire forest in a deathly silence. What? Su Chan stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief, her body rigid, and her mind a blank slate. At that moment, she could distinctly hear her own heavy, rapid breathing. What had she just witnessed? A mere finger? Just a single finger? A black-scaled demon ape at the 5th level of Golden Core had been slain so effortlessly? And that unfathomable, terrifying chasm. Su Chan's gaze mechanically shifted from the two massive corpses to the profound ravine, ultimately resting upon the tall figure before her, who was slowly retracting his sword finger. A gust of mountain wind swept through, rustling Yi Qing's robes with a crisp sound. Gulp. Su Chan swallowed hard, her heart racing with shock, astonishment, and disbelief. Could this truly be the feat of a Foundation establishment cultivator? No, not even a common Golden Core master could achieve such a feat. Moreover, that previous finger strike seemed to transcend mere technique. It was a manifestation of power and intent crystallized to its utmost form. Could this be the legendary sword intent? Senior, in that moment, Su Chan finally comprehended the magnitude of her earlier misjudgment. What Foundation establishment at the 7th or 8th level? The figure before her was undeniably a superlative powerhouse, far beyond her expectations. With unfathomable cultivation, Su Chan gazed at Yi Qing, her mind reverberating with tumultuous thoughts. That world-shattering finger strike, that unfathomable sword mark, was etched deeply into the very core of her soul, like a brand. It was as if a colossal stone had been cast into the lake of her despairing heart, stirring up monstrous waves. Revenge. These two words, once buried in the abyss of her despair, now ignited like dry kindling meeting fierce flames. The North Song Sect, the very sect that had obliterated her Su family, slaughtered her parents and kin, forcing her to flee like a lost dog. The elder who had struck from the North Song Sect was rumored to possess only the early stages of Golden Core cultivation. Before her stood a venerable figure, capable of effortlessly vanquishing a 5th-tier demon beast with a mere gesture, a testament to strength that she had never dared to dream of attaining. This was an opportunity, her singular chance, a divine providence bestowing upon her the means for revenge. In the span of mere moments, Su Chan's gaze transformed from shock to confusion and finally ignited into an unquenchable flame of resolve, culminating in an unparalleled determination. She resolved not to let this opportunity slip away, absolutely not. With a thud, she knelt before Yi Qing in the muddy ground, heedless of her own injuries and bloodied state. Bowing her head to the earth, her voice, hoarse with emotion yet resolute, rang out, "Senior, I am Su Chan. I beseech you to accept me as your disciple." Chapter 23, The Acceptance of a Disciple, Maximum Loyalty. Su Chan expressed her willingness to serve as a slave or maid for life, yearning only for the profound teachings of her mentor, so that one day she might exact vengeance upon her enemies and avenge the 300 souls of the Su family. With that declaration, she bowed her head forcefully to the ground. The sound of her forehead striking the hard earth echoed, drawing blood, yet she remained oblivious to her pain. Lin Shuer, witnessing this, blinked in surprise and turned to her master. Yi Qing's gaze flickered slightly. Accepting a disciple? Upon reflection, Yi Qing held a favorable impression of this young woman. Her previous actions indicated a noble character. She had been willing to risk her life to protect them, proving she was no villain. As for whether to accept her as a disciple, Yi Qing maintained a calm demeanor, observing Su Chan prostrated before him, his expression betraying no emotion. Indeed, he was in need of disciples, for Qingxuan Peak was sparsely populated, with only Lin Shuer remaining. In less than 2 months, the Grand Sect competition would commence, and it would be impractical to have only a novice like Shuer participate alone. Moreover, his system allowed for random critical returns upon accepting disciples, meaning the more disciples he had, the more opportunities for growth would abound. Yet, he valued loyalty and character above all else, disregarding talent and status. A disciple lacking in talent could be nurtured, and a lowly status would naturally rise under his guidance. However, loyalty was paramount. Any betrayal would lead to dire consequences, as the current state of Qingxuan Peak served as a cautionary tale. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing spoke. Do you wish to grow stronger? Indeed. Su Chan raised her head, her face, smeared with mud and blood, radiating determination. I carry an insurmountable enmity. Yi Qing's gaze deepened. After a moment of thought, he slowly posed an unrelated question. Let me ask you, if one day I were to be captured by a formidable and inscrutable foe, teetering on the brink of life and death, would you choose to save me? Knowing it could cost you your life, while sparing your own if you did not intervene? What would you decide? Could such a mighty figure as my senior truly be ensnared by an unfathomable adversary? Su Chan furrowed her brow in contemplation. She was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. In her eyes, golden core cultivators were akin to deities, an esteemed existence that was unfathomable and beyond reproach. Even a formidable beast of the 5th layer of golden core had been captured by enemies. Should such a situation arise, charging forward would be akin to an ant shaking a tree or a moth flying into a flame. Certainly a path leading to inevitable demise. The answer to this dilemma was evident. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chan resolutely declared, I will retreat first. Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback. Well, when faced with danger, your first tactic is to escape? Su Chan continued, I will find a way to grow stronger and seek help. However, if the situation becomes truly dire, it is said that once a disciple, forever a parent. If my master is in peril, I would not hesitate to give my life. I, Su Chan, stand by my word. Her response resonated with sincerity, and the conviction in her voice bore no trace of insincerity. Yi Qing's eyes flickered. He gazed quietly into Su Chan's fiery eyes, aware that he could not fully discern the human heart. Although uncertain of the authenticity behind her words, he recognized that the unwavering resolve she displayed in that moment was genuine. Thus, he spoke calmly, since fate has brought us together, I shall grant you this opportunity. From today onward, you shall be my second direct disciple. He gestured towards the other figure present. This is your senior sister, Lin Shuer. Boom. Upon hearing these words, Su Chan felt as though she had been struck by thunder, her thoughts momentarily frozen in astonishment. Then, an indescribable exhilaration surged through her entire being like a torrent. She had succeeded. Revenge was within reach. Disciple Su Chan pays respects to the master. Greetings, senior sister. Regaining her composure, she restrained her excitement and respectfully bowed 3 times to Yi Qing. This bow was a solemn act of apprenticeship. Ding. Just as Su Chan completed her homage, a crisp notification echoed in Yi Qing's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the second disciple, Su Chan. Name, Su Chan. Age, 19. Cultivation, foundation establishment 5th layer, spirit energy depleted, severely injured. Physique, mysterious sword body, sword cultivation, not yet deep. Yet to awaken. Cultivation technique, low tier profound grade flowing sword technique. Loyalty, 100 wholeheartedly devoted. Upon glimpsing the system panel, Yi Qing's brows arched slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. A mysterious sword body. It was indeed a unique constitution. This type of physique was born for the sword, naturally attuned to swordsmanship. Cultivating any sword technique would yield extraordinary results, and the chance of comprehending sword intent was far superior to that of ordinary individuals. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. Even more astonishing to Yi Qing was the final figure of loyalty. 100. Wholeheartedly devoted. Just like Shuer, it was a perfect score. Yi Qing understood. It seemed that her unwavering loyalty stemmed from the shock his earlier gesture had instilled in her. Her fervent desire for vengeance led this girl to regard herself as the only lifeline. Excellent, Yi Qing mused inwardly. A higher degree of loyalty implies a greater likelihood of triggering a multiplied critical return when bestowing treasures. This disciple was certainly worth taking in. Rise, Yi Qing commanded. A gentle stream of magical energy manifesting to lift the prostrated Su Chan with ease. Thank you, master. Su Chan stood, though still frail. A glimmer of hope illuminated her demeanor. Her beautiful eyes sparkled brightly. Yi Qing surveyed her, noticing her tattered garments and disordered breath, indicating her severe injuries. Rest here for a moment. I shall protect you, he instructed. Yes, master. Su Chan obediently replied, then settled into a meditative position to heal. Yi Qing, hands clasped behind his back, calmly surveyed their surroundings while contemplating his next moves. Traditionally, upon the initiation of a new disciple, it was customary for a master to present a token of apprenticeship. He had bestowed upon Schwer a cultivation technique and physique, triggering a 10,000-fold return. What should he offer Su Chan? Given her grievous wounds, the most pressing need was naturally healing elixirs. Furthermore, her cultivation level was too low, and as a practitioner of the mystic sword body, a high-tier sword technique or sword formula was indispensable. She had previously wielded a sword, but now stood empty-handed, evidently having lost her weapon during her flight. Weapons could be addressed later. For now, he focused on elixirs, techniques, and formulas. Yi Qing stroked his chin, a glimmer of inspiration flashing in his eyes. The technique, Tai Xian Jin Zhang, was certainly worth imparting, though it was a system return technique and could not trigger repeated critical hits. As for the sword formula, he currently possessed none. However, perhaps he could later explore the flowing sword formula passed down in Su Chan's family. Regarding healing elixirs, fortuitously, he had several bottles of second-tier mid-grade rejuvenation pills in the storage bag he had previously submitted. He wondered what splendid rewards the system might return for a single bottle of rejuvenation pills. Having concluded his thoughts, Yi Qing flipped his palm and addressed Su Chan, who was about to commence her healing. Take this bottle of rejuvenation pills, Channer, and use it to heal. Chapter 24, Critical 6th-Tier Treasure Pill, A Second Chance at Life. This bottle of rejuvenation pills, Channer, take it to heal. Yi Qing's voice was calm, yet to Su Chan's ears, it resonated like a warm current flooding her heart. She lifted her gaze to the jade vial he offered, her nose tinged with sorrow, and her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Having witnessed the devastation of her family and endured a harrowing escape, she had recently faced the harsh realities of life and the treachery of humanity. Never had anyone shown her such concern and care as her master did. Thank you, master. Su Chan accepted the jade vial with trembling hands, her feelings of gratitude and belonging reaching a zenith in that moment. Yet, just as she prepared to uncork the vial and consume the elixir, a crisp notification echoed in Yi Qing's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has granted the disciple Su Chan a second-tier mid-grade rejuvenation pill. Detected the disciple's loyalty at 100, unwavering, this time granting a remarkable 5,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6th-tier high-grade sacred spirit pill, a bottle containing 5,000-fold. Yi Qing's pupils abruptly contracted, his heart brimming with joy. Even with his usually composed demeanor, he nearly lost his composure, almost bursting into laughter. Previously, the techniques and physique he had bestowed upon Schwer had triggered critical returns of 100,000 and 1,000,000 times, granting him otherworldly treasures such as immortal-level techniques and the prison-suppressing immortal body. Now, the high multiplier had reappeared with a 5,000-fold critical return. Yi Qing forcefully suppressed the tumult within his heart, his consciousness swiftly plunging into the system space. There, a resplendent white jade vial floated serenely. The vial shimmered with a sacred radiance, and one could faintly perceive ethereal white spirit apparitions swirling around it, exuding an unfathomable mystery. Sacred Spirit Pill, 6th-tier high-grade pill. Effect: upon consumption, the overwhelming life force contained within the pill will permanently reside within the user. Should the user sustain any injury, the sacred power will automatically activate, swiftly healing the wounds and restoring them to peak condition. As long as the sacred power within is not depleted, it can be triggered infinitely. Gasp. After reading the description, Yi Qing inhaled sharply. This was akin to a portable super healing kit, an everlasting full health revival buff. As long as one is not struck down in a single blow, and as long as the sacred power remains intact, it is tantamount to possessing immortality. The effects of this 6th-tier pill were indeed overwhelmingly formidable. Wait, just as Su Chan was about to consume the rejuvenation pill, Yi Qing's voice resonated once more. Su Chan paused, glancing at Yi Qing in confusion. Maintaining his composure, Yi Qing retrieved the vial of mid-grade rejuvenation pills, calmly stating, "That rejuvenation pill acts too slowly. A sudden thought has come to me. I possess something far superior." With that, he focused his mind, and the resplendent white jade vial appeared in his palm. He uncorked the vial, and in an instant, an intense life force, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance, permeated the air. Merely inhaling this pill's aroma, Lin Shuer and Su Chan felt their bodies tremble, as if their limbs and bones were being immersed in a warm spring, an indescribable comfort enveloping them. Lin Shuer's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Meanwhile, Su Chan's eyes widened in astonishment. She could distinctly feel her internal injuries showing signs of healing under the nurturing essence of this pill's fragrance. What tier of pill is this? In the midst of their astonishment, Yi Qing extracted 3 pills, each the size of a longan, entirely milky white, with golden patterns swirling across their surfaces. As the pills emerged, the surrounding flora seemed infused with life, growing at an astonishingly visible speed. Master, what is this? Su Chan gazed at the extraordinary scene with wide eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. This pill is called the Sacred Spirit Pill. Yi Qing handed one to Su Chan and another to Lin Shuer, saying, "You both shall take one each, immediately." Huh, Master, do I need to take one too? Lin Shuer asked in confusion, blinking her large eyes. But I am not injured. Yi Qing smiled gently and explained. The wondrous effect of this elixir extends far beyond mere healing. Upon consumption, its medicinal potency will lie dormant within you, creating a life mark. In the future, regardless of the injuries you sustain, provided you do not perish on the spot, this power will activate autonomously, instantly mending your wounds. In simpler terms, as long as the medicinal potency endures, it is as if you possess an additional life. What? An additional life? Lin Shuer and Su Chan exclaimed, their hearts surging with overwhelming waves of astonishment. They stared blankly at the extraordinary elixir in their hands, their beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity and shock. Such a miraculous treasure. And their master had so casually bestowed it upon them? Enough dawdling, consume it, Yi Qing urged, as he tossed the last sacred spirit pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a vast and gentle stream of life force that surged through his limbs and body, ultimately settling within his dantian, manifesting as a life mark radiating a soft white light, quietly resting. Yi Qing could distinctly sense the immense power contained within this life mark. The ability to recover from injuries in an instant was indeed no exaggeration. Seeing their master had already consumed the pill, Lin Shuer and Su Chan quickly followed suit, swallowing the sacred spirit pill without hesitation. In the next moment, a tremendous life force erupted within Su Chan. An indescribable sensation of vitality exploded within her. This power was like a warm sun, instantly dispelling all darkness and pain from her body. The ghastly wounds that marred her skin healed at a visibly rapid pace under Lin Shuer's astonished gaze, scabbing over and shedding. The new skin emerged, smooth as jade, devoid of any scars. Furthermore, the meridians within Su Chan, which had been desiccated due to a depletion of spiritual energy, were instantaneously replenished with an overwhelming influx of spirit energy, even more abundant than during her peak. In mere breaths, Su Chan felt rejuvenated, as if she had been reborn. All her injuries had completely healed, and her cultivation aura surged to the pinnacle of the 5th layer of foundation establishment, with the 6th layer seemingly just a step away. Su Chan trembled with excitement, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within her. She sensed that the formidable medicinal potency that had healed her now lay quietly within her dantian, akin to an endless source of life, filling her previously anxious heart with an unparalleled sense of security. What astonished her even more was that she could perceive that after fully recovering from her grievous injuries, the potency of the sacred spirit pill showed no signs of diminishing. Clearly, mending the wounds of a foundation establishment practitioner was but a trifling matter for such a 6th-tier treasure. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this pill. Su Chan regained her composure and could not help but bow deeply to Yi Qing, her voice laden with boundless gratitude and reverence. At that moment, Yi Qing's image in her heart was, without exaggeration, akin to that of a deity. It is of no consequence. Yi Qing waved his hand with a gentle smile. His demeanor serene. He gazed at Su Chan, whose spirit and demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation, and felt a stir within his heart. He spoke. Now that your injuries have healed, it is the perfect opportunity for me to assess your skills. Please demonstrate what you have cultivated for me. Naturally, Su Chan practiced the family's ancestral technique, the flowing sword art, a low-grade profound swordsmanship. Is my master going to evaluate me? Su Chan was momentarily taken aback by his words, only to be swept away by a wave of exuberance. She understood that this was not merely a routine assessment, but an opportunity for her master to offer personal guidance. Such a magnificent chance left her utterly exhilarated. Yes, master. Su Chan suppressed her excitement and replied respectfully. Taking a deep breath, She stepped onto a nearby open space and gradually closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her entire aura had transformed. Though she held no sword, her fingers mimicked the blade, emanating a continuous yet gentle sword intent that enveloped her being. I practiced the Su family's flowing sword art, intended to flow like water, relentlessly overcoming the rigid. She softly recited the sword incantation as her figure moved gracefully. With her sword fingers slicing through the void, invisible trajectories trailed behind her. Like a gentle stream, silent and subtle, yet akin to a rushing torrent, relentless and powerful. Occasionally crashing against the shore, concealing lethal intent. The entire set of sword techniques unfolded in her hands with a certain agility and grace. Yi Qing observed quietly, his gaze profound. Possessing a deep understanding of sword intent, he had long surpassed the average cultivator's comprehension of the sword path. Not to mention, the flowing sword art was merely a low-grade, profound technique. At that moment, as the sword intent subtly trembled, the strengths and weaknesses of the flowing sword art, even potential areas for improvement, became vividly clear in Yi Qing's eyes. Upon completing her demonstration, Su Chan stood still, fine beads of fragrant sweat forming on her forehead. She nervously looked towards Yi Qing, anticipating his evaluation. Yi Qing regarded her and spoke slowly. The flowing sword art places emphasis on intention rather than form. You have done well, grasping its form, yet have yet to comprehend its complete essence. Water is both the softest and the hardest. In its rigidity, it becomes a terrifying wave, while in its softness, it can nourish all things and even pierce through stone with a single drop. Your sword technique, while embodying the softness of flowing water and the might of crashing waves, has yet to reach its true mastery. The sword intent flows continuously, yet lacks explosive power, and its transitions seem somewhat unrefined. His voice, though not loud, resonated like the ringing of morning bells and evening drums, each word striking deeply into Su Chan's heart. It was as if she had been enlightened. She felt a sudden clarity unfurl before her, illuminating many previously obscure concepts that had baffled her during her training. Is this how it is? How had I misunderstood so much? There are indeed alternative approaches. Su Chan marveled internally, her eyes gleaming with newfound understanding. Her admiration for her master surged to unprecedented heights. She pondered just how terrifyingly profound her master's mastery of the sword truly was. Merely having glanced through it once, one could dissect the essence and flaws of a profound sword technique with such clarity, just as Yi Qing guided Su Chan, illuminating her understanding in an instant. A familiar system notification chimed once more. Ding. Detected that the host is imparting the low-grade profound sword technique, flowing sword technique, to disciple Su Chan, allowing her to gain insights into the way of the sword. Triggered 100,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the high-grade Heavenly Sword Technique. Heavenly River Sword Classic. A wave of joy surged within Yi Qing. This time, the multiplier exceeded the previous one, reaching an astonishing 100,000. However, what was returned was merely a high-grade Heavenly Sword Technique. Nevertheless, this was still immensely valuable. Heavenly Sword Techniques. One must understand that throughout the Eastern domain, Earth-grade martial arts are already treasures of the major sects, seldom shared. Heavenly-grade items are even rarer. Now, with just a casual guidance on his disciple's profound sword technique, he had directly obtained a top-tier Heavenly Sword Technique. If others were to learn of this, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Yi Qing's thoughts delved into his mind as a vast and magnificent array of sword technique information flooded into his consciousness. The Heavenly River Sword Classic. This technique exudes immense power. When a sword is unleashed, it resembles the heavenly river cascading down, stars falling, with boundless might. It is divided into 9 forms, each more formidable than the last. Once mastered to perfection, it can even summon the forces of heaven and earth, wielding a sword as if the heavenly river were descending, capable of cleaving mountains and stabilizing the cosmos. What an extraordinary Heavenly River Sword Classic! Yi Qing marveled inwardly. This sword technique, in conjunction with the sword intent he previously comprehended, would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to new heights. At this moment, he possessed absolute confidence. Humble as he might be, there would be no rivals in the entire Eastern domain within the Golden Core realm. Even against ordinary early-stage nascent soul experts, he would not be without the strength to engage in battle. Suppressing the joy swelling within, Yi Qing turned his gaze to Su Chan, who remained immersed in her understanding. A trace of approval gleaming in his eyes. Chaner, your comprehension is commendable, and you may not realize it, but you possess the Xinjian body, a natural prodigy for sword cultivation. Xinjian body, Su Chan exclaimed, abruptly raising her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting astonishment and confusion. She only knew that her speed in cultivating sword techniques was somewhat faster than others, yet she had never heard of the Xinjian body. Yi Qing offered no further explanations, merely stating, "Your previous cultivation method was too lowly, obscuring your innate qualities. Today, I shall impart two things to you." As his words fell, he extended his finger, gently pointing towards Su Chan's brow. "The first is the foundational cultivation method of my lineage, the celestial grade technique, Taiyuan Golden Chapter." Boom. An overwhelming torrent of cultivation information surged into Su Chan's mind. Celestial grade technique. Upon hearing the rank of this technique, Su Chan's mind went blank, her thoughts nearly stalling. What had she just received? A celestial grade technique? It was said that heavenly grade techniques were already legendary. Could it be that celestial grade techniques are meant for the cultivation of immortals? Her master had actually bestowed such a treasure upon her. However, this was not the end. Yi Qing's finger remained poised, and his voice resonated once more. The second is a heavenly sword technique, Heavenly River Sword Classic. This sword technique harmonizes remarkably with your profound sword body. I hope you dedicate yourself to its cultivation, so as not to disappoint my expectations. Boom. Once more, a torrent of profound swordsmanship information surged into the depths of her soul, akin to a flood breaching its dam. The celestial level sword technique. If the previous immortal level technique had already rendered Su Chan numb with shock, the addition of this celestial level technique was nearly driving her to the brink of madness. The happiness arrived so unexpectedly and violently. She felt akin to a starving beggar who, out of the blue, had been bestowed by an emperor with the riches of an entire realm. No, this treasure is 1,000,000 times more precious than mundane wealth. It is the staircase leading to the path of the mighty. It embodies her hope for vengeance. It is an unparalleled opportunity that could alter the course of her life. Master, Su Chan's delicate body trembled, and tears flowed uncontrollably, cascading like broken pearls. She wished to articulate her feelings, yet found her throat choked. Unable to utter a single word, only boundless gratitude and exhilaration filled her entire soul. There is no need for such emotion. Yi Qing retracted his finger, observing the tear-streaked face of Su Chan, his expression remaining calm. He then turned to the side, where Lin Shuer, equally shaken, stood in awe. With a flick of his finger, a beam of golden light entered her brow as well. "Shuer, I bestow upon you this celestial river sword cannon as well. In the future, you two may validate each other and progress together." "Yes, master." Lin Shuer regained her composure and responded respectfully, her heart equally aflame with excitement. This is indeed a celestial level sword technique. Simultaneously, Lin Shuer could not help but recall that her master's former disciple, Wang Hao, had since defected to Elder Li of Qingxuan Peak. At that time, Wang Hao had been quite self-satisfied, but in retrospect, how foolish he must appear. If only those who had forsaken Qingxuan Peak to pursue other paths knew that their master could so effortlessly present treasures of this caliber, they would undoubtedly be consumed by regret. Chapter 26. Experience. Arrival at Black Wind Ridge. Yi Qing observed the excited and reverent expressions of his two disciples, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips as his heart settled into tranquility. The celestial level sword technique, indeed, stands as an extraordinary marvel in the eastern region. Yet for him, with a system at his disposal, the future held even greater and more powerful offerings for his disciples. Techniques and sword formulas cannot remain mere theory. Practice is essential. Yi Qing focused his thoughts, casting his gaze across the towering ancient trees of the Shadow Demon Forest, his eyes glimmering with intent. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand. Whoosh! A streak of light enveloped Lin Shuer and Su Chan, lifting them into the air. Yi Qing then found a suitable spot to set them down. This area, he had assessed, was predominantly inhabited by Foundation-level demon beasts. Looking at the two women, Yi Qing spoke slowly. To merely learn without practice is to build castles in the air. Within this Shadow Demon Forest, where demon beasts roam freely, is the perfect arena for you to hone your sword techniques. He paused, his expression turning serious. From this moment onward, you two shall join forces and train within this region of the Shadow Demon Forest. Remember, unless you find yourselves in a life or death crisis that cannot be resolved, I shall not intervene. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shuer and Su Chan felt a chill run down their spines. They understood that their master was urging them to engage in a genuine struggle for survival. However, the thought of the vast power of the Holy Spirit elixir coursing through their veins quickly alleviated their anxiety, replaced by a surge of confidence and warrior spirit. With such a precious elixir at their disposal, as long as they were not struck down in a single blow, they were virtually invincible. This supreme assurance was perfectly suited for honing their skills to the utmost. "Yes, master. We shall not disappoint your expectations." Lin Shuer and Su Chan replied in unison, their beautiful eyes ablaze with fervor. They were eager to test the limits of their newfound abilities after acquiring celestial-level techniques and heavenly-tier sword arts. Go forth. Yi Qing nodded slightly, his figure shimmering as he melded into the depths of the dense forest, his presence vanishing without a trace. In the heart of the forest, a black-scaled bull, its size comparable to a small mountain and exuding a ferocious aura of the fourth level of Foundation establishment, let out a thunderous roar. Its hooves stomped upon the earth, causing the ground to tremble, while its massive, glinting horns, reminiscent of colossal siege drills, charged fiercely toward a delicate silhouette ahead. The air was rent asunder, producing a piercing sonic boom. In the face of this ferocious assault, Lin Shuer's expression remained calm. Rather than retreating, she advanced. The Tai-Shin golden scripture within her began to operate autonomously, a torrent of spiritual power surging into her Qingxuan sword. Heavenly River Sword Cannon, first form, surging waves. With a sharp cry, Lin Shuer unleashed her long sword. In an instant, a brilliant sword light illuminated the air, transforming into a surging wave that crashed down upon the black-scaled bull with overwhelming force. Boom! The clash of sword light and bull's horn erupted in a cacophony of metallic resonance. A violent shockwave radiated outward, shredding the surrounding underbrush to pieces. The bull's formidable charge, capable of shattering mountains, was abruptly halted by this one strike. Moo! The black-scaled bull, in pain, let out a furious bellow, poised to strike again. However, at that very moment, an even more ferocious and rapid sword light, akin to a star falling from the heavens, silently struck from the side. Heavenly River Sword Cannon. Third form, severing the river. Lin Shuer cried out. With a single stroke, the sword's energy surged forth, as if it could cleave a rushing river in two. Uft! Blood splattered. The black-scaled bull barely had time to emit a mournful cry before its massive head was cleanly severed by the strike, soaring into the air. Its colossal body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Shuer stood with her sword retracted, gently exhaling a breath of turbid air, reveling in the ceaseless flow of spiritual power within her and a deeper comprehension of swordsmanship dawning upon her. Was this the true power of heavenly tier sword arts? A fourth-level Foundation establishment black-scaled bull was effortlessly slain in merely 2 moves. She could sense that with each encounter, her sword techniques grew increasingly fierce. The cultivation had gradually shown signs of imminent breakthrough. On the other side of the forest, Su Chan unleashed a formidable sword force, cleaving a 6th-tier Foundation beast in half. Subsequently, the 2 women swiftly tidied up the battlefield before delving deeper into the forest in search of their next target. Time flew by in the relentless cycle of hunting and cultivation. Occasionally, they separated. At other times, they would unite, their combat coordination growing increasingly seamless, and their battle experience expanding at an astonishing rate. The Heavenly River Sword Cannon in their hands transformed from initial awkwardness to an increasingly refined proficiency. During this period, they encountered danger. Once, they unwittingly stumbled into the lair of a peak 6th-tier Foundation beast, the three-eyed wolf, and were ambushed. Lin Shuer suffered a deep wound, exposing bone, as the wolf's claws tore through her delicate shoulder, staining her garments with blood. However, before the three-eyed wolf could launch a second attack, a pure white light emanated from Lin Shuer's wound. In the wolf's astonished gaze, the gruesome injury healed at an astonishing pace, returning to its original state within mere breaths, leaving not a single scar behind. With the assurance provided by the Holy Spirit pill, the 2 women fought with abandon, their combat style growing ever more fearless. Amidst life and death, their prowess surged at an unprecedented rate. A small half-month later, Lin Shuer, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, experienced a meteoric rise in her cultivation from the 2nd to the 4th tier of Foundation. Now, when she wielded the Heavenly River Sword Cannon, her combat prowess rivaled that of an ordinary 7th-tier Foundation cultivator. Su Chan also reaped immense rewards. Through countless life and death battles and insights into the sword path, her dormant mystic sword body was finally fully awakened. In combat, an invisible, sharp sword intent radiated from her being, rendering her as if she were an extraordinary divine weapon drawn from its sheath. Simultaneously, she broke through her bottleneck and stepped into the 6th tier of Foundation, her true combat strength now reaching the 8th tier. The Foundation area of the demonic shadow forest seemed to have transformed into a garden for the 2 women. Once formidable Foundation beasts now fled in terror at the mere whiff of their presence, tails tucked in fear. It was evident that the beasts in this region had been thoroughly intimidated. Indeed, a voice, calm yet approving, resonated. With a swish, Yi Qing's figure appeared silently before the 2 women. He observed his disciples, who had undergone a transformation, their aura now profound, and nodded in satisfaction. The results of this training exceeded his expectations. Master, Lin Shuer and Su Chan, upon seeing him, hurriedly rose to pay their respects, their eyes brimming with joy. You have performed well. For now, let us proceed to Black Wind Ridge, he instructed. With a wave of his sleeve, a gentle force enveloped the two women, transforming them into a breathtaking streak of light that soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant, as their luminous trail sliced through the heavens with remarkable speed. Several days later, a rugged terrain with peaks as sharp as knives and axes came into view at the horizon before the trio. In the mountains, a sinister black mist swirls, emanating an aura of foreboding and malignance, known as Black Wind Ridge. Chapter 27. A Journey of No Return? Slay the Twin Fiends. Master, look. There is a small town below, Lin Shuer pointed out. Yi Qing glanced down and saw a moderately sized town situated at the foot of Black Wind Ridge. After a moment's contemplation, he descended from the sky with the two women and made his way toward the town. They intended to rest briefly before ascending the mountain. Upon entering the town, they took a moment to recuperate but soon decided against lingering, preparing to ascend the mountain and dispose of the so-called Black Wind Twin Fiends with ease. However, as they approached the town's entrance, they were confronted by dozens of frightened townsfolk blocking the road leading to Black Wind Ridge. At the forefront stood an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane. He was the town's venerable mayor. Noticing the extraordinary demeanor of Yi Qing and his companions, particularly Yi Qing, whose noble bearing resembled that of a wealthy young master, the mayor hurried forward, his face etched with concern, and clasped his hands, exclaiming, "Young master, please, halt. Please, do not proceed." Yi Qing paused, casting a glance at the elder, and inquired, "What troubles you, sir?" The elder glanced at the two enchanting young women behind Yi Qing before casting his gaze toward the ominous Black Wind Ridge, his expression filled with sorrow and helplessness. "Young master, judging by your direction, are you intending to venture to Black Wind Ridge?" "Indeed," Yi Qing nodded. "That is utterly inadvisable," the old mayor exclaimed, nearly jumping in alarm, his cane striking the ground with a resounding thud. "Black Wind Ridge is a den of peril. It is home to two ruthless fiends known as the Black Wind Twin Fiends, who slay without hesitation. You must not go there. If you do, you shall never return." "Oh," Yi Qing arched an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he feigned ignorance. "Is that so?" Seeing that Yi Qing appeared to be swayed, the old mayor, assuming his persuasion was effective, sighed deeply and recounted the entire tale. This town, known as Wang'an Town, lies at the confluence of the two powerful sects, Taiyi Sect and Wuling Sect, serving as a crucial passage for merchants. It once flourished, and the townsfolk thrived on the commerce that flowed through. However, not long ago, a pair of merciless brothers, the Black Wind Twin Fiends, descended upon them. Both possessed a formidable cultivation of the seventh stage of foundation establishment, employing ruthless methods to plunder passing merchants and cultivators. Any hint of resistance resulted in beheadings. Over the course of a year, the number of souls lost to their tyranny was incalculable. Merchants now hesitate to travel, and the townsfolk of Wang'an endure relentless oppression, their plight truly lamentable. "We have sought aid from outside, yet those who come invariably vanish without a trace," the old mayor lamented, tears glistening in his eyes, his voice choked with emotion. "Those two fiends are simply too powerful. Young master, despite your remarkable appearance, you are still young. Heed this old man's advice, return swiftly. Do not squander your lives in vain." Surrounding townsfolk echoed his sentiments, their voices brimming with fear. After absorbing the mayor's account, a flicker of coldness passed through Yi Qing's tranquil gaze. Two mere practitioners at the seventh level of foundation establishment dare to be so brazen here. Truly, their demise would be no great loss. However, with disciples present, there is no need for me to take action personally. With this thought, a faint smile graced Yi Qing's lips. He disregarded the old town chief's pleas and turned to Lin Shuer and Su Chan. "Did you hear that?" "We heard, master." The two girls replied in unison, their eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. They understood Yi Qing's intent perfectly. "Go forth," Yi Qing said calmly. "I shall await your return here." Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shuer and Su Chan accepted their orders, their figures transforming into streaks of light as they weaved through the crowd, heading straight towards the direction of Black Wind Ridge. "Hey, young ladies, come back, quickly." The old town chief was taken aback, his face paling as he stretched out his frail hand, attempting to stop them, but to no avail. In an instant, Yi Qing's figure flickered, unobtrusively positioning himself in front of the anxious old man, smiling gently. "Do not worry, old sir, all shall be well. All shall be well." The old town chief gazed at the two figures charging fearlessly towards the perilous mountain, his face turning crimson with anxiety as he pounded his chest in despair. "Young master, how can you bear to watch those two exquisite young ladies rush to their deaths?" Foolishness. Utter foolishness. He believed Yi Qing was merely impetuous. but sending his two female disciples into danger was, in truth, unwise. In that moment, the old town chief felt a profound sense of regret. The surrounding townsfolk, too, were in an uproar, murmuring among themselves. Alas, what a pity! Such beautiful young ladies are destined to perish. Indeed, their master appears dashing. Yet perhaps he is lacking in wisdom, too fearful to confront danger himself, sending his disciples to face death. Ah, the youth are often too impassioned. But they are the Black Wind twins, two formidable practitioners at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. How much power could these young ladies possess? They likely wouldn't withstand even a single blow. Expressions of lamentation and dismay echoed around them. It seemed they could already envision the tragic demise of the two stunning maidens at the hands of the malevolent fiends. Yet, some whispered, perhaps they could defeat the Black Wind twins? At this, the crowd shook their heads in disbelief. The Black Wind twins had cast too long a shadow in their hearts. Could these two young maidens truly vanquish them? It seemed impossible. Only Yi Qing remained unperturbed. He found a clean stone bench to sit upon. Closing his eyes in quiet contemplation, seemingly devoid of any concern, the surrounding crowd grew increasingly agitated. Time passed, each second dragging on. The townsfolk of Wangan gathered at the entrance, craning their necks to gaze towards Black Wind Ridge, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. The old town chief sighed heavily, unable to remain still. After what felt like the duration of a fragrant incense stick, the swirling black mist atop Black Wind Ridge appeared to thin somewhat. Just as the crowd was puzzled, two figures began to descend the mountain path. It is the Black Wind twins. Someone screamed in terror, and the crowd erupted into chaos. The townsfolk, gripped by fear, turned pale and prepared to flee, hastily retreating home to secure their doors and windows. Wait, look closely. Those are not the two fiends. At that moment, a perceptive young man suddenly let out an uncertain cry. The crowd, emboldened by his exclamation, halted their steps and peered intently. To their astonishment, descending from the mountain were not the fearsome Black Wind duo, but the two enchanting maidens who had just ascended. They were alive. Moreover, their appearance suggested they were unscathed, their garments pristine, and their demeanor composed. How could this be possible? The entrance to Wangan town fell into an eerie silence. As everyone widened their eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. Amidst this strange quietude, a townsman pointed at the hands of the two maidens, his voice trembling uncontrollably. As if he had witnessed the most incredible sight, he exclaimed, "Look, what are they holding in their hands?" In an instant, all eyes turned to Lin Shuer and Su Chan. In their delicate hands, they each held a bloody, wide-eyed human head. The visages of these heads were fierce and menacing. They belonged to the Black Wind duo, the very fiends that had instilled fear throughout Wangan town, robbing its residents of sleep. Chapter 28. Nascent soul-level power, Su Chan captured. Boom. At that moment, it felt as though the minds of the townsfolk were struck by a thunderous bolt from the heavens, leaving them momentarily blank. Dead. The fearsome and invincible Black Wind duo had perished, slain by these seemingly fragile, youthful maidens. After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted throughout Wangan town. They were dead. The Black Wind duo was dead. Oh my, we are saved. We have been rescued. The celestial maidens have vanquished the demons. Countless townsfolk wept tears of joy, trembling with excitement. They rushed forward to behold the heads of the fiends, laughing and crying, some even kneeling on the ground, fervently bowing to Lin Shuer and Su Chan. The old town mayor, tears streaming down his face, approached the two maidens with trembling steps, gazing at the genuine trophies in their hands. He was so overwhelmed that he could not utter a single word. Surrounded by the fervent, adoring gazes of the townsfolk, Lin Shuer and Su Chan exchanged a glance, a warmth blooming in their cheeks as they experienced an unprecedented feeling. Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes, observing the fervent scene before him with a slight smile. "Let us depart," he stated calmly. With a wave of his hand, he took Lin Shuer and Su Chan, vanishing from sight. The old mayor, trembling, bowed deeply in the direction where the three had disappeared. "It is my folly. Thank you, thank you." Meanwhile, Yi Qing led Lin Shuer and Su Chan into the heart of Black Wind Ridge. With a flick of his hand, a beam of spiritual light surged forth, dispelling the encircling darkness. He then carved out a suitable dwelling. Gazing upon the sanctum he had personally crafted, he felt a spark of joy. At last, he had a tranquil place to retreat and cultivate in peace. The Black Wind duo had been dealt with. Zhao Qian from Qingxuan Peak also believed me to be dead. Here I am, secluded in this retreat, where I shall surely not be disturbed. Yi Qing felt a sense of elation within. Surveying the cave dwelling he had conjured through his magical prowess, he dismissed the lair of the Black Wind duo, having cleaved it with a single stroke. Although this current abode was modest, it was cherished for its tranquility. Yi Qing casually set down several concealment and defensive formations, effectively isolating the entire dwelling from the outside world. Having completed these tasks, he turned to Lin Shuer and Su Chan, his expression returning to its customary calm. I shall remain in seclusion for a period. The vicinity of Black Wind Ridge and the surrounding area of Wang'an Town, extending 100 miles, shall be entrusted to you too. Yi Qing's gaze swept over his disciples, his tone serene as he smiled. I have observed the presence of disruptive beasts and scattered rogue cultivators in this area. Slaying demons, eradicating evil, and quelling turmoil will not only safeguard the peace of this realm, but also serve as the finest trial for you. Remember, strive to integrate the swordsmanship into your very instincts. Furthermore, unless a grave matter arises, do not disturb me. Yes, master. Lin Shuer and Su Chan replied in unison, their beautiful eyes resolute. They understood that their master was assigning them a new task and recalling the scene with the townsfolk of Wang'an. They were eager to fulfill it. Having given his instructions, Yi Qing nodded, refraining from further words as he walked directly into the depths of the cave, sitting cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a stone door thunderously descended, sealing off the interior from the exterior. Then, with a thought, Yi Qing retrieved a jade vial containing the 49 pure spirit pills from his storage ring. Upon uncorking the vial, an invigorating fragrance of the elixir instantly filled the air. Merely inhaling it brought about a refreshing clarity, awakening his internal spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Yi Qing poured out a pill the size of a longan, radiating a shimmering four-colored light, and swallowed it whole. Boom! The pill dissolved upon entry, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of pure, vigorous spiritual energy that erupted within his limbs and bones like a breached dam. The Taiyuan golden chapter technique began to operate at its utmost. Yi Qing's golden core spun wildly, in tandem with the celestial body of the prison, greedily absorbing the vast potency of the elixir, swiftly converting it into his cultivation. Time flowed like water, quietly slipping away. Outside the cave, Lin Shuer and Su Chan diligently obeyed their master's command, initiating their cleansing operation centered around Black Wind Ridge. Initially, some reckless rogue cultivators, unaware of the upheaval at Black Wind Ridge, presumed this territory remained a haven for their arrogance. Soon, they paid the price for their misdeeds. The two wielded sharp swords, their swordsmanship profound, their combat prowess rivaling that of late-stage Foundation establishment beauties, becoming the nightmares of rogue cultivators in this region. United, their sword light swept through, shattering all in its path. Those fierce rogue cultivators, often found in groups, were utterly unable to withstand their combined assault. The same fate befell the lurking beasts eager to feast on humans. Even more terrifying was the audacity of these two maidens, their combat style ferociously bold. At times, they would even exchange injuries for lives without a moment's hesitation. Strangely, regardless of the multitude of injuries sustained, one could swiftly recover as if one were invulnerable. Over time, the renown of the twin fairies of Black Wind Ridge spread like wildfire among the circles of cultivators in Wang'an Town. What was once a site feared by merchant caravans transformed into a flourishing sanctuary. Those who had narrowly escaped the tribulations had long vanished without a trace, and the ferocious beasts had become increasingly hesitant to emerge and wreak havoc. Concurrently, Lin Shuer and Su Chan's combat experience grew ever richer, and their application of the Taiyuan sword classic became increasingly proficient, leading to a gradual, yet significant enhancement of their prowess. Meanwhile, within the cave dwelling of Black Wind Ridge, Yi Qing's cultivation reached a critical juncture. Half a month passed swiftly. Deep within the cave, a surge of energy enveloped Yi Qing, emanating an overwhelming pressure that caused the entire cave to tremble gently. He slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance shimmering within, akin to two resplendent stars. He had completely refined 3 of the 5 fourth 9 pure spirit pills. His cultivation soared from the 4th level of the golden core stage, breaking through the barriers of both the mid and late stages, firmly establishing itself at the pinnacle of the 7th level. He was but a step away from the 8th level. Excellent. Splendid. Yi Qing reveled in the vast reservoir of power within him, his heart brimming with joy. The exhilarating sensation of rapidly ascending in strength was truly uplifting. At this pace, once he refined the remaining 2 pills, he would undoubtedly reach the 9th level of the golden core stage in less than half a month. As for his combat capability, Yi Qing modestly estimated it to be around the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Once he completed refining the remaining pills, he would become even stronger. Contemplating this, Yi Qing adjusted his outward aura from the 8th level of Foundation establishment to the 1st level of the golden core stage, suppressing his excitement and anticipation. He intended to retrieve the pills and immerse himself in further cultivation. However, at that moment, "Master, something's wrong, Master." A voice filled with urgency pierced through the defensive array he had set at the entrance, emanating from outside the cave. Yi Qing's brow furrowed instantly. Had he not instructed that he was to be undisturbed unless in exceptional circumstances? His disciple was not one to act recklessly. What could have transpired? Before he could rise, a voice tinged with panic and desperation penetrated the stone door, echoing with urgency. Master, it's terrible. Junior sister has been captured. Chapter 29. A visit uninvited. It was Lin Shueda's voice. Yi Qing's expression darkened, and his heart sank. In an instant, he appeared at the entrance of the cave, waving his hand to silently open the heavy stone door. There stood Lin Shuer, her face pale, hair disheveled, her green attire stained with splatters of blood. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. Upon seeing Yi Qing, she seemed to find her anchor, exhaling in relief, only to falter as her legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Master. Yi Qing stepped forward, a gentle force supporting her. He regarded Lin Shuer's disheveled appearance with a gaze that turned slightly cold. A vague, intangible chill permeated from within him. Do not panic, steady yourself, and explain clearly what has transpired. Yi Qing spoke in a calm voice, attempting to soothe Lin Shuer's frayed nerves. Yes, it was junior sister Suchan. Lin Shuer inhaled deeply, regaining her composure, and spoke rapidly. Master, for the past fortnight, my junior sister and I have been tirelessly purging bandits in the vicinity, and everything was progressing smoothly. However, just half an hour ago, we encountered a golden core cultivator in a valley. A golden core cultivator? Yi Qing's eyes narrowed. After we had just dealt with a group of bandits, that individual suddenly appeared. Lin Shuer recalled the incident, her face reflecting palpable anger, her tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. The moment he appeared, junior sister Su Chan's expression changed. Her eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. That man is the very enemy who annihilated my junior sister's family, the elder of the Bestow sect. The Bestow sect? Yi Qing echoed the name of the sect, his gaze growing colder. Indeed. Lin Shuer nodded, fear evident in her eyes. Upon seeing my junior sister, the elder was momentarily stunned. Then he sneered, stating he never expected to encounter a remnant of the Su family here, thus sparing him the trouble of searching further. Immediately after, he casually launched a gust of energy towards my junior sister. Junior sister Su Chan exerted all her strength to defend herself, but as a foundation establishment cultivator, she stood no chance against a golden core master. She was severely injured, spitting blood. As she recounted this, a flicker of fury ignited on Lin Shuer's face. Though my junior sister was gravely wounded, the power of the Holy Spirit pill within her surged forth, and her injuries healed in the blink of an eye. The elder was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, muttering about the incongruity of a mere foundation establishment cultivator. He wondered if she had ingested some miraculous healing elixir. Then he began to cackle, exclaiming that such a treasure had fortuitously come into his possession today. He decided to let her live a little longer, declaring that once he returned to the Bestow sect, he would personally skin her alive, peel her flesh, and extract the elixir she had consumed. Skinning and peeling flesh. At the mention of those words, Yi Qing's pupils constricted sharply. A wave of bone-chilling murderous intent surged uncontrollably from his gaze. Boom. The skies above Haifeng Ridge darkened. The previously clear azure sky suddenly engulfed by ominous clouds. The atmosphere became stifling, suffocating in its intensity. What a Bestow sect. What a golden core elder. To harbor such vile intentions. Drawing a deep breath, Yi Qing reined in his emotions and spoke in a grave tone. Continue. Lin Shuer was startled by the terrifying aura radiating from Yi Qing. Prompted by his voice, she hastily continued, as that man prepared to seize us. In a moment of desperation, I threw the Qinglan sword you bestowed upon me, hoping to impede him. Initially, he paid it no mind, but upon realizing it was a third-tier spirit weapon, he was filled with exuberance, exclaiming, "What a treasure! It's a spirit weapon." His attention was instantly captivated by the sword. In that fleeting moment when he reached for the spirit sword, junior sister Su Chan signaled me with her eyes, then suddenly launched an assault, channeling all her strength towards that fiend. Seizing the opportunity, I hurried back. Lin Shuer swiftly recounted the events, although her small face betrayed no signs. Her heart was heavy with guilt and regret. As the senior disciple, she felt a profound responsibility to protect Su Chan. However, had her own strength been greater, her junior sister would not have found herself in such peril. This matter is not your fault. After all, you are still new to your cultivation journey. On the contrary, you have performed admirably by seeking help without being reckless. That was indeed the wisest choice, Yi Qing said, gradually closing his eyes. When he reopened them, his gaze was as frigid as the ice of the abyss. Yi Qing had but 2 disciples, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, imparting to them celestial techniques and heavenly sword arts, all while providing them with the protection of the Holy Spirit pill. He held high hopes for them. Yet now they were treated as mere ingredients to be harvested and refined. This had thoroughly enraged Yi Qing. He merely sought to cultivate in seclusion, not to be perceived as weak or timid. Those who dared to harm his disciples deserved obliteration. Lead the way, he instructed, lifting Lin Shuer as he prepared to embark on a mission to rescue Su Chan. However, just as he was about to transform into a beam of sword light soaring into the sky, his movement abruptly halted. Yi Qing felt a stirring within. Slowly raising his gaze, his eyes pierced through layers of mist, focusing on the distant horizon. There, an arrogant and haughty aura approached at an astonishing speed, recklessly heading toward Haifeng Ridge. The aura unmistakably belonged to a golden core cultivator. Moreover, the remnants of the aura bore a striking resemblance to that which tainted Lin Shuer. He was in pursuit. Master? Lin Shuer questioned, bewildered. Why have you stopped? Yi Qing's lips curled into a cold smile as he addressed the perplexed Lin Shuer. There is no need to proceed. It seems he has tracked your trail and has come to us. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous voice echoed, brimming with arrogance and a sense of invincibility. How dare a mere insect escape from my grasp and dare to burrow into this desolate mountain? Come forth and face your demise. The booming proclamation reverberated across Haifeng Ridge, akin to rolling thunder from the distant sky. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure emanating from the golden core cultivator swept over the land, crashing down upon Haifeng Ridge like a cataclysmic tide. Boom! The mountains trembled, and trees splintered. In the town of Wang'an, situated below Haifeng Ridge, countless mortals were paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Those with lesser cultivation felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Lin Shuer sensed this overwhelming aura, her delicate form shaking violently as she clenched her fists, her face a mask of fury. Master, it is him. She looked up to see a black streak, like a meteor descending, bearing an unmatched momentum, swiftly arriving above Haifeng Ridge. As the brilliance faded, a middle-aged man in a black robe, with a sinister visage and eyes sharp as a hawk's, hovered in midair. One hand clasped behind his back. In the other hand, there was a girl tightly bound by spiritual chains, with blood at the corners of her mouth, glaring at him with eyes that seemed to wish to devour his flesh and drink his blood. It was Su Chan. At the waist of this figure hung a long sword radiating a blue light, the Qingxuan sword, bestowed upon Lin Shuer by Lin Qing. The newcomer was none other than Han Wuji, an elder of the North Song sect. Chapter 30, Slaying, Both Breakthrough. From his elevated position, he cast his consciousness and soon noticed Yi Qing and Lin Shuer standing at the entrance of the cave. Upon seeing Yi Qing, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly morphing into a cruel smile. It seemed he had summoned reinforcements, saving him the trouble of exerting himself. His gaze fell upon Yi Qing, scrutinizing him from head to toe. When he sensed that Yi Qing exhibited merely the cultivation of the first level of the golden core, disdain flashed in his eyes. The first level of golden core? Huh. Han Wuji sneered, his voice dripping with condescension. You, young man, are speaking to Han Wuji, elder of the North Song sect. I recently just broke through to the fourth level of golden core. These two girls have stolen treasures from my sect, and I intend to take them back. He shook Su Chan, who was restrained, as though showcasing his trophy. Given your arduous training, if you are sensible, surrender quietly, and perhaps I will leave your corpse intact. Should you dare to resist, you, along with this entire mountain, shall be reduced to ashes. Arrogant, overbearing, indomitable. Such was the might of Han Wuji, an elder of the North Song sect, a cultivator at the fourth level of golden core. He hardly regarded Yi Qing as a threat. To him, a mere first level of golden core stood 3 levels apart, with the subtlety of early, mid, late, and peak stages, amounting to a total of 12 nuanced realms, barely distinguishable from an ant, easily crushed. Yet, Yi Qing quietly observed the haughty figure suspended in midair, gazing at his bound disciple. His expression was as tranquil as a still pond. Are you finished? Yi Qing spoke slowly, his voice soft yet distinctly reaching Han Wuji's ears. Han Wuji furrowed his brow, taken aback by the calm demeanor with which Yi Qing addressed him. If he has finished speaking. Yi Qing's gaze shifted from Su Chan to Han Wuji's face. Then you shall die. As the words fell, a resounding boom erupted. Yi Qing raised his right hand, and in an instant, a colossal magical hand materialized in the air. The giant hand seized Han Wuji. His face morphed into one of shock. And as he realized he could not escape, a mix of fear and astonishment overtook him. You, release me. Did you not hear clearly? I am Boom. The giant hand clenched fiercely. Blood burst forth. Han Wuji's head, filled with astonishment, confusion, and boundless terror, was crushed into the sky. His body was reduced to a puddle of flesh. Han Wuji, elder of the North Song sect, at the fourth level of golden core, dead. Boom. In the sky, the head still bearing shock and confusion had scarcely begun to fall before it was cleaved apart by a sword light imbued with overwhelming hatred. blood mist enveloped the air, and his soul was utterly extinguished. The one who shattered the skull was Su Chan. She was freed from the constraints of her spiritual power by a casual gesture from Yi Qing. In the moment of regaining her freedom, she hesitated not for a heartbeat, pouring all her grief and hatred into that single strike. As she witnessed the last remnants of flesh and blood being annihilated by the sword's aura, Su Chan's delicate form trembled slightly, and the long sword she clutched fell to the ground with a clatter. She stared blankly at the sky. In her beautiful eyes, a fleeting glimmer of vengeful satisfaction was soon replaced by an abyss of emptiness and confusion. The enemy was dead. The one who had obliterated her family and left her in ruins had thoroughly vanished from this world. Yet, her father, mother, and kin would never return. That warm home, those familiar smiling faces, were forever frozen in her memories. 2 streams of silent tears cascaded down her fair cheeks. Her junior sister, Lin Shuer, stepped forward, gently supporting her swaying body, sighing inwardly. She could feel the pain within her junior sister's heart. Let it out. Just cry, Lin Shuer softly consoled her. Su Chan's shoulders trembled as she could no longer restrain herself, collapsing into Lin Shuer's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The pent-up hatred, sorrow, and grievances erupted at that moment. Yi Qing stood quietly to the side, not interrupting them. His gaze was calm as he looked into the distance, his consciousness sweeping over to collect the scattered storage rings of Han Wujia and the Qinglan sword, drawing them into his hand. He understood that this was a hurdle Su Chan must overcome. If the knot in her heart remained untied, it would ultimately become an obstacle in her future cultivation. After a long while, Su Chan's cries gradually subsided. Perhaps exhausted, she fell asleep in Lin Shuer's arms. Lin Shuer lifted her head. Master. Yi Qing shook his head with a sigh, returning the Qinglan sword to Lin Shuer, instructing her to take Su Chan below to rest properly. The next day, Su Chan sought out Yi Qing. Though her eyes were still swollen, he noted that the confusion and emptiness had faded. In their place was an unprecedented determination and brightness. She approached Yi Qing, solemnly kneeling down and bowing deeply. Disciple Su Chan, thank you, Master, for avenging this blood-soaked grudge. This kindness and grace, I shall never forget. Rise. Yi Qing's voice was calm, a gentle force lifting her up. You are my disciple. I shall naturally seek justice for you. There is no need to dwell on this matter. Su Chan stood, wiping her eyes, nodding earnestly. She understood now. She had come to realize that in this brutal world of cultivation, tears were the most futile of things. Only strength, only possessing the absolute power to master her own destiny and protect those around her could prevent the recurrence of tragedy. Had it not been for her master, her fate would have been to be skinned and dismembered by Han Wujia, refined into a pill, and her senior sister would not have escaped the clutches of death. Not to mention avenging her family. She had felt that sense of helplessness once, twice. She did not wish to endure it a third time. She must grow stronger. Certainly. One must strive with unwavering resolve to grow stronger. Strong enough to stand alongside the master. Strong enough to safeguard all that is cherished. A fervent obsession and yearning surged wildly within her heart. Boom. In the astonished gaze of Yi Qing, it seemed as if some shackles within Su Chan had been shattered, and a formidable aura ascended to the heavens. Her cultivation, originally at the 6th level of foundation establishment, surged forward like a tidal wave, directly breaking through to the 7th level. Unexpectedly, misfortune had turned into fortune just as Yi Qing was about to commend her. In the next moment, a similar commotion arose from Lin Shuer. At this moment, fierce determination ignited in Lin Shuer's beautiful eyes. Had it not been for the intervention of their master, the consequences would have been dire. As the elder sister, she felt it was her failure not to protect her junior sister, and even to be unable to stall for a moment, forcing her to retreat in disgrace to seek help. This feeling, Lin Shuer thought, was utterly dreadful. She must grow stronger. She could no longer be a burden to her master and junior sister. The next time such a situation arose, she would step forward to support her junior sister, to bring honor to her master. A deep sense of guilt and unwillingness transformed into her driving force. Buzz. A brilliant spiritual light erupted from Lin Shuer as well. Her aura surged higher and higher, breaking through her bottleneck, advancing from the 4th level of foundation establishment to the 5th level, and even reaching the 6th level. The transformation of her mindset, coupled with prior experiences, enabled both of them to break through in the heat of the moment. Yi Qing observed this scene, chuckling softly. He nodded slightly, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes. Indeed, these two are commendable. However, the events were far from over. Chapter 31. An assault on a clan, fellow cultivator. Please stay. Yi Qing pondered, his brow furrowing slightly. He had originally believed that Zhao Qian of Danxia Peak thought him dead, and that the bandits of Black Wind Ridge were annihilated. Finally, he could cultivate in peace. To his dismay, the once tranquil retreat was thoroughly disturbed by Han Wuji of Bestow sect. Although he had effortlessly dispatched this individual, the tranquility he sought was disrupted, leaving him with a tinge of annoyance. He had intended to consolidate his strength here, refining the remaining 249 clear spirit pills to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of golden core. Yet, it now appeared that this location was no longer suitable. By killing Han Wuji, Yi Qing had already made an enemy of the entire Bestow sect. It was likely that their members would soon come seeking revenge. Should he remain here, waiting for them to come one by one, only to eliminate them in turn, dispatching one only to have a swarm come in response? How long would this continue? How could he cultivate in peace? Yi Qing despised passivity. Since he had already made an enemy, he believed it prudent to take the initiative, striking first to eradicate the trouble at its inception. A decisive resolution was the cleanest solution. Moreover, as far as he knew, the Bestow sect could only be regarded as a mid-sized power. In such factions, the strongest within the sect would not reach the Yuaning level. Upon contemplating this, Yi Qing's gaze fell upon Su Chan, and he inquired, "Chaner, what sort of sect is the Bestow sect, and what is their modus operandi?" At this moment, Su Chan had firmly established her cultivation at the 7th level of foundation building. Upon hearing her master's question, she pondered carefully, her eyes flashing with coldness. "Master, the Bestow sect is a cultivation sect located in the Tsang City Mountain near Beijing City, and it is a significant blight within a radius of several thousand miles. The practitioners within the sect act with tyranny, engaging in arson, murder, and plunder, leaving no evil uncommitted. Originally, many small families and minor sects surrounded them, but they have all suffered oppression. Some have even been completely exterminated to seize their resources. My Su family is merely one of those affected." "Oh, so they are all wretched beings?" Yi Qing mused thoughtfully. "Indeed," Su Chan replied with unwavering conviction. "There is not a single virtuous soul within the Bestow sect." "Very well." Yi Qing nodded. "Since that is the case, there is no need for hesitation." He calmly called for Lin Shuer and uttered a statement that left both Su Chan and Lin Shuer momentarily stunned. "Prepare yourselves, we shall depart immediately." "Where to, master?" Lin Shuer instinctively inquired. Yi Qing smiled faintly, though the curve of his lips bore a chilling edge. "To the Bestow sect. Since they have disturbed my tranquility, I shall venture into their territory to seek a place of peace. From this day forth, the world shall no longer know the Bestow sect." His tone was calm. Yet to Lin Shuer and Su Chan, it resonated with an overwhelming sense of dominance and exhilaration. Lin Shuer and Su Chan felt their spirits surge, an exhilarating rush coursing through them. Is our master truly going to annihilate the Bestow sect? This is so thrilling. As they envisioned the unparalleled might of their master's intervention and the impending destruction of the Bestow sect, a wave of boundless excitement and fervor surged within them. "Yes, master." 3 beams of sword light streaked across the sky like shooting stars, rushing towards the location of the Bestow sect. Yi Qing led the way, with Lin Shuer and Su Chan following closely behind. Days later, a grand city emerged below, with towering walls, bustling traffic, and a cacophony of voices. Clearly a thriving hub for cultivators. Yi Qing's expression remained tranquil, showing no intention of pausing as he flew directly over the city with his 2 disciples. His singular focus was to swiftly eliminate the Bestow sect, then find a location rich in spiritual energy to refine the remaining 49 pure spirit pills. It was worth noting that only about a month remained until the grand competition of the Taiyi Sect. However, just as they were about to leave the city limits, a clear and melodious bird call resonated from below. Following this, a streak of light shot up from the city, rapidly closing in on their flank. It was an extraordinarily majestic azure giant eagle, its gaze sharp, wings spanning over a dozen feet, its feathers reminiscent of divine iron, gleaming with a metallic luster. Upon the eagle's back stood a middle-aged female cultivator clad in elegant attire, her figure graceful and her beauty striking. The female cultivator exuded a calm and profound aura. As Yi Qing glanced over, he discerned that she was indeed a practitioner at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. However, he did not pay her much mind. Similarly, she was merely passing through the city and did not take notice of Yi Qing and his companions soaring above. Yet, as she casually turned her head, her gaze abruptly halted. The female cultivator let out a soft exclamation, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intensity as they fixated upon Su Chan. As a formidable cultivator in the late Golden Core stage, coupled with her keen insight, she immediately recognized Su Chan's extraordinary physique. The unique aura emanating from her, sharp and piercing like a blade, suggested that she possessed the Xianjin body. Waves of astonishment surged within the female cultivator. The Xianjin body, even among spiritual physiques, is of the highest caliber. It is inherently destined for the sword path, allowing for rapid advancement in swordsmanship, rendering one invincible among peers. Provided that she does not meet an untimely demise, achieving the nascent soul stage is virtually assured. And there even lies the potential to glimpse the legendary transformation into the god realm. Such a prodigy appearing here was beyond her imagination. Before her shock could subside, her gaze unconsciously shifted to Lin Shuer, who stood beside Su Chan. Upon seeing her, the female cultivator was utterly stunned. Another spiritual physique. This was the Xianling body. Naturally attuned to the spiritual energies of the world, any cultivation practice would yield extraordinary results. The female cultivator's breathing quickened, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. How rare are spiritual physiques? In the entire eastern region, it could take hundreds of years for even a single one to emerge. Yet today, in this very place, she had encountered two. Moreover, the Xianjin body and the Xianling body were both pinnacle spiritual physiques. Her heart raced as if she had stumbled upon two uncut, exquisite jade pieces, and her gaze turned fervently intense. No, such exceptional talents must not be overlooked. Ultimately, her focus shifted to Yi Qing, the leader of the trio. Upon sensing the aura emanating from him, which was merely that of the first level of the Golden Core stage, especially after hearing Lin Shuer address him as her master, the female cultivator's brows furrowed tightly. The first level of the Golden Core? A master? What a jest! How could a mere first-level Golden Core practitioner have the qualifications to teach two prodigies endowed with supreme spiritual physiques? This was an utter waste of talent. A precious gem cast into the shadows. No, she must rescue them from this mediocre master. Resolving herself, the female cultivator no longer hesitated, urging her azure eagle to accelerate and swiftly intercept Yi Qing and his companions. Fellow cultivator, please hold. Chapter 32. Aside from him, who else in the world is worthy? Yi Qing, eager to continue his journey, was unexpectedly halted, causing him to furrow his brows. He halted his steps and turned his gaze toward the female cultivator before him, pondering the reason for her obstruction. After a moment of contemplation, he directly inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, fellow cultivator?" The elegantly dressed female cultivator noted Yi Qing's indifferent demeanor but did not take offense. Instead, she offered a smile she considered amiable, slightly bowing as she said, "I beg your pardon for my abruptness, and I hope you can forgive my intrusion. I am the city lord of Tianfeng City, Zhou Yunling." Possessing an 8th layer of Golden Core cultivation, she first proclaimed her identity and prowess, her words tinged with an almost imperceptible sense of superiority. "Throughout my life, I have taken great pleasure in mentoring the younger generation, particularly excelling in the instruction of my disciples." As she spoke, her gaze drifted past Yi Qing to Lin Shuer and Su Chan behind him, her eyes brimming with admiration and eagerness. "My friend," she began, "forgive my candor, but your two disciples are truly unparalleled talents among the multitude. Yet, regarding your first layer of Golden Core cultivation, I fear it may be somewhat beyond your capabilities." Zhou Yunling's words were delicately phrased, yet their meaning could not have been clearer. She unabashedly addressed Yi Qing, "To speak frankly, with their innate gifts, it will not be long before their cultivation surpasses yours. Continuing to follow you would only hinder their futures, akin to casting pearls before swine." "How about this?" she said, turning her attention to Lin Shuer and Su Chan, her expression hopeful as she directly attempted to lure them away. "My young friends, would you be willing to join my ranks? I, Zhou Yunling, hereby promise to take you as my direct disciples, to devote all the resources of Tianfeng City to your training. Within a century, I assure you, you shall reach the late stages of Golden Core cultivation." At her declaration, Lin Shuer and Su Chan's expressions instantly soured. "No need," Lin Shuer replied coolly, her tone resolute. "I have but one master in this life." Su Chan echoed her sentiment, her gaze unwavering. "What nonsense is this? Our master is a figure akin to a celestial deity, capable of effortlessly subduing Golden Core cultivators and wielding immortal-grade techniques and heavenly-tier sword arts. This woman before us, though an 8th layer Golden Core cultivator, is unworthy to even carry our master's shoes. To think she wishes to take us as her disciples? Such dreams are folly." Yi Qing observed this scene with a subtle shake of his head, amusement mingling with impatience in his heart. After pondering for quite some time, he had assumed there was some pressing matter at hand, only to discover that she had set her sights on his disciples, seeking to lure them away. "What a trivial affair. My friend, you have heard enough. Please step aside," Yi Qing stated, wishing to avoid further delay. "I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, he prepared to guide his two disciples around her and continue on their journey. "Wait a moment," Zhou Yunling exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she activated her Qinging technique, swiftly positioning herself before them once more. She could not believe it. She could not fathom that anyone could resist her allure. A prominent 8th layer Golden Core cultivator, a city lord, and widely recognized as the most skilled mentor in this region. Now, she was personally offering to take them under her wing, pledging her resources to nurture them. Such an opportunity was simply not one to be dismissed. Perhaps these two were unaware of her status and renown. My friend, please reconsider. You cannot afford to jeopardize the futures of these two prodigies. Zhou Yunling's tone grew somewhat stern. She believed that while Lin Shuer and Su Chan might not know her, their master surely must have heard of her. Were they in such a hurry to depart, perhaps out of fear that their disciples might elude them, casting a shadow upon their own reputation? After a moment of contemplation, an idea flashed in her mind. My friend, why not we engage in a contest right here? I possess the ability to suppress realms, and it seems that we both have the opportunity to showcase our extraordinary skills. At that time, should the two exceptional ladies be intrigued, would you allow them to accompany me? She brimmed with confidence, believing that by revealing her formidable prowess as a practitioner at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, complemented by her impressive and sophisticated techniques, she would surely captivate their hearts. In that moment, the Golden Core cultivator before her would undoubtedly have no reason to impede her. However, Yi Qing's patience had been thoroughly exhausted. He was already irked by the disturbance of his solitary cultivation and was eager to extinguish the Northsong sect, taking preemptive measures to eliminate future threats. Yet, unexpectedly, a self-righteous woman appeared, incessantly chattering and entangling him further. How could he afford the luxury of time or inclination to engage in sparring? Did she truly think he, Yi Qing, was devoid of temper? Her incessant prattling was utterly vexatious. Yi Qing's gaze turned icy in an instant. He shot a glare at Zhou Yunling, too apathetic to utter another word. Begone, he commanded coldly, his voice laced with frigid disdain. At that moment, he did not employ any magical power. Yet, as the word begone escaped his lips, a formless, yet razor-sharp will erupted. Zhou Yunling, brimming with confidence and poised to spar with Yi Qing, was suddenly struck by a thunderous sound in her mind. The world before her vanished, replaced by a terrifying sword shadow that seemed to pierce the heavens and obscure the sun. This sword shadow loomed in her consciousness, vast and terrifying. Before it, she felt as insignificant as a mere speck of dust. Both her soul and will seemed on the verge of being utterly shredded and annihilated by this sword shadow. Ah! Zhou Yunling let out a piercing scream, her delicate body trembling violently. In an instant, beads of sweat cascaded down her face, leaving her pallid as a sheet, as if all strength had been drained from her. The massive azure eagle beneath her let out a mournful cry, its feathers standing on end, so frightened that it plummeted from the sky. As a golden core cultivator, Zhou Yunling was certainly not at risk of death from the fall. However, upon landing, she stood frozen in place, staring blankly ahead, her gaze hollow, resembling a soulless puppet. Time passed, and when she finally extricated herself from that boundless terror, she realized her back was completely soaked with cold sweat. Zhou Yunling gasped for breath, unease gnawing at her as she looked ahead. Yet, the sky was utterly empty, with no trace of Yi Qing and the other two remaining. What was that? Zhou Yunling murmured, her voice trembling. She was no stranger to the extraordinary. Suddenly, a chilling realization flashed through her mind. Sword intent. That was genuine, exquisitely refined sword intent. Only the legendary sword intent could possess such terrifying power, capable of seemingly cleaving one's very soul. Upon this revelation, Zhou Yunling's complexion shifted from ashen to a ghastly pallor, her lips curling into a bitter smile as she recalled her earlier actions. Her throat felt parched, and she could not help but swallow audibly. What had she just done? How could she, a peerless sword cultivator who had grasped the essence of the sword, claim she was unworthy to instruct those two disciples? How could she even contemplate a contest, wishing to demonstrate her superior techniques? It was utterly ludicrous. Throughout the entire Eastern domain, among countless cultivators, how many could truly comprehend the essence of the sword? They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Each one of them was a supreme existence capable of establishing their own sect and commanding respect in the realm of swordsmanship. If she was unfit to teach, then who else in this world could claim such a right? Although she held a modest reputation for mentoring disciples, in comparison to him, it was insignificant. Perhaps that person's cultivation aura was merely an illusion, and it was her own lowly realm that had prevented her from discerning the truth. As this realization washed over her, a wave of dread filled Zhou Yunling's heart. She could not help but leap into the air, bowing deeply in the direction where Yi Qing had vanished. I am but a junior who failed to recognize the greatness of my senior and have thus offended you. I beseech your forgiveness. Her clear yet trembling voice echoed in the sky, lingering long after. Naturally, she received only silence in response, for Yi Qing had already departed. In truth, he was not far from the Northsong mountain range, where the Northsong sect resided. Chapter 33, Arrival at North Apricot City. No one is allowed to leave. Sword light flashed like lightning, tearing through the vast sky. Yi Qing led the way, his expression indifferent, his robes fluttering violently in the fierce wind. Lin Shuer and Su Chan followed closely behind, their own presence formidable and steadfast. After a while, Su Chan's voice rang out, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Master, we are approaching North Apricot City. Yi Qing slowed his pace, his gaze directed towards the city below, whose outline was becoming increasingly distinct. North Apricot City, while not particularly grand, was one of the largest cities within a 1,000-mile radius, bustling with cultivators. Here once stood the Su family of North Apricot. Su Chan's home. Master, I wish to return and take a look. Su Chan bit her red lips lightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Nostalgia mingled with deep-seated pain. She yearned to see the place that held all her childhood memories. What had it transformed into now? Moreover, she wished to pay her respects to her parents and kin. Go ahead. Yi Qing nodded, showing no hesitation. As soon as he spoke, he sheathed his sword light, and, with Su Chan and Lin Shuer, descended through the city gates, walking in like ordinary cultivators. The streets were alive with the bustling sounds of vendors, filled with the essence of mundane life. Yet, with each step Su Chan took, her complexion grew increasingly pallid. Every detail of her past, every cherished memory in this city, now appeared tinged with gray in her recollections. Guided by her memories, Su Chan led Yi Qing and Lin Shuer through several familiar streets, ultimately halting before an imposing residence. A grand vermilion door stood before them, flanked by stone lions. Above the door hung a new plaque, the Huang residence. Upon seeing those two characters, Su Chan's delicate form trembled uncontrollably. This place was once the Su residence, the home where she had grown up. Yet now, it had been claimed by another. Su Chan gazed intently at the inscription on the plaque, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Lin Shuer, noticing her distress, hurriedly approached to support her, softly inquiring, "Junior sister?" Su Chan shook her head, replying, "Senior sister. I am fine." Meanwhile, Yi Qing's calm gaze swept across the estate, his thoughts flowing like mercury, absorbing every detail within the premises. At that moment, the door of the Huang residence creaked open. A middle-aged man, resembling a steward, bowed with a sycophantic smile. Trailing behind him were several imposing guards. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, slightly portly and glowing with health, strode forth with an air of authority, flanked by a retinue. This man was none other than Huang Sihai, the current head of the Huang family, whose reputation reigned supreme in North Apricot City. Today he was in high spirits, preparing to inspect the newly acquired shops. As he stepped outside, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Chan at the entrance. Huang Sihai's expression froze for a moment. Then he rubbed his eyes, his features alight with incredulous joy. "Su Chan, ha ha ha, splendid. No wonder the magpies have been chirping today. It turns out there is a joyous occasion." Huang Sihai beamed with delight. He had never imagined that the remnant of the Su family, the little girl he presumed long dead or captured by the North Song Sect, was alive and had the audacity to return to North Apricot City. This was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Huang Sihai's mind raced, and almost instinctively, he discreetly crushed a jade talisman behind his back, relaying the information regarding the capture of the Su family's remnant to the North Song Sect. Yi Qing's eyelids lifted slightly, sensing Huang Sihai's actions. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to intervene. Meanwhile, within the North Song Sect, the sect master, Qi Zhenrun, was a practitioner at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. Following the death of his elder Han Wuji at the hands of Yi Qing in Haifeng Ridge, he could not resist the urge to procure information. Consequently, he had received some preliminary details and learned that Han Wuji had been killed by someone accompanied by 2 young women who had hastily departed the scene. Most crucially, one of those women was the remnant of the Su family, Su Chan. Qi Zhenrun presumed Yi Qing had fled in haste, and thus he was gathering 4 Golden Core elders from within the sect, intent on pursuing and eliminating Yi Qing and his companions to assert the North Song Sect's formidable reputation. At this juncture, an urgent message arrived. A North Song Sect steward, his face alight with exuberance and holding a communication jade pendant, hastily approached the sect master's hall, seeking to meet Qi Zhenrun. The sect master was currently deliberating with the 4 elders in the hall on how to hunt down the murderer. Upon hearing the steward's voice, Qi Zhenrun furrowed his brow at the mention of urgent news. He then spoke coolly, "Enter and clarify." The attendant hurried into the grand hall, first bowing respectfully to the true immortal Qi Xiao, then to each of the 4 elders in turn. Subsequently, he raised the communication jade pendant and exclaimed with great joy, "I report to the sect leader. This message comes from the head of the Huang family in Beijing City. Huang Sihai himself has stated that the remnants of the Su family, Su Chan, have been captured by him in Beijing City. What? True Immortal Qishao suddenly sprang to his feet. He had been troubled, uncertain of how to pursue the culprit. To his astonishment, he received news from the head of the Huang family in Beijing City, revealing that the remnants of the Su family had indeed arrived there. His heart surged with elation, and he could not help but let out a cold laugh, exclaiming, "Marvelous! This is precisely the case of heaven offering a path you refuse to tread. While hell presents no avenue, yet you venture forth." After his laughter subsided, he snorted disdainfully and commanded, "Elders, you have heard the news. Time is of the essence. Let us set forth at once." Without delay, he and his followers departed from the Qingxuan sect, hastily making their way to Beijing City. Meanwhile, within Beijing City, the head of the Huang family, Huang Sihai, fixed his gaze upon Su Chan with a sinister expression after relaying the message. With a wave of his hand, he barked, "Bring them. Surround those three. Not a single one shall escape." Yes, dozens of Huang family guards, upon receiving the order, swiftly scattered to encircle Yi Qing and the others, their expressions hostile as their spiritual power surged. This sudden commotion drew the attention of passers-by on the streets, who began to gather around. As the situation became clearer, many faces turned to expressions of astonishment, and whispers filled the air. "Isn't that the head of the Huang family? What is he planning? That young girl looks so familiar. Oh, isn't she Su Chan from the Su family? What? She is still alive? How did she return? And why is Huang Sihai surrounding her? Shoo, lower your voices. Have you forgotten? After the fall of the Su family, the Huang family reaped significant benefits and now enjoys great prominence. Consider that carefully." Whispers echoed among the crowd, and the gazes directed at Huang Sihai were tinged with a mix of fear and complexity. Listening to the murmurs around her, Yi Qing furrowed her brow. Huang Sihai, however, merely chuckled coldly, unperturbed. Su Chan's expression, on the other hand, shifted dramatically. She was no fool. She had simply not connected the dots at first. Now, after the initial shock and anger subsided, Su Chan took a deep breath to steady herself, regaining her composure. In that moment, she fixed her gaze firmly on Huang Sihai and questioned him, word by word. "Huang Sihai, I ask you, was it not you who deceived my parents into leaving Beijing City under the pretense of negotiating a significant business deal?" Chapter 34, A Glance That Annihilates All. When the Su family faced their calamity, had the strongest head of the family not been absent at that critical time, the protective array of the Su family could have endured longer. The entire clan would not have been annihilated so swiftly, and perhaps a few more could have escaped. How could it be that only she remained, the sole survivor? Now, the head of the Huang family barred her escape. Su Chan understood. The situation was all too clear. "The annihilation of my Su family. You were involved, weren't you?" Su Chan clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixed intensely on Huang Sihai, her silver teeth grinding audibly. Upon hearing her words, a smirk of both triumph and cruelty spread across Huang Sihai's face. "Ha ha ha, little girl, have you only just come to this realization? Alas, it is too late." He unabashedly reveled in his malevolence, standing beneath the plaque of the Huang residence, looking down at Su Chan with a mocking expression. "Indeed, it was I. Had I not detained your wretched parents, preventing them from returning to the Su family in time, perhaps a few of you might have escaped. Yet, how unfortunate it is that you managed to flee, and now, you return to seek your own demise. How foolish. Allow me to be frank with you." Huang Sihai's gaze swept over Yi Qing, Lin Shuer, and Su Chan, a cold sneer escaping his lips. "Just moments ago, I notified the deacon of the Qingxuan sect. You are doomed." At his proclamation, a gasp rippled through the crowd of onlookers. "What? The head of the Huang family has already contacted the Qingxuan sect. This means Su Chan is finished today." Some compassionate souls could hardly bear to watch, while others, hidden within the throng, anxiously urged, "Miss Su, you must leave at once. If you delay, it will be too late. Where there is life, there is hope." However, Huang Sihai let out a disdainful grunt, surveying the crowd as if preparing to speak again. Yet, before he could utter a word, a voice suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. "Leave. Today. No one is permitted to depart." As the words resonated, a terrifying wave of pressure emanating from the Golden Core realm surged forth, akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, sweeping over the entirety of North Apricot City. Countless cultivators within the city trembled under this oppressive force, their faces blanching in fear. Weaker practitioners felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was the Golden Core. A powerful being of the Golden Core realm had arrived. The pressure was staggering, nearing the late stages of Golden Core. It seemed to be someone from the Qingxuan sect. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, several streaks of light appeared in the sky, the foremost radiating the most formidable aura, resembling a blood-red sun, exuding an unsettlingly terrifying presence. The lights descended swiftly, hovering above the Huang residence. Leading them was a middle-aged Taoist clad in crimson robes, his countenance exuding authority, his eyes flashing with formidable brilliance, embodying a natural majesty. This man was none other than the sect master of the North Song sect, the esteemed Jinren Qishao, a cultivator at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. Following him were 4 other elders, each exuding a similarly powerful aura, all at the Golden Core level. Welcome, Jinren Qishao. Welcome, esteemed elders. Huang Sihai, upon seeing the arrival, was instantly filled with elation, hastily bowing deeply, nearly touching his forehead to the ground, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Though he had relayed the message to the deacon of the North Song sect, he had never anticipated that the sect master and esteemed elders themselves would come in response. The other residents of North Apricot City present were so terrified that they fell silent, some even kneeling, too afraid to raise their heads. The gaze of the esteemed Master Qishao swept across the assembly with a detached air, ultimately settling upon the figure of Yi Qing, who stood at the center. Encircled by onlookers, a frown creased his brow. According to the intelligence he had procured, the one responsible for the demise of Han Wujia was a young cultivator accompanied by 2 young women. It appeared that this individual was indeed the perpetrator. Yet, how could one with merely the 1st level of the Golden Core realm possibly have slain Han Wujia, who had already ascended to the 4th level? Master Qishao's spiritual sense brushed over Yi Qing, confirming the feeble fluctuations of a Golden Core at the 1st level. Perhaps he had resorted to some rare secret technique or treasured artifact. This would indeed elucidate the hasty retreat of the assailant. With such inadequate prowess, fleeing was the only option. Now, upon arriving in Beijing City, was he counting on the shadows to conceal him? Or did he intend to pay homage before vanishing into the unknown? A self-destructive endeavor. You, the one who murdered my esteemed elder Han Wujia. How is it possible that you possess only the 1st level of the Golden Core? Master Qishao addressed Yi Qing, his tone laced with mockery. Yi Qing lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at him, and offered a faint smile. Earlier, when the head of the Huang family had sent word, Yi Qing had sensed the undercurrents, but chose not to intervene. Now, indeed, there was a delightful surprise. The people of the North Song sect had come to him. How convenient. Not speaking? Master Qishao snorted dismissively, feeling no need for further discourse. He waved his hand indifferently at the 4 elders behind him. Seize them. Yes. Sect Master. The 4 Golden Core elders chorused, their faces twisted into malevolent grins. In their eyes, dealing with a mere Golden Core 1st level cultivator and 2 foundation building girls was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. One of the elders, a burly figure at the 4th level of the Golden Core, let out a sinister laugh and was the first to strike. Kid, in your next life, keep your eyes wide open. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a colossal palm of gathered spiritual energy surged forth, propelled by howling winds, aimed directly at Yi Qing and his companions. The other 3 elders spread out, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for Yi Qing and his companions, their faces adorned with expressions of twisted amusement. Since their colleague was taking action, the outcome seemed all but certain to them. It appeared that there would be no need for them to exert themselves today. Nearby, Master Qishao turned to Huang Sihai, who stood with utmost respect, and nodded slightly in approval. You are the head of the Huang family, are you not? You have performed admirably. After this matter concludes, I shall bestow upon you a substantial reward. Fear not. The North Song sect does not forget those who serve well. Yes. Thank you, esteemed master. Thank you. Huang Sihai replied, his face flushed with excitement, as though he could already envision a splendid future for the Huang family. Simultaneously, he felt a swell of pride, raising his head to relish the anticipated gruesome spectacle of these oblivious souls being reduced to mere pulp. The onlookers had long since closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Yet, just as the elder at the 4th level of the Golden Core unleashed his massive palm, poised to descend, Yi Qing, who had remained silent until now, finally stirred. He did not draw his sword, nor did he even raise a hand. He simply lifted his eyelids ever so slightly. Boom. The once formidable, omnipotent hand of magic shattered into countless luminous fragments, dissipating into the ether just 3 feet above Yi Qing's head. Immediately, with a resounding thud, the elder of the 4th tier of Golden Core, struck as if by a bolt of lightning, found himself violently impacted by an invisible, divine mountain. Blood gushed from his mouth as his body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the distant street, leaving his fate uncertain. The 3 other Golden Core elders, who had been eagerly anticipating the spectacle, had no time to react. With a series of muffled sounds, they too expelled sprays of blood, their faces turning as pale as parchment, swept away by the overwhelming force that was utterly irresistible. Upon hitting the ground, the 4 elders trembled, their eyes wide in shock as if they wished to utter something, but in the next instant, their life force extinguished completely. One was at the second tier of golden core, two at the third tier, and one at the fourth tier. Not a single corner of Yi Qing's garments was touched. In the blink of an eye, they were all obliterated. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. On the street, everyone stood in stunned disbelief. The cultivators who had closed their eyes opened them in confusion upon hearing the commotion, only to find themselves equally dumbfounded. What just transpired? Huang Sihai's arrogant, triumphant grin froze into a mask of horror, his eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. Standing with arms folded, Master Qishao, who had previously exuded an air of indifference and authority, could not suppress the look of sheer terror that crossed his face upon witnessing this event. Chapter 35, with a wave of his hand, suppressing Master Qishao. At the entrance of the Su residence in Beijing City, Master Qishao's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. How could this be? How was this possible? Those were 4 Golden Core elders, one of whom was a mid-tier Golden Core practitioner. How could they all be subdued by merely a glance from the opponent? What level of power is this? Master Qishao stared intently at the young man in white, whose demeanor remained unfazed as he effortlessly dispatched 4 Golden Core elders, as if swatting flies. Golden Core first tier? To hell with the first tier. Such might could rival even the typical late-stage Golden Core practitioners. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a mere first-tier Golden Core. I failed to see through this person's true cultivation. At that moment, Master Qishao's heart sank to the depths of despair. An icy chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He understood that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle this time. I am the sect master of Bestow sect. Do not approach, let us converse civilly. We are not far from Bestow sect, and with a single command, my fellow cultivators will swarm forth. You would not fare well either. Master Qishao forcibly suppressed the terror within him, issuing a stern yet trembling threat to Yi Qing. If possible, he certainly wished to vacate this place at once and retreat to the safety of his sect, activating the protective formation to its utmost before considering further actions. However, confronted by Yi Qing's calm and indifferent gaze, a sense of foreboding gripped him. He knew that the ensuing events would likely not unfold as he desired. In that case, boom. In a moment of fierce determination, the esteemed master of the red sky struck his storage pouch with fervor, summoning a blood-red banner into his grasp. The banner's surface resonated with ghastly wails and anguished spirits, clearly a formidable artifact of the dark arts. Faced with dire circumstances, he cast aside all reservations, resolutely invoking the sinister power of this magical treasure for a desperate confrontation against his adversary. Blood Soul Banner, submit to my will, he bellowed, channeling his entire essence into the banner. Instantly, it swelled in size, obscuring the heavens and casting a shadow over the entire North Apricot City. Countless distorted soul silhouettes erupted from within, shrieking in a cacophony, transforming into a torrent of crimson that surged toward Yi Qing. In this moment, he had ignited his lifeblood, unleashing an extraordinary force surpassing even the 6th layer of the Golden Core stage. The very ground of North Apricot City trembled beneath the weight of this power, as if the apocalypse had arrived. On Huang Sihai's rigid countenance, a flicker of hope rekindled. He had believed his demise was imminent. Who could have foreseen that Su Chan possessed such fortune, summoning a terrifying powerhouse from the unknown, just as despair engulfed him? The sight of Master of the Red Sky taking action ignited a spark of optimism within Huang Sihai. There was still a chance. Yes, the esteemed leader had intervened personally. This brat, no matter how formidable, could never hope to rival the prowess of their master. He eagerly anticipated the demise of his foe. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, Yi Qing's expression remained utterly unchanged. He scarcely lifted an eyelid, instead extending his right hand toward the surging sea of blood and gently grasping it. A crisp crack echoed, reminiscent of shattering porcelain. The overwhelming crimson tide, potent enough to flatten a small mountain, along with its myriad of vengeful souls, suddenly froze mere inches before Yi Qing. Following that, as if gripped by an unseen hand, it exploded into a shower of sanguine light, vanishing without a trace. Even the Blood Soul Banner revealed a spiderweb of cracks before shattering into fragments. Gasping, the Master of the Red Sky, now bereft of his artifact, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his spirit reeling under the strain. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Flash. Yi Qing's demeanor remained tranquil as he waved dismissively at the Master of the Red Sky, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. A blinding, formidable force descended with a resounding strike. No, cried the Master of the Red Sky in terror, acutely sensing an aura that sent tremors through his very soul. This was the harbinger of death. He yearned to flee, but his body felt as though it were being crushed under the weight of countless divine mountains, rendering him utterly immobile. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, poured from his forehead. At that critical moment, an ancient jade pendant he wore on his chest erupted with radiant azure light, forming a robust protective barrier. Bang! The sharp sword light collided with the shield. The barrier twisted violently, sustaining its defense for less than a heartbeat before emitting a mournful cry, shattering with a distinct crack. The pain of loss was evident on the master of the Red Sky's face. This is truly a third-tier inferior defensive spiritual artifact. A genuine spiritual artifact. But now, it lies in ruins. To make matters worse, the remnants of its power struck fiercely against the chest of the esteemed Master Qingxiao. With a thunderous crash, Master Qingxiao's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, demolishing several walls along his path, before ultimately crashing into the street hundreds of meters away, creating a massive human-shaped crater. Cough, cough, cough. In the depths of the crater, Master Qingxiao felt as though all his bones had shattered, helplessly coughing up blood. With fragments of internal organs mingling within each spatter, he lay at the bottom, recalling the indifferent figure of Yi Qing as he struck. Now filled only with boundless fear and regret. It is over. All is lost. He had thought he could easily eradicate this individual, only to discover that he resembled an ancient beast clad in human skin. Huang Sihai, the news you relayed. You've doomed me. At that moment, Huang Sihai, the head of the Huang family, saw the last vestige of color drain from his face. His legs weakened, causing him to collapse to the ground. A foul odor emanating from his trousers. How could this be? Was he hallucinating? Even the illustrious leader of Bestow sect was no match for this person. What manner of existence had he provoked? Had he known, he would have treated Su Chan with the utmost respect. Now it is finished, utterly doomed. The onlookers fell into silence, witnessing this scene. Some gazed at Yi Qing, swallowing hard, their eyes filled with fervor. If the previous instance of instantaneously vanquishing 4 elders had been shocking, then this moment, where he severely wounded the leader of Bestow sect at the 6th level of Golden Core, felt nothing short of mythical. It was a scene that shattered the perceptions of everyone present. One must understand, prior to this, in this realm, the leader of Bestow sect wielded a reputation capable of silencing even the cries of children. A chorus of gasps echoed throughout the street. Yi Qing remained calm, his brow slightly raised, letting out a light sound of surprise. He had initially thought one strike would suffice, only to realize that Master Qingxiao possessed a defensive spiritual artifact. Thus, after sustaining a blow, he astonishingly remained alive. Consequently, Yi Qing prepared to approach and deliver the final blow to eliminate Master Qingxiao on the spot. He took deliberate steps toward the crater, each footfall resonating like a heavy hammer upon Master Qingxiao's heart. Cough, let us talk. What do you want? Master Qingxiao, utilizing the last vestiges of his strength, desperately pleaded for mercy. If possible, he wished to avoid death, as there were still so many pleasures in life he had yet to experience. He truly did not want to perish. Yi Qing feigned ignorance, his gaze icy, raising his hand, poised to conclude this chain of fate. Yet at that moment, a voice resonated. Chapter 36. What? It is actually him. Buzz. A communication jade pendant within Master Qingxiao's embrace suddenly radiated a brilliant light and began to vibrate violently. Yi Qing uttered a soft exclamation, momentarily halting his movements. Upon witnessing the pendant's illumination, Master Qingxiao's once desolate and hopeless eyes ignited with a fierce desire to survive. The messenger is none other than a former close friend of his, endowed with formidable strength. In their youth, the two had embarked on numerous adventures together. Although their friendship had long since faded due to ideological differences and other reasons, they still shared a bond from days gone by. Now, finding himself in dire straits, the former friend, upon witnessing his perilous situation while fortuitously passing by, could not simply stand by and watch him perish. This was his only chance for survival. The esteemed Master Qingxiao seemed to grasp at the last vestige of hope, exerting all his strength to activate the communication jade pendant. Help me, help me. I am in North Apricot City. Come quickly. He cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Simultaneously, he threatened Yi Qing with a fierce tone. If you possess any skill, do not move. Just wait. My old friend is a formidable presence at the late Golden Core stage. If you linger here, you shall reap no rewards. I advise you to leave promptly. Initially, Yi Qing intended to strike and eliminate Master Qingxiao directly. However, upon witnessing the latter's desperate plea and uncharacteristic confidence, he furrowed his brow and chose to pause momentarily. The late Golden Core stage, you say? Very well, I shall wait. He did not impede Master Qingxiao's call for help. Just as before, Yi Qing thought to himself that this arrangement might indeed be beneficial, as it would prevent an endless series of complications. Should Master Qingxiao have any connections or allies, it would be prudent for them to arrive simultaneously, allowing for a thorough resolution to any future threats. Seeing Yi Qing halt, Master Qingxiao was instantly elated. He believed that Yi Qing had been daunted by his words and the impending reinforcements. Truly, the heavens do not abandon me. Soon enough, a presence far mightier than Master Qi Xiao at his peak surged forth from the horizon. This aura was vast as the ocean, enveloping the entire city in an instant, far surpassing the pressure Master Qi Xiao had initially exuded. Indeed, it was a powerhouse of the late Golden Core stage. Heavens! Such a formidable figure has come at Master Qi Xiao's behest to North Apricot City. The young man must have overstepped his bounds. He should have dispatched Master Qi Xiao immediately and fled. Alas, with such a strong presence now arrived, it seemed he would find it difficult to escape. The crowd murmured in despair, many believing the fate of Yi Qing and his 2 disciples was already sealed. The ominous aura emanating from the sky was simply too terrifying. Master Qi Xiao, sensing this familiar presence, was overwhelmed with joy, momentarily forgetting his pain. Struggling to rise from the pit, he leaned against the remnants of a shattered wall, his chest heaving, a look of ecstasy illuminating his face as he realized he had survived. Here, over here, he called out, waving to the rapidly approaching streak of light, his heart soaring with happiness. Then turning to Yi Qing with a menacing glare, he snarled, "You are doomed, boy. My old friend has arrived, and once I seize you, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence, ensuring you cannot live nor die. Furthermore, regarding your 2 female disciples, I shall take great pleasure in tormenting them." However, before he could finish his malevolent threats, Yi Qing swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed, interrupting his curses and sending him flying several meters away, his face swelling to the point where his eyes were nearly obscured. Ji Xiao, the real man, trembled, covering his face, too intimidated to utter another word, yet he cast a glance filled with resentment toward Yi Qing. Meanwhile, Yi Qing's heart stirred as he suddenly gazed toward the horizon, where a figure was approaching. His expression held a peculiar intrigue, unbeknownst to the onlookers, who mistakenly believed Yi Qing was filled with trepidation at the sight of a formidable power in the sky. They sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of regret. In truth, the reality was far from their assumptions. Yi Qing was, in fact, an observer of a spectacle unfolding before him, for he recognized the approaching individual. Was it not the lord of Tianfeng City, Zhou Yunling, who had sought to claim his 2 disciples a few days prior, only to be deterred by a mere hint of his sword intent? What a small world this is. In the next moment, a streak of light descended from the heavens. Zhou Yunling's silhouette hovered above Beishing City, her demeanor marked by impatience and aloofness. She had no desire to involve herself in Ji Zhao's trivial matters. Her purpose in passing through was solely to conduct business on behalf of Tianfeng City. However, upon receiving a message of distress, she felt compelled, out of a sense of old ties, to intervene, though only this once. After this, they would be completely square. As she cast her gaze downward, preparing to discern the identity of Ji Xiao as adversary, her voice faltered. "Ji Xiao, I." Her words abruptly ceased as her astonished eyes locked onto the tall figure, standing calmly with hands clasped behind his back. Boom. It was as if a multitude of thunderclaps erupted within Zhou Yunling's mind. Could it be him? That gaze, that unparalleled sword intent, which still sent shivers down her spine. How could this esteemed elder be here? Had Ji Xiao offended someone of such caliber? In an instant, Zhou Yunling felt as though her very soul had been jolted from her body, her entire reservoir of spiritual power nearly spiraling out of control. Yi Qing's expression seemed entirely ordinary, yet she perceived a chilling aura enveloping her, plunging her into a state of icy despair. "Ji Xiao, you incompetent fool. If you seek your own demise, why drag me into this?" "Yunling, quickly, it's him. Help me subdue him." On the ground, the bewildered Ji Xiao continued to shout in excitement. The crowd felt a pang of sympathy, but upon hearing his frantic call, Zhou Yunling was startled. Nearly losing her balance in the sky, no longer daring to hesitate, she resolved to act without delay, not even lingering in the air for a moment longer. Before all the cultivators in the city, under the hopeful and expectant gazes of Ji Xiao and Huang Xihai, the formidable lord of Tianfeng City, at the pinnacle of the 8th level of Golden Core, suddenly bowed deeply in the direction of Yi Qing. "Esteemed senior, this junior was unaware of your presence here. I offer my sincerest apologies for any offense. To be candid, I am not at all familiar with this Ji Xiao. We are entirely unrelated." "All right. I shall take my leave at once." Her voice trembled, laden with unmistakable fear. What a jest it would be to subdue a senior adept in sword intent for the sake of the esteemed Ji Xiao. "Who, me?" Before her words could fully dissipate, a radiant aura enveloped Zhou Yunling, who promptly unleashed a secret technique that consumed her essence. She transformed into a crimson streak of light, racing toward the horizon, tenfold swifter than her arrival, without a backward glance. The scene was one of utmost disarray, as if a primordial beast were in hot pursuit. In the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace, leaving only a trembling apology reverberating in the still air. Chapter 37. Annihilation of the Sect. The North Song Sect is henceforth erased from existence. The atmosphere was thick with silence. All present stood in stunned disbelief, their mouths agape, eyes wide, expressions reflecting utter incredulity. Grappling with the bewildering circumstances. What was happening? That was a formidable cultivator at the 8th layer of the Golden Core. How could they have fled? Moreover, referring to themselves as a junior? Apologizing? Using the term leave? Huang Sihai collapsed on the ground, his expression frozen, his gaze vacant, seemingly bereft of the capacity for thought. He was utterly exhausted. It seemed that today, even the divine could not save Huang Sihai. Just moments ago, the once arrogant Qi Shao, who had boasted of extracting the soul of Yi Qing, now found himself frozen in place. The ecstasy and resentment on his face morphed into profound confusion, followed by sheer terror upon realizing the gravity of the situation. Qi Shao swallowed hard, his complexion drained of color, paler than parchment. Weak in the knees, he collapsed to the ground. I was wrong, please spare me, he pleaded. Yi Qing stepped forward and inquired, is there anything else? Qi Shao appeared bewildered. What more is there? Seeing this, Yi Qing shook his head in mild disappointment. It seemed there was nothing left. Since Qi Shao could no longer summon anyone to his aid, Yi Qing lacked the patience to hear another word from him. With a barely perceptible sound, a sword's whisper echoed. A blinding flash of sword light flickered and vanished. Qi Zhao's voice was abruptly silenced. He knelt, still in a posture of supplication. But his head had soared into the air, rolling amidst the dust. With a single strike, the leader of the North Song Sect met his demise. His wide-open eyes, now dull, gazed skyward, still filled with disbelief and horror. Until his last breath, he could not fathom the nature of the divine being he had provoked. Above the city of Beijing, the scent of blood lingered in the air. Clad in azure robes, Yi Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor detached. Nearby, where the Su residence once stood, the body of Qi Shao lay cold upon the ground. This once mighty golden core cultivator was now reduced to a mere useless husk. Master. A figure soared upward from the city below. It was Su Chan. Her exquisite visage bore flecks of blood, yet her gaze remained bright and resolute. A drop of crimson slowly trickled from the blade of the sword she held. Have all matters been resolved? Yi Qing inquired calmly. Su Chan bowed respectfully, her voice ringing clear. Master, I report that Huang Sihai, the head of the Huang family, along with all those who participated in the annihilation of my Su family, have been utterly vanquished. Not a tremor was present in her tone. Any such emotion was one of satisfaction born from vengeance fulfilled. The Huang family must be punished. Yi Qing nodded slightly. He refrained from intervening in the affairs of the Huang family, for this was Su Chan's own vendetta, one that she must conclude with her own hands to achieve clarity of mind, ensuring no hindrance in her future cultivation. Go, pay your respects to your kin. Afterwards, we shall depart from this place. Yes, master. Su Chan bowed once more before transforming into a streak of light, descending upon the familiar estate within the city. She knelt upon the ground, gazing intently at the place where she had once lived and laughed with her parents for a long while, then solemnly bowed 3 times. There were no tears, no lamentation, only steadfastness. The past hatred and obsession, upon the completion of her revenge, had solidified into a firm foundation upon her path of enlightenment. From this moment forth, she vowed to strive for strength. Subsequently, Su Chan returned to Yi Qing's side, accompanied by Lin Shuer, who had been waiting nearby. Master, the matter is concluded. Indeed, Yi Qing replied, his gaze shifting towards the north, where the gates of the North Song Sect lay. The annihilation of the Su family had been orchestrated by Han Wuji, an elder of the North Song Sect. However, the true mastermind was the exalted North Song Sect itself. Had it not been for the sect's complicity and its indulgence of wickedness, the Su family would not have faced such utter devastation. Cultivation devoid of a righteous heart is indistinguishable from the path of demons. Now, with the death of the North Song Sect's leader, Zhenren Qi Shao, and the other elders, the existence of the North Song Sect holds no further purpose. Shuer, Chaner, accompany me for a visit, Yi Qing stated with calm assurance. Yes, master. The 2 girls replied in unison. In the next moment, the trio transformed into 3 radiant streaks, cleaving through the heavens. They soon arrived above the North Song Sect. Nestled amidst a landscape suffused with spiritual energy, the North Song Sect's main peak towered majestically into the clouds, exuding an air of grandeur. Ordinarily, disciples of the sect flowed in and out, and the calls of celestial cranes filled the air, presenting a serene and harmonious scene. However, today was different. The protective array of the North Song sect sensed a powerful, unfamiliar presence approaching rapidly, triggering a piercing alarm. Who dares to intrude upon the North Song sect? A streak of light shot up from within the gates. The newcomer was a middle-aged cultivator clad in the attire of a sect steward, soaring upon a flying sword. His demeanor haughty. Upon seeing Yi Qing and the others, he initially intended to scold them harshly. Yet, as he caught sight of them more clearly, his pupils abruptly constricted. He could not discern the cultivation level of the youth in green at the forefront. As for the two young ladies behind him, despite their youth, their cultivation levels appeared to be around the 6th and 7th layers of foundation establishment. These three individuals seemed to possess significant backgrounds. The middle-aged steward's heart quivered, and his tone softened. Esteemed friends, may I inquire what brings you to the North Song sect? Please state your names, and I shall report to the sect leader. Yi Qing did not even lift his eyelids. A notification? Too tedious, unnecessary. Your sect leader is deceased. Perhaps you should descend personally to speak with him. Naturally, Yi Qing preferred to say nothing. To such a nefarious sect, notorious for annihilating entire families and treating lives as mere trifles, any words would be superfluous. He came here solely for the sake of retribution, to eradicate the Northern Song sect. Yi Qing's expression remained tranquil as he slowly raised his right hand, pointing it like a sword. In an instant, the winds and clouds transformed. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged madly at his fingertips, coalescing into a vast sword shadow thousands of zhang long, materializing above the Northern Song sect. This sword shadow radiated an ominous aura, its edge piercingly sharp. It was as if a terrifying rift had suddenly split the sky, capable of devouring all. Seeing this, the middle-aged steward's face drained of color. A wave of intense dread made him tremble. This is bad. He barely managed to emit a short, mournful cry. With a gentle wave of his arm, Yi Qing executed the motion with utmost grace, devoid of any trace of mundane strife. The steward disintegrated into ash. Buzz. Following that, the immense sword shadow swept forth, silently gliding past the mountain gate of the Northern Song sect. It passed over intricately carved halls and over the towering edifice, built at great expense by the esteemed Jinren Qi Shao, symbolizing the sect's glory. Then came the obliteration. In the astonished gazes of Lin Shuer and Su Chan, the entire mountain gate of the Northern Song sect, its buildings, formations, and even the mountain itself were leveled to the ground beneath that sword shadow. Countless disciples of the Northern Song sect were reduced to ashes amidst their desperate cries. As the saying goes, the cycle of cause and effect is inescapable. Their past transgressions had sown the seeds of evil, and today they reaped the catastrophic consequences. After the sword strike, as the dust settled, what was once a sanctuary for cultivation was now left as a vast, smooth expanse, with only the lingering, terrifying sword intent still present in the air. From this moment forth, the Northern Song sect was erased from existence. Chapter 38. Elite Sect Disciples, Talented Dragons. Yi Qing's demeanor remained serene. Standing in the air, his consciousness swept across the area, sensing the concentration of spiritual energy surrounding him. The spiritual vein here was acceptable, although it paled in comparison to the Taiyi Sect. It was far superior to the Black Wind Ridge. Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. He believed this was an excellent place for secluded cultivation. Yi Qing planned to enter seclusion here for a period, refining the remaining 2 4th-tier spirit pills, in hopes of elevating his cultivation to the 9th layer of the golden core before the sect competition. However, Yi Qing glanced at Lin Shuer and Su Chan, pondering for a moment. While he secluded himself, they could not remain idle. Their training must continue. After all, the day of the sect competition would test the strength of disciples from each peak. After some contemplation, Yi Qing formed a plan. I will prepare to enter seclusion here for tranquility. You too shall continue your training. Thus, seek out a bustling city, set up a platform, and accept challenges from peers. Yi Qing instructed, engage with more young masters to refine your sword skills and enhance your strength. Yes, master. Lin Shuer and Su Chan exchanged glances before clasping their fists in response. Their eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Engaging in challenges is indeed a splendid opportunity to validate their learning. Yi Qing nodded, preparing to enter seclusion. Yet, he suddenly paused, furrowing his brow. He had just recalled the incident of Su Chan being captured by the elder Han Wuji of the North Song sect. Such unforeseen circumstances must be guarded against. After a moment of contemplation, a thought crossed Yi Qing's mind. Perhaps it would be wise to proceed thusly. With a hum, Yi Qing extended his finger, upon which 2 strands of exquisitely condensed sword intent gradually emerged, emanating a chillingly sharp aura. During my seclusion, there may be petty individuals who, perceiving your youth, dare to bully you. Therefore, this sword intent imprint shall be left within you for your protection. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he flicked his finger. Whoosh. Whoosh! Two streams of sword intent imprints transformed into fleeting lights, instantaneously embedding themselves into the foreheads of Lin Shuer and Su Chan. The two young women felt a coolness at their brows, followed by an overwhelming surge of sword intent concealed within them, which then vanished from sight. In truth, this sword intent imprint contained half of Yi Qing's strength. Should Lin Shuer and Su Chan encounter a life-threatening crisis, the imprint would automatically activate, and Yi Qing would sense it immediately, emerging from his seclusion. That will suffice. You may go. After completing this, Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, signaling for the two women to embark on their training. With a flash of movement, Yi Qing arrived at the location within the North Song sect rich in spiritual energy. He surveyed his surroundings, then snapped his fingers to create a cave dwelling. After setting up several concealment and defense formations, he began his seclusion for enlightenment. Days later, in the bustling city of Kongming, at the center of the most vibrant plaza, two arenas constructed of blue stones stood out prominently. On either side of the arenas stood a pair of enchanting young women. The girl on the left, clad in a light blue dress, exuded an ethereal grace. She was Lin Shuer. The girl on the right, donned in white, radiated vigor and vitality. She was Su Chan. In front of both arenas stood a stone tablet, upon which intricate characters were inscribed. Today, we set up a challenge. Any foundational cultivator under 30 years of age may ascend the stage to challenge. Are there any exceptional talents willing to step forth? Such a spectacle, coupled with the breathtaking beauty of the two young women, instantly captivated countless cultivators who gathered to watch. Ah, what beautiful maidens! Which sect do these fairies belong to? A challenge? How intriguing. I see these two lovely ladies have delicate skin, and their cultivation seems to be merely at the 6th or 7th level of foundation. I possess a bit of strength myself. Perhaps I should step up to meet them. Who knows? I might just win their favor. A rather flamboyant 6th level foundational cultivator, fanning himself, strutted forward, believing himself to be quite the dashing figure. He pushed through the crowd and leapt onto Lin Shuer's stage. Fairy, I am. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shuer had already drawn her sword. A flash of cold sword light cut through the air. Boom. The cultivator had scarcely seen how Lin Shuer had made her move before being struck in the chest by an overwhelming force. He was sent flying, landing clumsily on the ground and taking a long moment to rise. Lin Shuer stood with her sword sheathed, her expression unchanging. The crowd erupted in laughter. On the other side, the arena of Su Chan exhibited a similarly captivating scene. Regardless of whether the cultivators stepping onto the stage were at the 5th, 6th, or 7th level of foundation establishment, none could withstand even a single move under Su Chan's sword. Her swordsmanship was fierce and decisive. Each stroke was executed with precision and clarity, devoid of any superfluous motion. Bang, bang, bang. Those who sought to approach with ulterior motives, lacking in strength, were all sent flying. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, their faces turned crimson with embarrassment as they lowered their heads, covering their faces, and hurriedly blended into the throng. It became evident to all that Lin Shuer and Su Chan were indeed extraordinary in their prowess. Consequently, several cultivators, driven by curiosity and a desire to spar, leapt onto the stage. However, without exception, they were swiftly defeated. The audience was astonished to discover that the swordplay of these two young women was exquisitely refined, far surpassing their understanding, and their grasp of combat opportunities was astonishingly precise. Thus, the number of onlookers gathering before the arena in Kongming City grew daily, as did the number of challengers. With the passage of time, the ranks of those who faced defeat also swelled. The renown of Lin Shuer and Su Chan gradually spread throughout the city. They struck with such speed that it seemed they vanquished their foes with but a single stroke. And both possessed an unparalleled grace, leading some to refer to them as sword fairies. The titles of the greater and lesser sword fairies spread like wildfire, quickly becoming renowned throughout the city. On this particular day, in the streets of Kongming City, a young cultivator of remarkable demeanor strolled leisurely. He appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, clad in a brocade robe, and had achieved the 8th level of foundation establishment, exuding a calm and refined aura that was far beyond that of ordinary practitioners of the same tier. Following closely behind him was an unassuming old man in gray robes, whose eyes were slightly closed, and whose aura was subdued, resembling an ordinary servant. In truth, however, the old man was immensely powerful, a formidable cultivator at the 5th level of Golden Core. The young cultivator was named Zhou. In reality, he was a true disciple of one of the top sects in the Eastern Domain, the Wandao sect, and ranked 86th on the esteemed Hidden Dragon list of the Eastern Domain. This old man was his guardian. The Hidden Dragon list featured the top 100 geniuses in the Eastern Domain under the age of 30. Those who made the list were all prodigies. each possessing terrifying strength that rendered them nearly invincible among their peers and capable of battling above their level. It can be said that as long as these individuals did not fall, their future ascension to the Golden Core, or even the nascent soul stage, was virtually assured. Old Sure, the square ahead seems quite lively. It appears that a contest is underway, Zhou Yi remarked as he approached the vicinity of the square. Observing the commotion ahead, he raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest flickering across his face. Shall we go take a look? Zhou Yi passed through Qingming City, regarding this so-called arena contest with a casual attitude, not taking it to heart. In his eyes, this was merely a gathering of disciples from small sects engaging in trivial play. It was merely a coincidental encounter, a chance to observe some excitement. However, the moment he squeezed into the crowd and his gaze fell upon the arena, the nonchalance on his face instantly vanished. At this moment, a cultivator at the 7th layer of Foundation establishment was challenging Su Chan. This individual possessed exquisite swordsmanship and formidable spiritual energy, making him relatively renowned among the younger generation near Qingming City. However, compared to Su Chan, his once proud offensive techniques appeared somewhat clumsy. With a long sword in hand, Su Chan moved gracefully. With mere footfalls and sword swings, she exuded an enigmatic aura. As she struck, the light of her sword flickered, reminiscent of a shimmering river adorned with starlight. This was a sword technique I had never witnessed before. Furthermore, its rank was extraordinarily high. Zhou Yi, an astute observer, felt his breath catch, his eyes igniting with fervor. Coming from the Wandao sect, he was well-versed and immediately recognized the exceptional nature of Su Chan's swordsmanship. While he could not ascertain its precise rank, he was certain it was profoundly mystical. Bang! At that moment, on the arena, Su Chan's sword struck her opponent's blade, transmitting an overwhelming force through the sword's body. The man let out a muffled groan, his sword slipping from his grasp as he was forced back 7 or 8 steps. His complexion pale and his vitality surging chaotically. I concede, he managed to utter, dazed for a moment before stepping down from the arena, shaking his head in awe. The surrounding crowd erupted in exclamations, many hailing her as the sword fairy. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's heart raced, a singular thought blossoming in his mind. If possible, he wished to observe this sword technique. Chapter 39, defeated in 5 moves. Thus, Zhou Yi stepped forward, his figure resembling a bolt of lightning, landing instantly before Su Chan. I am Zhou Yi, at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment, seeking to inquire a few techniques from the sword fairy. Zhou Yi clasped his hands and gazed intently at Su Chan, expressing, however, a simple duel seems somewhat mundane. Might I request a favor from the sword fairy? Should I be fortunate enough to land a hit, I hope to have the honor of observing the sword technique you practice. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in uproar. You dare covet the sword fairy's techniques? Zhou Yi, a name well chosen, yet, before the sword fairy, whether you can triumph remains uncertain. Yet, one must tread carefully. After all, he is at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment, slightly above the sword fairy's cultivation. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Many local young cultivators, observing Zhou Yi's imposing demeanor, found him increasingly displeasing. Simultaneously, their confidence in Su Chan swelled. Though Su Chan's realm was a tier lower than Zhou Yi's, she had triumphed over numerous 8th layer cultivators in recent days. Upon hearing his words, Su Chan furrowed her brow slightly. Her cold gaze met Zhou Yi's as she replied coolly. Sword techniques are imparted by my master. Without my master's permission, they cannot be observed by outsiders. If you wish to fight, then fight. If not, step down. Her response was crisp and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhou Yi was taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward refusal. However, he took it in stride. After a moment of contemplation, he thought, since observation was denied, then engaging in battle would suffice. During the fight, he could engage this sword fairy in several hundred exchanges. Perhaps, one might endeavor to explore the intricate subtleties of this sword technique. With a slight smile and a tone imbued with confidence, tinged with a hint of arrogance, Zhou Yi declared, in that case, let us engage. However, there exists a disparity in our realms. I stand at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment, while you, fair maiden, are at the 7th. To ensure fairness, I shall willingly suppress my cultivation by 1 layer, and fight you with the strength of the 7th layer. Thus, it will not be said that I, Zhou Yi, took advantage of you. In Zhou Yi's eyes, he was, after all, a prodigy on the potential dragon rankings. Attempting to comprehend another swordplay was one thing. Imposing a realm restriction upon his opponent was quite another, for it could easily be construed as bullying, rendering him a target of ridicule among acquaintances. Yet, Su Chan merely regarded him calmly and uttered 2 words, no need. Zhou Yi's smile faltered, momentarily taken aback. No need. He could not help but shake his head, a quiet chuckle echoing within. How confident you are. Yet, you remain unaware of the formidable challenge that lies before you. Your opponent is not merely an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, but a prodigy among the potential dragons. I hope you will not be too severely impacted. In the audience, the elder in gray robes, known as Elder Shur, observed with a slight smirk, stroking his beard and chuckling softly. Since the maiden is so confident, then I must not hold back. Without further ado, Zhou Yi unleashed the formidable aura of his 8th-layer Foundation establishment. A blue longsword appearing in his grasp as if conjured from thin air. The sword shimmered with spiritual radiance, infused with magical energy. Behold, with a swift motion, he struck forth, unleashing a fierce sword energy aimed directly at Su Chan's face. This blow was swift, precise, and deadly, a true display of a prodigy from the potential dragon rankings. Gasps of astonishment arose from the spectators, who were taken aback by Zhou Yi's prowess. Some, drawn into Su Chan's perspective, felt a weight in their hearts, their expressions turning grave. They sensed that in the next moment, they might be overwhelmed by this strike. The individual before them should not be underestimated. However, Su Chan stood her ground, unmoving. Only when the sword energy was nearly upon her did she finally make her move. Without any extravagant gestures, she simply thrust her sword forward. The first form of the Heavenly River Sword Classic, titled Surging Waves. At the tip of her sword, a miniature wave of the Heavenly River seemed to rise, only to explode in an instant. A sharp clang resonated. Zhou Yi felt an irresistible, terrifying force emanating from her sword tip, shattering his prideful sword energy in an instant. His long sword emitted a mournful cry, nearly slipping from his grasp. Something's amiss. How is this possible? Zhou Yi's heart raced with trepidation, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, Su Chan's second strike had already arrived. The sword light flowed like water, appearing gentle yet relentless, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Zhou Yi, quick to react despite the compulsion, swiftly countered with his sword, resulting in a series of rapid clashes echoing through the air. The third strike, the fourth strike, each blow from Su Chan landed precisely upon Zhou Yi's vulnerabilities. Despite possessing a profound reservoir of spiritual energy, Zhou Yi found himself utterly suppressed, rendered unable to unleash his full potential, a state of utter frustration. He was acutely aware of his own swordsmanship, which, while not devoid of flaws, had never before been so precisely and swiftly exploited by an opponent in battle. This sensation was entirely foreign to Zhou Yi. It was an unbearable discomfort, an overwhelming sense of defeat. Even as he attempted to resist, thrusting forth a strike, he felt as though he were not contending with a single adversary, but rather grappling with an expansive celestial river. No matter how vigorously he struggled, he was inexorably drawn by an omnipresent force, rendering his efforts futile, his power diluted to the point of insignificance. Finally, with a light admonition, Su Chan unleashed her fifth strike. This blow, seemingly unremarkable, arrived at a moment when Zhou Yi had no means of evasion or defense. The tip of her sword found its mark, striking precisely against his chest. A look of resignation crossed Zhou Yi's face, tinged with a hint of unwillingness. Yet words eluded him. He had lost. He, Zhou Yi, had actually been defeated. He felt a flush of embarrassment as he recalled his earlier thoughts. How foolish he had been to consider suppressing his strength and engaging in hundreds of exchanges just to meticulously analyze Su Chan's swordplay. But now, hundreds of exchanges? He felt utterly humiliated. Below the stage, the spectators erupted in cheers, convinced of the inevitability of the sword fairy's victory. After all, she had previously triumphed over cultivators at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Yet, one must acknowledge that historically, the sword fairy had dispatched her opponents with just 1 or 2 strikes. The fact that this individual had forced her to employ 5 strikes was indeed commendable. Do not be disheartened, good sir. You have accomplished something remarkable. Step down. It is time for others to take the stage, the crowd consoled Zhou Yi, affirming his impressive performance. However, the elder in gray robes stood in stunned silence. While the others were oblivious to the significance of the event, he understood all too well. Zhou Yi hailed from the prestigious sect of the eastern region, the Wandao sect, and ranked 86th on the esteemed potential dragon ranking. To be defeated in 5 strikes by a girl of lower cultivation, without any suppression of his own power, was astonishing. It must be noted that the girl's name did not even appear on the potential dragon ranking. And yet, Zhou Yi had been vanquished just like that? The gray-robed elder was momentarily lost in disbelief. Chapter 40. Could she be a nascent soul elder? On the arena, Zhou Yi's complexion oscillated between shades of pale and flushed, his heart tumultuous with waves of shock. 5 strikes. Merely 5 strikes. As a genius ranked 86th on the Eastern region's potential dragon ranking, a true disciple of the Wandao sect. To be defeated by an unknown girl in just 5 moves was akin to a surreal dream. As the initial shock faded, Zhou Yi's heart was flooded with admiration and awe. Her swordsmanship, ethereal and fluid, concealed boundless lethal intent. Each move seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe. Enigmatic and unfathomable. Moreover, it was not solely her swordplay that was impressive. Zhou Yi could sense that her comprehension of the sword path was remarkably profound. His defeat was indeed justified, though it was regrettable that he had not the opportunity to witness it more closely. With a sigh of yearning, Zhou Yi's gaze reflected a hint of desire. He shook his head and descended from the arena, having recognized the profound and precious nature of the sword technique. Coupled with Su Chan's resolute demeanor, he understood that he might never have the opportunity to observe and learn this art. Among the 5 foremost sects of the Eastern Domain, he was quite familiar with the talented youth, yet he had never heard of such extraordinary figures emerging from any of these sections. Could it be that they hailed from lesser backgrounds? The thought that they, not from esteemed sects, had bested him sent an uncomfortable chill through Zhou Yi. How distressing. Alas, if he could meticulously study this sword technique, even mastering just a move or two, he was absolutely confident that his standing on the potential dragon list would soar. Taking a deep breath to suppress his tumultuous emotions, he addressed Old Shi, "Let us depart." Old Shi nodded in response. Yet a glimmer of sharp insight flashed in his murky eyes. He glanced back at the arena and communicated to Zhou Yi. "I perceive that the swordsmanship of these 2 young women is exceptional. It would be a shame to let such a technique slip away. Should I seize them and extract the secrets of their swordplay?" Zhou Yi halted, casting a wary glance at Old Shi, his brow furrowing tightly. Though he yearned for the technique, he regarded himself as a disciple of the righteous path and could not condone such forceful means. Cultivating both mind and spirit was his creed, and it constituted his moral line. "No," Zhou Yi firmly rejected. "Old Shi, I implore you to abandon this notion. I may lack in skill, but I shall return to diligent practice instead of resorting to such underhanded tactics. Please do not mention it again." Having spoken, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Old Shi. Observing the steadfast determination in Zhou Yi's eyes, Old Shi's murky gaze flickered uncertainly before he finally nodded slightly. Zhou Yi then allowed a satisfied smile to grace his face before turning to leave. Old Shi followed in his wake, watching Zhou Yi's retreating figure, and a barely perceptible sigh escaped his lips. Alas, he is still too young, too idealistic. This cannot be. In this ruthless realm of cultivation, opportunities lie just within reach, and failing to seize them would be the height of folly. If he is unwilling to dirty his hands, then I shall take on the role of the villain. That night, under a shroud of darkness and a howling wind, within an inn, Old Shi quietly rose from his bed. Slightly tilting his head, he sensed that Zhou Yi had already succumbed to slumber. A subtle smile crossed his face as he vanished from the room. In Qingming City, at a secluded courtyard where Lin Shuai and Su Chan had taken refuge, the 2 young women concluded their day of arena challenges. They sat in meditation within their room, silently reflecting on the battles of the day, extracting insights and experiences to solidify their gains. At that moment, a ghostly shadow seamlessly melded into the night, creeping into the small courtyard without alerting anyone. This shadow was none other than Zhou Yi's protector, Old Shi. In truth, Old Shi had already ascertained during the day that no formidable guardians were present near Lin Shuai and Su Chan, leading him to believe this was a fortuitous opportunity. One could effortlessly seize the opportunity to silently apprehend Su Chan and Lin Shuai. Then, under duress, he would extract the secrets of the sword technique from them. After a few days, he could concoct an excuse to bestow this sword technique upon Zhou Yi. After all, being a cultivator at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, subduing 2 mere foundation establishment girls would be exceedingly simple. Once the matter was concluded, even if those 2 girls had some formidable background or if powerful allies came to Qingming City, his actions would remain undetected. Thus, to let such an opportunity slip away would indeed be a lamentable loss. With that thought, Elder Shi moved like a drifting leaf, stealthily approaching the room. His consciousness locked onto Lin Shuai and Su Chan within, and a confident smile adorned his face, convinced of his imminent success. In the next instant, his golden core energy surged within him, manifesting as a gray hand of condensed spiritual power, which silently penetrated the wall and reached for the meditating Su Chan and Lin Shuai. He intended to deny them any chance to react, planning to directly suppress their cultivation and abduct them. However, just as that gray hand was about to make contact with the 2 girls' bodies, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A barely perceptible sound of a sword resonated, emanating from within Su Chan and Lin Shuai simultaneously, accompanied by an aura of terror, as if an ancient beast of unimaginable power had been roused from slumber. In an instant, 2 brilliant sword intents ignited upon them, transforming into a terrifying sword light. One beam of sword light spiraled in the air, firmly encircling Lin Shuer and Su Chan within its protective embrace. The other beam, however, cleaved forth with ferocity. This sword light was majestic, domineering, and unmatched in sharpness, containing the formidable power of approximately 50% of Yi Qing's strength. A sense of dread enveloped Elder Shi as he realized the gravity of the situation. The moment that sword light surged towards him, every hair on his body stood on end. A chilling wave of death emanating from the depths of his soul gripped him with fear. He could never have imagined that these seemingly defenseless Foundation establishment girls harbored such a terrifying lethal move. In the blink of an eye, Elder Shi could not react in time. Fortunately, a heart-protecting mirror he often wore at his chest awakened instinctively, erupting in a brilliant radiance. A hefty, earthy yellow light shield materialized instantaneously, enveloping him entirely. This was a precious third-tier lower-grade defensive spiritual artifact, renowned for its formidable protective capability. Yet, it proved futile. With an overwhelming force, the unmatched sword light struck the earthy yellow shield with a resounding crash. The precious shield shattered under the impact, resembling mere paper as it splintered into cracks before collapsing entirely. After enduring that strike, the third-tier spiritual artifact was left on the brink of destruction. Elder Shi, ignoring the pain in his heart, found that a remnant of the sword light had fiercely cleaved into his chest. With a violent cough, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite with its string severed, crashing through the courtyard wall and rolling onto the street outside. His aura instantly diminishing to the brink of collapse. He gazed down in horror at his chest, where a deep sword wound, visible to the bone, stretched from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Had it not been for the protective spirit artifact that absorbed much of the impact, and had he not desperately shifted by half an inch at the last moment, that strike would have cleaved him in two. He had narrowly escaped death. The source of this calamity was merely a sword intent imprint emanating from his opponent. Elder Shi speculated that this must be a protective measure left by the two young women's master. Such power, if their master were to personally appear here. I surmise it might be a formidable nascent soul expert. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, who had been in seclusion, felt a stirring in his heart. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Chapter 41. The End of Seclusion and Preparation to Return to Taiyi Sect. Within the ethereal aura of a cave dwelling in the heart of the original North Song sect, Yi Qing sat cross-legged, gradually opening his eyes. His gaze was profound and slightly cold. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed that the sword intent imprint he had left on Su Chan and Lin Shuer had been activated. Someone truly dared to act against his disciples, disregarding their identities, seeking death. With a thought, the sword intent that had been enveloping Lin Shuer and Su Chan shot skyward. Again, Elder Shi suddenly felt a chilling sensation wash over him, and an overwhelming fear surged within. He finally comprehended the terrifying existence he had recklessly provoked. Flee. He had to escape immediately. Elder Shi could hardly suppress his internal injuries and forcibly summoned his spiritual power, transforming it into a streak of light. Racing madly toward the inn where Zhou Yi resided, he burst through the door without explanation, seizing the sleeping Zhou Yi and hoisting him over his shoulder as he dashed outside. Elder Shi? What is happening? Zhou Yi, startled awake, wore a bewildered expression. Elder Shi's face shifted from pale to flushed, a mixture of shock, fear, shame, and anger etched upon it, his visage burning in the night. Zhou Yi had explicitly warned him during the day not to entertain any ill thoughts. Yet here he was, having acted on his own accord only to end up in a disastrous situation, nearly losing his life in the process. Don't ask. I can't explain everything right now. Just come with me. Elder Shi bellowed, diverting the topic. In a swift motion, he crushed a silver talisman. This was a precious teleportation talisman. Buzz. The space around them twisted, and their figures vanished in an instant. The next moment, they found themselves hovering above a desolate wilderness several hundred miles away, sensing that a sharp aura still targeted them. Elder Shi wasted no time and shattered two more valuable teleportation talismans in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh. After 3 consecutive teleports, spanning nearly thousands of miles, Elder Shi finally came to a halt, breathless, placing Zhou Yi aside as he gasped for air before swallowing a healing pill to recover a bit from his injuries. He was drenched in cold sweat, terrified that the master of that sword intent imprint might pursue them. After all, in Elder Shi's estimation, this was likely a nascent soul expert, and one who had comprehended sword intent at that. How terrifying to even contemplate. He certainly ran fast. Yi Qing scoffed disdainfully. If it were not for the remarkable speed of the individual in question, who executed a series of swift movements, and the absence of Yi Qing, the remaining sword intent might not have been able to catch up and vanquish them in time. Furthermore, considering that the sword intent, once unleashed, left his 2 disciples unprotected, Yi Qing would undoubtedly not allow this person to escape unscathed. It was truly vexing. Yi Qing's expression darkened slightly. He merely yearned for a tranquil space in which to cultivate. Was that too much to ask? Nonetheless, it no longer mattered. With a deep exhale, he released a breath of turbid air, his aura profound and resonant. His eyes shimmered with golden light, and his skin radiated a gentle, jade-like luminescence, each strand of hair appearing crystalline and transparent. The medicinal potency of 2 fourth-grade elixirs had been thoroughly refined within him. Turning his gaze inward, Yi Qing beheld his dantian, where the golden core gleamed with an increasingly resplendent brilliance, adorned with 9 golden patterns that circled around it, emanating an aura of perfection. From the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the golden core stage, he had ascended to the initial stage of the 8th layer, then to the mid-stage, the latter stage, and finally to the peak of the 8th layer, progressing to the initial stage of the 9th layer, then to the mid-stage, and ultimately reaching the zenith of the 9th layer. All of this accomplished in merely a span of half a month. His cultivation was now perilously close to the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Sensing the surging spiritual power within him, now exponentially more potent than before, Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. Though he remained in the golden core realm, his true combat prowess could conservatively be likened to that of a practitioner at the 3rd or 4th layer of the nascent soul stage. As he calculated the time, the sect competition was approaching. Rising from his meditative posture, Yi Qing stretched, the sound of cracking bones resonating throughout the cave abode, causing it to tremble slightly. In a flash, he stepped outside, his form manifesting beyond the cave's confines. With the sword intent imprint guiding him, he discerned the direction and transformed into a streak of azure light, slicing through the skies towards the location of Qingming City. It was time to return to Taiyi Sect. A cold smile graced Yi Qing's lips. Since he felt perturbed, it was only fitting to find someone to vent his frustrations upon. Qingxuan Peak. Zhao Qian. I trust that when we meet again, you shall be quite surprised. Chapter 42. Return to Qingxuan Peak. Aunt Lu's humiliation. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qing's figure vanished from his location. Boom. The azure streak cleaved through the heavens, moving at an astonishing velocity. It resembled a luminous comet tearing through the firmament, effortlessly piercing the clouds along its path, creating a series of sonic booms. Upon emerging from his seclusion, with his considerably enhanced cultivation, Yi Qing could not resist the urge to test his full power in flight. The pinnacle of the 9th layer of the golden core stage, combined with the formidable prowess of the suppressing prison celestial body and the profundities of the Taiyuan golden tome, afforded him a speed that far surpassed that of ordinary golden core practitioners, even nearing the capabilities of those at the mid-nascent soul stage. Before long, a bustling city, Qingming City, came into view. With a swift scan of his surroundings, Yi Qing smiled faintly, having precisely pinpointed the locations of his 2 disciples within the city. Lin Shuer and Su Chan had recently relocated to a new courtyard. After the attack by Old Stone, they remained somewhat shaken. Fortunately, there remained the imprint of sword intent left by the master, which served as a protective barrier. Moreover, the power of this sword intent imprint was astonishingly formidable, surpassing all expectations. A powerful golden core cultivator was nearly slain by a mere imprint of sword intent, left with no means to resist and forced to flee in panic. Although their master was absent, such strength emanated from just a single imprint. Su Chan's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder amidst her shock. A profound sense of admiration and longing welled up within her. Lin Shuer, too, felt a surge of emotion, sharing in the pride. Clenching her fists, she declared with pride, "Our master must be the most formidable sword cultivator in the world." At that moment, a gentle voice resonated in their ears. "Oh, have I earned such high regard in your hearts?" The voice, though soft, was crystal clear to both young women. Lin Shuer and Su Chan froze momentarily, only to be overtaken by unparalleled joy. They swiftly turned around to find a figure clad in azure, who had quietly appeared in the courtyard with a smile, none other than their longed-for master, Yi Qing. "Master, you've come to find us," the 2 exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable, their eyes slightly glistening with unshed tears. Though they had made progress during their time apart, they were still 2 young girls navigating the world, having recently faced an attack from a golden core cultivator, leaving them somewhat unsettled. Seeing their pillar of support restored their inner peace, a feeling that was beyond words. Yi Qing nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the 2, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Indeed, you have both made significant strides." He effortlessly gauged their cultivation levels. Lin Shuer had successfully advanced from the 6th to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, her aura refined and her foundation solid. Additionally, Yi Qing sensed that her sword intent had matured considerably, indicating a deeper comprehension of the Heavenly River Sword Classic. Su Chan's progress was even more remarkable. Having reached the 8th layer of foundation establishment in just over a month since becoming his disciple, she had broken through 2 realms. True to her innate talent as a sword cultivator, her inner sword energy flowed with brilliance. And there was even a faint trace of sword intent beginning to take shape at her brow's ancestral aperture. Once this trace fully solidified, she would step into the coveted threshold of sword intent that countless sword cultivators dream of. Master, we have not embarrassed you, Lin Schwetter said, her chest swelling with pride. During this time, we followed your instructions and set up a stage in Kongming City, engaging with various cultivators to sharpen our sword techniques and gain invaluable experience. Su Chan nodded vigorously, drawing forth a sword, and, with a graceful flourish, executed a fluid series of sword techniques. The sword light danced with vitality, subtly infused with the grandeur of the Heavenly River Sword Classic. Yi Qing observed quietly, nodding slightly. Very well, both of you have done admirably. His praise was succinct, yet conveyed the highest affirmation. Now, with this matter concluded and the sect competition approaching, let us return to the Taiyi Sect at once. Yes, master. The 2 responded in unison, their spirits lifted. Yi Qing led them, transforming into a beam of sword light that soared into the sky. After a while, the endless mountains of the Taiyi Sect came into view. The 3 figures, like flowing light, traversed effortlessly through the vast protective array enveloping the sect. The array flickered with spiritual brilliance, yet posed no obstruction to them, evidently recognizing Yi Qing's status as the Peak Master. Silently, they descended into the grand hall of Qingxuan Peak. This was Su Chan's inaugural visit, and her heart brimmed with anticipation for the place. However, upon beholding the scene before her, she was momentarily taken aback. One would expect that as the master of a peak, her mentor's domain would be shrouded in ethereal mist, adorned with majestic halls and throngs of disciples. Yet, the Qingxuan Peak before her, while still possessing some spiritual energy, appeared strikingly desolate, almost forlorn. The mountain paths lay untended, overrun with moss, and a few solitary halls stood amidst the wind, devoid of any trace of human presence. In this vast expanse of Qingxuan Peak, it seemed as though only the 3 of them existed. Is this truly our Qingxuan Peak? Su Chan inquired in astonishment. Lin Schwerer gazed at the familiar, yet melancholic scenery, a flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes. She explained to Su Chan, Junior sister, you are unaware. Since the passing of the former Peak Master and the ascension of our mentor to the position, most of the elders and disciples have defected to other peaks, leaving only us 3 here. In just a few words, Lin Schwerer elucidated the current plight of Qingxuan Peak. What? Su Chan's brows furrowed in indignation. Her fair visage flushed with anger. How could they do this? Is this not the height of ingratitude, a betrayal of Qingxuan Peak and our master? Standing to the side, Yi Qing gazed at the familiar yet foreign mountain gate, his heart stirred with a wave of emotion. He recalled the desolate scene he encountered upon his arrival in this world, marked by an air of abandonment. However, times had changed. He now possessed ample confidence and undeniable strength to safeguard Qingxuan Peak. This place, after all, represented his roots in this realm. At that moment, Yi Qing's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed a commotion, and his formidable consciousness unfurled instantly, enveloping the entirety of Qingxuan Peak before extending towards the foot of the mountain. At the mountain's base, a clamor echoed. Master Lu, what is the necessity of this? We merely wish to utilize the fertile land of Qingxuan Peak to cultivate a few acres for spiritual herbs. This peak lies in neglect. Once the sect competition concludes, it shall be reclaimed by the sect. Utilizing it beforehand could be seen as a prudent use of resources. A voice tinged with sarcasm emerged. The speaker was an elder clad in the garb of Danxia Peak, his cultivation at the 3rd layer of the golden core unmistakable. He was accompanied by a dozen disciples from Danxia Peak, all wearing expressions of amusement. In front of them stood a lone figure, resolutely blocking the path upward, Lu Rian, the peak master of Luoxia Peak. Her face was as cold as frost, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of fury. Elder Wang, I will reiterate, as long as the sect competition has not yet commenced, Qingxuan Peak remains one of the 99 peaks of Taiyi Sect. As long as it is not officially removed from the roster, none from Danxia Peak shall step foot here. Yi Qing, perceiving this scene through his consciousness, felt a warm surge within his heart. Aunt Lu shared a profound rapport with her master and regarded him as family. Since her master's passing, she has consistently shown him great care. When he descended the mountain, Aunt Lu even bestowed him with provisions. Moreover, it seems that similar scenes like today have unfolded on more than one occasion during this period. Perhaps the visiting elders are not limited to just 1 or 2. Lu Ruoyan, do not provoke the inevitable consequences of your defiance. Elder Wang, having been thwarted multiple times, was now at the end of his patience, his countenance darkening. Your falling sunset peak ranks beyond the 80th among the 99 peaks, while my Danxia Peak is in the upper echelons. You are merely at the second level of the Golden Core, whereas I have already ascended to the third level. Are you truly willing to oppose my Danxia Peak for a Qingxuan Peak destined for expulsion? His words carried a palpable threat. In his eyes, Lu Ruoyan was merely meddling. Many elders from Danxia Peak were eyeing the Qingxuan Peak, which they deemed a lucrative prize. Should he seize the territory first, he might gain a significant advantage. However, his intricate plans were continuously thwarted by Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan, the master of Falling Sunset Peak? In terms of strength, though she holds the title of Peak Master, she is still weaker than me, an elder. Once he forcefully repelled this master of Falling Sunset Peak, he would not only secure the territory, but also establish his authority before the disciples. It would be a twofold triumph, and he could only imagine the exhilaration that would follow. As Lu Ruoyan sensed Elder Wang's intent to strike, her complexion shifted slightly, yet her gaze remained resolute. As long as I stand here today, you shall not enter Qingxuan Peak. Very well. Elder Wang sneered in fury. Since you seek humiliation, I shall oblige you. Let you understand that in the Golden Core realm, every level is a world unto itself. No sooner had he spoken than the Golden Core energy within him erupted violently, forming a massive hand engulfed in crimson flames, which surged forth with a scorching wave, striking fiercely towards Lu Ruoyan. Chapter 43. In the Golden Core realm, every level is a world unto itself. The elder from Danxia Peak unleashed his full power, evidently aiming to severely injure Lu Ruoyan with a single blow, thereby nullifying her capacity to obstruct him entirely. Lu Ruoyan's complexion paled. She sensed the terrifying force contained within this strike, far beyond her ability to withstand. Atop the mountain, Yi Qing's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity upon witnessing this. Seeking death, he could not tolerate Aunt Lu enduring such humiliation on his behalf. With a mere thought, a vast and pure surge of magical energy, seemingly transcending spatial distances, instantaneously flowed down to the foot of the mountain, silently entering Lu Ruoyan's body. At the foot of the mountain, in a flash, faced with Elder Wang's fiery giant hand, the energy within Lu Ruoyan surged as if boiling, operating at an unprecedented speed. In that moment, she had no time for contemplation, driven purely by instinct. She instinctively raised her hand to meet the attack. Boom. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a dull thud. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers from Danxia Peak, Lu Ruoyan's seemingly delicate hand collided fiercely with Elder Wang's fiery giant hand. In the next moment, the once mighty flaming giant palm melted away like snow under the blazing sun, dissipating in an instant. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming force surged along Elder Wang's arm and struck fiercely against his chest. A gasp escaped his lips as his face transformed in shock. It felt as if he had been struck by a titan's hammer. His protective spiritual light shattered in an instant, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. His body flung backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing into several large trees before he landed in a heap on the ground. The arena fell into a deathly silence. All the disciples of Danxia Peak stood stupefied, their mouths agape, faces etched with disbelief. How could Elder Wang, at the third level of the Golden Core stage, be defeated in a single move by Master Lu, who was merely at the second level? How could this be possible? Lu Ruoyan herself was momentarily dazed, staring at her own palm, utterly bewildered by what had transpired. When had her strength become so formidable? Yet, her exceptional character prevailed. Despite the turmoil within, she maintained her composure and seized the opportunity to coldly admonish the struggling Elder Wang, who was rising in astonishment. In the Golden Core realm, is there truly such a distinction between the levels? Elder Wang, do you comprehend now? If you do, why not hastily take your people and leave? Usually gentle as water. Lu Ruoyan's tone carried an unintentional authority that startled Elder Wang to his core. He cast a fearful glance at her, swallowed hard, and dared not linger any longer. He hastily rallied his equally stunned disciples and fled from Qingxuan Peak in disgrace. Once the disciples of Danxia Peak had thoroughly departed, Lu Ruoyan let out a slow breath of relief. She cast a final glance at the mist-shrouded, silent Qingxuan Peak, her exquisite features involuntarily shadowed by a trace of concern and a sigh. The mysterious power she had wielded earlier had come and gone swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Reflecting on it, she found herself at a loss for answers. Moreover, while she could defend Qingxuan Peak for a moment, she could not guarantee its safety for eternity. With only a few days remaining before the sect competition, Yi Qing remained untraceable. Would he be able to return in time? Furthermore, even if he managed to come back, considering Qingxuan Peak's current predicament, could he safeguard the mountain? To Lu Ruoyan, the hope seemed exceedingly dim. Chapter 44. When did the affairs of Qingxuan become yours to dictate? With a soft sigh, Lu Ruyan turned to leave. She had done all that she could. Now, it was merely a matter of fate. Atop the mountain, Yi Qing took in the departing silhouette of Lu Ruyan, a warm current swelling in his heart. This sentiment, he would remember. Master, was that Lu Ruyan from Luoxiao Peak just now? Lin Shui'er inquired softly, having recognized Lu Ruyan herself. Indeed, Yi Qing nodded, his gaze shifting to the chaos below the mountain, his expression turning cold. Some individuals never seemed to learn their lesson. Su Chan, beside him, was flushed with anger. The people of Danxiao Peak have gone too far. Master, must we let them humiliate Qingxuan Peak like this? Let it go? Yi Qing's lips curled into a chilling arc, undeniably resolute. However, the time was not yet ripe. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Taiyi Sect's main peak, where clouds swirled majestically. Accounts must be settled meticulously, and the sect competition presented the perfect opportunity for reckoning. His tone was unassuming, yet exuded an unwavering confidence, subtly infused with an aura of menace. Yi Qing had not forgotten the matter of Zhao Qian hiring assassins from the blood slaughterhouse. Lin Shui'er and Su Chan exchanged glances, excitement and anticipation gleaming in their eyes. They understood that their master intended to seek justice for Qingxuan Peak on the day of the competition. Let us go. I shall take you to witness the transmission hall of Qingxuan Peak. Yi Qing restrained his aura and turned towards the inner peak. In the following days, Qingxuan Peak remained unusually tranquil. Yi Qing paid no heed to the external tumult, dedicating himself to guiding the two women in their cultivation. He imparted the secrets of the Taiyuan golden scripture and the essence of the Heavenly River Sword Classic without reservation. Lin Shui'er and Su Chan exhibited remarkable talent and perseverance. Although their cultivation had not yet advanced, their comprehension and application of techniques and swordplay progressed daily, their combat prowess steadily rising. They resembled two exquisite uncut jade stones, gradually radiating dazzling brilliance under the meticulous craftsmanship of Yi Qing, the master of swordsmanship. As time flowed by, the day of the sect competition finally arrived. On this day, the heavens broke forth with light. Atop the Taiyi Sect's main peak, the Grand Martial Arena could accommodate 100,000 spectators. The arena, paved with ancient green stone, was inscribed with countless profound formations and symbols, exuding an indomitable spirit. Surrounding the arena, the viewing platforms were already teeming with people. Nearly all the peak masters, elders, and disciples of the 99 peaks of Taiyi Sect had gathered, save for those in secluded meditation or on clandestine missions. Radiant rays of light and auspicious colors filled the air. Powerful auras surged into the sky, intertwining sword lights, treasure glimmers, and escape lights, creating a resplendent ocean. The grandeur of the scene left one utterly awestruck. This was the splendor of one of the 5 premier sects of the eastern region. At the northernmost end of the arena stood a towering jade platform. Upon this platform sat a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, his countenance imposing and his aura profound as the ocean. He was Lu Changhe, the current sect master of Taiyi Sect, a formidable cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Lu Changhe's calm gaze swept across the densely packed crowd below. His voice, serene yet resounding like a great bell, echoed throughout the arena. The time has come. Are all peaks accounted for? His words carried an implicit authority that swiftly silenced the clamor of the crowd. The peak masters and elders rose in unison to pay their respects. Reporting to the sect master, the heavenly sword peak is present. Reporting to the sect master, the divine symbol peak is present. Reporting to the sect master, the 100 artifacts peak is present. Voices rang out consecutively. Once the chorus of responses subsided, in the viewing area of Danxiao Peak, a long-nosed elder with a haughty demeanor rose to his feet. This man was Zhao Qian, the elder in charge of discipline at Danxiao Peak. He first offered a distant bow to the sect leader, Lu Changhe, and then spoke aloud. I respectfully report to the sect leader that, from what I have observed, it appears that one peak is missing among the 99. Lu Changhe raised an eyebrow, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he indeed discovered that the area representing Qingxuan Peak was devoid of any presence. He fell momentarily silent, letting out a soft sigh within. Then, turning his gaze towards Zhao Qian, Lu Changhe inquired expressionlessly, "Oh, which peak is that?" A smirk of unabashed scorn tugged at the corners of Zhao Qian's mouth as he raised his voice slightly, ensuring that most of those present could hear him. In response to the sect leader, "It is Qingxuan Peak." Not long ago, disciples from Danxiao Peak witnessed the peak master, Yi Qing, descending the mountain with his sole disciple, claiming it was for a sect mission. Yet, how much time has passed since then, and they have yet to return? In my opinion, it is highly likely that they are aware of the decline in talent at Qingxuan Peak, fearing disgrace in the grand competition, and have simply chosen to forfeit rather than show their faces. At the utterance of these words, a murmur of low discussions erupted throughout the assembly. Many disciples familiar with the recent circumstances of Qingxuan Peak displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Qingxuan Peak? Is that not the mountain where, following the demise of the old peak master, all the disciples and elders fled? Indeed, it is said that now only a mere youth serves as the peak master, accompanied by a newly accepted apprentice, totaling a mere 2 individuals, truly a laughingstock for our Taiyi Sect. It is entirely reasonable for them to refrain from appearing. To come would only invite humiliation, and it is far better to hide in peace. Listening to the surrounding discourse, in the area of Luoxia Peak, Lu Rian furrowed her delicate brows, her countenance clouded with frost. Just as she prepared to rise and refute, Zhao Qian spoke again, his voice laced with avarice and incitement. Sect leader, esteemed peak masters, I believe that since the passing of the venerable peak master Yi Qingxuan, Qingxuan Peak has effectively ceased to exist. Now, they even shy away from participating in the sect's grand competition. They are indeed akin to mud that cannot support a wall. Such a peak clearly lacks the qualification to monopolize a spiritual vein and enjoy the privilege of imparting teachings and opening veins. He surveyed the assembly. Raising his arm in fervor, I propose that the sect immediately reclaim Qingxuan Peak, redistributing its spiritual veins, land, halls, martial arts, and all associated resources to the peaks that are in need. This way, we would not squander the sect's resources, and it would indeed be a blessing for our Taiyi Sect. Zhao Qian's words fell like a colossal stone cast into a lake, instantly stirring ripples of tumult. Many of the lower-ranked peak masters, who were exceedingly eager for resources, could not help but reveal glimmers of interest. Zhao Qian's assertions held merit. Although Qingxuan Peak's spiritual vein may not be top tier, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Moreover, the spiritual vein of Qingxuan Peak is not weak. If they could partake in a share, it would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for the development of their own peaks. The members of Danxia Peak wore expressions of smug satisfaction, as if they could already envision the scene of Qingxuan Peak being divided among them. They had long prepared calculations and exchanges of benefits to ensure they could seize the largest portion. Seeing this, Lu Rian's anxiety deepened. She gazed at the sect leader, Lu Changhe, who had fallen into contemplation and could no longer restrain herself, suddenly rising to her feet. Sect leader, you must not. She furrowed her brow tightly, ready to plead on behalf of Qingxuan Peak to buy them some time. And it was at that moment, a voice, unremarkable yet imbued with a hint of coldness, resonated clearly throughout the martial arena, seemingly disregarding the distance of space. When did the affairs of my Qingxuan Peak come to be dictated by you? Zhao Qian of Danxia Peak, a mere elder? Chapter 45. Elder Zhao, you appear quite surprised to see me. The voice, though not particularly loud, possessed a peculiar penetrating quality that instantly overshadowed all the clamor in the arena. A profound silence enveloped the entire venue. Countless gazes simultaneously turned towards the source of the sound. Lu Rian trembled slightly, abruptly turning around, her face illuminating with joy. At the entrance of the arena, 3 figures bathed in morning light were walking leisurely. The foremost, clad in azure robes, with long black hair cascading down his shoulders and a handsome visage, radiated an aura of calm indifference, none other than Yi Qing. Following closely behind were 2 enchanting young women, Lin Shuer and Su Chan. Unfazed by the thousands of eyes upon them, the trio maintained their composure, stepping steadily towards the viewing area designated for Qingxuan Peak. Yi Qing, Zhao Qian's complexion shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. How could this be? How is he still alive? According to the information he had received, the silver metal assassin from the Blood Slaughter Tower, whom he had secretly hired at great expense, had set an inescapable trap for Yi Qing at Black Wind Ridge. At that time, Yi Qing was merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could he have possibly survived? He should have perished. Yet now, not only was he alive, but his cultivation had even ascended to the first level of the Golden Core stage. Yi Qing took his seat, barely casting a glance at Zhao Qian, instead offering a slight bow to the sect leader, Lu Changhe, as a gesture of respect. Only then did his gaze leisurely shift to the ever-changing countenance of Zhao Qian, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. What is the matter, Elder Zhao? You seem quite astonished to see my return. You. Zhao Qian was momentarily rendered speechless by Yi Qing's words, his face turning a deep shade of liver. What could he say? Should he confess that he had hired an assassin to kill him? How are you still alive? Under the scrutiny of so many, he could only forcefully suppress the tumult within, squeezing out a retort through clenched teeth. Humph. Since you've returned, you should behave yourself. Many here are your elders. Do not seek to attract attention. With that, he abruptly flicked his sleeve, sitting down with a cold expression, silencing himself. Yi Qing merely smiled faintly, choosing to disregard him. A mere clown. After all, The day of the great competition must not be disturbed, and once the contest concludes, it would be Zhao Qian's turn to face his demise. Not far away, in another section of Qingxuan Peak, a young man clad in the attire of a core disciple of Qingxuan Peak, his countenance haughty, furrowed his brow as he gazed at Yi Qing. This individual was Wang Hao, who had previously defected from Qingxuan Peak to follow Elder Li of Qingxuan Peak. He was also once Yi Qing's disciple. He has actually returned. One of Wang Hao's fellow disciples whispered in astonishment. Another scoffed disdainfully. So what if he is back? Look at him. He still seems to be at an age where he requires guidance himself. What kind of respectable disciples could he possibly cultivate? Upon the conclusion of this statement, several individuals shifted their gazes toward Wang Hao, one of whom complimented. Indeed, Brother Wang possesses remarkable foresight. Having extricated himself from the quagmire of Qingxuan Peak and sought refuge under Elder Li's tutelage. In just 3 short months, he has ascended from the 5th to the 8th level of foundation establishment. Such a rate of cultivation is nothing short of astounding. Yes, Brother Wang is truly gifted. His future achievements are boundless. As he listened to the flattery from his fellow disciples, a smirk played upon Wang Hao's lips, his pride and self-satisfaction evident in his gleaming eyes. He cast a sidelong glance at Yi Qing in the distance, a cold sneer forming within his heart. Yi Qing? Merely the defeated master of Qingxuan Peak, now a relic of the past. I have embarked upon the path to greatness. Perhaps, had you not taken me under your wing, Yi Qing, my cultivation could have reached even greater heights. Amidst the myriad of thoughts swirling among the peaks, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. At the high seat, the sect leader, Lu Changhe, finally spoke. Silence. His commanding voice resonated throughout the venue, instantly silencing the crowd. Lu Changhe's gaze settled on Yi Qing, and a flicker of barely perceptible surprise and approval passed through his profound eyes. With his cultivation, he could easily discern Yi Qing's true level, the first layer of golden core. Remarkable. He distinctly recalled that 3 months prior, Yi Qing was merely at the 8th level of foundation establishment. In such a brief span, not only had he successfully condensed his golden core, but his aura was stable and his foundation solid, evidently not achieved through the forced use of medicinal pills. This young man possesses an extraordinary temperament, talent, and fortuitous opportunities. To be frank, given the current state of Qingxuan Peak, Yi Qing's accomplishments are indeed commendable. However, according to the sect rules regarding the grand competition, Qingxuan Peak has only 2 disciples. Can they truly compete? Chapter 46, One Sword Shattering. Lu Changhe did not hold high hopes for Qingxuan Peak. Nevertheless, he held great admiration for Yi Qing, even contemplating that if Qingxuan Peak were to lose its qualification to impart teachings, perhaps Yi Qing could be invited to Taiyuan Peak. Of course, this fleeting thought passed through Lu Changhe's mind without a trace upon his countenance. He nodded at Yi Qing and declared in a booming voice, since Qingxuan Peak has arrived, let the sect's grand competition officially commence. With the utterance of his words, the ground at the center of the training arena suddenly rose, forming massive stone platforms. The rules of the competition remain as they have in previous years. Lu Changhe's voice echoed once more. In the first round, the stone golem test. All disciples participating in the competition will face a stone golem of the same realm. Only those who can withstand 10 strikes from the golem without defeat may advance to the next round. Should one fail, they will be immediately eliminated, losing their qualification to continue in the contest. The rules were clear and straightforward. This first round would assess the foundational strength of the disciples. If one could not endure 10 strikes from an opponent of equal standing, there was little need to proceed further. In the Qingxuan Peak region, Zhao Qian, who had recently been infuriated by Yi Qing's miraculous return, now wore a cold smirk once more. He forced himself to regain composure from the shock of Yi Qing's resurrection and mused inwardly. Even if you, Yi Qing, have stumbled upon good fortune, surviving against all odds and fortuitously forming a golden core, what of it? With your meager skills, what kind of worthy disciple could you possibly teach? On the Qingxuan Peak, there are 2 young maidens, one at the 7th level of foundation establishment and the other at the 8th. Their cultivation levels are quite respectable. However, that Lin Shui was merely a mortal not long ago. In just 3 months, she has ascended from a mere mortal to the 7th level of foundation establishment? It seems she has indulged excessively in elixirs, which will likely result in a weak foundation and mediocre combat prowess. She may not even pass the first round of the stone puppet test. At that moment, Qingxuan Peak would find itself humiliated. And I wonder what face Yi Qing will have left? Zhao Qian mused, envisioning the scene of Lin Shui and Su Chan's dismal defeat. Now, the test is about to commence. The disciples from each peak ascend the arena in the order determined by the drawing of lots. From Tianfu Peak, Zhang Yuan, at the 6th level of foundation establishment, steps up for the test. A disciple approaches the arena, and the stone puppet before him flashes its crimson eyes, coming to life with heavy steps, delivering a powerful punch. Zhang Yuan dares not be negligent. He gestures and unleashes several talismans, transforming them into fire serpents and ice spikes, engaging the stone puppet in fierce combat. For a moment, the arena is ablaze with spiritual light and continuous rumbling. Soon, with a joyful expression, Zhang Yuan endures 13 rounds and successfully passes the test. Naturally, alongside success, there are failures as well. Bang! A disciple from Qingxuan Peak, during the 8th strike, unwittingly exposes a flaw, and the stone puppet seizes the opportunity, sending him flying from the arena, blood spilling from his mouth, his expression grim, signaling his failure. The test proceeds methodically. The ratio of success to failure is approximately 1-to-1. Those who pass the first round are undoubtedly the cream of the crop among the disciples of each peak. Soon, the elder in charge announces loudly, "Next group. Disciples of Qingxuan Peak, Lin Shui, and Su Chan, step forward for the test. Here they come." As these words are spoken, at least 2/3 of the audience's gazes converge upon the area of Qingxuan Peak. It is indeed a unique situation. A peak on the verge of decline, perhaps even facing the loss of its qualification to transmit teachings and open meridians. What level of disciples will it send forth? Everyone is curious. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Lin Shui, and Su Chan remain composed, gracefully stepping onto the adjacent arenas. It is finally their turn. A spectacle is about to unfold. I wager that the one in the white dress at the 7th level of Foundation establishment will last no more than 8 strikes. 8 strikes? You overestimate her. I predict 5. Look at her delicate appearance. I heard she was just a servant before, hardly someone who can fight. I bet on 3 strikes. 1 to test, 1 to evade, and the 3rd will send her tumbling off the stage. On the observation platform, many disciples from other peaks have begun to chuckle and place bets. Some speak with undisguised disdain. Yet, there are others whose gazes are slightly heated, fixating on Lin Shui, and Su Chan in the arena, one clearing his throat and saying, "Everyone, these two are like celestial beings. How could they possibly fail? I support Fairy Lin. I have faith in Fairy Su. I believe Fairy Lin possesses more grace. She exudes an ethereal quality. Are you blind? Fairy Su's cultivation is superior, and her demeanor is striking, with a unique charm." In a mere moment, Lin Shui and Su Chan surprisingly garnered a number of admirers. In the Danxia Peak region, Zhao Qian's icy gaze fixated on Lin Shui and Su Chan. Among the disciples, Wang Hao stood with arms crossed, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of his former junior sister's potential embarrassment. Upon the arena, Lin Shui and Su Chan remained oblivious to the surrounding murmurs, their focus solely directed toward the towering, frigid stone golem before them. The test begins. With the elder's commanding voice, the stone golems atop the 2 platforms ignited with a crimson glow in their eyes, unleashing an overwhelming aura characteristic of the 7th and 8th levels of Foundation establishment. In perfect synchrony, they raised their colossal stone fists, accompanied by a piercing roar that split the air, each aiming a devastating strike toward Lin Shui and Su Chan. The force behind these blows was immense, potent enough to shatter the protective spiritual light of an ordinary cultivator at the same level. Every onlooker held their breath, eager to witness how the 2 women would respond. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Shui and Su Chan stood completely still, as if petrified by fear, exhibiting the behavior of novices devoid of practical experience. The disciples who had placed bets wore expressions of triumphant amusement. Yet, in the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. Faced with the unstoppable onslaught of the stone golems, Lin Shui and Su Chan remained unperturbed, their expressions betraying no hint of trepidation. Indeed, they remained motionless, not even attempting to evade the impending blows. But there was no trace of panic, just as the massive fists were about to descend upon them. A resounding clang echoed. 2 clear notes of sword chimes rang out almost simultaneously. A streak of azure sword light cascaded down like a celestial river, illuminating the sky above, vast and boundless. Another stream of watercolored sword light flowed gracefully, yet concealed a lethal edge within its depths. The sword lights flashed in an instant, swift, to the point where 99% of the disciples present could only catch a fleeting glimpse of an afterimage. Then came the thunderous reverberations. Boom, boom. The 2 imposing stone golems, once brimming with ferocity, abruptly halted. Unbeknownst to them, a smooth and even sword mark had appeared on their chests. Following this, in the profound silence that enveloped the arena, the stone golems emitted a crackling sound, their brilliance flickering momentarily before returning to their original state. Yet, they ceased all movement, reverting to their positions, their eyes dimming to become immobile statues. 10 rounds? Unnecessary. Just a single strike. In fact, before even the first move was fully executed, the two stone golems of equivalent realm were decisively vanquished. Chapter 47. If Qingxuan Peak cannot be preserved, I shall proclaim it. Silence engulfed the crowd. The disciples who had just been laughing, wagering, and speculating on how many moves Lin Shuer and Su Chan could withstand now wore expressions of utter disbelief. Their smiles frozen in place. They widened their mouths, resembling ducks grasped by the throat, their faces etched with disbelief. In the Danxiao Peak region, the cold smile on Zhao Qian's face became frozen. He let out a creaking sound as he clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion. This outcome was utterly contrary to his expectations. He had presumed that these two female disciples had merely attained their realm through the consumption of medicinal pills. Their combat prowess would surely be superficial. Perhaps they would be easily defeated by the puppet. Yet, astonishingly, they vanquished the puppet in a single move. However, achieving the 7th level of foundation building in just 3 months, reaching the level of a seed disciple, how was this accomplished? Was it due to Yi Qing's guidance? Could it be attributed to that young lad? Zhao Qian was unwilling to accept this notion. He coldly snorted, thinking to himself, do not presume that winning the first round of the test ensures the safety of your Qingxuan Peak. In the second round, Yi Qing, just wait. Beside him, Wang Hao's faint smile vanished, replaced by a grim expression. Defeating a puppet of the same realm in a single strike, he could accomplish that as well. Other seed disciples from different peaks could achieve the same. However, Wang Hao wore a stern face, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the main seat, Sect Master Lu Changhe observed Lin Shuer and Su Chan, then glanced at Yi Qing, a fleeting glimmer of approval flickering in his profound gaze. Following a brief silence in the arena, a stir of murmurs arose. Such a fierce sword, such a solid foundation. Could such combat prowess truly be cultivated by Qingxuan Peak? Those who had doubted Qingxuan Peak felt a tumultuous wave in their hearts. To annihilate a stone puppet of the same level in a single move. This signified that the true combat strength of these two young women had far surpassed their current realm, reaching a level capable of overwhelming ordinary cultivators of the same rank. This could indeed be deemed as a seed-level disciple. What does it mean to be a seed-level disciple? Although the Taiyi Sect is vast, with tens of thousands of disciples, only a few dozen in each competition can achieve such overwhelming prowess against their peers. Each of them is a core seed, meticulously nurtured by the prominent peaks, consuming vast resources to emerge. Yet now, 2 such core seeds have astonishingly emerged from the waning Qingxuan Peak. Perhaps it is precisely because Qingxuan Peak has fewer members that all the resources are concentrated on them, allowing for the birth of seed-level disciples. They merely triumphed over a rigid stone puppet. Zhao Qian let out a cold snort, his gaze flickering. The first round of testing was insignificant. However, in the second round, he indeed needed to devise a plan to swiftly eliminate Qingxuan Peak. A thought stirred within him, and he quickly formed an idea. He then conveyed to several elders of Danxiao Peak, esteemed colleagues, the second round will be a chaotic arena battle. To be cautious, I propose that in the second round, all disciples of Danxiao Peak unite and swiftly force those two off the arena. Elder Zhao's words are most pertinent. An elder immediately echoed. Indeed, 2 mere girls. What if they are seed-level disciples? 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands. Many ants can take down an elephant. With dozens of disciples launching an assault, they shall surely be defeated. Let it be so. Instructed to act, all disciples of Danxiao Peak ascended the stage with a singular objective, to besiege Qingxuan Peak. The elders of Danxiao Peak swiftly reached a consensus. In their eyes, Elder Zhao's proposition was nothing short of brilliant. With only 2 disciples at Qingxuan Peak, even if they were true dragons, they would inevitably succumb to the relentless assault of the fierce tigers from Danxiao Peak. At this moment, following a brief commotion, the elder presiding over the competition, upon receiving a nod from Sect Master Lu Changhe, cleared his throat, and his resounding voice echoed throughout the arena once more. The first round of tests has concluded. All successful disciples, prepare for the second round. The second round, an elimination match. As his voice resounded, the hundreds of azure stone platforms in the center of the martial arts arena trembled violently, merging into a colossal floating platform with a diameter exceeding 1,000 feet. The platform gradually ascended, hovering 100 meters above the ground, its array shimmering with radiant light, forming a transparent barrier that enveloped the entire stage. The rules were simple. The elder's voice reverberated. All advancing disciples ascend the platform simultaneously. Engage in a grand melee. Within the span of an incense stick's burn, those who were knocked off the platform would be eliminated. After the incense stick's burn, those remaining on the platform would advance. Upon hearing the rules, Zhao Qian's lips curled into a cold smirk. His chilling gaze was cast towards Yi Qing. He observed Yi Qing maintaining an air of calm. And Zhao Qian's disdainful smile widened, inwardly thinking, indeed, just like that. When your precious disciples are knocked off the platform like dead dogs. Let us see how you maintain your composure. With this strategy of mine, how will you respond? The second round of elimination commenced. All disciples, take to the stage. At the elder's command, in an instant, thousands of disciples who had passed the first round transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the massive floating platform. The scene became momentarily chaotic, but soon, the disciples from various peaks organically gathered, distinctly occupying different sections of the platform, warily surveying their opponents. Lin Shuer and Su Chan stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd, dressed in a white gown and a blue dress respectively. Their graceful figures and ethereal presence resembled two exquisite blue lotuses, isolated from the mundane world. However, the moment they ascended the platform, they were met with dozens of malicious gazes directed towards them, emanating from the ranks of Danxia Peak's disciples. On the platform, Lin Shuer and Su Chan stood back to back, their expressions serious. Sister Shuer, the situation seems dire, Su Chan whispered, her beautiful eyes cautiously scanning the nearby Danxia Peak camp. Look at them, their eyes gleaming with greed, like hungry wolves. They are likely preparing to shamelessly besiege us. I can sense it, Lin Shuer replied, gently nodding, her grip on the sword hilt tightening. Let them come. We shall meet force with force, and water with earth. Her voice was icy yet imbued with unyielding resolve. Indeed, our master is watching from below. Today, we must reclaim glory for our master and for Qingxuan Peak. Su Chan's eyes ignited with fierce determination, and although they faced a siege, they were merely up against a pack of rabble. As the conversation unfolded, the two women exchanged glances and shared a subtle smile, their eyes brimming with confidence. In the camp of the Danxia Peak disciples, a sinister young man, leading the group, let out a cold chuckle as he fixated on Lin Shuer and Su Chan, his gaze rife with malice and delight. Ah, my dear junior sisters, your talents are commendable. Yet alas, you have aligned yourselves with the wrong crowd, he remarked slowly, drawing forth his long knife, its blade glinting ominously. I regret to inform you that today, you must descend from this platform. He spoke with a mocking tone, suggesting that if they chose to leap down voluntarily, they might endure less suffering. Otherwise, the blades are merciless, and should they mar your delicate features, it would be most unfortunate. Laughter erupted from the Danxia Peak disciples behind him. Then, his voice turned cold as he commanded, all right, brothers and sisters of Danxia Peak, advance. At his signal, over 30 disciples of Danxia Peak shouted in unison, their various magical instruments soaring into the heavens, ready to unleash a cataclysmic wave of attack to completely engulf Lin Shuer and Su Chan below the platform. Zhao Qian wore a sinister grin, envisioning the two women either gravely injured and bleeding or fleeing in disarray, ultimately being ruthlessly cast off the stage. The thought delighted him, prompting him to transmit a message to Yi Qing, sneering, Yi Qing, your Qingxuan Peak is doomed. Mark my words. Yi Qing, however, remained unfazed, replying, is that so? Still defiant? Zhao Qian furrowed his brow, about to retort when suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired on the stage. Chapter 48. It seems there's no need to intervene? Zhao Qian had believed that victory was assured, with the multitude of Danxia Peak disciples uniting against merely two opponents. Even if those two had reached the level of seed disciples, he was convinced they would be easily defeated. Thus, in this second chaotic battle on the platform, Qingxuan Peak would inevitably be eliminated. Once the competition concluded, Qingxuan Peak would languish at the bottom among the 99 peaks of Taiyi Sect, and as previously discussed, their qualification for the inheritance of the law would be revoked. Everything belonging to Qingxuan Peak would be divided amongst others, with Danxia Peak poised to claim the largest share of the spoils. The peak's leader had even promised Zhao Qian that he would oversee Qingxuan Peak. Zhao Qian's anticipation grew with each passing moment. However, just as the 30 or so disciples of Danxia Peak were poised to unleash their overwhelming attack, a swift sound of fabric slicing through the air resonated, faster than their own. Dozens of figures, akin to swift swallows darting into a forest, suddenly appeared from the opposite side of the stage, landing gracefully before Lin Shuer and Su Chan, standing resolutely by their side. These individuals, clad in soft purple disciple robes, were led by a strikingly beautiful woman wielding a slender, flexible sword, her gaze icy as she regarded the disciples of Danxia Peak, without a trace of fear. They were disciples of Luoxia Peak. The impending assault from the Danxia Peak disciples faltered, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? The falling Sunset Peak, nestled among the 99 peaks of the Taiyi Sect, has long occupied a position beyond the 80th rank, its strength merely deemed below average. The disciples and the peak master, Lu Ruyan, have always been indifferent to worldly affairs. Thus, it was unexpected for them to suddenly emerge in support of Qingxuan Peak against Danxia Peak. On the arena, Lin Shuer and Su Chan exchanged glances, both taken aback by the unexpected assistance from Falling Sunset Peak, which had brought Qingxuan Peak to this juncture. In the observation area, the expression of Zhao Qian from Danxia Peak transformed from a sinister grin to one of rigidity. He abruptly turned, his cold gaze slicing through the air towards Lu Rian, the master of Falling Sunset Peak. Lu Rian sat gracefully in her position, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events on the arena, delicately lifting her teacup and gently blowing at the floating tea leaves. Yet, the faint curve at the corner of her mouth unmistakably indicated that all of this was indeed her design. Fury surged within Zhao Qian. Meanwhile, Lu Rian's thoughts flickered. She had anticipated Danxia Peak's treachery in this chaotic arena bout. However, as long as she was present, the disciples of Falling Sunset Peak and Qingxuan Peak would stand united. Lu Rian scoffed inwardly, regarding Yi Qing as her own kin. How could she remain passive while his disciples were so brutally oppressed? Though a few elders from Danxia Peak were initially astonished, they quickly regained their composure. One elder snorted dismissively, proclaiming, "No matter. A mere Falling Sunset Peak dares to challenge us? Their strength is hardly formidable. If they seek their own demise, let us oblige them." Indeed, another elder echoed, "Elder Zhao. Issue the command, hold nothing back. Cast the disciples of Falling Sunset Peak, along with those two girls from Qingxuan Peak, off the arena." Zhao Qian nodded expressionlessly, a flicker of ruthlessness glinting in his eyes. To him, Falling Sunset Peak's involvement merely complicated matters. With Danxia Peak's superior strength and numerous disciples, dealing with an alliance formed by a lower-tier peak seemed a straightforward victory. On the arena, the lead of Danxia Peak, a sinister young man, recovered from his initial shock. With a malicious grin, he surveyed the disciples of Falling Sunset Peak, Lin Shuer, Su Chan, and the rest. Good. Very good. Who would have thought there were those unafraid of death? Since you from Falling Sunset Peak insist on meddling in these murky waters, do not blame us for being ruthless. Brothers, our targets have increased. Let us strike them down together. Boom. The disciples of Danxia Peak unleashed another wave of formidable spiritual energy, this time targeting the combined forces of Qingxuan Peak and Falling Sunset Peak. An even greater melee loomed on the horizon. However, at that moment, a clear and commanding shout rang out, akin to thunder striking the ground amidst the din of the arena. Cease at once. A figure clad in azure surged forth like a flash of lightning from the opposite end of the arena, instantly positioning itself between the factions of Danxia Peak and Qingxuan Peak. A figure emerged, adorned in the attire of a core disciple from Danxiao Peak. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with sharp brows and bright eyes, wielding an ancient longsword that exuded an overwhelming sword intent. He stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Moreover, the refinement of his aura far surpassed that of an ordinary 9th level practitioner. It was Chun Xian of Danxiao Peak, ranked among the top 5 disciples of his generation. How could he have stepped forward? A chorus of astonished gasps rippled through the crowd gathered at the arena. Danxiao Peak, a formidable mountain that consistently ranks within the top 20 of the 99 peaks of Taiyi Sect. Chun Xian, a true prodigy among the disciples of Danxiao Peak, was regarded as a genuine genius, far beyond mere seed-level talent. Some even speculated that he might soon break into the Golden Core realm. Upon seeing Chun Xian, the disciples of Danxia Peak immediately felt their spirits dampen. The leader of the group, a sinister young man, paled and forced a smile. "Brother Chun, what do you mean by this? This matter concerns the conflict between our Danxia Peak and Qingxuan Peak and Luoxia Peak." Chun Xian's gaze was frigid, ignoring the young man entirely. Instead, he cast a sweeping glance at the disciples of Danxia Peak and coldly remarked, "Danxia Peak, you wield quite the power, bullying the few by overwhelming them with numbers, surrounding only 2 female disciples of Qingxuan Peak. I, Chun Xian, cannot condone such actions." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The sinister young man fell silent, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chun Xian, disinterested in further conversation, drew his sword with a resonant clang, etching a deep scar into the bluestone ground. The scar shimmered with strands of lingering sword energy, emanating an unsettling sharpness. "I, Chun Xian, stand here today," he declared, his gaze like a bolt of lightning, locking onto the members of Danxia Peak. "Beware, my sword is quite sharp. Those who dare to challenge me should not blame me for disregarding the bonds of our sect." Domineering, forceful, every word and action radiated the absolute confidence of a disciple from one of the top-ranking peaks of Taiyi Sect. The disciples of Danxia Peak, witnessing the menacing aura of the sword scar, turned pale, none daring to take a step forward. It was ludicrous. After all, this was Chun Xian, Even if all 30 of them attacked together, there would likely be no match for him alone. Well said. Just as the disciples of Danxia Peak found themselves in a dilemma, several loud shouts erupted from the crowd. What heroism is there in Danxia Peak's bullying the few? Brother Chen speaks the truth. We cannot abide by this. With a flurry of movement, several figures leaped from different peaks, joining Qingxian's side and standing alongside the disciples of Qingxuan Peak and Luoxia Peak. Although these individuals were not as powerful as Qingxian, they were all late-stage foundation establishment experts, the elite disciples of their respective mountains. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Count me in. Lin Xianzi, fear not. I am here to assist you. And I, Su Xianzi, do not panic. We will always support you. Curse Danxia Peak. I have long harbored disdain for them. The fans who had previously cheered for Lin Shuer and Su Chan during the initial test were now filled with fervor, rushing forward with cries of enthusiasm. While many of them lacked strength, typically only possessing mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, they made up for it with sheer numbers. In a flash, a formidable coalition emerged behind Lin Shuer and Su Chan, comprised of disciples from Luoxia Peak, Jinsang Peak, and several other mountains, numbering over 100. The two women from Qingxuan Peak, once isolated and helpless, had suddenly transformed into the most formidable force on the arena. The members of Danxia Peak were utterly stunned. Exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions pale with dismay. Surrounding them? What surrounding? If a conflict were to ensue, who would truly besiege whom? The leading, sinister young man, clutching his magical artifact, trembled slightly in his grasp, casting a pleading look towards Elder Zhao Qian at the observation platform, only to find that the elder's expression was even more dismal than his own. On the arena, Lin Shuer and Su Chan found themselves in a state of incredulous amusement. They exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of helplessness and amusement in the other's eyes. They had anticipated an intense battle, fully prepared to vanquish all disciples of Danxia Peak. Yet, it appeared that their intervention was no longer necessary. Chapter 49, the third match, Wang Hao versus Lin Shuer. Thus, the situation on the field stalemated in an oddly tense silence. Danxia Peak dared not make a move, while the presence of Chun Xian and others from Qingxuan Peak deterred anyone from provoking them. Time slipped away in this strange stillness, moment by moment. Finally, as the incense stick burned down to its end, a melodious bell tolled throughout the arena. The elder presiding over the competition soared above the platform. Glancing at the clearly defined factions below, his lips twitching slightly before he announced in a booming voice, "The incense time has elapsed. The second round of eliminations is over." Upon hearing this, a thunderous cheer erupted from the coalition of Qingxuan Peak. Those disciples, whose abilities were typically limited to the mid-foundation stage and were likely to be eliminated, had now successfully advanced to the third round. When the competition concluded, they could also receive rewards from their respective peak masters. In stark contrast, Danxia Peak was shrouded in a heavy silence, each face etched with resentment. At the observation platform, the elders of Danxia Peak wore expressions so grim they could have dripped with water. They had disregarded their dignity, ordering their disciples to join forces in a siege, only for the plan to fail spectacularly, turning themselves into the laughingstock of the entire sect. Had they known such backlash would ensue, they would have refrained from such foolishness. At that moment, Zhao Qian felt his face burn as if he had been harshly slapped multiple times, especially as he recalled the sarcastic and confident words he had transmitted to Yi Qing earlier. "Yi Qing, your Qingxuan Peak cannot be preserved. Mark my words." Reflecting on it now felt like a colossal joke. He instinctively glanced towards Qingxuan Peak, locking eyes with Yi Qing, whose gaze was a blend of amusement and neutrality. There was no mockery or derision, yet it seemed as though he had foreseen this outcome. To Zhao Qian, that gaze was more piercing than any humiliation. "Yi Qing." Zhao Qian clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve, the knuckles cracking audibly, a tempest of fury raging within him. "Do not revel in your triumph, you impudent youth. This is merely the second round. The ultimate contest still lies ahead. My Danxia Peak shall not allow your Qingxuan Peak to claim even a single victory." Following a brief respite, the grand competition transitioned into its final phase. The colossal floating arena underwent a dramatic transformation, rapidly splitting apart into 99 independent platforms of varying sizes, suspended above the martial field. Above each platform, the names of the corresponding peaks materialized. Notably, the platform for Qingxuan Peak was positioned at the very end. The voice of the presiding elder resonated through the air once more. The final grand competition, the platform challenge, is officially underway. The rules are as follows. Each peak shall have one designated defending platform, where disciples may ascend to guard their position. Simultaneously, disciples from any peak may challenge the platforms of others. Successfully defending a platform earns 1 point, while a successful challenge garners 3 points. At the conclusion of the competition, the final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated by each peak. Upon the announcement of these rules, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The points awarded for a successful challenge were triple that of a successful defense. This, without doubt, encouraged the disciples of each peak to boldly confront stronger adversaries. In the Danxia Peak area, Zhao Qian's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he addressed the elders beside him. Esteemed colleagues, although our plan has encountered a shift, our objective remains unchanged. In this third round, we must ensure that Qingxuan Peak secures not a single victory. He proposed with a chilling tone. I suggest we dispatch our seed disciples, even those at the 9th level of foundation establishment, to consecutively challenge Qingxuan Peak's platform. They have only 2 members. Their spiritual energy will surely be depleted. I aim to ensure they leave with not even a single point, relegating them to the bottom of the rankings. A splendid idea. Let us proceed. The elders of Danxia Peak quickly reached a consensus. Just then, Wang Hao, who had remained silent thus far, stepped forward. Bowing to his master, elderly, he declared, "Master, I wish to take up the challenge. I volunteer to be the first from Danxia Peak to confront Qingxuan Peak." A mysterious glimmer shone in his eyes. He yearned to trample upon the peak from which he once hailed. He sought to demonstrate to all that his decision to leave Qingxuan Peak and choose Danxia Peak was indeed a wise and correct one. Elderly regarded him with approval. Nodding in satisfaction, "Very well. I grant you permission. Go forth and do not disappoint me." "Yes, master," Wang Hao replied with a sinister smile before striding towards the arena. Meanwhile, beside the Qingxuan Peak platform, Lin Shuer and Su Chan were rapidly devising a strategy. "Sister, this rule is decidedly against us. We are but 2 in number," Su Chan remarked, her brow furrowed. "Indeed," Lin Shuer nodded, her expression remaining calm. "However, this also presents an opportunity. The rewards for challenges are significantly higher. If we secure numerous victories, our points will accumulate swiftly." After a moment of contemplation, she decisively stated, "Here is the plan. I will defend the platform first, while you challenge the other peaks. Let us aim for swift victories. Once I have held the platform for a sufficient time, we shall switch roles, with you defending and I challenging." "Agreed. Let us proceed with this plan." In Su Chan's eyes ignited a fierce determination. Qingxuan Peak, ranked at the bottom? Perhaps even on the verge of losing its qualification to impart the art of opening meridians? No, they resolved, for the sake of their master, to ensure that Qingxuan Peak emerged victorious in splendid fashion. After thorough deliberation, Lin Shuer took a deep breath, her graceful figure flashing as she gracefully descended upon the arena belonging to Qingxuan Peak. Clad in a flowing white dress, with her hand resting upon the hilt of her sword, she stood tall and straight like a pine tree. Her cool gaze swept across the crowd, resembling a snow lotus blooming in dire straits, proud and resilient. Meanwhile, Su Chan scanned the arena, selecting her targets for challenge. The grand competition commenced. With a command from the presiding elder, the atmosphere in the arena was instantly ignited. In that very moment, a figure soared into the sky, racing toward the arena of Qingxuan Peak. It was none other than Wang Hao. He landed on the stage, facing Lin Shuer from a distance, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. "Junior sister Lin, it has been a while," he remarked, his gaze brazenly surveying Lin Shuer, filled with aggression. "I did not expect that in just 3 short months, you could ascend from the ranks of mere mortal servants to this level. Master Yi Qing must have invested considerable thought and resources into your progress. However, this is where it ends. You must understand that joining Qingxuan Peak was an utterly misguided choice. Today, I, your senior brother, shall personally cast you down from this arena." As his words fell, Wang Hao unleashed the full force of his 8th-layer foundation-building spiritual energy. A formidable wave of energy erupted from him, sweeping outward in all directions. The crimson robe of a disciple from Danxia Peak billowed without the need for wind, creating a resonant sound. "Junior sister Lin, take note. This is the supreme Xiantir technique of Danxia Peak, the crimson flame art." Wang Hao laughed malevolently, forming hand seals as his spiritual energy swiftly transformed into searing red flames, coalescing in his palm into a fireball the size of a human head. The surface of the fireball shimmered with flowing runes, emanating a heart-stopping, violent aura. "This is the ultimate move of the crimson flame art, the celestial flame explosion. I have mastered it to a minor perfection, with a single strike. It is capable of incinerating gold and refining stone. You still have time to concede." His voice boomed, deliberately echoing throughout the arena. This act not only served to intimidate Lin Shuer, but also to showcase his strength and worth to everyone, particularly the elders of Danxia Peak seated in the observation area. He wanted all to witness that Wang Hao, after departing from Qingxuan Peak, had undergone a complete transformation. In the observation area of Danxia Peak, Nearly all elders and disciples focused their gazes upon the modest arena of Qingxuan Peak. Even their own disciples guarding the arena, as well as those preparing to challenge other peaks, paused in their actions, eagerly anticipating this spectacle. A genius who betrayed Qingxuan Peak seeking to teach a fool clinging to it. Merely envisioning this scenario was enough to elicit delight. In their eyes, this was not a battle of equals, but rather a one-sided crushing. After all, in terms of cultivation, Wang Hao, a practitioner at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, stands in stark contrast to Lin Shuer, who possesses only the 7th level. In terms of martial arts, Elder Li's Scarlet Flame technique is of the superior grade in the Xian tier, while the Azure Profound technique from Qingxuan Peak is merely of the mid-grade in the same tier. On the observation platform, Elder Zhao Qian wore a smile that suggested he was confident of victory. He turned to Elderly beside him and said, "Congratulations, Elderly. This remarkable disciple of yours is poised to achieve great success for my Danxia Peak today." Elderly, Wang Hao's mentor, stroked his long beard with an unmistakable expression of pride and joy. He feigned modesty as he waved his hand, stating, "Oh, it's nothing. This child, Wang Hao, possesses innate talent and is diligent in his efforts. I have merely provided a bit of guidance." Elderly's words were misguided. Zhao Qian immediately shook his head, his tone laced with flattery. Exceptional horses are common, yet worthy trainers are rare. A genius requires the guidance of a wise master. Had he remained at Qingxuan Peak under that inexperienced Yi Qing, he might not have even reached the 7th level of Foundation establishment, let alone attain such an impressive stature today. He shifted the conversation, laughing meaningfully. "Speaking of which, I heard you recently went into seclusion and remarkably grasped the embryonic form of sword intent. That is indeed a momentous occasion. In our Taiyi Sect, few can touch the threshold of intent at the Golden Core stage. That young Yi Qing pales in comparison to you, a mere distant star." Upon hearing the term embryonic form of sword intent, Elder Li's pride swelled even further, his hand gripping his beard with renewed vigor. This was indeed one of his most cherished accomplishments. Zhao Qian, observing his reaction, lowered his voice and proposed a wicked suggestion. "Elderly, consider Lin Shuer. She wields a sword as well. Her talent is mediocre, but she could be a rough gem. Why not wait until the competition concludes, and after Wang Hao defeats her, you might extend your kindness and take her under your wing for careful training? Just think. Having witnessed the strength of your disciple and the prowess of a renowned master such as yourself, especially if you were to reveal even a hint of your sword intent, I can guarantee that this young lady will, like Wang Hao before her, come to see the reality and make the wisest choice, bowing before you." At these words, Elder Li's heart stirred. Indeed, Lin Shuer, she had demonstrated the caliber of a seed-level disciple during the sect's stone puppet assessment, and her innate roots must be commendable. Furthermore, she is a sword cultivator. If he could take her under his tutelage alongside Wang Hao, would he not cultivate 2 exceptional talents for his future? This would greatly enhance his standing and influence within the sect. As for possibly offending Yi Qing by taking both Wang Hao and Lin Shuer, Elderly pondered, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. A mere child who could scarcely protect his own peak dared to speak of offense? If he were wise, he would willingly relinquish his disciple, perhaps earning some favor from Elderly in return. The more he contemplated, the more he found this notion delightful, and his resolve solidified. No need to wait until the grand competition concludes. Just wait for Wang Hao to defeat Lin Shuer with a single strike. At the moment when her heart is most vulnerable and bewildered, then I shall personally convey my invitation to her. The effect would surely be far more potent. The mere thought of acquiring yet another exceptional disciple fills Elderly with an even more pronounced smile. Meanwhile, in the observation area of Falling Sunset Peak, the Peak Master Lu Rian furrows her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of concern as she intently observes the arena at Qingxuan Peak. Wang Hao, at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, wields the supreme technique of Danxia Peak, the Crimson Flame art. His aura steady and his foundation solid, evidently a true disciple of Elderly. Although Shuer is also a seed-level talent, she is only at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, a minor realm difference that weighs heavily. Can she truly prevail in this battle? Lu Rian feels uncertain. The disparity in realms, especially at the later stages of Foundation establishment, reveals a significant difference in the richness of spiritual energy with each ascending level. It is not easily overcome. Her gaze drifts towards the nearby area of Qingxuan Peak, where Yi Qing sits serenely, his demeanor calm, seemingly oblivious to the peril unfolding in the arena, quietly watching with eyes as still as a deep well. That composure momentarily stuns Lu Rian, filling her with a touch of reassurance. Setting aside other considerations, this level of tranquility, in Lu Rian's view, already elevates Yi Qing far above the ordinary. On the arena, Faced with Wang Hao's fierce burning heaven explosive flame, Lin Shuer remains unfazed. Her cool gaze is tranquil as a deep pool. Not even a single step does she take, still daring to feign nonchalance when death is imminent. Observing this, Wang Hao believes she is merely putting on an act or has been intimidated, his sense of triumph mounting. Defeat for me, he bellows. The crimson fireball in his hand trailing a long tail of flames, akin to a falling meteor, tearing through the air with a sharp howl. With devastating heat and pressure, it hurtles towards Lin Shuer's face with ferocity. Chapter 51. Do you still believe your choice was correct? Boom. Wang Hao unleashes all his strength with this strike. In this battle, he aims not only to win but to do so decisively, cleanly, and beautifully. He has even envisioned dozens of subsequent variations. Should Lin Shuer barely withstand this blow, a tempest of relentless follow-up strikes would immediately ensue, enough to shatter her hopes in utter despair. However, just as the explosive fireball is about to graze the hem of Lin Shuer's garment, a clear sound of a sword ringing out resonates unexpectedly. The sound is not loud but carries an extraordinary penetrating quality, instantly drowning out the roar of the fireball and ringing clearly in the ears of every spectator present. The observing disciples barely grasp how Lin Shuer has made her move. All they see is a streak of azure sword light, as swift and ethereal as moonlight cascading from the heavens, cool and rapid. The sword light strikes first, landing precisely at the center of the crimson fireball. No earth-shattering explosion occurs. No violent clash of energies ensues. The azure sword light pierced through the air like a needle puncturing a balloon, brushing against it lightly. A soft sound echoed as Wang Hao's proud, inferno-like flame, capable of incinerating gold and refining stone, extinguished instantaneously. The tumultuous fire energy was shattered in an instant by the sword light, dispersing into a myriad of scattered sparks, vanishing without a trace. Yet, the sword light surged forth undiminished. After shattering the fireball, the residual force flashed momentarily, leaving a clear imprint of the azure sword on Wang Hao's chest. What? The sinister grin on Wang Hao's face froze, his pupils contracting to the size of pinpricks, filled with horror and disbelief. All his prepared contingencies, all his alternate strategies, became a grand farce in that moment, for he had not been afforded even a chance to unleash a second strike. Bang! A tremendous force surged from his chest, and Wang Hao felt as though his protective spiritual energy was as fragile as a sheet of paper, torn apart in an instant. His body was hurled backward uncontrollably, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth, tracing a chaotic parabolic arc thud. With a dull thud, Wang Hao crashed heavily to the ground beneath the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, only to find his spiritual energy in disarray, his meridians aflame with pain, and his chest feeling as though several ribs had shattered, rendering him momentarily immobile. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Every expression was frozen in place. The smug grins of the Qingxuan Peak disciples became rigid. Zhao Qian and Elder Li's confident expressions turned to stone. Even Lu Ruyan, the master of the Luoxia Peak, whose eyes had brimmed with concern, was now replaced by a profound shock and disbelief. One strike, merely one strike. Wang Hao, at the 8th layer of foundation establishment, who had cultivated an extraordinary Xiantier technique, unleashed his most formidable attack. Yet, he was vanquished in an instant by Lin Shuer, who was a layer below him, with a seemingly unremarkable sword strike. How could this be possible? On the stage, Lin Shuer slowly sheathed her sword. The Qinglan sword returned to its scabbard, and she remained in her white gown, standing tall and composed, not a single fold in her dress disturbed. She did not even cast a glance at the disheveled Wang Hao below, as if she had merely swatted away a bothersome fly. That air of nonchalance, that absolute dominance of power, was far more piercing than any verbal mockery. Lying on the cold ground, racked with pain, Wang Hao's greatest suffering stemmed from within. He gazed blankly at the figure on the stage, that cool silhouette which did not spare him a glance, his mind a void. Defeated? He had actually been defeated? And so utterly, so decisively, so humiliatingly? Why? Why was her sword so swift? Why was her spiritual energy so refined? She was clearly only at the 7th layer of foundation establishment. How could his 8th layer prowess crumble before her, as if it were nothing? That seemingly ordinary strike, so unremarkable, how could it contain such terrifying power? Countless questions detonated in his mind, ultimately coalescing into an indescribable, heart-wrenching regret that he could not ignore. Lin Shuer's indifferent glance transformed in his mind into the sharpest of inquiries. Do you believe that joining Qingxuan Peak was a grave mistake? Do you think that aligning with Qingxuan Peak was the correct choice? And now, do you still hold that belief? With a jolt, Wang Hao's spirit was shaken, his vital energy surging uncontrollably as he coughed up blood once more, his eyes rolling back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. A moment of stunned silence descended, followed by an eruption of astonished exclamations. Good heavens! Did I just witness what I think I did? Wang Hao was defeated in a single move? That Lin Shui is formidable. Her sword strikes are swift, terrifying. Is this truly a disciple nurtured by Qingxuan Peak? The very same Qingxuan Peak that languished at the bottom of the rankings, facing expulsion? Whispers of debate, gasps of awe, and sounds of astonishment arose in a cacophony. Among the allied disciples of Qingxuan Peak, those who had been sheltered in the second round and advanced to the third erupted into fervent cheers. Fairy Lin, you are magnificent. For you, I am infatuated. I would crash into walls for Fairy Lin. Qingxuan Peak is truly exceptional. In stark contrast, the area of Danxia Peak fell into a heavy silence, the expressions of every individual darkening to the utmost degree. If the stalemate of the second round had left them feeling suffocated, then Wang Hao's defeat in this inaugural battle was akin to a resounding slap delivered in public. The sting was palpable. On the observation platform, Zhao Qian crushed his teacup into powder with his bare hands, his complexion shifting from red to green, then to an ashen hue, embodying sheer rage. Useless, utterly useless. He silently seethed, his cold gaze fixated on Wang Hao, who was being carried away, unconscious. He longed to personally take the stage and deliver another blow to this disgrace. How could Lin Shui, of such a high realm, suffer such a humiliating defeat? Beside him, Elder Li's face was equally grim, as if it could drip with disdain. Wang Hao was his disciple. His catastrophic defeat not only sullied the reputation of Danxia Peak, but also tarnished Elder Li's own honor. Just moments ago, he had boasted of Wang Hao's extraordinary talent and his own adept guidance, only to witness him being annihilated in an instant. It was a blatant slap to the face. He glared furiously in the direction where Wang Hao had been taken, his heart ablaze with anger, yet overshadowed by a profound sense of gravity and confusion. Lin Shui's swordsmanship was rapid and precise. Elder Li's voice was hoarse as he remarked, her spiritual energy is evidently far more refined than her peers. She must have devoted tremendous effort in her training. Hearing this, Zhao Qian's expression shifted. As he regarded Elder Li with keen interest, Elder Li, are you suggesting? I believe this young woman should not be underestimated, Elder Li interjected, shaking his head with a somber gaze. That Yi Qing, who could cultivate Lin Shui, appears to possess considerable skill. Zhao Qian did not take kindly to this assertion. He inhaled deeply, forcing down the fury boiling within him, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Perhaps Chapter 52. Is Elder Li truly serious? Zhao Qian's mind swiftly flickered with a thought. Excellent. If Wang Hao proves inadequate, then let us seek one even more formidable. He spoke coldly. I refuse to believe that from the dilapidated Qingxuan Peak, they can cultivate any extraordinary prodigy. After uttering these words, Zhao Qian turned to Elder Li and, in a grave tone, proposed, Elder Li, given the circumstances, I believe we should directly summon Qianmo. Qianmo? Elder Li's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention. Qianmo is not someone Wang Hao can compare to. He is, without a doubt, the foremost talent of this generation on Danxia Peak. Possessing a peak foundation at the 9th level, he is also the direct disciple of the Peak Master. His extraordinary aptitude and formidable combat prowess have led the higher echelons of the sect to believe that he holds immense potential to ascend the Hidden Dragon list. The Hidden Dragon list encompasses the top 100 geniuses under 30 across the entire eastern region. Those who make it onto this list are all paragons of excellence, each endowed with the terrifying capability to be invincible at their level and even to battle beyond their rank, provided they do not falter along the way. Their future attainment of the Golden Core stage is almost guaranteed, with even the Yuan Ing stage within reach. Employing Qianmo against a mere 7th-level foundation cultivator like Lin Shui would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet at this moment, Zhao Qian was beyond such considerations. What he desired was an unequivocal victory, a resounding triumph to obliterate the humiliation he had just endured. Very well. Elder Li pondered for a moment before nodding firmly, endorsing Zhao Qian's decision to call upon Qianmo. This matter should be foolproof. Zhao Qian also nodded slightly, then turned promptly, respectfully addressing the Peak Master seated at the highest point of the Danxia Peak observation area, who remained in a meditative state, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Upon receiving the Peak Master's indifferent nod, Zhao Qian's heart soared with joy, and he immediately sent out a transmission. However, just before Qianmo made his move, a glimmer of inexplicable light flickered in Elder Li's eyes. He gazed at the proud figure on the arena, and the fleeting thought of taking on a disciple that had just emerged in his mind grew uncontrollably strong. The more exceptional Lin Shui proved to be, the greater her worth as a potential disciple. Perhaps it was precisely because of her prodigious talent that she could truly comprehend what it would mean to have a master who could guide her in her swordsmanship. someone who embodies the nascent form of sword intent. With this thought in mind, Elderly no longer hesitated. He discreetly sent out a divine thought transmission, one that only Lin Shuer could perceive. Lin Shuer, I am Elderly Chongqing of Danxia Peak. His voice bore a hint of authority and restraint. You possess commendable talent and are an excellent candidate for swordsmanship. Unfortunately, your brilliance is concealed at Qingxuan Peak, where your gifts will only be squandered. Yi Qing is but a mere child, lost in uncertainty regarding his own path. What can he impart to you? Now, I offer you an opportunity. If you nod in agreement to leave Qingxuan Peak and become my disciple, I promise to dedicate all my resources to your cultivation. Furthermore, I can share a secret with you. Not long ago, I comprehended the nascent form of sword intent that sword cultivators yearn for. Should you choose to become my apprentice, I will impart my insights into sword intent without reservation, aiding you in swiftly embarking on the true path of swordsmanship. Otherwise, your next opponent will be Qian Mo, the foremost disciple of Danxia Peak, personally taught by the Peak Master. Should he strike, your defeat is inevitable, and you may even suffer irreparable harm on the arena. Weigh your choices wisely. Elderly, filled with confidence, believed that the terms he had presented, especially the phrase the embryonic form of sword intent, would be an irresistible temptation for any swordsman. He gazed at Lin Shuer with a leisurely demeanor, eagerly anticipating her response. He had already contemplated that the moment Lin Shuer displayed any inclination, he would immediately urge her to concede and step down, for if she agreed to become his disciple, there would be no need for her to fight on behalf of Qingxuan Peak any longer. However, on the arena, upon hearing the transmission, Lin Shuer was initially taken aback. But soon a peculiar expression surfaced in her icy gaze. Instinctively, she lifted her eyes and, from a considerable distance, cast a glance at Elderly, who was stroking his beard with an air of arrogance. Her gaze was indeed strange, devoid of anger or disdain, yet imbued with an indescribable nuance. In truth, Lin Shuer found the situation quite bizarre. The embryonic form of sword intent? Is this what he uses to entice me? A venerable elder of a peak, having just grasped the embryonic form of sword intent at such an advanced age? How audacious to present this as a point of pride. And as for guiding me in the way of the sword, one must understand that within the Tianhe sword classic bestowed upon me by my master, the elucidations and cultivation methods concerning sword intent are profoundly detailed and sophisticated. Moreover, I had already succeeded in condensing the embryonic form of sword intent with my master's assistance. To tempt me with something I already possess, in hopes of inciting my betrayal of my sect? Is this Elderly truly sincere? Lin Shuer could not be bothered to utter a single word in response. Her peculiar gaze left Elderly feeling an inexplicable pang in his heart. What is this gaze? Shouldn't it reflect shock, desire, or excitement? Why does it appear so tranquil, even carrying a hint of pity and amusement? Elderly's brow furrowed sharply, and a surge of anger swiftly replaced his initial demeanor. Unappreciative. Seeking one's own suffering. He coldly scoffed, dismissing Lin Shuer as youthful and reckless, unaware of her own limitations. Since she rejected his benevolence and gifts, she should not blame Danxia Peak for its ruthlessness. At that moment, a formidable and fierce figure soared into the sky. The newcomer, clad in the crimson and gold attire of a Danxia Peak disciple, bore a stern visage and piercing eyes like an eagle. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, unmistakably at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Foundation establishment. As he stepped onto the arena, a pressure as solid as a mountain surged forth, bearing down upon Lin Shuer. Danxia Peak, Qian Mo. His voice was icy as he declared his identity. I challenge Qingxuan Peak. Chapter 53. The comparison of direct disciples, incomparable? I challenge Qingxuan Peak. Those 5 words, cold and heavy, resonated profoundly in the hearts of many, as if imbued with the weight of 1,000 June. With the appearance of Qian Mo, the atmosphere among the spectators at the Qingxuan Peak arena, particularly among the disciples of Danxia Peak, underwent a dramatic transformation. If Wang Hao's entry had previously incited a cacophony of excitement and schadenfreude directed towards Qingxuan Peak, then the arrival of Qian Mo now exuded an almost suffocating sense of pressure. It is brother Qian Mo. Who would have thought that the senior brother would personally take the stage? My heavens! Brother Qian Mo possesses a cultivation level at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. It is said that he could break through to the Golden Core realm at any moment. Furthermore, I have heard that the higher-ups of the sect believe brother Qian Mo has a tremendous chance of ascending the Qianlong list, which encompasses the most exceptional talents across the entire eastern region. This is a guaranteed victory. With brother Qian Mo in action, there is no way Lin Shuer, no matter how monstrous her talent, could emerge victorious. After a brief silence, the disciples of Danxia Peak erupted into fervent whispers, their voices laced with admiration and enthusiasm. Their gazes towards the golden figure on the arena brimmed with unshakable confidence. The humiliation and shadows cast by Wang Hao's swift defeat were instantly swept away the moment Qian Mo made his entrance. Though he had yet to make a move, they could almost envision Lin Shuer lying defeated on the ground, the flicker of hope for Qingxuan Peak utterly extinguished by Danxia Peak. Some even remarked that Qian Mo is the direct disciple of the master of Danxia Peak, while Lin Shuer is also the personal disciple of Yi Qing, the master of Qingxuan Peak. However, before the statement could be completed, it was interrupted by a derisive laugh. How can they even be compared? There is simply no basis for comparison. Direct disciple against direct disciple? Huh. In the observation platform, Zhao Qian's tense expression finally relaxed, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his lips. Qian Mo, this is the true trump card of Danxia Peak, a genius with aspirations for the Qianlong list, possessing a cultivation level 2 minor realms above Lin Shuer. Such a disparity cannot be bridged by mere diligence or on-the-spot performance. This is an absolute chasm of strength. He intends to employ this most insurmountable of methods to crush the flickering ember of hope ignited within Qingxuan Peak into mere ash. Zhao Qian's triumphant gaze subconsciously drifted towards the observation platform of Qingxuan Peak. He imagined that Yi Qing must be wearing a look of panic and despair at this very moment. However, to his disappointment, Yi Qing remained seated, his expression as tranquil as a placid lake. Holding a teacup, he gently blew at the floating tea leaves before savoring a sip, seemingly indifferent to the impending events on the arena. Humph, what a farce. I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. Zhao Qian scoffed inwardly, turning his head away. Pretending to be composed now, merely putting on a show? It's futile. Beside him, Elder Li's countenance was icy. Lin Shuer's peculiar gaze and silent rejection had ignited his ire, causing a chill to creep into his eyes. He thought to himself, this young girl truly does not recognize the gravity of her situation. Since you refuse to accept kindness, do not blame Qian Mo for being merciless. You shall reap the consequences soon enough. At the very pinnacle of the Danxia Peak observation area, the ever-meditative master of Danxia Peak remained with his eyes closed, exuding an air of tranquility. It seemed he was utterly unfazed by the impending outcome of Qian Mo's entrance. His faith in his direct disciple was unwavering. No one understood Qian Mo's talent, diligence, and capabilities better than his revered mentor. Confronting a mere 7th-layer foundation establishment like Lin Shuer? Such a task was nothing more than a trivial endeavor, requiring little effort. In stark contrast stood the observation platform of the Luoxia Peak, the expression of its master. Lu Ruyin, who had briefly beamed with delight at Lin Shuer's swift victory over Wang Hao, had now frozen, replaced by a deepening concern. Although Lin Shuer had decisively triumphed over Wang Hao, the disparity in their standings was glaring. One was an elite disciple of Danxia Peak, while the other was recognized as a future luminary, an exceptional talent nearly poised to step onto the threshold of the Qianlong ranking. Furthermore, the contest between a 9th-layer and a 7th-layer foundation establishment felt exceedingly unfair, almost brazenly audacious. Lu Ruyan's heart raced with anxiety, yet at that moment, she found herself at a loss, her fists clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes betraying her distress. This apprehension was mirrored among the onlookers, who had just been cheering for Lin Shuer, supporting her and Su Chan, and applauding Qingxuan Peak. Now, they felt as if someone had suddenly grasped them by the throat. Silencing their cheers, they gazed upon the imposing presence of Qian Mo in the arena, their eyes filled with trepidation. They were all familiar with Qian Mo, whose reputation among the disciples of Taiyi Sect was indeed formidable. Could Lin Shuer possibly prevail? In that moment, nearly everyone in the martial arena, aside from the disciples of Danxia Peak, believed that Lin Shuer's defense was likely doomed to failure. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Lin Shuer was far from the anxiety that others imagined. Qian Mo, a pinnacle 9th-layer foundation establishment? Not a ripple stirred in her heart's lake. During her time away from the sect for training, she and her junior sister Su Chan had set up a platform in Kongming City, challenging peers from all directions. The formidable foundation establishment cultivators she had defeated numbered not less than 80, with many being 9th-layer opponents. To her, Qian Mo was merely another challenger destined for defeat, no different from other 9th-layer cultivators. At this moment, her thoughts were occupied with another matter, the transmission from Elder Li of Danxia Peak. This elder, of considerable age, had only just begun to comprehend the rudimentary form of sword intent, and he sought to tempt her into betraying her sect. His self-importance was staggering, and he had grossly underestimated both her master and her own capabilities. Lin Shuer found the situation rather amusing. However, such presumptuous overtures, if not dealt with decisively, would only lead him to harbor false hopes. Fearing that future troubles may incessantly plague her, she cast a cold glance at Qian Mo across from her. Her heart already resolved. though it hardly required the use of her intense embryonic power to deal with him. Employing it would not be unwarranted. It could serve as a moment of clarity for elderly. On the opposite end of the arena, Qian Mo maintained a serene demeanor, his spirit imbued with a sense of detached superiority. He regarded Lin Shuer with utter disdain. A mere 7th level of foundation establishment, a so-called seed-level contestant? These hollow titles were nothing but remnants of a path he had already traversed, honors he had long since dismissed. His true pursuit lay in the illustrious dragon ranking. Perched atop the eastern domain, he aspired to ascend the ranks and compete with the genuine paragons of the heavens. In Qian Mo's eyes, he had already scaled halfway up the mountain, poised to reach the summit and survey the vast landscape below, while Lin Shuer remained at its base, merely retracing his earlier steps as a latecomer. The two were no longer on the same plane. However, given that this was a grand sect competition, with his master and the elders observing, and under his master's directive, this battle must be won resoundingly. Qian Mo had resolved to unleash the most spectacular and overwhelming display of his might, executing his most powerful combat techniques to achieve a decisive victory. He aimed to thoroughly crush this so-called genius of Qingxuan Peak, restoring the lost prestige of Danxia Peak following their earlier defeat. With a determined shout, he ceased to waste words, unleashing the entirety of his spiritual power in a roaring eruption. The formidable aura of Peak 9th level foundation establishment engulfed the entire arena like a volcanic eruption, with his right hand forming intricate seals. Crimson spells rapidly materialized at his fingertips. This was his most practiced and effective technique, the Xiantier superior spell, Fiery Claw of Melting Gold. In an instant, a colossal claw composed of pure fire elemental energy manifested in midair, measuring several feet in size. Engulfed in blazing red flames that radiated a terrifying heat capable of boiling seas and scorching mountains. The air around it twisted and crackled under its searing intensity. This was one of his most formidable killing moves, and he was already deploying it with full force, intent on altering the very fabric of reality in a single blow. On the viewing platform of Danxia Peak, the ever-quiet Peak Master revealed the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of his lips. Mo, my child, remains so composed. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must use its full strength. Indeed, with such a thunderous momentum, a swift victory will undoubtedly enhance the glory of Danxia Peak. Zhao Qian and elderly also displayed relaxed smiles, confident that no further surprises would unfold. Everything was coming to an end. Chapter 54. If one were to take disciples, who would truly be the master of whom? Yet, just as everyone anticipated that Lin Shuer would be severely injured by this strike, perhaps even left with psychological scars, she moved. She neither dodged nor blocked, nor did her expression betray the slightest change. She slowly raised her right hand, pointing like a sword towards the howling crimson claw, and with a casual flick, she unleashed a strike. There was no earth-shattering brilliance of the sword, nor any cataclysmic aura. The flash of the sword appeared so plain and unremarkable, reminiscent of a novice swordsman executing a simple slash. Yet, in that fleeting moment as she swung her sword, an intangible and formless sharpness, extraordinarily potent enough to sever all things, abruptly surged from her being. This essence, ephemeral as it was, vanished in an instant. Buzz! The Qinglan sword emitted an unprecedented joyous cry. However, it remained sheathed. Drawing it would signify intent to kill, and in the arena of the sect's competition, such an act was unwarranted. Subsequently, a seemingly slender green sword aura burst forth, confronting the colossal red molten gold hand that obscured the sky. In the next moment, boom! A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the arena. Contrary to many spectators' expectations of Lin Shuer being sent flying, she remained resolute, under the gaze of horrified onlookers. That formidable crimson molten gold hand was unexpectedly cleaved in two upon contact with the delicate sword aura, as if it were mere paper. The violent fiery spiritual energy spiraled out of control, exploding into a rain of fire. Yet, the green sword aura, having sliced through the molten hand, retained its might and speed, flashing past at a velocity that surpassed the reaction limits of many disciples. Thud! A figure, struck as if by lightning, spewed blood violently, hurtling backward from the arena at an astonishing speed. Thump! The dull sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed once more. The figure clad in the crimson gold robes of a favored disciple of Danxia Peak fell heavily to the ground, shattering the solid blue stone slabs. After struggling briefly and spitting blood, they could rise no more. This person was none other than Qian Mo. His most powerful technique, executed with all his might, failed to withstand even a single blow from Lin Shuer. He was sent flying in one strike. The arena plunged once again into a profound silence. Many stood in a daze. If the earlier defeat of Wang Hao had left the crowd in shock, The instant incapacitation of Qian Mo now instilled a sense of numbness. A surreal feeling as if they were caught in a dream. Another strike? This was Qian Mo, the genius heralded as nearing the potential of the Qianlong ranking. He possessed peak cultivation at the 9th level of foundation establishment, on the verge of breaking into the Golden Core realm, and was the prized disciple of the Danxia Peak master. Yet, like Wang Hao, he too was effortlessly dispatched by that white-clad maiden with a single move. All were at the foundation establishment stage. Why did Lin Shuer from Qingxuan Peak give the overwhelming impression of a dimensional descent during their battle? Wow. Following a brief silence, an uproar erupted, tenfold more intense than before. Madness. I must be going mad. Qian Mo was also taken down in one strike. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cheating. It must be cheating. A 7th level foundation establishment defeating a peak 9th level with a single sword strike? Is this even human? If one were to say that Qian Mo is on the verge of ascending the hidden dragon list, what then of Lin Shuer? Gasps of astonishment, exclamations of disbelief, and murmurs of incredulity erupted in the venue, creating a tumultuous uproar that threatened to overturn the martial arena. The fervor and adoration etched on the faces of the disciples from Danxia Peak had solidified into a state of stupor and bewilderment. Their once proud senior brother, an invincible figure in their hearts, had been defeated with even greater decisiveness than Wang Hao. On the observation platform, a resounding crack echoed. Zhao Qian had crushed the armrest in his hand into splinters. His eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. He gasped heavily, his expression a grotesque tableau of indescribable horror and disbelief. Damn! This unexpected outcome, this absurd spectacle, this exasperating disappointment compelled him to curse vehemently in his heart. Meanwhile, the Danxia Peak master, who had remained in serene meditation, could no longer maintain his composure. He abruptly opened his eyes. The depths of his gaze, once tranquil and calm, now betrayed an unmistakable shock. He fixated intently on the figure in white upon the stage, whose demeanor remained eerily composed, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid and erratic. The disciple he had meticulously nurtured, whom he regarded as his successor, had actually been defeated? Yet, in truth, the individual most affected by this revelation was neither him nor Zhao Qian. It was Elder Li and Li Changqing. With a sudden motion, he sprang from his seat only to collapse back onto it, his eyes fixed on Lin Shuer, brimming with astonishment and dread. His heart felt utterly disoriented. Others may have merely perceived the might of Lin Shuer to strike and the result of Qian Mo's swift demise. But he, as one who had just brushed against the threshold of sword intent, grasping its nascent form, he acutely sensed its essence. The nascent form of sword intent. The very sword strike that Lin Shuer had unleashed contained the coveted nascent form of sword intent that every sword cultivator dreams of attaining. Moreover, Elder Li's fingers trembled slightly. He could discern that the nascent form of sword intent embodied in Lin Shuer's strike surpassed, in its refinement, sharpness, and harmony, the meager understanding he had only recently managed to grasp after centuries of cultivation as a Golden Core elder. What did this signify? It indicated that this 18-year-old maiden possessed a comprehension and insight into the sword path that was, astonishingly, deeper and more profound than his own, acquired over hundreds of years. A terrifying notion exploded in his mind. He instantly recalled that just moments ago, he had used his spiritual sense to convey a message to Lin Shuer, adopting an air of superiority as he sought to recruit her. He remembered boasting about his intention to impart the understanding of the nascent form of sword intent to her. He recollected his audacity in claiming he would guide her in her sword cultivation. And he also remembered the peculiar look she had cast upon him after hearing his words. A look that now made sense. He finally understood. That gaze was not one of youthful ignorance regarding the vastness of the world. It was unmistakably one of pity. It is as if one were saying, the embryonic form of sword intent? At your age, have you only just grasped it? Lin Shuer, so young, has already comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent. This is akin to a wealthy magnate, gazing at a beggar who boasts of a mere copper coin, parading their meager fortune with pride. Absurd. I, Li Changqing, am utterly ridiculous. How shameful. An unparalleled disgrace. A surge of blood rushed to my throat. An elderly felt the world spin. His aged face instantly bloomed into a hue akin to pig's liver, transitioning from crimson to violet, ultimately fading into a pallid gray. Accepting disciples? Snatching Yi Qing's student to teach her the embryonic form of sword intent? What a humiliation. It is simply mortifying. He now finally comprehends how utterly ludicrous his words must have sounded to Lin Shuer. How preposterous. In the realm of swordsmanship, this young lady has traversed further than he has, let alone accepting her as a disciple. She is even qualified to be his swordsmanship instructor. If he were truly to take on a disciple, he might as well ask, who is truly mentoring whom? Chapter 55. Under Yi Qing, a dual prodigy? Li Chongqing's face drained of color, resembling a bereaved figure. The vitality seemed to have been siphoned from his being, leaving him slumped in his chair, unable to utter a single word. His loss of composure went largely unnoticed, for at that moment, the entire arena was still enveloped in the aftershocks of that astonishing sword strike. That effortless motion, that overwhelming instant defeat. It was Qianemo, the future hope of Qingxuan Peak, a prodigy on the brink of entering the hidden dragon ranking. And yet, he was vanquished? Silence reigned among the disciples of Qingxuan Peak. The fervor and admiration they had just exhibited had transformed into a surreal bewilderment. They gazed at the struggling Qianemo below the platform, then at the immaculate white figure above, feeling their worldview shattered and pulverized in that singular moment. In stark contrast stood the viewing platform of Qingxuan Peak. Good, good, good. The Peak Master, Lu Rian, suddenly rose, her enchanting eyes wide with astonishment, her previously tense expression now entirely replaced by ecstasy and shock. She had never anticipated that Lin Shuer would emerge victorious. Moreover, in such an unexpected manner, overcoming 2 minor realms. She had defeated the Peak Master's direct disciple in a single strike. This was not merely a victory, it was an absolute domination. Junior brother Yi Qing, Lu Rian, excitedly glanced towards the direction of Qingxuan Peak, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She had thought that Yi Qing, returning with 2 disciples, was merely striving for a final effort, but might not be able to retain Qingxuan Peak. Yet unexpectedly, he had bestowed upon others an extraordinary surprise. No, perhaps for certain individuals, it was a fright rather than astonishment. Only the individual knows their own heart. At this moment, atop the highest viewing platform of the martial arena, the master of Taiyi Sect, Lu Chonghe, exhibited an unmistakable surprise in his deep, ocean-like eyes. Supporting himself on his chair, he leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing, fixated upon Lin Shuer. The embryonic form of sword intent, and its refinement surpassed the ordinary. Lu Chonghe murmured to himself, nodding slightly, his voice tinged with an indescribable admiration. He acknowledged that prior to this moment, while he indeed held a deep appreciation for Yi Qing, the current state of Qingxuan Peak was dire. And Yi Qing had been bearing the burden alone. Remarkably, within just 3 months, he had ascended from the 8th level of foundation establishment to the 1st level of golden core, a feat that demonstrated both exceptional character and talent. However, Lu Chonghe's admiration was solely for Yi Qing himself. He harbored little hope for his disciples, as Qingxuan Peak was resource depleted, and given their current plight, Yi Qing was scarcely able to save himself, let alone produce capable disciples. Other peaks boasted dozens, even hundreds of enrolled disciples vying for selection, whereas Qingxuan Peak, including Yi Qing, had merely 3 individuals. But who could have anticipated that Yi Qing's 2 disciples would shine ever more brightly in the grand competition? From the initial test with the stone puppets, revealing their seed-level potential, to the present moment, where Lin Shuer swiftly defeated Qianemo, a contender for the potential dragon ranking, in a single strike. What did this signify? This was no longer merely a chance at the potential dragon ranking. It indicated that Lin Shuer herself was a genuine prodigy, already qualified to ascend the Eastern region's potential dragon ranking. In just 3 months, an 18-year-old prodigy had emerged. How had Yi Qing achieved this? Lu Chonghe's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, and his gaze involuntarily turned to the calm figure in green robes, quietly sipping tea. This young man had brought him an abundance of unexpected surprises. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. If Lin Shuer was thus, what of Yi Qing's other disciple? Su Chan. Yes, where was Su Chan? She too was a disciple of Yi Qing. Previously, she had also exhibited the potential of a seed-level disciple. As Lu Chonghe pondered this, his consciousness expanded, cutting through the thrumming crowd, his gaze like a bolt of lightning directed towards the other side of the arena. Just moments ago, everyone's attention had been captivated by the challenge from Qingxuan Peak against Qingxuan Peak, leaving little focus on other battles. Yet as Lu Chonghe's eyes fell upon Su Chan, his pupils suddenly constricted. There, upon a stage, stood a delicate young girl clad in the garb of Qingxuan Peak, her demeanor serene. Her long sword was sheathed, and before her stood a foundation establishment disciple from Shunbing Peak, his face pale, a neat tear in his garments. Surrendering with a bow, he had been defeated in a single move. Before Lu Chonghe could further scrutinize, the girl, Su Chan, had already leapt gracefully down from the stage, proceeding directly to the next arena. Her target was a disciple from Liang Peak, at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, level 9. At that moment, an increasing number of onlookers, recovering from the shock of Lin Shuer's swift victory over Qianemo, shared Lu Chonghe's thoughts about Qingxuan Peak's other disciple. Countless gazes converged upon Su Chan's arena. Look, it is Su Chan from Qingxuan Peak. She is about to challenge. Her opponent is Li Yin from Liang Peak, a formidable character not to be underestimated. Akin to Qianmo, I believe I just saw that she had also won her previous matches with a single strike. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, the battle upon the arena has commenced. Li Yin, a disciple of the fierce Sun Peak, had evidently taken note of Lin Shuer's illustrious achievements. Now, facing Su Chan, Lin Shuer's junior sister, he dared not exhibit even a trace of carelessness and unleashed his full strength from the outset. The blazing palm, a scorching gust of wind, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of heat, surged directly towards Su Chan's face. Yet, Su Chan's response was astonishingly swift. Clang! A melodious chime of a sword echoed. The flash of the blade was blindingly rapid. A stream of sword light, elusive as the antelope's horn, tore through the myriad shadows of palms and delicately tapped against Li Yan's throat. The chilling aura of the sword sent shivers down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Li Yan's actions halted abruptly, drenched in perspiration, his complexion drained of color. He realized that his opponent had shown restraint. Otherwise, in a life-and-death struggle, that single strike would have pierced his throat. I concede. One move. Yet another. A disciple with aspirations for the potential dragon rankings was vanquished by Su Chan in a single blow. The entire arena fell utterly silent. If Lin Shuer's victory was akin to a spark, then Su Chan's triumph was a raging inferno that followed in its wake. People stood transfixed, gazing at Su Chan, then turning their eyes to the composed Lin Shuer on the opposite side of the arena. An absurd thought that sent shivers down their spines emerged in everyone's mind. Did I not see incorrectly? This Su Chan seems to be as formidable as Lin Shuer. At the 8th level of Foundation establishment, she effortlessly dispatched a peak 9th level opponent. Their prowess transcended borders with ease. Good heavens! Could it be that both of these female disciples from the Qingxuan Peak are prodigies of the potential dragon rankings? A dual talent under Qingxuan's command? Chapter 56. Elder Zhao, it is time to settle our accounts. A dual talent. When these words were tremulously uttered, the entire martial arts arena erupted in chaos. A once declining peak, now boasting two disciples capable of rivaling the finest talents of the Eastern domain, this was akin to a tale from a book. It was utterly unbelievable without witnessing it firsthand. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards the observation platform of Qingxuan Peak transformed, no longer filled with sympathy, pity, or schadenfreude, but rather profound astonishment. Puff! On the observation platform of Danxia Peak, Zhao Qian, witnessing Su Chan's performance, felt a sweet taste in his throat, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood, which he forcefully swallowed back. His face shifted from a ferocious red to a ghastly gray, ultimately turning ashen. A dual talent. His mind buzzed, with those 5 words echoing incessantly. It is over. All is lost. He understood that there was no need to continue watching. With these 2 monstrous disciples present, either one alone could surpass the disciples of an entire peak. In this sect competition, as for Qingxuan Peak's ranking, not only would they avoid the bottom, but they might soar to great heights. They could even potentially surpass many peaks, perhaps leaving the mid-ranking Danxia Peak far behind. To absorb Qingxuan Peak? This notion now seemed ludicrous and utterly unrealistic. Reflecting on previous actions, it became clear why Yi Qing had maintained such composure. Perhaps in his eyes, I, Zhao Qian, have always been nothing more than a source of amusement, a mere joke. Humiliation, fury, resentment. A torrent of emotions surged within Zhao Qian, nearly igniting his very being. He endured for a moment longer, but as he observed the impending conclusion of the sect competition, he could no longer remain seated. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, he felt the mocking gazes of others upon him. Remaining here, subjected to the subtle derision from all directions, would surely drive him to madness. He sprang to his feet, his visage dark enough to drip water. Disregarding the final results and rankings of the competition, and with a furious flourish of his robe, he prepared to leave the venue. However, just as he turned to depart, a voice, calm yet strikingly clear, resonated from the observation platform of Qingxuan Peak. Its gentle echo fell upon every ear in the vicinity. Elder Zhao, where are you in such a hurry to go? The voice was soft, yet it possessed an extraordinary allure that silenced the once boisterous arena in an instant. Countless gazes converged upon the source of the sound. There stood Yi Qing, the young peak master, who had remained composed and seated throughout, gently placing his teacup down. He rose slowly, his azure robes billowing as if caught in an unseen breeze, his tranquil gaze sweeping through the crowd until it landed squarely on Zhao Qian. Humph. Where I go is of no concern to you, Zhao Qian retorted coldly, unwilling to exchange further words with Yi Qing. Yi Qing nodded, his tone still devoid of emotion. Yet his eyes hinted at a sharpness that dared not be met. Indeed, that is true, for you are not one of my Qingxuan Peak. However, we have some unfinished business between us. Now that the competition is nearing its conclusion, it is time to settle accounts with you, Elder Zhao. At these words, the entire venue fell into silence. Zhao Qian, who had been poised to leave in indignation, suddenly froze, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. He whirled around, fixing a piercing gaze upon Yi Qing, his expression betraying not only resentment but also a hint of barely concealed panic. Settle accounts? What accounts? Could it be that he had discovered my plot to hire a silver-ranked assassin from the Bloodslaughter Tower to eliminate him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Bloodslaughter Tower is renowned in the Eastern Domain for never disclosing the identities of its employers. How could a mere inexperienced child, confined to the mountain gates, uncover such information? Yes, he must be spouting nonsense. With this thought, Zhao Qian forcefully suppressed his panic, replacing it with a fierce countenance of anger. He straightened his neck and, with a voice that trembled with false bravado, declared, Yi Qing, do not slander me with baseless accusations. What past grievances could we possibly share? Today, your disciple has outshone all, and I, from Qingxuan Peak, humbly concede defeat. But should you seek to provoke and humiliate me, know that Qingxuan Peak is not to be trifled with. His words rang with righteous indignation, as though he were the aggrieved party. Yi Qing regarded his expression with an inward shake of the head and a bemused smile. Indeed, I have become somewhat bewildered. That old rogue Zhao Qian possesses a skin as thick as a city wall. How could he possibly acknowledge his misdeeds? The only recourse is to strike him down. What need is there for evidence or reasoning? Such matters are futile, akin to playing music to a deaf audience. Reason cannot prevail here. The foundation of all discourse must first be established through the might of fists and the edge of a sword. Since he seeks my demise, I shall exact my vengeance upon him. This is the natural order of things. In an instant, the last vestige of calmness vanished from Yi Qing's eyes, replaced by an unmistakable and chilling intent to kill. A frigid aura erupted from Yi Qing, surging skyward with tremendous force. He moved, his figure resembling a streak of azure lightning, soaring upwards to hover above the martial arena, casting a domineering gaze down upon Zhao Qian. That look was akin to gazing upon a corpse. Zhao Qian, feeling the unabashed murderous intent, was genuinely taken aback. Yi Qing, you intend to strike at me? You wish to kill me? Yi Qing, have you lost your mind? Zhao Qian could scarcely believe his own eyes. This was the site of the sect's grand competition. The sect master, the heads of various peaks, and the elders were all present. How dare Yi Qing? He possessed the audacity to harbor murderous thoughts against a fellow elder in front of everyone. Humph. After all, it was you who first harbored the desire to kill. Do I need to fear you? With a cold expression, Zhao Qian summoned the power of his golden core, propelling himself into the air to confront Yi Qing. A confrontation was imminent. The master of Qingxuan Peak was actually going to strike against Elder Zhao? My heavens, what enmity lies between them? How impulsive! Yi Qing, the master, is still far too young. The audience in the martial arena was stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. Countless gazes converged upon the two figures locked in confrontation above. Murmurs of speculation filled the air. Some peak masters and elders shook their heads slightly, their glances toward Yi Qing tinged with skepticism. In their view, Yi Qing's actions were unwise. Indeed, his two disciples were exceptional prodigies, and Qingxuan Peak had indeed gained prominence today. However, disciples are one thing, and peak masters are another. Just 3 months prior, Yi Qing was merely at the 8th level of foundation establishment. Even if he has since made a breakthrough, he has scarcely just entered the 1st level of Golden Core. And what of Zhao Qian? He is a well-established Golden Core practitioner. Years ago, he had already reached the 3rd level of Golden Core, and now his aura is robust. Mere steps away from the 4th level. In the realm of Golden Core, each level represents a significant leap. The disparity between them is as vast as the chasm of heaven and earth. To the onlookers, Yi Qing's actions seemed akin to striking a rock with an egg, inviting humiliation upon himself. Yet, they could not fathom what heinous act Zhao Qian had committed to provoke such irrational impulsiveness from the typically composed young peak master. To challenge Zhao Qian, a 3rd-level Golden Core practitioner, with merely the strength of a 1st-level Golden Core? Chapter 57. How did Yi Qing accomplish this? Yi Qing, my esteemed nephew. On the observation platform of the falling sunset peak, Lu Ran suddenly stood up, her delicate face etched with anxiety and concern. She harbored little hope for Yi Qing. The disparity between the 1st and 3rd layers of the Golden Core was simply devoid of suspense. She was oblivious to the events transpiring between the two, yet one thought consumed her mind. She must not allow Zhao Qian to harm Yi Qing in the slightest. With a swish, Lu Ruan could no longer remain seated. Her figure leaped forth, transforming into a streak of light as she hurriedly soared towards the aerial battleground. The 2nd layer of her Golden Core cultivation surged forth without reserve. At that moment, she lamented her insufficient strength. If only she possessed the third layer of the golden core, she could seize the opportunity to assist Yi Qing in vanquishing Zhao Qian and teach him a formidable lesson. Meanwhile, at the highest observation platform, the sect leader, Lu Changhe, furrowed his brow. He had intended to intervene and halt this farce. To see fellow disciples turn against one another, especially in the context of a sect competition, was utterly disgraceful. However, just as he prepared to speak, an unexpected thought surged within him. Wait a moment. Lu Changhe's gaze fell once more upon Yi Qing's tall figure. Lin Shuer and Su Chan, two previously inconspicuous individuals, had undergone a remarkable transformation under Yi Qing's guidance in just 3 months, each possessing terrifying strength capable of challenging those on the potential dragon ranking. Thus, what might be the true prowess of Yi Qing, the master who had crafted this extraordinary duo? Was he truly merely a common disciple at the first layer of the golden core? Once this notion took root, it could not be suppressed. A glimmer sparkled in Lu Changhe's eyes as he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He resolved to observe further, to witness what other surprises this young man could unveil. After all, with him, the late-stage nascent soul sect leader present. Even in the worst-case scenario where Yi Qing were to falter before Zhao Qian, Lu Changhe was confident he could intervene in an instant to preserve Yi Qing's life. Lu Changhe vowed that Yi Qing would not suffer the slightest harm today. In the sky, facing Yi Qing, Zhao Qian let out a cold sneer, filled with disdain for Yi Qing's audacity. How utterly foolish. He scoffed internally, acknowledging the remarkable talent of Yi Qing in nurturing his disciples, a pair of prodigies truly beyond belief. But so what? Yi Qing was ultimately just a junior at the first layer of the golden core, whereas he, Zhao Qian, stood at the third layer, on the brink of breaking through to the fourth. The difference between layers in the golden core realm was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. What could Yi Qing possibly use to contend with him? To harbor murderous intent against him was nothing short of ludicrous. Zhao Qian's gaze flickered. Were it not for the presence of the sect leader and numerous fellow disciples, he might have been tempted to eliminate Yi Qing on the spot. Nonetheless, this was equally advantageous. Since you have chosen to provoke me, displaying your murderous intent publicly, I shall take the opportunity to severely injure you. When the sect leader inquires, I will have my justification. With this thought, a fierce glint flashed in Zhao Qian's eyes. Yi Qing, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. He resolved to strike first, unleashing a furious roar as the magic within him erupted like a volcano. Fire Fiend Divine Palm. Boom. A colossal palm imprint, forged from crimson true essence and imbued with a potent aura of fire, descended upon Yi Qing like a cataclysmic force. Wherever the palm imprint passed, the air crackled with heat, seemingly distorting in its wake. The sheer might was utterly terrifying. Alarmed, Lu Ruyan, who was hastening to the scene, turned pale at the sight and instinctively prepared to intervene. Yet, she was acutely aware that as a mere second-tier golden core cultivator, she was at a slight disadvantage compared to Zhao Qian. Even if she exerted all her strength, she could only diminish the palm's power by a fraction. The remaining force would still be beyond Yi Qing's capacity to withstand. However, before she could act, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In the face of that world-destroying palm, Yi Qing maintained his composure, not even lifting an eyelid. He merely extended a finger, forming it into a sword, and with a gentle swipe directed at the enormous blood-red palm imprint, a clear and resonant sword sound echoed through the heavens. Though the sound was not loud, it possessed an enchanting power that sent a shiver through the hearts of all golden core cultivators present. In the next moment, an extraordinarily brilliant azure sword light erupted from Yi Qing's fingertip. This sword light, seemingly unremarkable and lacking any grandiose force, appeared to embody some profound truth of the universe, moving so swiftly that it surpassed the visual and mental limits of most present, with a soft tearing sound, akin to fabric being ripped. The overwhelming crimson palm imprint crumbled before the azure sword light, as fragile as a sheet of paper, easily cleaved in two. The sword light continued unabated, flashing past. Thud. In the air, a figure was struck as if by lightning, blood gushing forth, and the individual was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. All of this transpired in an instant. Yi Qing, junior disciple. Lu Ruyan's heart tightened, instinctively gasping in shock, believing it was Yi Qing who had been injured and sent flying. Yet, upon closer inspection, she was momentarily stunned. The bloodied figure, clad in the attire of a Qingxuan Peak elder, was none other than Zhao Qian. The crowd fell into a momentary silence. Everyone was bewildered by this astonishing scene. What had just transpired? Those of higher cultivation, including the peak masters and elders, had their pupils constrict sharply, their faces etched with disbelief. They had seen it clearly. At the very moment Yi Qing unleashed that sword strike, just as the azure sword light was about to pierce Zhao Qian's heart. A formidable barrier of magic abruptly manifested before Zhao Qian. It was Li Songyun, the master of Qingxuan Peak, who had sensed the impending danger and acted instantaneously. This magical barrier absorbed at least 70% of the sword light's might. Yet even so, the residual force still delivered a grievous blow to the third-tier golden core, Zhao Qian. What did this signify? This indicates that without the instantaneous intervention of Li Songyun, the master of Qingxuan Peak, Zhao Qian would have likely perished under that single strike. One strike, an instantaneous obliteration of a cultivator at the third layer of golden core? Yet, in the eyes of the onlookers, Yi Qing, possessing only the first layer of golden core cultivation, raised questions as to how such damage could be inflicted. Chapter 58, The Master of Qingxuan Peak? A Hindrance and Death. It was rather astonishing. A peak master murmured, casting a gaze at Yi Qing, his expression revealing a sense of intrigue. The performance of Yi Qing, along with his disciples, and the three from Qingxuan Peak today, was exceptionally remarkable, completely defying everyone's expectations. Bang! Zhao Qian's body crashed heavily onto the observation platform of Qingxuan Peak, embedding himself into the hard stone slab and creating a human-shaped crater. Blood gushed from his mouth as he lay within the pit, his eyes vacant and his expression bewildered. Once he regained his senses, he glared furiously at Yi Qing, his heart filled with terror. How could this be? He could hardly believe that he had been utterly defenseless before Yi Qing, unable to withstand even a single blow, and was sent flying, severely injured. After all, he was a proud cultivator at the third layer of golden core. In terms of disciples, he had lost. In terms of strength, this seasoned golden core practitioner was no match for a newly ascended golden core rival. He had suffered a crushing defeat, leaving him completely exposed. At that moment, Zhao Qian's mental state was on the verge of collapse. He had initially thought that today would be a day of triumph for Qingxuan Peak over Qingxuan Peak. Unexpectedly, Qingxuan Peak had relentlessly trampled upon them. The immense psychological disparity was almost impossible to accept. Meanwhile, beneath the observation platform of Qingxuan Peak, Lin Shuer and Su Chan stood side by side. Witnessing the scene unfolding above, the two exchanged glances, their expressions relaxed and seemingly justified. Unfortunately, Zhao Qian lingered a bit longer. Su Chan muttered softly. Lin Shuer nodded, a faint smile gracing her cool, delicate face. Had it not been for the intervention of the master of Qingxuan Peak, Zhao Qian would already be a corpse. To others, Yi Qing was merely at the first layer of golden core, and being able to severely injure Zhao Qian, a third-layer cultivator, was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet the sisters were acutely aware of the true strength of their master. It was not something that a mere third-layer golden core could fathom. After all, in Beijing City, their master had effortlessly subdued Qi Shao, the master of Bestow sect, who was at the sixth layer of golden core. Subsequently, she ascended the mountain alone, annihilating an ancestral lineage of the Bestow sect that had persisted for countless years, not to mention in Kongming City, where even in her absence, a mere trace of her sword intent left upon them had grievously injured an unknown golden core cultivator, nearly resulting in his demise, causing him to flee in panic. Now, to deal with a mere Zhao Qian at the third layer of golden core, defeating him was simply a matter of course. Had it not been for external interference, Zhao Qian would undoubtedly be doomed. In the high sky, Yi Qing's brow furrowed slightly. He had intended to conclude Zhao Qian's fate with a single strike. Unexpectedly, the master of Qingxuan Peak, Li Songyun, reacted swiftly, intervening to mitigate the damage from the previous strike. As a result, Zhao Qian was merely gravely injured and did not succumb on the spot. It appeared that an additional blow was necessary. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yi Qing hesitated not a moment, his form shifting as he prepared to descend from the air to completely eradicate the gasping Zhao Qian. How audacious! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the air. Boom! An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing the golden core realm, descended like a celestial weight, stirring the winds and clouds into a terrifying spectacle. It swept towards Yi Qing like a fathomless abyss, as if dragging him into a prison of despair. This formidable force belonged to a cultivator of the nascent soul level. Following this, a figure clad in a crimson robe adorned with cloud patterns soared into the air, instantly positioning itself before Yi Qing. It was none other than the furious master of Qingxuan Peak, Li Songyun, a genuine practitioner of the third layer of the nascent soul realm. Yi Qing, you have crossed the line. Li Songyun hovered in the air, his gaze as sharp as ice, fixated intently on Yi Qing. The powerful aura of the nascent soul firmly locked onto him. Despite Zhao Qian's many faults, he is still an elder of our Taiyi Sect. He is one of Qingxuan Peak's own. Before my presence and that of the sect master, how dare you wield such lethal intent? Do you not hold Qingxuan Peak and the rules of the Taiyi Sect in any regard? if I do not intervene, are you to presume that you can brazenly defile Danxia Peak itself? His voice, imbued with the authority of a nascent soul cultivator, resonated through the martial arena, causing it to hum with energy. This matter ends here. Withdraw at once. Once the competition concludes, you must provide a satisfactory explanation to Danxia Peak for your actions. I demand that you publicly apologize to Elder Zhao Qian and to Danxia Peak in front of the entire sect. Seeing his master come forth to support him, Zhao Qian, lying on the ground, grinned, revealing a smug expression towards Yi Qing. He had surmised that Yi Qing was aware of his connection to the Blood Slaughter Tower's assassins. But what of it? What if you, Yi Qing, know that I hired someone to kill you? What if you are stronger than I? With Li Tsongyan here, can you truly slay me? Huh. I remain here, so come, if you dare to lay a hand on me. In response, Yi Qing's demeanor remained unyielding. His gaze icy. He then addressed the nascent soul powerhouse obstructing him, his voice calm, yet delivering a statement that nearly caused many hearts to cease. Stand aside, or I shall strike you down as well. At this proclamation, the entire arena fell into stunned silence. Li Tsongyun, master of Danxia Peak, momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, fury mingling with incredulity. Ha! Well, what an arrogant young man. You wish to contend with me as well? Have you lost your senses in your cultivation? Very well. Since you are so obstinate, I shall suppress you today. It seems your mentor departed early, leaving you unrefined. Thus, I shall take it upon myself to teach you the true meaning of propriety. With his words hanging in the air, a chilling light surged in Li Tsongyun's eyes. He prepared to act, intent on subduing this reckless, audacious youth before him. In the next moment, Li Tsongyun's nascent soul aura erupted with the force of a cataclysmic avalanche. With his fingers splayed wide, a torrent of overwhelming crimson spiritual energy surged forth, conjuring a blazing solar phantom that materialized within the palm of his hand. The searing heat emanating from it caused the surrounding space to distort violently, as if it were on the verge of being obliterated. This was undeniably one of his renowned ultimate techniques, the solar incineration palm. With a single strike, it wielded the might of thunder. Clearly, Li Tsongyun was genuinely enraged. In this moment, he intended to use his absolute power to publicly suppress Yi Qing, the audacious rogue who dared to challenge the dignity of his nascent soul. As a warning to others, it was over. As Lu Rian advanced, she was struck by despair upon witnessing this scene, her heart plummeting to the depths of desolation. She yearned to intercede, to plead, even in a humble tone, in any manner possible. Yet under the terrifying pressure of the nascent soul's third layer, even the act of speaking became an insurmountable challenge. Despite her attempts to withstand the oppressive force, she found herself utterly unable to approach. She could only watch helplessly as the blazing sun bore down upon Yi Qing, her beautiful eyes filled with hopelessness. Never before had she desired power as fervently as she did at this moment. On the observation platform, the other Peak masters frowned in unison. Brotherly has gone too far. The master of Baiwa Peak, an elegant and captivating woman, sighed softly, remarking that Yi Qing was an exceptionally rare talent, and such a suppression could jeopardize his path. Indeed, this young man possessed extraordinary potential. If properly guided, he could become yet another pillar for our Taiyi Sect. It would be a tragic waste if he were to be stifled by Li Tsongyun's oppressive hand, which might taint his resolve. The master of the Spirit Beast Peak concurred, their minds racing with calculations. If they intervened now to shield Yi Qing from Li Tsongyun's wrath, they would not only be doing Yi Qing a monumental favor, but also showcase their own appreciation for talent to the sect leader. However, given that Li Tsongyun was currently incensed, a rash intervention could ignite the flames of conflict. In the midst of this hesitation, on the highest tier of the observation platform, sect leader Lu Changhe's gaze was profound. His nascent soul's late-stage power had quietly begun to stir within him, akin to a dormant dragon poised to unleash its fury at any moment. Yet, he refrained from action. At the instant Li Tsongyun struck, a peculiar premonition surged within him. This feeling was strange and intense. He sensed that perhaps Yi Qing might be capable of self-preservation without his intervention. This sensation was indeed wondrous. And Lu Changhe furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend its nature. Let me observe further, he mused to himself, suppressing the impulse to separate Li Tsongyun from Yi Qing. He wished to witness firsthand the limits of this young man, who had repeatedly defied the odds. As for the danger, with him vigilantly watching, Yi Qing would undoubtedly remain unharmed. On the martial arts arena below, Lin Shuer and Su Chan felt their hearts race as well. Senior sister, our master. Su Chan's small hand clenched tightly, her palm slick with sweat. Although they harbored an almost blind trust in Yi Qing, the master of Danxia Peak was, after all, a genuine nascent soul powerhouse. To their knowledge, their master had never engaged with a formidable opponent of such caliber. Trust in our master. Lin Shue's cold visage bore an additional hint of gravity, yet her gaze remained resolute. Su Chan nodded in agreement. In their hearts, they blindly believed that their master was invincible. Even if there were moments of vulnerability, they were certain that their master would ultimately triumph. In that moment, with the eyes of the multitude upon them and their hearts brimming with varied emotions, Yi Qing's reaction to the colossal sun capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas was peculiarly calm. He did not even glance at the terrifying assault. Instead, he focused on the proudly arrogant Li Songyun before him, slowly raising his hand. Then, with the same unadorned motion, he pointed as if wielding a sword. Gently sweeping his hand forward, a faint azure glow flickered from his fingertip, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. That azure light was astonishingly swift. So swift that even the pupils of the sect leader, Lu Changhe, contracted in astonishment. With a soft hiss reminiscent of a hot knife slicing through butter, the blazing sun in Li Songyun's palm, capable of melting gold and iron, crumbled upon contact with that azure light, shattering into myriad scintillating particles. What? The pride etched on Li Songyun's face froze instantaneously, replaced by boundless shock. How could this be? His signature technique was shattered by Yi Qing's sword? Wait. The sword light had yet to dissipate. With a flash, the sword light, having pierced through the blazing sun, surged toward him with alarming speed. Li Songyun's expression shifted drastically. He yearned to evade. He sought to retreat. Yet in the face of that azure glow, which seemed to transcend thought itself, even his formidable Yuan Ing realm reactions appeared feeble and strained. The sword light flickered and vanished in an instant. Li Songyun failed to evade. A spurt of blood erupted, soaring into the sky. Immediately thereafter, a figure shot forth with astonishing velocity, akin to a cannonball launched by immense force, crashing heavily from the air. Boom! A deafening, piercing wail erupted. All eyes instinctively followed the trajectory of the flung figure. When they discerned the crimson cloud-patterned robe adorning the figure, each individual's mind felt as though struck by divine thunder, plunging into a void of disbelief. What was happening? A scene reminiscent of before unfolded once more. The one sent flying was none other than Li Songyun, the esteemed master of Qingxuan Peak, a formidable practitioner at the third level of the Yuaning realm. Bang! Li Songyun's body collided with a corner of the Qingxuan Peak observation platform, collapsing it amidst a cloud of dust and flying debris. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. It was as if a pin could be heard dropping. Disciples, elders, and peak leaders alike stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. As if ensnared by a binding spell, they gazed blankly at Li Songyun, then at the figure in azure standing tall in the sky, their hearts swirling in confusion. What had just transpired? Yi Qing, at the first level of the Golden Core realm, had defeated Li Songyun, a practitioner at the third level of the Yuaning realm. Furthermore, observing Li Songyun clutching his chest, his complexion as pale as paper, and his aura utterly depleted, it was evident he had sustained severe internal injuries. Could it be that he had fallen victim to an illusion? Lying in the humanoid pit, Zhao Qian, who had previously worn a smug expression, now found the color drained from his face. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and pinched his thigh with such intensity that he almost wished to slap himself. The searing pain radiating from his leg confirmed the reality of his situation. Everything before him was indeed real, not a mere illusion or a dream. The Peak Master, a formidable figure at the third stage of the nascent soul, was utterly incapable of contending with Yi Qing. No, this was impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Zhao Qian's lips trembled, and the pride in his gaze was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming dread. If even the Peak Master could not protect himself, what fate awaited him? The thought sent a chilling wave coursing from his tailbone to the crown of his head, leaving him feeling utterly frozen, as if plunged into an icy abyss. He had previously recognized Yi Qing's strength, but he never anticipated it to be this formidable. Was this even realistic? Zhao Qian wouldn't dare dream of such a scenario. On the highest observation platform, the sect leader, Lu Changhe, suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented brilliance. He fixated intently on Yi Qing, whose profound aura quivered slightly with the excitement surging within him. The sword intent. It was authentic sword intent. Moreover, this sword intent was extraordinarily refined. At such a young age, to cultivate such profound swordsmanship was simply unheard of. He comprehended it clearly. That seemingly unremarkable strike concealed the ultimate sword principles of simplicity and returning to the essence. Hence, it unleashed a force far beyond what a mere golden core cultivator could wield. Lu Changhe understood that Yi Qing's true cultivation was masked. He was undoubtedly more than just a golden core practitioner. In a mere 3 months. No, perhaps he had been concealing his prowess even 3 months prior? In any case, a monster. Truly a monster. Excellent. Excellent indeed. Lu Changhe's heart roared with fervor, his gaze upon Yi Qing smoldering with intensity, as if it could melt him. What a treasure! His Taiyi Sect had unearthed a genuine, unparalleled gem. In the sky, Yi Qing wore a placid expression. His gaze slowly descended upon the ruins, fixating on Li Songyun, who was struggling to rise. Then, Yi Qing spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. He uttered merely 4 words: "If you obstruct again, die." The calmness of those words belied an indescribable dominance and chilling malice. Li Songyun, who had just managed to prop himself up, froze upon hearing this proclamation. He lifted his gaze to meet Yi Qing's unyielding eyes. Within those depths, he perceived an indifference and severity, as if gazing upon an ancient iceberg. He had no doubt, should he dare to make any further obstructive moves, in the next moment, that terrifying sword light would unhesitatingly pierce through his skull. In truth, he had felt that previous strike keenly. The unmatched sharpness, imbued with a deathly aura capable of severing all within heaven and earth, still lingered in his consciousness, sending shivers down his spine. Li Songyun realized that Yi Qing had shown him mercy. Otherwise, he would have already become a lifeless corpse. After all, even if this is all of Yi Qing's strength, once the intent to kill arises, a single strike could severely injure him, and with 2 strikes, Yi Qing would be more than capable of ending his life. Moreover, Li Songyun sensed, albeit vaguely, that what had just transpired did not appear to be Yi Qing's full power. This realization caused Li Songyun's heart to convulse violently, as his anger and resentment were swiftly submerged by an overwhelming tide of fear. Silence. Faced with Yi Qing's nearly humiliating warning, Li Songyun chose to remain silent. He stood motionless, hand pressed against his chest, eyes observing his surroundings with a calm demeanor, betraying no emotion. He was afraid. As Li Songyun fell entirely silent, Zhao Qian, lying on the ground, felt his last shred of hope shatter completely. He grew anxious, truly anxious. The instinct for survival compelled him to cast his gaze around frantically, seeking assistance from the spectators, the elders, and Peak Masters with whom he usually maintained cordial relations. Peak Master Wang, save me. Elder son, we have shared a century of friendship. However, those Peak Masters and elders whom he desperately looked to for help seemed to have reached a silent consensus. They either gazed skyward, studied the patterns on the ground, or simply closed their eyes in meditation. Not a single pair of eyes met his own. Absurd. Just moments ago, they had hesitated over whether to grant Yi Qing a favor, yet before they could act, Yi Qing had struck Li Songyun, who was at the 3rd stage of the nascent soul realm, down as if he were a mere dog. Such terrifying strength, such monstrous potential. The rise of Qingxuan Peak was now a foregone conclusion, unstoppable. Would they now risk offending a future titan for the sake of Zhao Qian, whose potential was all too visible? It was inconceivable, utterly absurd. With nowhere to turn, Zhao Qian was thrown into a complete panic, beads of sweat pouring down his face. He cast his final hope towards the highest authority, the sect leader, Lu Chang'e. Sect leader, save me, he shouted with all his might. Yi Qing has lost his mind. He intends to kill a fellow elder before the entire sect. Such actions are no different from those of the demonic path. He is inciting rebellion. Sect leader, you must stand up for me. This desperate cry finally drew the attention of everyone present to sect leader Lu Chang'e. His expression remained serene, betraying no sign of tumult. He slowly stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Li Songyun and Zhao Qian before finally settling on Yi Qing. He understood that, under the watchful eyes of all, as the leader of the sect, he had to provide an explanation. Yi Qing, Lu Chang'e spoke calmly. How do you respond to Elder Zhao Qian's claims? With the sect leader personally questioning him, the crowd leaned in, curious about Yi Qing's relentless pursuit to slay Zhao Qian. Was it merely due to a dispute during the competition? Or perhaps Zhao Qian had previously pressured Qingxuan Peak unfavorably? In the face of the sect leader's inquiry, Yi Qing's expression remained unchanged. Acknowledging the sect leader's question, he raised his hand and flicked his wrist lightly. Swish! A pitch-black metal token, accompanied by a sound that sliced through the air, landed precisely before Lu Chang'e. He reached out and caught it, his gaze sharpening as his pupils suddenly constricted. The Bloodshed Tower's silver token. A gasp echoed through the crowd at this revelation. The Bloodshed Tower, a notorious assassin organization in the Eastern Domain, is infamous for its ruthless methods, an abomination in the eyes of all righteous sects. How could Yi Qing possess a token from the Bloodshed Tower? Amidst the crowd's confusion, Yi Qing produced a jade talisman. With a slight surge of his spiritual power, a luminous barrier unfolded in the air. Within this barrier, a vivid image and sound materialized. The image displayed a pitch-black needle, imbued with the aura of bloodshed, being toyed within Yi Qing's hand. This was none other than the soul-piercing needle, the signature weapon of the Bloodshed Tower. Before Yi Qing, there lay a subdued assassin. Soon, the assassin's voice, filled with fear, broke the silence. Spare me. I will speak. It was Zhao Qian, an elder of the Qingxuan Peak, who commissioned the Bloodshed Tower to take your life. Yes. I will contact the Bloodshed Tower and report that the task is complete and the target is dead. The truth was unveiled. Witnessing this scene and hearing the unmistakable confession, everyone present comprehended the reality in an instant. It was Zhao Qian who had hired an assassin. He had colluded with the Bloodshed Tower to orchestrate the assassination of his fellow sect leader. Disgusting. The crowd erupted in waves of scorn. Every gaze directed at Zhao Qian brimmed with contempt and disdain. As an elder of the Taiyi Sect, how could he commit such a despicable act? This was an utter disgrace to the sect. If word got out, he would bring shame upon the Taiyi Sect. It was over. Zhao Qian gazed at the luminous barrier, his spirit plummeting into despair, his face ashen. He understood he was utterly doomed. The evidence was irrefutable, and he could not argue his way out. Yet, if there was any chance, he did not wish to die. Sect leader. I was momentarily confused. I was bewitched. Zhao Qian wept profusely, desperately bowing towards Lu Chang'e. I am willing to go to the reflective peak. I am willing to face the wall for 100 years, for a lifetime. I implore the sect leader to spare my life. I beseech Peak Master Yi to grant me mercy, as long as he could survive. Even if it meant being sent to that desolate reflective peak, it was better than facing death now. However, before the sect leader could respond to his pleas, the other Peak Masters' gazes were icy, and they voiced their opinions. Colluding with the Bloodshed Tower to harm fellow sect members is a crime of treachery. I deem it unforgivable. Indeed, if we do not impose strict punishment, what becomes of the Taiyi Sect's regulations? Where is our authority? He must be executed to serve as a warning. The reflective peak should not serve as a sanctuary for such crimes. Many Peak Masters expressed their stances vehemently, with not a single voice raised in Zhao Qian's defense. Lu Chang'e nodded, turning his gaze towards Yi Qing. His tone softened, tinged with a hint of regret. Yi Qing. This matter reflects the lax discipline of Qingxuan Peak and our failure to uphold strict oversight in the Taiyi Sect, causing you undue suffering. As for Zhao Qian, you may dispose of him as you see fit. With these words, a death sentence was pronounced upon Zhao Qian. No. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian let out a desperate howl, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. With a sudden leap from the ground, he ignited his entire being with magical energy, transforming into a streak of crimson light, desperately attempting to escape at the cost of his own foundation. Yet, this was nothing but a delusion, though he was swift. Yi Qing was swifter still. In fact, Yi Qing scarcely moved at all. He merely lifted his eyelid and cast a detached glance in Zhao Qian's direction. Boom. That frantic surge of blood-colored light came to an abrupt halt mid-air, as if it were a balloon inflated to its limit, which then exploded with a resounding crash. Flesh and bone were scattered in all directions, and thus, Zhao Qian, the elder of the Golden Core third layer from Qingxuan Peak, was obliterated. In an instant, he perished. Chapter 60. The conclusion of the tournament. Ranking's crimson rain of blood and shattered flesh cascaded from the sky, staining the hard bluestone slabs of the martial arts arena in a shocking spectacle. The onlookers, witnessing Zhao Qian's catastrophic demise, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Zhao Qian had truly courted his own death. His ambition to seize control of Qingxuan Peak was a straightforward contest, one that would have drawn no undue criticism. However, colluding with the Blood Slaughter Tower was indeed a path to ruin. Additionally, some cast a glance at Li Songyun, the leader of Qingxuan Peak. As Zhao Qian was vanquished by Yi Qing, Li Songyun stood aside, his gaze fixed inward, as if oblivious to the unfolding tragedy, uttering not a word. In fact, Li Songyun took a deep breath, hesitating momentarily. Then, before the watchful crowd, this leader of the nascent soul third layer from Qingxuan Peak slowly approached and halted 3 steps away from Yi Qing. He bowed deeply, addressing Yi Qing with grave sincerity. Master Yi, I acknowledge my failure in discipline, which allowed my elder to engage in such collusion with the Blood Slaughter Tower and commit heinous acts against our brethren, nearly resulting in a grave error. My Qingxuan Peak bears culpability. His voice was hoarse, yet resounded clearly in the ears of everyone present. The leaders and elders from various peaks wore expressions of varied emotions. Li Songyun continued, esteemed fellow disciples. I shall impose stringent regulations on the elders and disciples of Qingxuan Peak henceforth, ensuring that no incident akin to Zhao Qian's transgressions will occur again. I, Li Songyun, pledge this. Yi Qing glanced at him, but remained silent. At that moment, the voice of the sect leader, Lu Chang'e, resonated with an air of authority. Leader Li, indeed, your oversight has been grievous. Zhao Qian, as an elder of our sect, colluded with the Blood Slaughter Tower to plot against a fellow peak leader. This is a crime of treachery that cannot be overlooked. As the leader of Qingxuan Peak, you share in this blame. Hearing this, Li Songyun lowered his head even further. cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Sect leader, Songyun acknowledges his fault. Very well. Lu Chang's voice paused momentarily before he continued. I shall impose a penalty of 10 years' worth of resources on Qingxuan Peak as a warning. Should any similar incident arise again, you shall lose the qualification to transmit teachings and open veins. Do you have any objections? 10 years of resources. This meant that the disciples of Qingxuan Peak would experience a significant deceleration in their cultivation speed during this period. Many disciples displayed expressions of fear and bitterness. Moreover, if they were to commit another offense, Qingxuan Peak could even lose its privilege of receiving protection from Taiyi Sect. Li Songyun's heart ached. Yet he dared not show a hint of resentment on his face. He merely bowed and declared, Qingxuan Peak accepts the penalty. There shall be no objections. He dared not voice any dissent. Do not speak of 10 years. Even if it were a punishment of 20, he would have to accept it begrudgingly. This matter is indeed a grave taboo. A mere disagreement led to collusion with the Bloodshed Tower, hiring assassins to harm one's own sect. The repercussions are exceedingly dire, and many within the ranks of the Taiyi Sect now harbor a lingering sense of trepidation. Li Songyun could hardly fathom the audacity of Zhao Qian. Were it not for Zhao Qian's demise, he would have relished the thought of devouring him alive. After receiving his punishment, Li Songyun once again bowed in apology to Yi Qing. Observing this scene, the disciples and elders present were left with a singular thought. From this day forth, Qingxuan Peak has truly risen. Within the ranks of the Qingxuan Peak disciples, Wang Hao's complexion turned pale, his expression dazed. He gazed at the figure in the center of the martial arena, a being both divine and demonic, Yi Qing, who had severely injured a nascent soul with a single sword strike and annihilated a golden core with a mere glance. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, pain constricting his breath. Regret. An endless tide of regret submerged him. He recalled 3 months prior, when he had fervently declared to Yi Qing that Qingxuan Peak held no future and that he sought a broader horizon. He remembered the spirited confidence with which he had joined elderly Chongqing at Qingxuan Peak, convinced he had made the wisest choice. But now, reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face. What he had deemed a wise decision now appeared utterly ludicrous. He was, indeed, blind to the truth. Wang Hao's gaze uncontrollably drifted toward Lin Shui, and Su Chan, standing behind Yi Qing. One was a mere mortal servant he had previously disregarded, and the other, a junior sister who had joined midway. Yet now, both had attained late-stage foundation-building prowess, their combat power soaring to the level of the prodigies on the potential dragon list. Especially Lin Shui, who had even comprehended the nascent form of sword intent. Wang Hao's body trembled violently. His master, elderly Chongqing, had toiled for over 200 years just to barely touch upon the nascent form of sword intent not long ago. This achievement had made Wang Hao swell with pride, believing he had chosen the right path. If he clung to elder Li's coattails, perhaps he too could one day grasp the nascent form of sword intent. But how old is Lin Shui now? She is even younger than he is, yet she has already manifested the nascent form of sword intent. If only he had not betrayed his sect, if only he had remained at Qingxuan Peak, would he not also now stand behind the Peak Master Yi, basking in the attention of the entire sect, wielding prodigious combat power? What was once a readily available opportunity had been cast aside by his own hands, as if it were worthless refuse. In the midst of this tumultuous storm of emotions, blood surged up his throat, which he forcefully swallowed back down. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, his eyes devoid of spirit, as though all vitality had been siphoned away. The more he thought, the more unbearable it became. His heart, how it ached. With Zhao Qian's death and the subsequent punishment of Qingxuan Peak, this sudden upheaval had finally settled. The sect's grand competition continued unabated. However, the grand competition was nearing its conclusion, and in a short span of time, the Taiyi Sect competition was officially declared over. After a period of tabulation, the final rankings of each peak were announced. Yi Qing lifted his eyelids with keen interest. What, I wonder, is the ranking of Qingxuan Peak in this grand competition? Chapter 61. The most coveted place in Taiyi Sect. In third place, Shenfu Peak. In second place, Wanlei Peak. And in first place, Taishan Peak. The allocation of the top 3 was predictable, firmly held by the lineage of the sect leader and several of the most prestigious peaks. The crowd had grown accustomed to this. What truly piqued their interest were the subsequent rankings. The elder announcing the rankings cleared his throat, casting a glance at the list, his voice seemingly imbued with an unusual resonance. In 20th place, Spirit Beast Peak. In 19th place, Qingxuan Peak. As the name Qingxuan Peak resonated throughout the square, a hush fell over the crowd, swiftly followed by a thunderous chorus of discussions. Is it really Qingxuan Peak? 19th place. My goodness. Although it was anticipated, the fact that Qingxuan Peak, with only 2 disciples, managed to break into the top 20 was somewhat unbelievable. This likely does not even reflect the true potential of Qingxuan Peak. Consider, if the number of disciples from Qingxuan Peak were to increase, even to merely 10, would they not easily secure a place in the top 10? Perhaps even higher. If their disciple count could match that of other peaks, Qingxuan Peak might very well contend for the top 5, or even the top 3. In an instant, countless envious and fervent gazes were directed towards the direction of Qingxuan Peak. At that moment, Qingxuan Peak was no longer synonymous with decline, but rather symbolized boundless possibilities and a promising future. Some disciples, particularly the female disciples, could not help but gaze dreamily, envisioning how wonderful it would be to be under the tutelage of the esteemed Yi Qing, to see him daily. Furthermore, sect leader Yi was not only a capable teacher, but also possessed formidable strength, a fierce avenger of grievances, exuding both charisma and grace. In the ranks of the falling sunset peak, Lu Rian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yi Qing's upright figure, her heart filled with pride and excitement. She knew that Yi Qing was no ordinary talent. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would bestow upon her such a grand surprise. It was utterly beyond her expectations. The disciples beside her were equally thrilled, their faces flushed with excitement. Heavens! Sect leader Yi is so powerful. We fought side by side with his disciple in the second contest. Our Lu Peak leader is remarkable as well. She must have recognized early on that Qingxuan Peak would certainly shine, demonstrating exceptional foresight. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian lightly cleared her throat. Standing with arms clasped behind her back, remaining silent, exuding an air of profundity. With the conclusion of the grand competition and the announcement of the rankings, rewards followed suit. The treatment bestowed upon Qingxuan Peak soared to unprecedented heights. Once merely possessing a low-grade spiritual vein, it was directly exchanged for 2 high-grade spiritual veins rich in energy. Furthermore, the monthly supply of elixirs, talismans, spiritual stones, and other resources multiplied several times over. As Yi Qing returned to the rejuvenated Qingxuan Peak with Lin Shuer and Su Chan, they had scarcely settled in when a throng gathered outside the mountain gate. The Lord of Dinsong Peak had come to pay his respects to Peak Master Yi, while the Master of Shinfu Peak arrived to extend congratulations to Qingxuan Peak. The once desolate Qingxuan Peak had transformed into a coveted destination, bustling with attention. Masters from various peaks flocked to the scene, displaying humility and a desire for camaraderie. Each presenting generous gifts to Yi Qing, spiritual herbs, elixirs, materials for refining tools, an array of charms, and a mountain of offerings. Just 3 months prior, Qingxuan Peak had been impoverished, but now its fortunes had dramatically shifted. During this lively gathering, Lu Rian, the master of Luoxia Peak, also made her appearance. Yi Qing sensed her arrival and, in front of the assembly, personally welcomed her into the grand hall. With a gesture of respect befitting a younger generation, he affectionately addressed her as Aunt Lu. This endearing salutation stirred the hearts of all present, evoking memories of the recent grand competition. They recalled how Luoxia Peak had repeatedly come to Qingxuan Peak's aid, and how Lu Rian had, without regard for her own safety, sought to assist Yi Qing during Zhao Qian's aggression. All the peak masters, astute individuals in their own right, quickly grasped the extraordinary bond between Luoxia Peak and Qingxuan Peak. Those once formidable masters, who had never interacted with a lower-tier peak like Luoxia, now greeted Lu Rian with amiable smiles. "Ah, it is you, Master Lu. I have long admired your reputation. I have met Master Lu before. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to seek assistance from my Dinsong Peak." Lu Rian, taken aback by the sudden shift in demeanor, marveled at the unfamiliar treatment she was receiving. She had never experienced such recognition before. In that moment, her heart swelled with emotion, fully aware that this was Yi Qing's deliberate act of reciprocity. Her gaze towards Yi Qing softened with newfound tenderness. After bidding farewell to the peak masters, Lu Rian turned her attention to Yi Qing and softly remarked, "Yi Shiji, it brings me great joy to witness your current achievements. By the way, I must venture down the mountain soon. While you navigate matters within the sect, exercise utmost caution." "Understood. If I may inquire, where is Aunt Lu heading?" Yi Qing asked. A determined glint sparkled in Lu Rian's eyes. "I am embarking on a sect mission to undergo some trials and seek ways to enhance my strength. Today, witnessing your confrontation with Li Songyun, I felt helpless as a fellow peak master, unable to intervene. That sense of powerlessness is something I do not wish to endure again. I have never yearned to grow stronger as I do now, not merely for myself, but to stand beside this youth I regard as kin, shielding him from the storms to come." Yi Qing remained silent for a moment, recognizing that this was Lu Rian's personal choice, which he could only respect. He nodded and said, "Aunt Lu, travel safely. This jade talisman symbolizes good fortune and protection. please take it. He presented her with a pristine feather talisman. The jade talisman, of course, cannot guarantee safety. However, within the talisman lies the imprint of Yi Qing's three-sword intents, which can provide protection to Lu Ruyan in times of peril. After bidding farewell to Lu Ruyan, Qingxuan Peak returned to its tranquil state. Yi Qing summoned Lin Shuer and Su Chan to his side. The two young women, having endured the trials of the grand competition, had cultivated a more substantial aura and gained new insights. Su Chan had even broken through to the 9th layer of foundation establishment, standing just a step away from the Golden Core realm. Lin Shuer had also advanced to the 8th layer of foundation establishment and was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th layer. Yi Qing selected several heavenly materials and elixirs from the congratulatory gifts, suitable for their current stage, and bestowed them upon them. Shuer, this is the 7 treasures pill, which will help you solidify your foundation and enhance your cultivation. Su Chan, this 3rd-tier inferior spirit artifact, the violet barrier binding heart belt, will assist you in maintaining your true self and prove remarkably effective as you approach the Golden Core bottleneck. Thank you, Master. Both young women exclaimed, overjoyed. Meanwhile, a familiar notification of critical returns resounded in Yi Qing's mind. Chapter 62, Critical Returns, Striving for the Heights Beyond the 5-Color Yuan Infant. Ding. The host grants the first disciple a 2nd-tier supreme elixir, the 7 treasures pill, triggering a 7,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 6th-tier upper-grade elixir, the returning essence holy pill. Ding. The host grants the 2nd disciple a 3rd-tier inferior spirit artifact, the violet barrier binding heart belt, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 6th-tier supreme artifact, the golden silk silver grass 4 saints floating belt. Listening to the continuous notifications echoing in his mind, Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. His personal treasury had gained 2 treasures that could drive the entire eastern region into a frenzy. The returning essence holy pill could significantly enhance cultivation, saving years of arduous practice. Moreover, its consumption would foster a harmonious connection with the Tao, accelerating the speed of one's practice of techniques and secrets. As for the 6th-tier supreme artifact, the golden silk silver grass 4 saints floating belt, it served a similar purpose as the violet barrier binding heart belt, used for binding hair, effectively dispelling the obstructions of the mind during cultivation. Naturally, the efficacy of the 4 saints floating belt far surpassed that of the spirit artifact. With this belt to protect him, Yi Qing could become impervious to malevolent forces and disturbances of the heart. Very well, you may go now and enter seclusion. Striving for an early breakthrough, Yi Qing waved his hand. Yes, master. Once the 2 young women departed, Yi Qing entered his own secluded chamber for cultivation. At present, his cultivation had reached the perfected 9th layer of the Golden Core. The successful conclusion of the sect competition, particularly after slaying Zhao Qian, had clarified his Tao heart. He sensed a glimmer of opportunity. It seemed he could strive for the Yuan infant realm. Thus, Yi Qing sat cross-legged, and with a thought. The surging magical power within him erupted like the mighty Yangtze River. The rich spiritual energy of the 2 upper-grade spiritual veins of Qingxuan Peak was fervently summoned, nearly forming a visible vortex. Within the vortex swirled an abundance of spiritual liquid, almost solidifying into a tangible form. After a period of time, Yi Qing's body trembled slightly as his cultivation broke through, from the perfected 9th layer of the Golden Core to the half-step Yuan infant. Then, he paused his efforts to break through to the Yuan infant realm. He could clearly sense that he was on the verge of piercing through that thin barrier, ready to coalesce the Yuan infant and step into an entirely new realm. However, just as he was poised to break through with unwavering determination, an inexplicable sensation arose within him. Should he choose to break through now, he was utterly confident that he could coalesce the legendary 5-colored Yuan-ing. What exactly is the 5-colored Yuan-ing? According to ancient texts, Yuan-ing is conventionally categorized into 5 colors. Transitioning from the Golden Core realm to the single-colored Yuan-ing level signifies the lowest potential, the weakest combat prowess, and limited future achievements without significant fortune. The 2-colored Yuan-ing is slightly stronger, deemed acceptable, while the 3-colored Yuan-ing is considered excellent, with the 4-colored Yuan-ing being exceedingly rare. As for the 5-colored Yuan-ing, the texts explicitly state that it approaches perfection. In the entire eastern region, it is a rarity, appearing only once in many years. It is the ultimate Yuan-ing that countless Golden Core cultivators yearn for when striving to reach the Yuan-ing realm. And now, Yi Qing could easily condense the 5-colored Yuan-ing. Yet, Yi Qing furrowed his brow. For others, 5 colors represent the pinnacle. However, for him, who has cultivated celestial-grade techniques and possesses the body of a prison-guarding immortal, he sensed that 5 colors might not suffice. He had a strong intuition that beyond the 5 colors, there exists an even more complete and flawless level of attainment. Should he reach that level, his potential would surge once more, and his future path of cultivation would be further and more stable. Given this, if possible, Yi Qing naturally wished to explore this level beyond the 5-colored Yuanying. However, at present, he only had the certainty to strive for the 5 colors. How could he transcend the constraints of 5 colors? Yi Qing fell into contemplation. After a moment, he made his way to the Taiyi Sect's library, intending to peruse ancient texts. In the Taiyi Sect's scripture pavilion, ancient bookshelves stood tall, suffused with a faint scent of ink and the essence of time. Clad in a blue robe, Yi Qing sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes gently closed. After browsing through the ancient scriptures, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. He understood. The reason he felt somewhat inadequate in striving for a level beyond the 5-colored Yuanying was due to his experiences and insights into the Tao of heaven and earth, which were still lacking by a fraction. Such understanding and experience cannot be gained merely through solitary cultivation or the accumulation of spiritual power. It seemed that the time had come for him to venture out and undergo trials. Yi Qing set aside the texts, a flicker of enlightenment passing through his eyes. Reading thousands of volumes of books cannot compare to traversing thousands of miles. Secluded cultivation ultimately has its limits. Perhaps he should explore this vast world, personally experiencing the mountains, rivers, flora, and celestial bodies, seeking that fleeting opportunity for breakthrough amid the myriad of worldly experiences. Just as he resolved to return to Qingxuan Peak to convey his intentions before departing the sect, a sudden vibration erupted from the communication jade talisman at his waist. It was an urgent message from Sect Master Lu Changhe. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow and infused his magic into it. In the next moment, Lu Changhe's voice, filled with gravity and urgency, echoed in his ear. Yi Qing, hurry to the main hall of the peak. Lu Ruyan, the master of Luoxia Peak, encountered an incident while carrying out a sect mission. What? Boom. Yi Qing abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes suddenly radiating a chilling glare. An icy and bone-deep murderous intent erupting forth with a thunderous force. With a swift motion, he transformed into a beam of sword light, hurtling towards the main peak's grand hall at an astonishing speed. At the peak of Taiyi Sect, within the Zixiao Hall, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified, with tendrils of azure smoke curling from the incense burner. Lu Changhe, clad in a purple Taoist robe and exuding an air of authority, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his aura as profound as the ocean. He gazed at the roiling sea of clouds outside, his brow furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, a flash of green descended before the hall, revealing the figure of Yi Qing. He strode into the grand hall, performing a respectful salute. Yi Qing pays his respects to the sect master. There's no need for excessive formalities, Lu Changhe replied, turning to face him with a grave expression. Yi Qing, are you aware of the peak master of Luoxia Peak, Lu Ruyan? Indeed, I am. Yi Qing nodded, his demeanor slightly anxious, uncertain of the circumstances at hand. Lu Changhe sighed. Half a month ago, the sect received word that traces of malevolent spirits had emerged in the Lianyun mountain range of the southern wilderness in the eastern region. To prevent further calamity, junior sister Lu undertook the task of extermination. However, 3 days ago, she pursued a golden core level malevolent spirit deep into the Lianyun mountains and subsequently lost contact with the sect. Yi Qing's gaze sharpened. The term malevolent spirit refers to creatures driven by an instinct for slaughter and bloodshed, inherently filled with a desire for destruction. Such beings had not been seen in the eastern region for quite some time. However, when they do appear, they must be eradicated without mercy. This time, it was unexpected to find traces of malevolent spirits in the southern wilderness's Lianyun mountain range. Moreover, what did it mean that contact with the sect was lost? Her soul fire still burns. Her life is not in immediate peril. Lu Changhe continued. Yet, the sect has been unable to re-establish contact with her. Furthermore, following her disappearance, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred deep within the Lianyun mountains, revealing an entrance to a hidden realm. I suspect that junior sister Lu, in her pursuit of that golden core malevolent spirit, inadvertently entered that realm. Chapter 63. Princess Ji Yaoyue of the Golden Flame Dynasty. She entered the hidden realm? Yi Qing's heart stirred. No wonder the sword intent imprint he had sent seemed to show no signs of activation. As long as the soul fire remains, there is still hope. All is not beyond redemption. Indeed, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lu Changhe's eyes. This is a newly opened hidden realm, rich with boundless opportunities and treasures. Currently, all eyes in the eastern region are focused here. Major powers such as the Wandao Sect, the Golden Flame Dynasty, the Artifact Sect, and the Bodhi Secret Land have likely already dispatched their vanguards. He paused, his gaze intensely fixed upon Yi Qing. The sect has decided to send elders and core disciples to the hidden realm, primarily for training, secondly for opportunities, and thirdly to ensure the safe return of junior sister Lu. However, gathering the main force will take time, and at present, we are unaware of Peak Master Lu's specific circumstances. I hope you can take the lead as a vanguard and proceed ahead. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Qing's expression grew solemn as he accepted the task. Yi Qing will obey. On a public level, Lu Ruyan is the Peak Master of the sect, and this is a sect mission. On a personal level, she has shown him kindness, treating him with the intimacy of a family member. Now, with Lu Ruyan possibly in danger, Yi Qing would never stand idly by. Moreover, Yi Qing currently resides in a transitional state, a half-step towards the nascent soul. Still quite distant from achieving the quintessence of the five-colored nascent soul, it is precisely the time for him to venture forth, to experience the myriad wonders of the world. In pursuit of a breakthrough, a newly emerging secret realm is, in essence, a complete microcosm. The laws that govern its realm differ subtly from those of the greater world outside, offering immeasurable benefits for his comprehension of the Tao. Yi Qing has an inkling that this expedition to the secret realm could serve as an unprecedented opportunity for him to ascend to a level beyond the five-colored nascent soul in the eastern domain. Excellent, Lu Changhe remarked, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing his features. With your strength and your customary composure, I have every confidence in your endeavors. However, the journey to the Lianyun mountain range is fraught with complexities, so proceed with caution. Once the sect's main force arrives at the secret realm, we can assist one another. Understood, Yi Qing replied. Very well, I shall take my leave. Lu Changhe waved his hand, assuring him, rest assured, I will oversee matters at Qingxuan Peak during your absence. Yi Qing bowed respectfully once more before transforming into a streak of sword light, soaring directly towards his mountain, Qingxuan Peak. At the peak of Qingxian, in the martial training grounds, two graceful figures were practicing their sword techniques, their blades illuminating the air with a dance of light and spirit. One, tall and poised, wielded her sword with a fierce elegance tinged with ethereal grace. She was Lin Shuer, Yi Qing's eldest disciple, whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, her combat prowess nearly rivaling that of a golden core practitioner. The other, charming and vivacious, exhibited a fluidity in her swordplay akin to water, concealing a latent sharpness. She was Su Chan, the second disciple, who possessed the Xianjian physique and had attained the perfected 9th level of foundation establishment. Though not yet having broken into the golden core stage, she was merely a breath away from comprehension and accumulation. Her combat strength sufficient to rival the first or even second levels of ordinary golden core cultivators. Master, upon noticing the familiar azure sword light descending, the two women immediately sheathed their swords and approached with utmost reverence. Yi Qing regarded his disciples with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. He then succinctly commanded, prepare yourselves. We shall descend the mountain. Descend the mountain? Su Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having spent her formative years within the confines of the sect, her temperament was notably more vivacious, and with her breakthrough to the golden core still just out of reach, descending for practical experience was undoubtedly the best choice. Lin Shuer, being more composed, inquired, Master, where shall we go? To the southern wilderness, to the Lianyun mountain range. Yi Qing briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing they were to venture into a secret realm and seek out Master Lu by following the traces of malevolent creatures, the two women expressed no objections and immediately retreated to their abode to prepare their gear. A moment later, the trio transformed into a dazzling streak of sword light, soaring skyward, cleaving through the clouds as they sped southward. To avert unnecessary complications, Yi Qing focused his thoughts, subtly adjusting his innate celestial body to stabilize his aura at the mid-level of the 4th stage of Golden Core, a cultivation level considered commendable among the younger generation in the Eastern Domain, yet not the most exceptional. This would serve to deter any ill-intentioned challengers without drawing undue attention. As their sword light streaked forth with blinding speed, the mountains and rivers below appeared to reverse, and indeed, they encountered no reckless practitioners seeking confrontation. Days later, the Lianyun mountain range came into view. Before Yeqing could draw near, he sensed a myriad of distinct auras emanating from the surrounding cultivators. In the sky, various escape lights and flying artifacts flitted about in a dense swarm, reminiscent of locusts. Many onlookers, including Su Chan, could not help but marvel at the scene below. Countless rogue cultivators and disciples from small sects had gathered at the periphery of the Lianyun mountain, forming groups of 3 to 5. Their expressions a mixture of vigilance and excitement, clearly drawn by the allure of the secret realm's opportunities. At that moment, a magnificent pressure descended from the heavens. Look, it's the flying vessel of the divine artifact sect. A wave of astonishment surged through the crowd. A colossal ship, crafted entirely from crimson gold and dark iron, shattered the clouds as it approached with great speed. Intricate formations were etched along its hull, and vivid flame totems came to life. An overwhelming aura enveloped the area, causing some cultivators of lesser cultivation to find their breath stifled. On board the vessel stood dozens of cultivators clad in unified red armor, each exuding a formidable presence. The leading elders shone like miniature suns, their power so intense that one dared not look directly at them. The divine artifact sect's vessel showed no sign of halting, transforming into a blazing meteor, plunging deep into the mountains and entering the swirling, distorted entrance of the secret realm suspended in the sky. Indeed, such is the grandeur of a top-tier force in the eastern region. They boldly entered without a hint of hesitation, leaving no one brave enough to impede their passage. As for us, alas, we must tread carefully. The Lianyun Mountains' aura has intensified tenfold due to the leakage from the secret realm, and the beasts within seem to have mutated, becoming exceedingly ferocious. Amidst the murmurs, Qing, accompanied by 2 disciples, quietly descended to the mountain's outskirts. As those cultivators had noted, the concentration of spiritual energy throughout the Lianyun Mountain was palpably richer than usual. This abundance of spiritual energy had birthed countless spiritual herbs and had rendered the mountain's beasts extraordinarily violent and powerful. In the distance, a colossal armored rhinoceros burst forth from the woods, its eyes ablaze with crimson fury and demonic energy swirling around it. It was unmistakably a peak second-tier demon beast, equivalent to a 9th-layer foundation establishment cultivator. Its rapid surge in power had rendered its temperament exceedingly savage, and it now set its sights on a group of wandering cultivators, charging at them with unbridled ferocity. Screams and the thunderous sounds of spells erupted in an instant, as the group of rogue cultivators was swiftly thrown into disarray, suffering heavy casualties. Such scenes were commonplace within the mountain range. Countless cultivators tread cautiously, yet occasionally, one would unwittingly trespass into the territory of a formidable beast, becoming its next meal. However, Qing and his 2 companions moved through the mountains with an air of ease, as if strolling through a garden. Qing led the way, and to avoid complications, an invisible sword intent radiated from him. Any beast whose consciousness brushed against it felt as if pierced by 1,000 blades. Immediately collapsing to the ground, trembling in fear, too terrified to leap forth to meet its demise. Lin Shuer and Su Chan followed closely behind, effortlessly advancing deeper into the mountains. Nearby cultivators, witnessing the deadly beasts that posed a lethal threat to others, recoiled in horror before Qing and his disciples, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The journey was smooth and unimpeded, and the 3 individuals quickly ventured deep into the heart of the mountains, where the enormous and twisted entrance to the secret realm lay before them. Just as Qing was about to lead his disciples into the secret realm, a sudden thought struck him. Within the realm of his spiritual perception, he sensed a jade-like spiritual herb, resplendent and exuding a delicate fragrance. Thriving on the spiritual energy leaking from the secret realm, approximately 1,000 meters to his left. It was the 3rd-tier superior grade spiritual herb, jade marrow grass, a primary ingredient for concocting elixirs that enhance cultivation during the golden core stage. Its value was certainly not insignificant. Having encountered it, and being mindful of the time, Qing had no reason to let it slip away. With a casual wave of his hand, he intended to pluck it from afar. However, at that moment, a flash of golden light appeared, accompanied by a melodious, slightly haughty voice. "Apologies, but it's too slow. This spiritual herb belongs to me." A young girl, adorned in opulent golden palace attire, materialized next to the jade marrow grass. Her figure was graceful, her beauty enchanting, exuding youthful vibrance, with her spirited phoenix eyes sparkling. She gazed intently at the spiritual herb, a triumphant smile gracing her face, reminiscent of a cat that had just caught a fish. She extended her fair hand and winked playfully at Qing, just as she was about to harvest the herb. Yet, in the next instant, the jade marrow grass vanished into thin air. The girl was left grasping at nothing, her smile frozen in disbelief as she blinked her beautiful eyes, staring incredulously at the empty crevice. Turning abruptly, she spotted a youth clad in blue, accompanied by 2 maidens, slowly stowing a shimmering herb into his storage pouch. The girl was utterly stunned. She had not perceived how he had harvested it at all. It was worth noting that she was Ji Yaoyue, the youngest princess of the Jin Yan dynasty, one of the 5 foremost powers in the eastern region, with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of golden core. She was also ranked 79th among the prodigies of the eastern region's Earth ranking. The Earth ranking is somewhat akin to the Celestial Dragon ranking, but it specifically lists the young elites of the golden core realm in the eastern region. Those who make the list are undoubtedly prodigies, invincible within their realm, and capable of battling above their tier. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they they are destined to ascend to the Yuanying stage. Some formidable prodigies on the Earth ranking even possess Yuanying-level combat prowess while still in the Golden Core realm. Ji Yaoyue scrutinized Yi Qing, her spiritual sense sweeping over him, revealing that he only emanated the aura of the fourth layer of Golden Core. She licked her rosy lips, contemplating. Interesting. Could he be practicing some elusive technique of ethereal theft? With a graceful step, she swiftly appeared before Yi Qing. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she donned a sweet smile. Her voice dripping with charm as she said, "Dear friend, this jade marrow grass is simply exquisite. I would so love to have it. Would you kindly give it to me?" This tactic had never failed her. In the Jin Yin dynasty, countless young talents were infatuated with her daily. With a mere display of charm, she could easily procure not just a spiritual herb, but even the stars from the sky, should someone endeavor to fetch them for her. Yet, in truth, she had grown quite weary of this routine over time, no longer concealing her intentions. It had been a long time since she had acted in such a manner. This time, as she gazed at the handsome Yi Qing, a spark of curiosity surged within her, prompting her to experiment. She believed that this seemingly attractive young cultivator in his azure robes would, like others before him, be captivated by her beauty and charm, willingly offering up spiritual medicine. However, to her astonishment, Yi Qing's gaze remained utterly unfazed, as if he regarded her as nothing more than a stone. Even when Ji Yaoyue obstructed his path, his expression remained indifferent as he uttered a single, curt command, "Scram." With those words, he did not even deign to cast her another glance, swiftly taking Lin Shuer and Su Chan with him, their forms transforming into a flash of sword light as they soared into the vast entrance of the secret realm. Scram. Ji Yaoyue, the favored ninth princess of the Jin Yin dynasty, cherished like the moon among the stars, and a prodigy on the celestial rankings, had never been treated in such a manner throughout her life. Stunned into silence, her mind buzzed as she struggled to comprehend the moment. It was only when the azure sword light completely vanished into the entrance that she snapped back to reality, an unprecedented wave of humiliation washing over her, turning her exquisite face a deep shade of crimson. Strangely enough, amid this acute embarrassment, there flickered a novel sensation of exhilaration at being treated so roughly, an experience entirely foreign to her. Ji Yaoyue, her long legs enveloped in shimmering golden fabric, instinctively twisted and intertwined, her phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on the entrance of the secret realm. She bit her silver teeth lightly and huffed. How intriguing. No one has ever dared to speak to me, Ji Yaoyue, in such a manner. You humph. Just wait. I shall remember you. If we cross paths again and you dare to insult me once more, just see what happens. With that, she swiftly transformed into a dazzling beam of golden light, following closely behind as she entered the secret realm. Meanwhile, within the realm, as Yi Qing passed through the entrance, he felt an overwhelming sensation of being spun around. Yet, for him, it was merely a gentle breeze against his face. In the next instant, the three of them stood firmly in a brand new world. What an abundant concentration of spiritual energy, Su Chan exclaimed, her lovely face brimming with awe. The spiritual essence in this place was so dense it seemed almost to coalesce into mist, permeated by an ancient, ethereal atmosphere. Towering ancient trees stood like sentinels, vines twisting like dragons, and in the distance, mountains rose majestically, shrouded in swirling clouds, resembling a realm of immortals. To cultivate here for merely a day could equate to 10 days of effort in the outside world. Naturally, upon entering the secret realm, most individuals would prioritize treasures, legacies, and opportunities above all else. No one would be foolish enough to seclude themselves for cultivation within the realm. That would be akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. At this moment, Yi Qing's eyes were slightly closed, his consciousness unfurling like liquid mercury. On the missing Lu Ruyan, there lay a jade talisman imbued with the imprint of sword intent he had sent forth. Previously, Yi Qing had been unable to sense it while in the outside world. Yet, upon entering the secret realm, he finally detected a faint yet discernible connection to the sword intent imprint that had been completely isolated before, though still shrouded in ambiguity. Akin to being enveloped by a dense fog, the exact whereabouts of Lu Ruyan remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it was evident that she was indeed within this enigmatic realm. Chapter 64. Mount Wanbao, Traces of Demonic Beasts. Something must have obscured their perception, as Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Master, which path shall we take? Lin Shuer inquired solemnly at that moment. Your master Lu has pursued the demonic beings into this realm. We shall follow the traces of these fiends, Yi Qing replied, his eyes snapping open, a glimmer of icy determination flashing within. Let us choose a direction at random and see if we might encounter any demons. Onward. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already selected a path, leading the two women as they transformed into streaks of light, dashing forward with great speed. The secret realm was vast and boundless, and the trio soared through the air for the duration of a fragrant incense stick. Along their journey, they beheld numerous exotic flowers and plants, even encountering several second-tier superior spiritual herbs, which Yi Qing casually harvested. However, no trace or scent of demonic creatures was to be found. Just then, from the dense forest below, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the heavens. A surge of ferocious, bloodthirsty energy exploded forth. In the next moment, a monstrous beast, comparable in size to a small mountain, emerged from the ground. Its body cloaked in jet-black scales, and a single horn protruding from its head. Its eyes glowed a blood-red hue, devoid of any semblance of reason. With an overwhelming force, its massive form charged directly towards Yi Qing and the two women in the sky. A black-armored earth dragon at the 5th level of the golden core. Suchan exclaimed, her hand resting on her sword, her brow slightly furrowing. The aura of this beast conveyed not only strength, but also an especially brutal ferocity. Yi Qing's brow creased slightly. It was merely a 5th level golden core beast. He scarcely regarded it, instead, extending his finger like a sword and casually gesturing downward. With a swift motion, a seemingly unremarkable azure sword chi sliced through the air in an instant. The imposing and resilient black-armored earth dragon, whose tough hide could trouble even ordinary cultivators at the 6th or 7th level of golden core, suddenly stiffened mid-flight. Immediately, a fine line of blood appeared from its horn, instantly penetrating its entire body. With a resounding thud, under the gaze of Lin Shuer and Su Chan, the formidable 5th-level demonic beast was cleaved in two. Unable to emit even a single cry of lamentation before its colossal form plummeted to the ground. The two women exchanged glances, despite having witnessed such displays numerous times. Every encounter with their master's prowess left them feeling exceptionally impressed, as if devoid of any earthly remnants. Something felt amiss. After vanquishing the beast, Yi Qing hovered in the air, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Master, what troubles you? Lin Shuer queried. A golden core beast should possess some level of intelligence, instinctively. It would seek to avoid danger. Yi Qing's gaze turned profound as he spoke slowly. Although I suppressed my aura to the 4th level of golden core, typically, they would not initiate such a suicidal assault. Yet, that beast just now attacked with abandon, as if it had completely lost its wits. As he spoke, Yi Qing's figure flickered and descended into the blood-soaked forest floor. A sweep of his consciousness revealed an anomaly amidst the remnants of flesh on the abdomen. So it is. Yi Qing extended his hand, and a wisp of dark energy was forcibly extracted from the flesh, swirling and contorting in his palm, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. It was the aura of a demon. Suchan hesitated for a moment before recognizing it. Indeed, Yi Qing nodded, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. This black-armored earth dragon must have sustained injuries long ago, tainted by the demon's aura, even infiltrating its brain, resulting in a loss of rationality and a frenzied disposition, transforming it into a mere puppet driven by bloodlust and slaughter. If left unchecked, it could become the next new demon. At this thought, Yi Qing felt a stir of excitement within. His fortune seemed to be favoring him, as he had swiftly found a lead. Lu Ruyin must have pursued in this direction. Yi Qing casually collected the relatively intact horn and scales of the black-armored earth dragon into his storage bag, as these were third-tier refining materials of considerable value and should not be wasted. He then continued, let us proceed in this direction. With their objective confirmed, the three no longer hesitated, quickening their pace, transforming into a streak of azure light that vanished into the horizon. Approximately half a day later, Yi Qing, accompanied by his two disciples, arrived at a vast basin area. Even before approaching, the clamor of voices reached their ears. Gazing ahead, they beheld a towering mountain peak rising majestically in the center of the basin. The mountain, clad in a grayish-brown hue, possessed walls as smooth as a mirror, yet faintly shimmered with the glow of treasures, emanating an aura that was both weighty and ancient. At this moment, thousands of cultivators were gathering here. Moreover, the basin had been artificially divided into two zones, inner and outer. In the inner zone, close to the colossal peak, several hundred cultivators were exhibiting their abilities, continuously channeling their powers to unleash a myriad of colorful attacks that struck violently against the mountain's walls. Each time an attack landed, ripples would emanate across the surface. Occasionally, a beam of treasure light would shoot forth from within, swiftly snatched by the astute attackers, drawing envious or jealous gazes from those around. In the outer zone, however, a greater number of cultivators had formed several long queues, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. What is happening here? Why such a commotion? Su Chan observed curiously. Yi Qing's mind stirred, and he extended his consciousness to listen to the discussions of the crowd. My friends, you may not be aware, but this mountain is called Wanbao Mountain. It is said to be a place from ancient times, utilized by a powerful being to test and reward disciples. With treasures buried within the entire peak, by striking with their powers, one may have the chance to unearth the treasures concealed within. Although many treasures have deteriorated over time into scrap, some, despite a drop in grade, remain usable. Upon hearing this, the cultivators nodded in understanding, only to be met with new questions. Then why is there such a long queue ahead? Why do they not hurry inside? What are they doing? Ah, my friends, do not be so hasty in your words. Be wary of inviting trouble upon yourselves. The previously explaining cultivator shook his head and continued. Would you like to know the reason? Come, my friends, please hand over some spirit stones first. Thank you for your patronage. Indeed, this place has been seized by the Taiyi Sect. To enter and claim treasures, one must first pay a fee of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Taiyi Sect? The one guarded by a nascent soul ancestor? Such a formidable force. Perhaps we should queue patiently. We cannot afford to provoke them. The murmurs of the surrounding cultivators reached Yi Qing's ears clearly. The Taiyi Sect, a prominent sect in the eastern region, possessing considerable strength due to its nascent soul practitioners, yet comparatively weaker among the great powers. In contrast to the likes of the Taiyi Sect, it was evidently a tier below. However, for those loose cultivators and smaller sects, a nascent soul ancestor was akin to a celestial being. Thus they dared not act recklessly and complied with the Taiyi Sect's rules, surrendering their spirit stones before venturing to claim treasures. Whether one could recoup the 10,000 spirit stones depended entirely on luck. Fortunately, the Taiyi Sect seemed wary of inciting public ire, allowing cultivators who were familiar with one another to form teams for entry. With each team required to pay a single fee, the maximum number of members limited to 8. Yi Qing pondered briefly, finding little interest in this so-called Wanbao Mountain. He had come solely to pursue demons. Yet, as he contemplated, a sudden realization struck him. His spiritual sense acutely detected a faint, chilling presence hidden deep within the mountain of Wanbao. Though weak, it bore a striking resemblance to the aura of the black-armored earth dragon he had encountered earlier. It was unmistakably linked to the demons. Yi Qing's gaze sharpened. Such creatures were notoriously cunning and alert. Should he charge in recklessly, it would likely startle the demon, enabling its escape. Finding it again within this vast secret realm would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Clearly, he needed a strategy to approach stealthily. His eyes scanned the line of cultivators preparing to enter the inner region for treasures, and a plan began to form in his mind. With a thought, he retracted his aura, diminishing from the 4th layer of the golden core stage down to the perfected 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage. This level of cultivation would render him inconspicuous among the throng, allowing him to enter Wanbao Mountain unnoticed, as though he were an ordinary cultivator unaware of the demon's presence. Schwerer, Chonner, prepare to follow me inside. Yi Qing communicated telepathically. The two women understood immediately and complied. At that moment, a melodious female voice rang out beside them. Esteemed friends, please hold on. Yi Qing turned to see a young female cultivator clad in a verdant robe, her features delicate and refined, approaching them briskly. She was at the 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage. 4 others trailed behind her, 3 men and 1 woman, among whom an elderly man in gray, whose aura was restrained, caught Yi Qing's attention. This elder, possessing a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of the golden core stage, was cleverly disguised as a foundation establishment practitioner. Should there be any ill-intentioned individuals who fail to perceive the elder's prowess and underestimate these 5, they might find themselves at a considerable disadvantage when conflict arises. Do you have something to discuss? Yi Qing inquired nonchalantly, striving to embody the demeanor of a foundational cultivator. The female cultivator in the green dress, upon catching sight of Yi Qing and his companions, displayed a glimmer of intrigue. Her cultivation technique, the spirit eye art, was of modest rank, rendering her incapable of seeing through Yi Qing's disguise. She merely sensed an exceptional aura emanating from the trio, albeit their cultivation levels were evidently at the foundational stage. With a warm smile, she introduced herself. I am Ruan Qingru from the Taiyi Sect. It is a pleasure to meet you 3 fellow cultivators. The situation is thus. The Taiyi Sect has stipulated that a maximum of 8 individuals may enter the Wanbao Mountain for treasure hunting, with a fee of 1 spirit stone required. We currently have 5 members and are hoping to invite you 3 to join our party, which would facilitate the sharing of costs and ensure mutual support against any unforeseen threats. Do you have the inclination to team up? If we form an alliance, we shall assist one another in times of need. What say you, esteemed friends? Although Yi Qing held little interest in treasure hunting and initially intended to decline, he reconsidered. Mingling among these ordinary cultivators would serve as an optimal strategy to approach Wanbao Mountain without alarming the lurking demon. With this thought in mind, Yi Qing altered his decision and nodded with a smile. I agree. Seeing Yi Qing's enthusiastic acceptance, Ruan Qingrou's smile widened. Wonderful. Thank you, esteemed friends. She then took the initiative to gather the necessary spirit stones, calculating that with 8 participants, each would contribute 250 spirit stones. However, Ruan Qingru readily assembled 7,000 spirit stones, leaving Yi Qing and his companions to provide only 3,000. Once they secured the total of 10,000 spirit stones, they presented them to the disciples of the Liang sect in exchange for a passage token. The group of 8 successfully ventured into the inner region of Wanbao Mountain. Esteemed friends, let us test our luck in this area. Ruan Qingru pointed toward a relatively open section of the mountainside. Everyone nodded in agreement, each finding a suitable position to channel their powers against the rock face. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, spiritual light erupted, and energy surged in every direction. To avoid drawing attention, Yi Qing feigned engagement, raising his hand and executing a flick with his foundational strength. A sword chi, unhurried yet precise, shot toward the mountainside. After dispatching this strike, Yi Qing turned his focus elsewhere. He harbored no expectation of acquiring anything significant. The Wanbao Mountain had existed for too long, and even if treasures were present, their quality would likely be lackluster. At that moment, all of Yi Qing's concentration was fixed on the depths of the mountain, where the demon was gradually stirring. Yet, just as his sword chi penetrated the mountainside, a resounding hum echoed. The section of the Wanbao Mountain that lay before Yi Qing suddenly radiated with brilliance. A dazzling silver light erupted from the point of impact, hovering steadily before him. As the glow dissipated, it revealed a gleaming, rune-etched third-grade mid-tier spirit sword, exuding an imposing aura. Gasp! A third-grade mid-tier spirit sword. My heavens! What luck that fellow possesses. A mere casual strike yields such a treasure. The luminous sword is worth at least several 100,000 spirit stones. Instantly, the surrounding cultivators cast numerous gazes filled with shock, envy, and greed. Even Ruan Qingru and her companions were left speechless. With a mere flick of his wrist, he produced a spirit weapon. Is this fellow truly so fortunate? Many had lingered here for an extended period, striking for hours, only to end up with nothing or a heap of scrap metal. Yi Qing himself was momentarily taken aback as he stowed the spirit sword into his storage bag, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. Could his luck be excessively good? However, he had no time to ponder this now. Just moments ago, he sensed that the demon's location was stealthily shifting, drawing nearer to him. Now is the moment. Yi Qing's gaze turned as frigid as the abyss, an invisible, terrifying pressure preparing to ensnare the demon. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the demon hidden deep within Wanbao Mountain seemed to sense a life-threatening danger. It emitted a soundless shriek, its aura racing frantically within the mountain, before it suddenly transformed into a wisp of black smoke, burrowing into the earth and fleeing at an inconceivable speed beyond Wanbao Mountain. Chapter 65. Hitting a brick wall. Wanting to escape? Want to run? Yi Qing's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer afford to care about anything else. He hastily turned to Ruan Qingru and the others, saying, "Apologies. I have urgent matters to attend to." Before his words had faded, he seized Lin Shuer and Su Chan beside him, launching himself into the air in pursuit of the fleeing demon. This unexpected scene left many in the vicinity dumbfounded. What was happening? A disciple from the bamboo gate asked in confusion. Ruan Qingru gazed at the vanishing sword light, her delicate brows furrowing, before she suddenly realized, I understand. They must have acquired a precious treasure and are afraid of being targeted, hence their hasty departure. It's quite reasonable. I would do the same. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her reasoning. After all, spirit weapons are exceedingly rare. Even a low-grade, third-tier spirit weapon could fetch hundreds of thousands, and a mid-tier would naturally be of even greater value. Once they had secured the treasure, the wisest course was to withdraw discreetly from the spotlight. However, the thoughts that occurred to them were also shared by others. On the opposite end of the Wanbao Mountain region, a group of cultivators clad in black attire, exuding a fierce aura, simultaneously ignited with avarice. Boss, that kid obtained a mid-grade, third-tier spirit sword. One exclaimed, Huh, a mere foundation establishment brat dares to possess such a treasure? It's like a child parading gold in public. The leader, a burly man with a face full of flesh, his cultivation at the first level of golden core, licked his lips and sneered, Brothers, let us go. That spirit sword rightfully belongs to our Black Sand gang. Yes, boss. With that, the group of 7 or 8 black-clad cultivators transformed into streaks of light, their eyes gleaming with malice as they relentlessly pursued Yi Qing and his companions. This scene was witnessed by many. Alas, those 3 young individuals are doomed. They are from the Black Sand gang. The leader, named Sha Tong, possesses the cultivation of the first layer of golden core, known for his ruthless disposition. Recently, he has committed several heinous acts of murder and treasure theft near Wanbao Mountain. 3 Foundation establishment practitioners stand no chance against a team led by a Golden Core expert. Should they be caught, they may not even have the opportunity to flee. Many cultivators shook their heads, their expressions revealing a mix of pity and schadenfreude. Others were solemn expressions. It seems that even if luck were to favor them and they acquired the treasures, the paramount concern remains how to safeguard what they have obtained. On the side of the Emerald Bamboo Sect, Ruan Qingru gazed in the direction the Black Sand Gang had pursued, a slight furrow creasing her brow. A trace of compassion flickered across her delicate features. She has always been kind-hearted. Moreover, prior to forming teams, it was agreed that if one side encountered trouble, the other would provide support. Yi Qing, of course, did not take this to heart. However, Ruan Qingru took her own words seriously. As long as she possessed the capability, she would certainly fulfill her promises. Besides, they were merely the Black Sand Gang. The Emerald Bamboo Sect can handle them. After all, they had once allied together. Now that they are in distress, it would be unseemly for them to stand idly by. Ruan Qingru bit her lip and turned to the elderly figure in gray who had remained silent, offering a charming smile. With a tone of coaxing urgency, she implored, "Elder Gua, I fear I must trouble you." The elder, known as Elder Gua, revealed a glimmer of light in his murky eyes. He glanced in the direction where Yi Qing had vanished, then bestowed Ruan Qingru a tender, albeit resigned, smile. He slowly nodded and said, "Since the young lady possesses a kind heart, I shall accompany you to take a look. You all continue to gather treasures here, but remember to exercise caution." "Thank you, Elder Gua," Ruan Qingru exclaimed with delight. Elder Gua acknowledged her with a sound, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished like a specter, silently trailing after them. Meanwhile, within a dense forest at the outskirts of Wanbao Mountain, Sha Tong, the leader of the Black Sand Gang, halted his steps, his face darkened with frustration. His golden core consciousness swept across the surroundings, yet he could no longer detect the previous 3 Foundation establishment practitioners' auras. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. "Boss, that kid ran away too quickly. How could he vanish in such a short time? Did he perhaps cultivate some top-tier escape technique?" One of the Black Sand Gang's lackeys gasped, disbelief etched on his face. Their party, the weakest of whom was at the late Foundation establishment stage, and with the boss being a Golden Core expert, had astonishingly lost track of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. This would be a tremendous joke if it were to be spoken of. A flash of fierce greed crossed Sha Tong's eyes as he licked his cracked lips and spoke in a low voice. They fled to the north, in their panic. They cannot have changed direction at random. Pursue them. Even if we have to turn this mountain upside down, we must retrieve that mid-grade spirit, sort of the 3rd tier. Understood, boss. A group of Black Sand Gang cultivators responded in unison, transforming into streaks of light as they set their sights resolutely on the north, charging forth with ferocity. Behind them, 100 feet away, the silhouette of Old Gua gradually emerged from the shadow of an ancient tree. He gazed in the direction the Black Sand Gang had departed, a barely perceptible frown crossing his brow, before vanishing once more, silently pursuing them. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Yi Qing, accompanied by Lin Shuer and Su Chan, transformed into a streak of azure light, reaching an extraordinary speed as they left the Wanbao Mountain region far behind. His gaze was firmly fixed on the chilling aura that was swiftly retreating deep underground. The speed of this demon was rather peculiar, causing Yi Qing to furrow his brow. With his cultivated techniques, his celestial body, and his half-step nascent soul cultivation, he could easily outpace ordinary Golden Core practitioners and even many nascent soul cultivators. Yet this Golden Core level demon exhibited a bizarre speed underground, surpassing even some nascent soul experts. Were it not for his formidable spiritual sense and swift speed, which allowed him to maintain a tight grasp on the demon's trail, it might have evaded capture. "Master, we're almost upon it," Su Chan exclaimed, her spirits lifted as the aura below became increasingly distinct. Yi Qing nodded, preparing to accelerate further to seize the creature. However, at that moment, the demon seemed to sense the impending doom and grew frantic. It could feel a potent aura of death emanating from Yi Qing. Realizing that capture would spell its end, it emitted a silent shriek. In the next instant, a thick plume of black mist erupted from its form, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. To Yi Qing's astonishment, just thousands of feet behind them, another identical demon aura suddenly appeared, fleeing in the opposite direction with fervor. 2 demons, one in front and one behind. How can this be? Lin Shuer gasped in disbelief. It must be a clone. Yi Qing's expression sharpened as he discerned the reality of the situation. Although it was a mere projection, the aura it emanated was remarkably lifelike. This was likely an illusionary clone conjured from the demon's original ghostly essence to confuse its enemies. So, which one should they pursue? This question might have caused hesitation in an ordinary cultivator, but for Yi Qing, there was no moment of doubt. With 2 targets in sight, he resolved to strike one down first. Narrowing his eyes, he casually flicked his fingers toward the direction of the fleeing demon. A seemingly unremarkable azure sword energy shot forth, as if defying the very distance of space, disappearing into the depths of the ground in an instant. A dull thud resonated from below. The demon, which had been desperately fleeing, suddenly stiffened, and then erupted into a puddle of dark, foul-smelling sludge that swiftly dissipated into the earth, leaving no trace behind. Evidently, this was merely a clone. The true demon was still behind. Yi Qing's gaze turned icy, and without a moment's pause, he traced a sharp arc in the air, swiftly turning about with his 2 disciples, chasing fiercely toward another demon. It was evident that the creature had not anticipated its cunning plan to escape would be so easily discerned, nor that its adversary would act with such swiftness that there was no time for reaction. It dashed frantically through the earth, its heart consumed by an unprecedented terror. How could this happen? It had hidden so well, yet this formidable foe had locked onto its trail. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, accompanied by 2 women, pursued the fleeing demon with even greater speed, transforming into a streak of light that rent the heavens, the sound of their passage sharp and piercing. In mere moments, they retraced their steps to the path they had previously traversed. Just then, from within a dense forest ahead, several figures soared into the sky, blocking the way of Yi Qing and his companions. Leading them was the burly golden core cultivator, Sha Tong. Our leader is indeed wise. We've caught up with that brat in the north. One of the Black Sand Gang's underlings exclaimed with exuberance upon spotting Yi Qing. Sha Tong's eyes, akin to bronze bells, fixed intently on Yi Qing, his face twisted into a cruel and greedy grin. To him, Yi Qing and his companions were merely Foundation establishment practitioners. Their prior speed must have been the result of a secret technique that consumed vast amounts of energy. Now, having halted, they surely had exhausted that power and were left vulnerable. This was a veritable feast bestowed upon him by the heavens. Brat, don't even think about escaping. Sha Tong's voice boomed like thunder, exuding authority. Hand over that 3rd-grade spirit sword you obtained from Wanbao Mountain, along with your storage pouch. If you behave, I might allow you to die quickly and leave a whole corpse. That's right. If you know what's good for you, comply obediently. Otherwise, you'll experience the methods of the Black Sand Gang and find yourself in a predicament where you cannot live nor die. The members of the Black Sand Gang jeered, their eyes filled with mockery as they regarded Yi Qing and his companions, akin to 3 lambs awaiting slaughter. 1 golden core cultivator, flanked by 7 or 8 late Foundation establishment practitioners, believed they had them utterly overwhelmed, leaving no room for resistance. Yi Qing's brow furrowed deeply. His entire focus was locked onto the demon that was about to escape his perception, leaving him no time or interest to entangle with these insignificant ants. Get lost. He uttered a single word, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. What? Sha Tong was momentarily taken aback, then erupted with fury. You're looking for death. Brothers, attack. Males will be minced and fed to the dogs, and the females. Before he could finish, Yi Qing raised his hand indifferently, with no superfluous motions. He pointed like a sword and suddenly slashed forward. Boom. In an instant, a dazzling azure sword light, as radiant as a crescent moon suspended in the heavens, swept forth. A terrifying sharpness seemed capable of annihilating all. It surged forth, rapidly expanding to an immense size, swiftly cleaving toward all members of the Black Sand Gang. Witnessing this, the cruel smile on Sha Tong's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless horror and disbelief. No, this is impossible. What kind of power is this? He sensed an ominous aura of death, a tremor originating from the depths of his soul that nearly sent his spirit fleeing. Could such a radiant sword light be wielded by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator? Not to mention Foundation establishment. Even those formidable beings he had encountered in the mid to late stages of the Golden Core realm could never unleash such a terrifying strike. Regret. An overwhelming tide of regret instantly engulfed him. They had unwittingly kicked a terrifying iron plate. Sha Tong attempted to plead for mercy. However, the sword light swiftly struck, offering him no chance for remorse. The blade swept past, silent and unseen. The expressions of terror on Sha Tong and all the Black Sand Gang cultivators behind him were forever frozen in time. In the next moment, their bodies, along with their magical artifacts and souls, were instantaneously evaporated and annihilated into the most primordial particles beneath that resplendent sword light. Their forms and spirits obliterated. Not even a trace of blood mist remained at the scene. A gentle breeze swept through, as if nothing had ever transpired here. Meanwhile, several hundred yards away in the dense forest, Old Gua, who had just prepared to reveal himself and fulfill his ally's duty to assist Yi Qing and his companions, stood frozen in place, his murky eyes filled with unprecedented shock and daze. What had he just witnessed? A single sword, merely one sword, a first-layer golden core cultivator, accompanied by 7 or 8 late Foundation establishment cultivators, had been erased without even a scream. Old Guo rubbed his eyes vigorously, scarcely able to believe it. As a third-layer golden core cultivator, he believed he could handle Sha Tong and his group, but he could never achieve such a clean and effortless outcome. The terrifying power contained within that sword light sent shivers down his spine. This individual concealed his cultivation. He was certainly not at the Foundation establishment level. A storm of turmoil surged within Old Guo's heart. If I cannot discern his depths, could he possibly be a mid or even late-stage golden core grandmaster? Just as Old Guo's mind was reeling, Yi Qing, suspended in midair, cast a casual glance in his direction. Old Guo's heart sank sharply, a cold sweat breaking forth. He had been discovered, but do not misunderstand. He immediately suppressed all his thoughts, daring not to even breathe. Yi Qing's heart also stirred slightly. In truth, he had long sensed Old Guo's presence and noted that he harbored no malicious intent. He even perceived Old Guo's earlier intention to assist him. He mused, is he from the Taiyi Sect? Do they intend to lend me a hand? Unexpectedly, these individuals possess good intentions. However, he had no time to dwell on this now. That demon had already fled in panic during the brief moment he had dispatched the members of the Black Sand Gang. Still attempting to escape? Yi Qing snorted coldly. Chapter 66. Encountering the 9th Princess, Ji Yaiwe. Yi Qing, with a cold snort, no longer hesitated. Accompanied by Lin Shuer and Su Chan, he transformed into a streak of flowing light, once again pursuing the fleeing figure. To his surprise, the demon darted back towards the direction of Wanbao Mountain. Thus, after a few breaths, the three of them returned to the bustling Wanbao Mountain basin. Yi Qing's consciousness was locked onto the demon that had burrowed into the depths of Wanbao Mountain. With a swift motion, he prepared to penetrate the inner region. Halt! A sharp voice rang out. 2 disciples clad in the garb of the Liang sect, tasked with collecting entrance fees, barred Yi Qing and his companion's path. One of them, casting a glance filled with barely concealed envy at Yi Qing, coldly remarked, "You've already entered once, and even acquired a mid-grade, 3rd-tier spirit weapon. You've been fortunate enough. It would be wise to know when to stop. You wish to enter again? Wait until tomorrow." The other disciple sneered, "Indeed. Previously, when you teamed up with others, the 3 of you only paid 3,000 spirit stones, yet walked away with a treasure worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. How do you think that makes us at the Liang sect feel? It's fortunate we Haven T demanded the spirit weapon back from you. Such good fortune. And you still wish to take advantage of it again? Be off with you. It's not that we are targeting you. It's simply the rules. Each person may only enter once a day. If you do not leave, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. We shall take action to remove you." In their eyes, Yi Qing was merely a fortuitous Foundation establishment cultivator, inconsequential and easily bullied. They stood behind the formidable Liang sect, backed by an elder in the nascent soul stage, a true powerhouse. Yi Qing's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed that the demon, which had entered Wanbao Mountain, had initially diminished in presence due to its rapid escape. However, it seemed to have regained some strength and was subtly indicating an intention to flee once more. Time was of the essence. "Hey you, aren't you leaving?" The Liang sect disciple, now visibly irritated, rolled up his sleeves and growled, "I'll." In the next moment, his words were abruptly interrupted by a thunderous sound of a sword-esque cry that resonated through the heavens. Yi Qing, disregarding everything else, raised his hand and directed a strike at the towering Wanbao Mountain before him. Boom! A wave of azure sword light, more magnificent and terrifying than the one that had felled the Black Sand Gang, surged upward with unparalleled might. It cascaded down like a celestial river, striking fiercely against the majestic Wanbao Mountain. The entire basin trembled violently. The earth cracked, and stones flew through the air, before the astonished gazes of thousands of cultivators. The ancient and indomitable Wanbao Mountain was cleaved open from its peak to its base, revealing a gaping chasm that seemed to extend into the abyss. The mountainous surface appeared polished as if by a mirror, an injury that would not heal for a long time. Then, a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the split mountain, a sound so sharp it seemed capable of tearing apart the very soul. Immediately, under the overwhelming force of that sword strike, the cold aura of the demon was utterly obliterated, dissipating into nothingness. Yi Qing's consciousness swept across the scene, his brow knitting tighter. The demon was dead. Moreover, its soul had left no trace, completely annihilated, thus rendering any soul-searching futile and severing the possibility of tracing Lu Rian. It appeared that he would have to continue searching for a new demon. Regrettably, the elusive clue that had finally revealed itself now seemed to slip away. Contemplating this, Yi Qing's gaze turned icy as it swept over the two disciples of the Taiyuan sect, who were now crumpled on the ground. Their faces were ashen, their eyes vacant, and their trousers stained, exuding a foul odor. Under Yi Qing's penetrating stare, they trembled violently, collapsing to their knees with their foreheads striking the ground repeatedly. Unable to utter a coherent word. Soft targets? Far from it. They were akin to formidable crocodiles. With a single sword strike, the Wanbao mountain lay cleaved. Such terrifying prowess. Although the Taiyuan sect was a formidable force, even their most powerful elder was merely at the first level of the nascent soul stage. However, the pressure emanating from this youth's sword was vastly superior to that of the elder they had previously encountered, leaving them in utter awe. Indifferent to the two, Yi Qing swiftly darted into the fissure of the Wanbao mountain, seeking further traces left by the demonic entities. Silence enveloped the scene, no one daring to utter a word in protest. All eyes were filled with reverence, fear, and astonishment. Yi Qing meticulously examined the crevice. But aside from the lingering aura of the demons, he found no valuable clues. Yet, during his investigation, 3 radiant treasures emerged from the split mountain, hovering before him. These were 3 spiritual artifacts of the highest third-grade quality. Perhaps, they were the finest treasures that could currently be retrieved from Wanbao Mountain. Yi Qing casually stowed them in his storage bag, then, accompanied by Lin Shuer and Su Chan, soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the horizon. Only after his figure had completely disappeared did the silence of the basin erupt into a fervent clamor, akin to boiling water. Heavens! What did I just witness? Wanbao Mountain was cleaved in two by a single sword. That individual is terrifying. I never imagined him to be so powerful. Is that strength akin to a golden core cultivator? No. I sense a far greater terror than any golden core I have encountered. Hee. The despicable Black Sand Gang has finally met their match. They probably won't even find ashes left behind. Ha ha ha, they deserve it. What a delightful turn of events. Some scattered cultivators who had previously suffered under the oppression of the Black Sand Gang now glowed with renewed vigor, feeling an immense satisfaction. Amidst the crowd, Wan Qingru of the Taiyi Sect widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, her lips parting slightly as she fell into a daze. Just moments ago, she had contemplated sending Elder Gua to offer assistance. Now, it seemed she had vastly overestimated her own capabilities. Clearly, the other party did not require her support. Before this formidable individual, the members of the Black Sand Gang were likely no more significant than ants. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared beside her. It was Elder Gua, rushing back with all his might. Upon witnessing the shocking sight of Wanbao Mountain, now split in two, he was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Young miss. What on earth has transpired?" Wan Qingru swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing her account, Elder Gu gasped in astonishment, his scalp prickling with an overwhelming sense of dread. The tumultuous waves of emotions surging within him were 100-fold greater than before. He had initially speculated that Yi Qing might be a mid-stage golden core cultivator, but now it appeared that his assumptions were profoundly misguided. A single sword strike cleaved through Wanbao Mountain. Such a feat could hardly be accomplished by a mere golden core practitioner, not to mention a late-stage golden core. Even an ordinary nascent soul ancestor would surely pale in comparison, unable to hold a candle to him. Elder Gu stood rooted to the spot, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, unable to calm the tempest within for a long while. Meanwhile, the instigator of the incident, Yi Qing, had already taken to the skies with Lin Shuer and Su Chan, transforming into a streak of azure light as they soared away from the Wanbao Mountain basin, venturing deeper into the secret realm. Above them, the clouds roiled and the winds howled. With a mere thought, Yi Qing summoned the 4 spirit artifacts he had obtained from Wanbao Mountain, retrieving them from his storage pouch. One was the previously acquired mid-grade spirit sword, gleaming silver, with runes swirling along its blade, exuding a chilling aura of sword intent. The other 3 were high-grade spirit artifacts that had just flown forth from the cleaved mountainside. One was a palm-sized ancient bronze shield, its surface etched with intricate mountain patterns, remarkably heavy. Another was a fire-red feathered garment, its spiritual light flickering, unmistakably possessing extraordinary defensive properties. The last item was a quaint storage ring. Yi Qing glanced over at his 2 disciples and spoke calmly. "You may divide these 4 spirit artifacts amongst yourselves." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer and Su Chan exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. They understood that their master was never one to be stingy, yet the bestowal of 4 high-tier spirit artifacts at once filled their hearts with profound gratitude. "Shuer, you already possess the Qinglan sword. Thus, I bestow this mid-grade spirit sword upon Su Chan." With a flick of his finger, the gleaming silver sword sang softly as it floated before Su Chan. Her delicate face lit up with joy as she respectfully accepted it, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." Upon receiving the spirit sword, she felt its quality far exceeded that of the ordinary magical tools she had wielded before. With this sword, her combat prowess would surely increase by at least 20%. Yi Qing nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze to Lin Shuer. "This storage ring is a spirit artifact with ample space. You should take it. As for these two high-grade defensive spirit artifacts, they can withstand an attack from an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Each of you should take one. They may preserve your lives in critical moments." As he spoke, the ancient bronze shield and the fire-red feathered garment flew towards Su Chan and Lin Shuer, respectively. The two girls hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "We thank you for your generous gifts, master." After acknowledging their new artifacts and securing them, their reverence and appreciation for their master needed no further articulation. At that very moment, as Yi Qing completed his bestowal, a familiar and icy notification chimed in his ear, as expected. "Ding! You have bestowed a mid-grade spirit artifact, the Flowing Light Sword, upon your disciple, triggering a 2,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, you have acquired a low-grade 6th-tier treasure, the Star-Slaying Sword. Ding! You have bestowed a high-grade spirit artifact, the Mountain River Shield, upon your disciple, triggering a 4,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, you have acquired a high-grade 6th-tier treasure, the Soul-Devouring Armor. Ding! You bestowed upon your disciple the 3rd-grade superior spiritual artifact, the Scarlet Feather Rainbow Garment, triggering a staggering 4,500 times critical return. Congratulations on acquiring the 6th-grade superior treasure, the Wandering Cloud Radiance Robe. Ding! You granted your disciple the 3rd-grade superior spiritual artifact, the Void Ring, triggering a 6,000 times critical return. Congratulations on obtaining the 6th-grade exquisite treasure, the Small Cave Heaven Treasure Ring. A series of notifications caused a subtle smile to curve at the corner of Yi Qing's lips. 4 6th-grade treasures. Among them, 2 were even classified as 6th-grade superior. There was even one 6th-grade exquisite treasure. Such a bounty, if spread, would surely drive the entire Yuan-Ing ancestors of the Eastern Domain into a frenzy. However, the abundance of treasures also brought Yi Qing a tinge of vexation. After all, if one's cultivation was not sufficiently formidable, each treasure could only be activated once. If he were to encounter a powerful adversary requiring the use of these treasures, using one would necessitate retrieving another. How infuriating! To avoid such frustration, he could only strive to enhance his cultivation. With a serene demeanor, Yi Qing's thoughts shifted, and he stored the 3 resplendent treasures within his newly acquired Small Cave Heaven Treasure Ring. The space within this ring was astonishingly vast, and in the future, he would need to fill it with even more treasures. Subsequently, Yi Qing continued to hasten forward with the 2 women in the direction they had previously traveled. The secret realms stretched infinitely, with ancient trees towering and the roars of demonic beasts echoing from the dense forest below. Yet, the 4th layer of golden core aura released by Yi Qing deterred ordinary beasts from approaching. The journey was smooth, but the absence of any trace of demonic spirits caused Yi Qing to furrow his brow slightly. At that moment, his expression shifted, and he gazed towards the distant horizon. In his spiritual perception, a familiar aura was swiftly approaching them, and it seemed the other party had also noticed their presence, accelerating their pace. Meanwhile, Jiaiwe, with her beautifully shaped brows knitted, was flying somewhat aimlessly in the air, her exquisite face etched with frustration. Upon entering the secret realm of the Lianyun mountain range, she initially believed it to be a tremendous opportunity. Indeed, it was. Not long after, she discovered a legendary sea of illusionary dream flowers in a hidden valley. This splendid flower sea, composed of numerous rare illusionary dream flowers, was breathtaking, with each bloom worth a fortune in the outside world. Moreover, within the flower sea, there grew many rare and precious spiritual herbs. This was undoubtedly a treasure trove that would make any golden core practitioner, even those at the Yuan-Ing stage, green with envy. However, this opportunity was one she could see but not partake in, for within that sea of illusionary dream flowers resided a terrifying demonic beast, the purple lightning-winged python, at the early stage of the 9th layer of the golden core. Jiaiwe, as the 9th princess of the Golden Flame dynasty and a prodigy of the Eastern Domain, possessed strength far exceeding that of her peers, with the terrifying ability to slay practitioners at the 8th layer of the golden core. Yet, against this foe, a creature of the 9th layer, imbued with poison and electrical powers, she was evidently outmatched. Previously, she relied on her agile movements, attempting to venture into the valley to gather spiritual herbs. However, as soon as she drew near, she was detected by the Thunderwing Python. After a fierce battle, she was struck away by the python's thunderous attack. And had it not been for the protective talisman bestowed upon her by the royal family, she would have surely sustained injuries on the spot. After fleeing the valley, Jiayue felt a deep sense of regret. Such a tremendous opportunity lay before her. If she were to abandon it now, she feared it would haunt her for a lifetime. She needed to devise a plan, and as she flew, her mind raced with thoughts. Suddenly, a light flickered in her mind. A collaboration. Chapter 67. The Sea of Dream Flowers. Jiayue was entranced. After much contemplation, a brilliant idea struck her. If she couldn't seize the opportunity alone, she would seek others to collaborate with her. The Thunderwing Python, formidable as it was, existed as but a single entity. If she could find partners, Jiayue swiftly contemplated the specifics of the collaboration, and soon, a plan began to take shape in her mind. She believed she could draw the python away. With her strength and speed, while she might not be able to defeat it, she was confident she could distract the beast for a sufficient time. During that interval, her fellow cultivators could infiltrate the valley and frantically gather the spiritual flowers and herbs. They would leave swiftly before the beast returned. Thus, once successful, they would share the spoils. This plan was nearly flawless, but it required careful selection of collaborators. Firstly, their cultivation level could not be too high. After all, if she recruited someone at the late Golden Core stage, or even in essence infant elder, what if they entertained treacherous thoughts? Naturally, they could not be too weak either. The Sea of Dream Flowers inherently possessed illusions, and those with insufficient strength would likely become lost, unable to gather herbs, or even ensure their own safety. Finally, and most importantly, the individual must possess nimble hands and feet. The time of a single incense stick, while not exceedingly long, was limited. They needed to gather as many spiritual herbs as possible before the Thunderwing Python returned and retreat swiftly. With this in mind, Jiayue left the valley, beginning her search for suitable candidates nearby. Yet, whether due to her misfortune or the vastness of the secret realm, after flying for a considerable time, she encountered not a single soul. Just as she was on the verge of losing patience, three figures appeared on the horizon, drawing closer into view. At the forefront was a young man clad in azure, exuding a serene and ethereal aura. Following him were two exceptionally beautiful young women. It was him. Upon recognizing the young man's features, Jiayue was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes sparkled with unprecedented delight. He was the enigmatic figure who dismissed her charms and coldly told her to leave. The one who had stealthily taken a fourth-tier spiritual herb right under her nose at the entrance of the secret realm. With a cultivation level at the fourth stage of Golden Core, neither too high nor too low, he was just right. His extraordinary skill of stealth and dexterity was precisely what this plan required. Perfect. This is undoubtedly the finest partner bestowed upon her by the heavens. Upon this thought, the vexation within Jiayue dissipated entirely. A radiant smile blossomed on her charming face, and with a swift motion, she transformed into a streak of fiery red light, eagerly approaching Yi Qing and his companions. Esteemed young sir, her voice, clear and melodious, preceded her arrival, resonating through the skies with unabashed joy. Should any familiar with Jiayue from the Jin Yin dynasty witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback. The perpetually icy ninth princess, transformed into a figure of such fervent warmth? Yi Qing regarded the beaming Jiayue as she flew towards him, his gaze calm, yet slightly furrowed. What scheme does this woman intend to conjure? Before he could voice his thoughts, Jiayue had already reached him, her sparkling eyes fixed upon him as she earnestly inquired. Might I borrow a moment of your time? I have come across a monumental opportunity and wish to collaborate with you. What say you, esteemed sir? At her words, Yi Qing initially intended to decline outright. He did not place much weight on mere opportunities, as his immediate priority was to seek clues regarding Lu Ruyan. Yet, when he heard the phrase illusory dream flower sea, a flicker of intrigue stirred within him. The illusory dream flower is a rare spiritual plant, renowned not for enhancing cultivation, but for its ability to evoke the heart and mind of a practitioner, crafting astonishingly authentic illusions. In the journey of cultivation, one must not only refine the body, but also the spirit. Experiences, insights, and the state of one's heart are indispensable cornerstones along the path of cultivation. Without sufficient inner fortitude, one is destined to succumb to madness. Yi Qing was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, poised to condense a five-color nascent soul that appeared flawless in the eyes of others. However, he aspired to transcend the quintessence of colors. To ascend to such heights, one requires not only a vast accumulation of spiritual energy, but also profound experience and insight. To forge one's path, one must temper their heart and spirit with the essence of heaven and earth. The illusions conjured by the illusory dream flower present a shortcut for refining the heart. Experiencing countless lifetimes within a single illusion, witnessing the vicissitudes of humanity, offers insights far swifter and deeper than those painstakingly accumulated through one's own efforts. With this in mind, a ripple of emotion surfaced in Yi Qing's previously indifferent gaze. He turned to Ji Yaoyue and nodded, succinctly stating, "Lead the way. You have agreed? Splendid." Upon hearing his affirmation, Ji Yaoyue's face illuminated with a brilliant smile, akin to a blooming garden, sweetening the very air around them. She immediately pivoted, transforming into a golden streak of light to guide the way. "By the by, we are yet unacquainted. Let us exchange communication jade tokens first. Here is mine. I am Ji Yaoyue, a resident of the Qingxuan dynasty. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir?" During their flight, Ji Yaoyue turned slightly, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she playfully asked. "Yi Qing," he replied tersely. "Ah, it is young Master Yi. A fine name indeed." Ji Yaoyue nodded, then added, "Young Master Yi, let us make our agreement clear. Once we arrive, I shall divert the formidable purple lightning-winged python, which poses a significant threat. I shall bear the brunt of the risk. Thus, within the valley, I shall take 70% of the profits, while you will receive 30. Is that agreeable?" Her tone was imbued with confidence, as she believed she could divert the attention of the thunderwing python. At this moment, she sought to clarify the distribution of gains with Yi Qing. After all, in her perspective, her prowess at the 7th layer of the Golden Core realm and her status as a top-tier talent warranted such a division. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and his companions were only at the 4th layer, tasked with the relatively safe endeavor of gathering. She, on the other hand, would be contending with fierce beasts and managing the most perilous aspects of their undertaking, thus justifying her claim to the larger share. Yi Qing, however, remained non-committal in his response. Observing his demeanor, Ji Yaoyue's lips curled slightly in amusement, dismissing the matter. To her, although Yi Qing possessed an air of mystery, he remained merely a 4th-layer cultivator. Even with some unique abilities, he could not surpass her grasp, should he choose to renege on their agreement. She believed that the final decisions would ultimately rest in her hands. The 4 of them moved swiftly, and soon a vast valley, shrouded in mist, came into view. Even from a distance, Yi Qing could sense the enchanting fragrance of the flowers within, mingled with the ominous and potent aura of a lurking beast. Indeed, it was as Ji Yaoyue had described. This was the place. Ji Yaoyue halted, her expression turning serious as she pointed towards the valley below. The thunderwing python within was a formidable beast at the early stage of the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm, presenting a significant challenge. "Wait here. Once I have drawn its attention, you must enter immediately to collect the herbs. Remember, you have no more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn." With that, she hesitated no longer. Her spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a blazing line of fire as she dove into the valley, striking forcefully towards its depths. "Beast, how dare you slumber here? Awaken and face me." With a resounding boom, the valley trembled. A furious roar erupted, and a colossal python, exceeding 100 feet in length and adorned with purple scales, erupted from the sea of flowers. It was indeed the thunderwing python. Upon recognizing Ji Yaoyue, who had disturbed its slumber twice, its enormous eyes glinted with rage and malice. With a powerful flap of its wings, it summoned a tempest, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of violet lightning towards Ji Yaoyue. With a sharp cry, Ji Yaoyue nimbly evaded the assault and soared towards the distant horizon. "Come on, try to catch me." The thunderwing python, incensed by her taunt, roared in fury as it pursued her, swiftly vanishing beyond the skyline. At the valley's entrance, Yi Qing observed this spectacle with a tranquil demeanor and instructed Lin Shuer and Su Chan, "Let us proceed." With that, he stepped forward, entering the radiant and mesmerizing sea of dreamlike flowers, followed closely by Lin Shuer and Su Chan. Upon entering the valley, the intoxicating fragrance of the flowers intensified, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged, revealing rare and precious herbs seldom seen in the outside world. "You two are responsible for gathering the spiritual herbs and dreamlike flowers," Yi Qing commanded. "Yes, master," the 2 women responded, promptly setting to work. Meanwhile, Yi Qing made his way to the center of the flower sea, where he sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. Instead of fortifying his defenses, he wholly relinquished his mental barriers, allowing the pervasive fragrance of the flowers to permeate his consciousness. In an instant, the cosmos shifted, and the fabric of time and space transformed. Yi Qing's spirit seemed to plunge into an endless sea of illusions. The myriad of worldly tribulations and the countless manifestations of life flowed through his mind, transforming into the nourishing essence that refined his Tao heart, continually accumulating and settling within. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away. In the valley, Lin Shuer and Su Chan had harvested a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs, leaving the once lush floral expanse visibly barren. At that moment, an urgent transmission resonated from the jade talisman beside Yi Qing. "Time is running out. Hurry. That beast is returning." It was the voice of Ji Yaoyue. Yet, Yi Qing remained with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to her message, resembling a stone statue, immersed in profound contemplation. With their master unmoving, Lin Shuai and Su Chan naturally remained, methodically continuing to gather the remaining herbs. Outside the valley, Ji Yaoyue, having not seen the trio emerge, was nearly beside herself with anxiety. What on earth is wrong with these three? Are they courting death? She had barely escaped the pursuit of the purple thunder-winged python, and now that furious beast was racing back towards the valley, nearly upon them. If they did not emerge soon, they would surely perish. Should I leave without them? A thought flickered through Ji Yaoyue's mind. But upon glancing at the figure in green seated cross-legged within the valley, she bit her silver teeth, stamped her jade foot, and turned back towards the valley. I must be mad. She silently cursed as a palm-sized, rune-covered crimson gold drum materialized in her hand. Hurry up. I'll buy you time. Her voice, filled with urgency, echoed throughout the valley before she even arrived. Roar. At that very moment, a thunderous roar echoed from above. The purple thunder-winged python had returned. And upon spotting the three figures amidst the floral sea, along with the scattered spiritual herbs, its beastly eyes instantly turned blood red. Its frenzied demonic power surged skyward, and it opened its massive maw, unleashing an even more terrifying purple-black lightning, imbued with a destructive aura, aimed directly at Yi Qing and the others. Ji Yaoyue's heart tightened at the sight, realizing the gravity of the situation. This strike, even with all her might and the use of a spiritual weapon, she could not fully deflect in time. However, what unfolded next was beyond her comprehension. In the face of this cataclysmic assault, Lin Shuai and Su Chan appeared remarkably calm. As if they were blind to the impending doom, they did not even lift their eyelids, continuing their meticulous harvesting of the last spiritual herb. As for Yi Qing, he remained as still as a meditating monk, eyes closed and unmoving. A surge of frustration welled up in Ji Yaoyue's chest. This is utterly unreliable. Are they out of their minds? Have they all lost their sanity? Or could it be that she had unwittingly fallen into an illusion? Otherwise, why would these three seem to invite their own demise? Even now, they remained unperturbed. What were they waiting for? As the purple-black lightning was about to descend, Ji Yaoyue prepared to unleash her spiritual weapon in a desperate attempt to shield them. In the next moment, Yi Qing, seated in the heart of the floral sea, slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were as tranquil as an ancient well, devoid of any ripples. He raised his hand and pointed it like a sword towards the descending purple-black thunder, and behind it, the ferocious, roaring purple electric-winged python. With a gentle motion, he made a swift cut. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no dazzling brilliance. Only a barely perceptible azure sword light flickered and vanished. The swiftness of the sword light was extraordinary. Sizzle. The purple-black thunder, powerful enough to severely injure an ordinary 9th-tier golden core practitioner, melted away upon contact with the sword light, dissipating without a ripple. Following this, the sword light maintained its momentum, sweeping past the massive body of the purple electric-winged python. The once mighty 9th-tier golden core demon beast abruptly ceased its roar. Its colossal form was smoothly cleaved in two, its blood and entrails scattering as it plummeted into the valley below with a thunderous crash. The purple electric-winged python was slain. Ji Yaoyue, who had rushed halfway, stood frozen in place. Her beautiful eyes widened, her lips slightly parted, her exquisite face reflecting sheer disbelief and confusion. The sudden spectacle left her utterly entranced. A terrifying demon beast of the initial 9th tier of the Golden Core realm was effortlessly dispatched by a practitioner she perceived to be merely at the 4th tier of the Golden Core. Everything felt like an extraordinary dream. Surely, she was trapped in some magnificent illusion. Otherwise, how could she witness such an absurd and surreal scene? To slay a 9th tier Golden Core demon beast with a mere finger, such power, if not an illusion, meant that this young master Yi Qing was indeed more formidable than most of the renowned talents on the terrestrial ranking. Just then, Yi Qing furrowed his brow and gazed towards the horizon. In the depths of his spiritual perception, he sensed a group of cultivators rapidly approaching the valley from afar. Their auras diverse in nature and considerable in number. I hope they do not seek trouble. A thought flickered through Yi Qing's mind as he withdrew his gaze, maintaining a composed demeanor. At this moment, Ji Yaoyue was still completely immersed in the astonishing scene that had just unfolded, oblivious to the situation in the distance. She stared blankly at Yi Qing, fixated on the bloodied carcass of the purple electric-winged python, now severed in two. Her mind felt somewhat vacant. A mere finger. Just one finger. The fearsome 9th-tier golden core demon beast, which had once sent her fleeing in disarray, was annihilated in an instant. A 4th-tier golden core practitioner. How could that be? She strained her understanding to comprehend the unbelievable scene before her. Ultimately, a thought struck her like lightning, causing her to shudder. Of course, the cultivation level. young Master Yi Qing might not actually be a mere 4th-tier golden core to effortlessly slay a 9th-tier golden core demon beast. If his true strength was that of a 9th-tier golden core, then it all made sense. Indeed, if he were concealing his cultivation, it was entirely plausible that her own 7th-tier golden core realm was incapable of discerning it. This explanation became increasingly rational in her mind, far more acceptable than the notion of a 4th-tier practitioner effortlessly vanquishing a 9th tier. With this realization, Ji Yaoyue's heartbeat gradually steadied. Unable to restrain herself, she sought confirmation from Yi Qing. Young Master Yi, may I inquire if your true cultivation level is at the 9th layer of the golden core? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing cast her a glance, his expression tranquil. The 9th layer of the golden core? Perhaps I am at the cusp of the nascent soul, so I shall concede to that. He nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this, Ji Yaoyue's exquisite eyes sparkled with realization, her heart finally unburdened. She had always believed that it was implausible for such a prodigy to exist, one even more formidable than the top-tier talents on the Earth ranking. It turned out he was a concealed master of exceptional prowess. Of course, being at the 9th layer of the golden core was still impressive, yet it was far more palatable than before. Wait, Ji Yaoyue suddenly recalled something. Her fair complexion slightly flushed, and a hint of awkwardness and sorrow stirred within her. Her gaze instinctively swept over Lin Shuer and Su Chan, who were busy gathering spiritual herbs and dream flowers. She glanced again at the vast expanse of dream flowers remaining in the valley, momentarily perplexed. Previously, she had confidently asserted that she would bear the greatest risk by luring the beasts away and thus deserved 70% of the profits. Yet now, the most perilous thunderbolt-winged python had been dispatched with but a flick of a finger. Throughout the ordeal, she had merely played the role of bait, not even partaking in the gathering of spiritual herbs. To claim to have exerted the most effort? That was utterly unfounded. How could she possibly have the audacity to demand 70%? Not to mention 70%, even asking for 30% made her feel a tinge of embarrassment. But if she relinquished her claim, what would be the purpose of her journey? If she were to insist, how much should she claim? As Ji Yaoyue wrestled with her internal conflict, a powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from the distance, jolting her back to focus. Someone was approaching. Her expression changed. And just as she was about to speak, a booming, unrestrained laughter echoed like thunder from the horizon. Ha! Dream flowers? Such a vast expanse of dream flowers. And an abundance of rare spiritual herbs. What a splendid place. Truly a marvelous place. Before the laughter faded, a dozen streams of light pierced through the air, swiftly hovering above the valley. Leading them was an elder clad in a black robe, his visage grim. His eyes glinted with avarice as he brazenly surveyed everything below. The oppressive aura of a nascent soul cultivator descending like a mountain. A second-layer nascent soul practitioner. Ji Yaoyue felt this overwhelming pressure, her delicate face turning ashen. She could scarcely believe that after just vanquishing a 9th-layer golden core beast, a far more terrifying nascent soul elder had arrived. With no hint of courtesy, the black-robed elder, accompanied by a group of equally formidable golden core practitioners, descended into the valley, his piercing gaze sweeping left and right, fixating on the dream flowers as though they were his possessions. This individual was the patriarch of the formidable Qingshuan sect from the eastern region. Known as the Qingshuan Elder, he was notorious for his ruthless demeanor and unyielding arrogance. His gaze passed over Yi Qing and Ji Yaoyue's group, noting that the highest cultivation level among them was merely that of Ji Yaoyue at the 7th layer of the golden core. A flicker of indifference and disdain crossed his eyes, and his brow furrowed slightly, evidently finding their presence bothersome. Upon witnessing the situation, Ji Yaoyue felt a tightening in her heart, realizing that the events of the day might not end well. However, confronting a Yuaning cultivator directly would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, she made a swift decision and stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the Qingshuan ancestor. Lowering her stance considerably, Junior pays her respects to the esteemed elder. If you desire the opportunities within this valley, we dare not contest with you. So we shall take our leave. All unharvested spiritual herbs and wondrous dream flowers shall belong to you. After speaking, her delicate face remained tense, her anxiety reaching a peak as she intended to hasten her departure with Yi Qing and the others from this perilous place. However, the Qingshuan ancestor narrowed his eyes and coldly commanded, "Stop. Did I grant you permission to leave?" In that instant, more than a dozen Golden Dan cultivators from the Qingxuan sect stepped forward in unison, their malevolent gazes unmasked, their murderous intent locking onto the four of them, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Ji Yaoyue's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. She understood that their greed had been stirred, and they aimed to seize not only the remaining resources, but also everything they had already harvested. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Yaoyue bit her silver teeth and solemnly stated, I advise you to think carefully before proceeding. I am Ji Yaoyue, the daughter of the current flame emperor of the Qing Yin dynasty. She declared her identity and background, hoping to deter them with her stature. The Qing Yin dynasty. Indeed, upon hearing those 4 words, the expressions of everyone present, including the Qingxuan ancestor, shifted slightly. While the Qingxuan sect was formidable, it paled in comparison to the colossal presence of the Qing Yin dynasty that dominated the eastern region. Akin to a firefly against the bright moon, the weight of her identity as the flame emperor's daughter rendered them hesitant to act recklessly. The Qingxuan ancestor's eyes flickered with uncertainty, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Seeing this, Ji Yaoyue felt a slight sense of relief and spoke again. Elder, if there are no further issues, we shall take our leave. She immediately signaled to Yi Qing to hasten away with the 2 disciples. However, at that moment, the Qingxuan ancestor's frosty voice echoed once more, not so fast. His gaze fixated greedily on the pile of herbs in front of Lin Shuer and Su Chan, as his avarice ultimately overcame his reason. You may leave, but you must first surrender all the spiritual herbs and wondrous dream flowers you have harvested here. The Qingxuan ancestor was keenly aware that the valley bore ample fresh harvesting marks. The quantity harvested thus far even surpassed what remained, and the quality was superior. Such immense profit, how could he willingly relinquish it? Ji Yaoyue was taken aback, both shocked and furious. The other party was clearly pushing their advantage, determined to escalate the confrontation. Just then, a Golden Dan elder from the Qingxuan sect leaned close to the Qingxuan ancestor, whispering, Elder, since we have already offended them, why not go all the way? This desolate mountain wilderness, within this secret realm, is chaotic. As long as we keep our hands clean and eliminate them all, who would know it was us? No matter how powerful the Qing Yin dynasty is, they will not trace it back to us. Though the voice was low, every person present was astute and perceptive. Upon hearing these words, Ji Yaoyue felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her countenance changing dramatically. How audacious! How dare you? What is there to fear? The Qingxuan ancestor, having come to a decision, let out a sinister laugh, casting aside all restraint. With a resounding hum, an overwhelming surge of yuanying power ascended into the heavens, transforming into a colossal black light shield, resembling an inverted giant bowl that instantaneously sealed off the entire valley. It was over. A tremor coursed through Ji Yaoyue's heart. She understood that her adversary had become utterly reckless, truly intent on taking her life. In this moment of despair, she certainly would not resign herself to fate. Anxiously, she transmitted a message to Yi Qing. Young Master Yi, I possess a protective treasure bestowed by my father that can instantaneously tear apart the Yuanying level blockade, but it can only be used once, and the opportunity is fleeting. When I count to 3, you must swiftly take me and your disciples with you. We shall break free together. In her eyes, although Yi Qing was at the pinnacle of the Jindan stage, facing a Yuanying cultivator was still beyond his capabilities. Not to mention, the opponent was a second-level Yuanying master. Accompanied by more than a dozen Jindan practitioners, a direct confrontation would lead to certain death. Their only hope lay in the escape through the treasure. However, Yi Qing's response left her momentarily taken aback. He gently shook his head and calmly remarked, there is no need for such complications. Simultaneously, the mocking laughter of the Qingxuan ancestor echoed around them. Little girl, do you think I cannot hear your transmission right before me? Thinking of fleeing? Today, none of you shall escape. Ji Yaoyue's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Just then, Yi Qing beside her stepped forward slowly, seemingly intent on approaching the Qingxuan ancestor, even appearing ready for confrontation. Young Master Yi? Seeing this, Ji Yaoyue was startled, instinctively reaching out to grasp him. The Qingxuan ancestor regarded Yi Qing with evident amusement. A 4th-level Jindan? Merely a foolish clown unaware of the peril he was courting. He sneered. Oh? A mere 4th-level Jindan dares to step forward? What? Do you not wish to kneel and beg for mercy, still hoping to display some semblance of heroism? The Jindan cultivators behind him burst into laughter, thinking he must have been rendered foolish by fear, coming forward of his own volition. Young Master Yi, do not act impulsively. Ji Yaoyue urgently clutched at Yi Qing's sleeve, shaking her head fervently. In her view, even if Yi Qing were at the peak of the 9th-level Jindan, or among the most formidable monsters on the rankings, he could at most contend with a 1st-level Yuanying for several rounds, ultimately succumbing to defeat. However, the Qingxuan ancestor was a genuine 2nd-level Yuanying. With each tier of cultivation in the Jindan realm, the disparity in strength was vast. Moreover, the opponent had more than a dozen Jindan aides. Under such circumstances, taking the initiative was tantamount to courting death. If she could find an opportunity to use the treasure, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope for survival. The Qingxuan ancestor gazed at Yi Qing's calm visage, a smile creeping onto his face. Yet the chill in his expression deepened. Boy, I grant you one final chance. Kneel and bow your head. I might consider granting you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall be refined into my artifact, leaving you unable to seek life or death. Faced with this blatant threat of death, Yi Qing exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he gently shook his head. He then raised his hand, pointing like a sword, seeking death. The Grandmaster Xianxia, having exhausted his patience, felt a surge of murderous intent flash in his eyes. The overwhelming power of the nascent soul gathered in his palm, ready to unleash a thunderous strike. But he was swift. Yi Qing's sword light was swifter still. A seemingly unremarkable cyan sword gleam erupted silently from Yi Qing's fingertip, vanishing in an instant. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no dazzling brilliance. It was as gentle as a breeze brushing over water, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Swish! The sword light sliced through the air. Xianxia's hand, poised to strike, froze in midair. The sinister grin on his face solidified. His eyes filled with sheer horror and bewilderment, as if he could not comprehend what had transpired. Where's my power? Why has my mind become so sluggish? Wait, why does my vision suddenly appear to split in two? In the next moment, a thin line of blood emerged from his forehead, extending straight down, traversing his nose, lips, and neck, bisecting his entire body. Thud! In the stunned silence of all present, this second-tier nascent soul powerhouse, the Grandmaster of the Qingxuan Sect, was cleaved in two, like poultry sliced by the sharpest of blades. Blood and entrails erupted, splattering across the ground. Even the nascent soul within him had not managed to escape. It was obliterated into dust beneath the sword light. The Grandmaster Xianxia is dead. Silence reigned over the valley, an eerie stillness enveloping the scene. The more than 10 golden core cultivators of the Qingxuan Sect gaped, their mouths agape in shock, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Their faces were etched with a ghostly terror and disbelief. A second's kill? A golden core cultivator, with a mere finger, has slain their second-tier nascent soul Grandmaster? How could this possibly be real, resembling a dream? Is this a nightmare? After a brief, haunting stillness, someone broke the silence with a heart-wrenching scream. Flee! Run! Quickly! The Grandmaster is dead. The Grandmaster has been killed. Run! Instantly, the group of golden core cultivators scattered like frightened birds, transforming into streaks of light as they frantically fled in all directions. However, it was too late. Yi Qing remained indifferent, not even moving a finger. With a mere thought, he summoned forth the sword light. Swoosh! The cyan sword beams materialized, swelling as if they possessed sentience, swiftly catching up to each fleeing cultivator, sweeping through their backs with precision. Boom! 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 In the air, blossoms of blood erupted, and the screams were abruptly silenced. Dozens of corpses, like dumplings, plummeted from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire contingent of the Xianxia Sect was annihilated. After accomplishing this, Yi Qing's expression remained unchanged. Behind him, Lin Shuer and Su Chan were as serene as still water, appearing utterly unperturbed. Nascent soul, slay them without hesitation. In their hearts, this was merely the way their master operated. Only Ji Yaoyue remained, seemingly frozen in place as if ensnared by a spell. She gazed at the scattered limbs and severed arms strewn across the ground, inhaling the heavy scent of blood in the air. It felt as though her worldview was being repeatedly crushed and reassembled. With a gulp, she struggled to swallow, slowly turning her head inch by inch. Her eyes fixated on Yi Qing's nonchalant visage, as if he were a monster or a deity. Her mind was utterly incapacitated, with but a single thought echoing madly. Screaming within her, I asked you if you possessed the cultivation of the 9th layer of golden core, and you nodded affirmatively. Is this what you call the 9th layer of golden core? Chapter 69. Instantly becoming a 6-colored nascent soul, reaching the sword pool at that moment. Ji Yaoyue felt her spirit being struck repeatedly by countless bolts of divine thunder, leaving her both scorched and tender, nearly devoid of the ability to think. Could a golden core of the 9th layer annihilate a 2nd-layer nascent soul with a mere finger? Such prowess transcended the mere term genius. This was nothing short of monstrous. She had never heard of such a terrifying existence in the eastern region, even among the esteemed prodigies she knew, and some top-tier nascent soul cultivators. It was unlikely they could achieve something so unfathomable at a young age. However, just as Ji Yaoyue's mind was in turmoil and her worldview crumbled, Yi Qing remained unfazed. Completely unperturbed by the situation, he casually waved his hand, and an invisible force swept forth. The deceased Xianxia Venerable and the storage bags and rings belonging to the dozen or so golden core cultivators of the Xianxia Sect flew into his grasp in unison. A cursory scan of their contents caused Yi Qing's brow to subtly furrow. Paupers. A 2nd-layer nascent soul elder possessed such meager assets. Aside from some spirit stones and assorted medicinal pills, there was not a single decent spiritual artifact among them. In truth, Yi Qing's standards had risen considerably. In the eastern region, spiritual artifacts were not as commonplace as one might think. Some early-stage nascent soul cultivators might only wield third-tier artifacts, while it was only in the middle to late stages that they could attain suitable fourth-tier artifacts. Of course, those of noble birth and affluent backgrounds were exceptions. Moreover, Yi Qing did discover two superior third-tier wicked spiritual artifacts, enveloped in black mist, with the faint wails of vengeful souls resonating from them, clearly forged from countless lives. A flicker of disdain and disgust crossed Yi Qing's eyes. With a flick of his fingers, two strands of azure sword energy shot forth. With a resounding clang, the two wicked artifacts were instantaneously shredded into powder, dissipating into the ether. The vengeful souls within drifted out, and Yi Qing's expression grew solemn as he recited a passage from the Taiyi rebirth incantation. This spell could guide them toward reincarnation. As the incantation concluded, the resentment of these souls gradually faded, their eyes filled with gratitude as they silently bowed to Yi Qing before vanishing. Having completed this, he turned his attention to the enormous corpse of the purple lightning-winged python. Though deceased, it was a treasure trove. The python's skin could be fashioned into armor. Its sinews could serve as bowstrings, and its bones could be refined into instruments, while its inner core contained pure and potent lightning energy. It serves as the primary material for refining high-tier elixirs. With a flick of his finger, Yi Qing unleashed a beam of sword light, precisely severing the valuable parts of the demon serpent's carcass, which he then collected into his spatial ring. The entire process was fluid and seamless, devoid of any hesitation. He also roasted a piece of beast meat to sample. It was golden and succulent, exuding a tantalizing aroma. It melted in his mouth, delivering a delightful taste. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer and Su Chan had completed the harvesting of all the mature illusory dream flowers and spiritual herbs in the valley. They adhered to their master's teachings, refraining from complete annihilation. Instead, they intentionally left behind some aesthetically pleasing plants as seeds, allowing them to continue thriving in this place. Perhaps, after a millennium or 10,000 years, when this secret realm reopens, it will once again bloom vibrantly, awaiting the next fated individual. As he savored the roasted meat, Yi Qing gazed at the now empty valley, his thoughts momentarily drifting. Seasons changed, flowers bloomed and withered, leaves fell. Yet the following year would see new buds emerging, leaves resembling those that had perished. Observing this scene, Yi Qing felt a profound insight welling up within him. All things in heaven and earth follow a cyclical principle. Is not the cultivation of a practitioner a reflection of this cycle? From the weak to the strong, from dust to stars, this process embodies the breaking of the old self and the forging of a new identity. Previously, within the illusion of the illusory dream flowers, he had traversed various phantasms, gaining deep insights. At this moment, an epiphany struck him, merging with his previous understanding, and he experienced a sudden clarity regarding his path, deepening his comprehension of the Great Way. Initially, he was confident that upon breaking through, he would condense a five-colored primordial infant, achieving the ultimate perfection recorded in the eastern region. But now, Yi Qing harbored a strong premonition. Should he choose to break through at this moment, he was certain he could advance beyond the five-colored primordial infant, condensing a six-colored one. A six-colored primordial infant. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire eastern region. However, Yi Qing did not rush into the breakthrough. He sensed that although the six-colored primordial infant would astonish many, it did not seem to be his ultimate limit. If his accumulation and insights were to deepen further, perhaps the primordial infant he would condense upon breaking through would transcend even the six colors. Master, we have gathered everything. Lin Shuer and Su Chan approached Yi Qing, holding storage bags brimming with spiritual herbs. Their melodic voices roused Ji Yaoyue from her reverie. She looked at Yi Qing and then at the herbs, her cheeks instantly flushing with embarrassment. Reflecting on her previous boasts of contributing the most and claiming 70% of the rewards, she now felt utterly ashamed. How could she claim to have exerted the most effort when, in truth, she had been the greatest hindrance? Upon closer reflection, she realized she had not even harvested a single spiritual herb or wondrous flower. Were it not for young Master Yi, she would not have stood a chance against the demon serpent. Moreover, it was Yi Qing who dealt with the thunderwing serpent, as well as the second-level nascent soul cultivator, Xinsha, along with a group of golden core cultivators from the Qingshuan Sect. Without young Master Yi, she would likely have fallen victim to Xinsha, meeting a tragic end in the secret realm. With that thought, Ji Yaoyue took a deep breath, stepped forward, and slightly bowed to Yi Qing, her tone sincere as she spoke. Young Master Yi, I apologize for my earlier impudence and any offense my words may have caused. The spiritual herbs are entirely the result of your efforts, and I feel unworthy to share in their spoils. they rightfully belong to you. Her words were heartfelt, devoid of any pretense. Not only did she feel shame, but she also owed her life to Yi Qing. She truly felt unfit to discuss any division of profits. Yi Qing accepted the storage bags handed to him by the two disciples, his consciousness scanning their contents as he nodded slightly. Then, he turned to the visibly embarrassed Ji Yaoyue and said calmly, "You led us here, which merits recognition. Without you, we would not have encountered this valley." As he spoke, he casually allocated approximately 1/10 of the illusory dream flowers and spiritual herbs into a new storage bag and handed it to her. "Take it." Ji Yaoyue was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to refuse. No, young Master Yi, this is too much for me." Yi Qing's tone remained even, yet it carried an undeniable weight. He regarded her previous conduct favorably. Although her actions had little practical effect, she did not flee in the face of the monstrous beasts and even considered returning to offer assistance. Moreover, when threatened by a nascent soul cultivator, she demonstrated both courage and cunning. Following the event, she displayed understanding and voluntarily relinquished her share of the gains. Her character was commendable. Though he perceived these actions as ultimately inconsequential, he appreciated her intentions. Furthermore, it was indeed Ji Yaoyue who had guided them. Without her, Yi Qing would not have discovered this valley. A 1/10 share of the profits was justifiable. Ji Yaoyue gazed at the storage bag presented to her, then looked into Yi Qing's calm, unwavering eyes. The words of refusal faded from her lips, and she could only blush and murmur, "Then I must thank you, young Master Yi." Carefully, she accepted the storage bag, her eyes gleaming with joy, her heart soaring. Though it was merely 1/10, it was sufficient for her needs. Ji Yaoyue felt deeply content with this. After addressing this matter, Yi Qing extracted 2 portions and bestowed them upon Lin Shuer and Su Chan. "Your performance this time was commendable. Accept these as a form of cultivation resources." "Thank you, Master." The 2 women beamed with delight, gratefully accepting the gifts. Their master was indeed exceedingly generous. "Ding. It has been detected that you have bestowed the 4th grade superior spiritual herb, illusory dream flower, upon disciple Lin Shuer, triggering a 10-fold critical return. Congratulations. You have obtained the 8th grade mid-tier wondrous flower, 9-leaf illusory divine flower. Ding. It has been detected that you have bestowed the 4th grade premium spiritual herb, illusory dream flower, upon disciple Su Chan, triggering a 10-fold critical return. Congratulations. You have obtained the 8th grade superior wondrous flower, soul calling 3 lifetimes flower. The familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as he collected the higher quality wondrous flowers and herbs into his small cave treasure. These items would serve as exceptional materials for alchemy or future cultivation insights. In the entirety of the eastern region, it might be impossible to find even a single one. Yet, within Yi Qing's small cave treasure, he had received a bounty. Once everything was settled, Yi Qing turned to Ji Yaoyue and said coolly, "If you have no further matters, we shall take our leave." Upon hearing the words, Ji Yaoyue opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. She yearned to express that she had matters to discuss, to remain by the side of the enigmatic young Master Yi, as the sense of security he provided was overwhelming. However, she understood that the disparity between them was insurmountable. To follow him would only render her a burden. A mere decorative vase, Ji Yaoyue's pride forbade her from being an unworthy encumbrance, merely an ornamental figure. Ultimately, her myriad thoughts coalesced into a singular phrase, young Master Yi. "Take care." Yi Qing nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. "Let us depart." Subsequently, accompanied by Lin Shuer and Su Chan, he transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ji Yaoyue stood motionless, gazing in the direction of Yi Qing's disappearance, pondering deeply. After a considerable time, she finally lowered her head, tightening her grip on the storage bag, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, a newfound determination igniting in her beautiful eyes. "So, this is the essence of a true prodigy, young Master Yi? How foolish I was to once consider myself among the elite, reveling in my self-importance. I now realize I was merely a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the vastness beyond. Young Master Yi, await my arrival. I, Ji Yaoyue, shall strive to keep pace with you. When we meet again, you shall surely be astonished by my progress." In her heart, the seed of ambition named pursuit took root. If fate allows, upon our next encounter, she wished to stand confidently beside Yi Qing, equal in strength. "Little Yaoyue, you must persevere." She encouraged herself inwardly. With renewed focus, she carefully stowed her storage bag, oriented herself, and transformed into a stream of light, soaring away from the valley. Meanwhile, Yi Qing navigated the sword light, swiftly traversing the secret realm with his 2 disciples. The spatial expanse of this secret realm was immense, encompassing boundless wonders. As they journeyed, majestic mountains and abundant spiritual energy surrounded them, revealing rare spiritual herbs and extraordinary plants from the outside world. After flying for nearly half a day, Yi Qing suddenly felt a stirring within. Through his spiritual perception, he sensed a series of exceedingly sharp, radiant auras emanating from a distant location. These auras were vast and ancient, as if they had endured the passage of endless time, exuding an air of both desolation and immortality. Moreover, they felt oddly familiar. Is this the essence of sword intent? After a careful assessment, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Qing's eyes. He was exceedingly well acquainted with this aura. It was unmistakably sword intent. Furthermore, this energy was not a singular intent, but a convergence of thousands, forming a magnificent ocean of sword intent. Additionally, he discerned the mottled auras of numerous cultivators in that vicinity, indicating that other practitioners had already gathered there. Master, there seems to be something ahead, Lin Shuai remarked, her brow furrowing as the nascent sword intent pulsed subtly, sensing the anomaly. Let us investigate. Yi Qing's thoughts quickened, and he increased his pace. Moments later, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before the trio. Before them lay a vast depression in the earth, a striking sight to behold. In the valley, a multitude of ancient swords jutted out, forming pools reminiscent of lakes. These swords, mostly fractured, displayed varying degrees of rust, while some appeared to glimmer with a chilling light, their sharpness evident. Yet, all had long since lost their utility as weapons. However, each ancient sword emanated a sword intent, either strong or weak. Countless strands of sword intent intertwined, soaring into the sky, creating a visible tempest of sword energy that enveloped the entire area. A sword pool. This was a sacred ground composed of various swords. At this moment, dozens of cultivators had gathered around the sword pool area. Each sought a satisfactory pool, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in deep concentration. Clearly, they aimed to draw upon the immense sword intent here to contemplate and comprehend a path uniquely their own. What a marvelous place, Yi Qing thought, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Such a convergence of sword intent was a veritable dreamland for sword cultivators, an opportunity for profound insight. Lin Shuai had already grasped the embryonic form of sword intent. Meditating here could solidify her understanding and perhaps elevate it further. As for Su Chan, being a Xian sword body, she possessed an extraordinary affinity for the sword path. She was on the brink of comprehending the embryonic form of sword intent, and this place might just be the optimal opportunity for her breakthrough. Regarding Yi Qing himself, he had already attained the sword intent of suppression. Yet the journey along the sword path was endless. Observing myriad sword intents could broaden his understanding, greatly benefiting his own swordsmanship. Since such a fortuitous place had presented itself, it would be folly to let it slip away. Yi Qing's consciousness swept across the area, quickly locating a concentrated sword pool in the center, exuding an ancient aura. Beside it stood a 3-foot-long azure blade, its body marred by cracks, yet radiating a formidable sword intent, as if it could cleave the heavens. The sword intents in the nearby pools were far denser than elsewhere, and Yi Qing felt particularly drawn to this place. Come, you two, immerse yourselves in this place. Yi Qing instructed Lin Shuai and Su Chan as they approached the sword pool. Yes, master. Lin Shuai and Su Chan responded in unison, their eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. Such a treasure trove was worth more than all their possessions. Encountering it truly was a significant stroke of fortune. Chapter 70. The gathering of talented individuals, the treatment of the strong. In such a coveted locale of sword intent, even those who were not sword cultivators felt a surge of excitement, unwilling to miss out, let alone Lin Shuai and Su Chan, who were sword cultivators. They sat cross-legged before the sword pool, while Yi Qing gracefully settled beside the azure blade. As he sat down and closed his eyes in concentration, a vast wave of sword intent surged forth like a tide, fiercely impacting the minds of the three. Lin Shuai and Su Chan's faces paled slightly, yet they quickly steadied their minds, channeling their energies to immerse themselves in contemplation. Yi Qing, however, remained composed, allowing that domineering sword intent to wash over him. His mind remained as steadfast as an ancient boulder, unwavering. At the same time, he divided a fragment of his consciousness to quietly comprehend the subtleties within this sword intent. Time, in the midst of this enlightenment, flowed slowly by. Yi Qing and the others had gradually entered a state of profound understanding. As time passed, the number of individuals arriving at this location increased. Gradually, the available sword pools began to appear insufficient. Some cultivators, who initially occupied a sword pool alone, now found themselves surrounded by others near their chosen spots. After a while, a new group approached, and among them, a brazen and overbearing voice echoed from afar, shattering the tranquility of the area. Ha ha, who would have thought that such a treasure of sword pools exists within this secret realm? Indeed, indeed. Before the words could settle, several formidable auras surged through the air, descending upon the sword pool. Leading this group was a young man clad in golden robes. His expression one of arrogance. His gaze swept across the scene, and upon noticing a particularly enticing sword pool surrounded by people, his brow furrowed immediately. A glint of undisguised coldness flashed in his eyes. The treasure I have set my sights on is not something you nameless individuals are qualified to occupy. That sword pool. Yes, the one over there, go. Make them leave. The golden-robed youth pointed toward a sword pool where 3 black long swords stood. At his command, a follower beside him promptly understood and stepped forward, addressing the direction indicated by the youth with a cold voice. I'm talking about you. Haven't you heard? Or are you deaf? My young master has spoken. Shouldn't you hastily depart? Upon hearing this, many cultivators who had been meditating and immersed in their comprehension of sword intent were abruptly awakened. They opened their eyes, their gazes converging upon the golden-robed youth and his attendant. Their expressions varied. In this era, how could there still be such an overbearing and arrogant dandy? They found the scene somewhat ridiculous. Their attention shifted to the sword pool that the youth had pointed to, where 7 or 8 cultivators were seated, their faces displaying discomfort. After all, the position coveted by the youth was currently occupied by them. Moreover, although this golden-robed youth was a dandy, typically, individuals with such personalities often boasted formidable backgrounds. It was best not to offend them lightly. My lord, this sword pool has an open terrain and concentrated sword intent. It is indeed an excellent place for comprehension. One cultivator, suppressing his anger, spoke politely, gesturing towards the most spacious area beside the sword pool, saying, You are welcome to take this spot. He believed that such a concession would quell the tension. The others glanced at the location he indicated, which indeed appeared quite decent. However, to their surprise, the golden-robed youth merely snorted coldly, remaining unmoved. His attendant, even more disdainful, mockingly retorted, Do you think my young master is someone to be compared to mere gold? I said, everyone near this sword pool should leave. Did you not hear? Furthermore, my young master has a cleanliness obsession. Be wary of polluting the air he breathes, or you might find yourselves losing your heads. As the words fell, the cultivators near the sword pool, where 3 ominous black swords were inserted, were overtaken by a profound change in countenance. How outrageous! What audacity is this? What is the origin of such arrogance? It is utterly infuriating. This statement was tantamount to likening them to refuse, treating their existence as mere pollution. Such humiliation is intolerable. Seeking death, indeed. At that moment, a furious shout erupted. As a hot-tempered cultivator, having restrained himself until now, could no longer contain his rage. He surged to his feet, his body enveloped in a brilliant golden aura. The oppressive force of his 5th-level golden core cultivation erupting instantaneously, akin to an enraged lion, accompanied by a fierce spiritual radiance, charging towards the golden-robed youth with reckless abandon. Boom! A tremendous wave of golden magical energy rent the air, producing a piercing shriek. Initially, many cultivators in the vicinity were indifferent to the unfolding events. But upon sensing this commotion, they turned their attention. Upon grasping the details, their expressions shifted to astonishment, mingled with curiosity. After all, a 5th-level golden core cultivator was considered a backbone of strength in this region. Would this strike serve as a lesson for the arrogant youth? However, in the next moment, many gazes froze in disbelief. The golden-robed youth sneered and merely stood his ground, raising a hand with a casual flick. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the fierce attack of the 5th-level golden core cultivator exploded violently. Moreover, the very body of this cultivator disintegrated mid-air, transforming into a mist of blood, not even having the chance to utter a cry, as both body and spirit were obliterated. Witnessing this, the crowd exhibited a myriad of expressions. Some swallowed audibly, for they sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the golden-robed youth, revealing his formidable 8th-level golden core prowess. Such strength, with just a casual gesture, could annihilate a 5th-level golden core cultivator. Many cultivators whose cultivation had yet to reach the 5th level were struck with terror. If the golden-robed youth had set his sights on them, the consequences could be dire. Amidst the tension near the sword pool, another cultivator slowly opened his eyes. This individual unleashed an imposing aura, revealing himself to be of the 8th-level golden core realm, yet his presence was even more refined. The crowd brightened at this sight. In their perception, this cultivator had evidently reached the mid-stage, or even late stage, of the 8th level, while the golden-robed youth also belonged to the 8th level. It seemed he was merely at the initial stage. By this assessment, the golden-robed youth would likely not stand a chance. At this moment, under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the mid to late stage 8th level cultivator glared coldly at the golden-robed youth and spoke in a grave tone. Friend, you have gone too far. No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward, his magical power surging, conjuring a massive handprint of far greater might than that of the previous 5th-level cultivator, striking towards the golden-robed youth. The spectators were immediately enraptured by the display. Such potent magical fluctuations. A remarkable technique. This promises to be an entertaining spectacle. Some believe that the golden-robed youth was about to receive a well-deserved thrashing, though both were at the 8th level of the golden core. The aura previously exhibited by the youth in the golden robe was merely that of the early stages of the 8th level. In this light, it seemed this mid to late-stage practitioner of the golden core should easily overpower the arrogant young man. Many spectators secretly mused that it would do him good to learn a lesson for his hubris. However, the outcome once again defied all expectations. The golden-robed youth wore a faint smile, and without flinching or evading the attack from the mid-stage practitioner, he simply raised his hand and struck out with a casual motion. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the air. The body of the mid-stage practitioner flew back like a kite with its string severed, spewing blood mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, his eyes were filled with disbelief. In an instant, the golden-robed youth appeared before him, brandishing a peculiar curved blade resembling a twisted black serpent, its surface glinting with a chilling light. With a swift motion, the blade flashed, and the head of the mid-stage practitioner soared into the air, blood gushing forth. The headless corpse twitched a few times before falling utterly still. Silence enveloped the arena. It was evident to all that the golden-robed youth had displayed effortless prowess, seemingly not exerting his full strength. If this was not his full power, then how formidable would he be if he unleashed it? Despite being of the same realm, and even with the opponent being slightly stronger, how could there be such a vast disparity in strength? Who exactly was this golden-robed youth? Just as the crowd was enveloped in shock, a trembling voice shattered the stillness. That is the blood serpent blade. Someone, fixating on the peculiar curved knife in the golden-robed youth's hand, felt their pupils constrict as if a sudden realization struck them, and they could not help but exclaim, "Golden robe, I recognize the blood serpent blade. He is Lu Tianming, the 67th prodigy on the Earth ranking, known as the Bloodhand Butcher." The mention of the Bloodhand Butcher Lu Tianming sent shockwaves through the crowd, akin to a thunderclap. Lu Tianming. This name was renowned among many practitioners in the eastern region, infamous for his ruthless reputation. It was said he was merciless in his dealings, repaying even the slightest grievances. If provoked, even if he could not retaliate immediately, he would stop at nothing to annihilate his adversaries at all costs. His methods and temperament could be described as exceedingly ruthless. There were those who, discontent with Lu Tianming's notoriety, considered taking action against him, viewing it as a service to the community of practitioners. Yet, Lu Tianming was highly vigilant. If he sensed he was outmatched, he could flee with remarkable speed, evading capture effortlessly. Later, he would re-emerge without hesitation, unrestrained, even employing assassins from the Bloodshed Tower to deal with those who dared to confront him, delivering them right to his doorstep. Subsequently, Lu Tianming would strike, severing their heads. That blood serpent blade had quenched its thirst with the blood of countless practitioners. Thus, when this blade appeared, it was only natural that some recognized Lu Tianming's identity. Instantly, the practitioners gathered around the 3 obsidian-long swords near the sword pool turned pale and fled in a panic. Among them, some individuals dared not even cast a glance at the other sword pools, swiftly turning away and fleeing the area with utmost haste. Lu Tianming observed the frantic figures escaping, a cold smile gracing his face. He leisurely approached the sword pool he had cleared, sitting cross-legged nearby, and beckoned one of his attendants to come forth. "Why run? I am not a man-eating tiger," Lu Tianming remarked with a mocking tone, his gaze imbued with a chilling indifference. "Watching them flee truly leaves me a bit disheartened. Go. Eliminate all those who have escaped this area." "Yes, young master." The attendant bowed in compliance and quickly vanished like a wisp of shadow. Soon after, he returned, reeking of fresh blood, and expressionlessly discarded several still dripping heads onto the ground. "Your servant aims to warm the heart of the young master." Indeed, well done. Witnessing this scene, many cultivators felt a tremor in their hearts, their gazes towards Lu Tianming infused with both astonishment and a profound sense of trepidation. This man was utterly mad. It was imperative to avoid provoking him at all costs. Encountering him again should warrant a hasty retreat. In contrast, the sword pool area where Yi Qing and his companions resided remained enveloped in tranquility. Yi Qing paid no heed to the external tumult, his mind wholly absorbed in comprehension. Akin to a venerable monk in deep meditation, utterly motionless. Lin Shui and Su Chan mirrored his state, their complexions alternating between crimson and pale, evidently enduring the overwhelming onslaught of sword intent. Yet, they too were fervently absorbing and grasping the opportunities presented by this sacred ground. In light of the earlier events involving the golden-robed youth Lu Tianming, all cultivators grew increasingly cautious. Subsequently, a few more prodigies from the earth ranking arrived in succession. They surveyed their surroundings, and upon selecting a particular sword pool, nearby cultivators would promptly rise, respectfully clearing a larger space to yield their positions. Consequently, the areas surrounding these prodigies became exceedingly crowded, yet a clear expanse remained around them. Although the sword pool inhabited by Yi Qing and his companions was not explicitly designated for prodigies, the profound and majestic sword intent emanating from Yi Qing subtly deterred others. While they could not definitively perceive that the sword intent originated from Yi Qing, they instinctively sensed a tinge of danger. Thus, those who had initially intended to approach this vicinity found themselves instinctively retreating from the area near Yi Qing and his disciples, creating an undisturbed zone of tranquility around them. After a while, a figure radiating an air of arrogance surged forth from the distance, powerful in presence, descending from the heavens, clad in a flowing red and black robe. The figure was tall, with eyes like lightning, surveying the entire sword pool area. A sword pool, you say? So much sword intent to comprehend. What a splendid place. Quite intriguing. Now, which direction should I explore? As the crowd sensed the commotion, they collectively held their breath. Evidently, the newcomer is yet another formidable genius of the earth ranking. In the past, such talents were seldom seen in the eastern region. However, with the opening of the secret realm, numerous earth ranking prodigies have entered, significantly increasing the likelihood of encounters. All eyes are fixed intently on this individual, eagerly awaiting his selection of a position. Once his gaze lingers on a particular spot, the chosen area will be vacated by the cultivators, who will promptly rise to create a considerable space, thus avoiding any disputes akin to the earlier conflict involving the bloodthirsty Lu Tianming, which led to the loss of lives. Yet, to the astonishment of the crowd, the young man clad in a red and black robe surveyed the surroundings and, seemingly spotting something, squinted slightly. A playful smile spread across his face as he strode directly towards another earth-ranking genius who had arrived earlier and was already immersed in contemplation. What could this mean? Are they on amicable terms and planning to share the experience? Confusion filled the minds of the onlookers as their gazes followed the movement of the red and black-robed youth. The selected earth-ranking genius, adorned in purple, was currently seated in meditation, an almost imperceptible aura swirling around him. His visage bore an expression of deep absorption. However, sensing an approaching presence, his brows furrowed slightly, interrupting his state of focus. He slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 71. Old Grudges. The spectators bear witness him? Upon recognizing that the approaching figure was the young man in the red and black robe, the previously calm expression on his face transformed into one of icy severity. Clearly, he was familiar with the newcomer and did not hold him in high regard. The red and black-robed youth grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. His voice carried a hint of mischief and provocation. Chu Feiyong, I never imagined I would run into you here. It has been quite some time. It seems we have some scores to settle. The purple-clad genius, Chu Feiyong, returned his icy gaze and spoke in a low voice. Xiao Kuang, do not entangle yourself with me any further. I have stated it clearly. Whatever you feel inside is your own affair, but there is no longer any connection between us. Do not pursue me again. Chu Feiyong felt increasingly irritable. He truly wished to avoid any further encounters with Xiao Kuang, who clung to him like an unyielding adhesive. Whenever they crossed paths, a confrontation seemed inevitable, akin to a rabid dog. It was utterly exasperating. The crowd soon understood. These two were not only acquainted but bore old grievances against each other. No wonder Xiao Kuang would approach Chu Feiyong directly. Clearly, the purple-clad genius did not wish to engage in conflict with Xiao Kuang at this moment. He sensed that he was on the verge of grasping a certain essence of sword intent and was eager to delve deeper into his comprehension. Such moments are rare and should not be squandered. However, Xiao Kuang was determined to thwart him. The more displeased Chu Feiyong became, the more delighted Xiao Kuang felt. He relished in making Chu Feiyong uncomfortable. Boom! Xiao Kuang raised his hand, unleashing a burst of spiritual light accompanied by a tempestuous gale, hurtling towards Chu Feiyong. Chu Feiyong, you wish to continue your contemplation? Huh, I shall not allow it. In Xiao Kuang's eyes sparkled a triumphant gleam, his voice akin to the untamed chill of a winter wind. Today, I, Xiao Kuang, shall claim your position. Every place you have selected is now mine. Either you vacate this sword pool area, or you shall face me in combat, and I will end your life. With a swift movement, Chu Feiyong evaded Xiao Kuang's furious strike. The spiritual light erupted violently, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that set his purple attire fluttering. His gaze simmered with anger. His voice frostbitten. Xiao Kuang, your arrogance knows no bounds. For the sake of Runyang, I have tolerated you repeatedly, but today, I shall teach you a lesson." No sooner had he spoken than the power within Chu Feiyong surged, a meticulously condensed beam of purple light shooting skyward, rending the air with a fierce sound as it hurtled toward Xiao Kuang with unwavering ferocity. Silence. Upon hearing the name Runyang, Xiao Kuang's expression twisted in rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, he resembled an enraged beast, bellowing, "Do not mention that wretched woman, Runyang, Chu Feiyong. Today, I shall see you dead." With a thunderous roar, he darted like lightning, evading Chu Feiyong's attack. Simultaneously, he formed seals with his hands, his body aglow with a brilliant red light. A tempestuous surge of magical energy coalesced into a blazing inferno, reeking of destruction, and hurled back at Chu Feiyong. Boom. The clash between the two prominent figures from the earth ranking instantly shattered the tranquility of the sword pool area. The violent residual spiritual energy spread like a tsunami, reverberating through the surroundings. Many cultivators, previously lost in contemplation, were roused by the tumultuous commotion. They opened their eyes, their gazes converging on the two combatants suspended in midair. Upon hearing the implications of Xiao Kuang and Chu Feiyong's words, a collective surprise and curiosity stirred within the crowd. What was the true story behind this? It seemed there was a significant history between them. Who exactly was this Runyang? Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, a cultivator, adorned with a feathered crown and wielding a fan, cleared his throat and spoke mysteriously. "I possess some knowledge of this matter, though it is not easy to articulate." This individual, elegantly dressed and possessing a striking countenance, was none other than Xie Yunfei, a renowned figure from the eastern region known for his extensive travels and keen awareness of clandestine affairs. Upon hearing his words, the crowd immediately grasped the unspoken meaning. They eagerly approached, offering various spiritual stones and herbs. "Brother Xie, please do share your insights." "Indeed, Brother Xie. We are all eager to learn more." Xie Yunfei accepted the offerings with a satisfied smile, gently closing his fan and lowering his voice to narrate vividly. "What many of you may not know is that Runyang was originally Xiao Kuang's senior sister and also his partner. They were once an enviable couple, renowned within the sect as a pair of celestial lovers. However, things changed when senior sister Runyang, during a journey for experience, suffered an unexpected injury and met the purple-clad prodigy, Chu Feiyong, who came to her aid." Xie Yunfei sighed while swaying his fan. Shaking his head, Sister Runyang discovered that she harbored deeper affections for Chu Feiyong, thus she chose to follow him. Following this revelation, the furious Xiao Kuang pursued Chu Feiyong with intent to confront him. Whenever they crossed paths, a conflict was inevitable. This enmity was firmly established. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately attained clarity, and the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. So this was the crux of the matter. No wonder Xiao Kuang, upon arriving here and spotting Chu Feiyong, neglected to ponder the sword intent and directly sought him out for a brawl. He had been cuckolded, his wife eloped with another. Who would not be enraged in such circumstances? It was entirely understandable. In an instant, the crowd became intrigued. Generally, they might not take pleasure in mere skirmishes, as their focus was primarily on comprehending sword intent. However, who could resist witnessing such an entertaining affair? Moreover, both parties were renowned prodigies, making it a spectacle not to be missed. This was far more exhilarating than a simple exercise in understanding sword intent. After a prolonged period of fruitless contemplation on sword intent, a respite was indeed warranted. Curiosity piqued. Someone inquired, "Given that they have clashed numerous times and Xiao Kuang is so enraged, why hasn't he simply killed Chu Feiyong?" Immediately, a knowledgeable individual provided an explanation. "Xiao Kuang certainly harbors the desire to eliminate Chu Feiyong, yet both are eminent figures ranked on the earth ranking. Their cultivation at the pinnacle of the Golden Core's 9th level. Xiao Kuang holds the 53rd position, while Chu Feiyong is slightly ahead at 52nd. Their cultivation strengths are nearly indistinguishable. Thus, despite their many confrontations, it has proven challenging to vanquish one another." The crowd, upon hearing this, once again gained insight. Another person stroked their chin, eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked, "Who do you believe will emerge victorious this time, Xiao Kuang or Chu Feiyong?" With this utterance, the crowd became animated, each person deep in thought, quickly forming diverse opinions. "I believe Xiao Kuang will triumph. His heart is ablaze with fury. His spells are bound to be fierce, significantly boosting his battle prowess." That's a valid point. This could indeed be the power of love and hate. Besides, he previously boasted that those who do not retreat will perish. With such confidence, he may possess some hidden trump card. Yet, Chu Feiyong is ranked just above him. Although he is one rank higher, Xiao Kuang's fury is formidable. Rage can incite tremendous power. Meanwhile, the previously composed Xie Yunfei, adorned with a feathered crown and wielding a fan, sensed an opportunity and promptly assumed a formal stance. He unfurled the fan and exclaimed with a smile, "Since you all are so curious, why not engage in a little game? I shall take the role of the dealer. And you may wager your spirit stones and spirit herbs. Bets locked in." He gestured to either side. "Those who believe Xiao Kuang will win. Place your bets on the left. Those who think Chu Feiyang will be victorious, bet on the right." With this, an immediate settlement ensued, ensuring fairness for all. How intriguing. We even have a dealer among us. How delightful indeed. Just when the contemplation of sword intent felt somewhat tiresome, this prospect proved irresistibly appealing. In no time, many were swayed by his words, flocking to place their bets, eager to profit. Some felt certain that Xiao Kuang, fueled by wrath and empowered spells, would surely prevail. "I'm betting on Xiao Kuang." His confidence suggests he must have a new strategy. Indeed, a fiery rage ignites within, and strength shall undoubtedly be enhanced. "I stake my faith on Xiao Kuang." Numerous individuals cast their spirit stones, wagering on Xiao Kuang. They believed his audacious words, telling Chu Feiyang either to retreat or face his demise, were indeed bold and brimming with confidence. This very confidence led them to believe that Xiao Kuang had a substantial chance of victory. However, some shook their heads, despite their inclination to bet on Xiao Kuang. The sheer number of those supporting him was overwhelming. As the saying goes, when the masses fear my greed, I become fearful of their greed. After some contemplation, a few resolved to take a chance, and thus place their bets on the purple-clad prodigy, Chu Feiyang. At this moment, the battle between Xiao Kuang and Chu Feiyang intensified. Two figures intertwined in the air, each collision resonating with earth-shattering sounds. The violent fluctuations of spiritual energy swept through the surroundings, rendering the atmosphere chaotic. The two combatants, closely ranked in strength, found themselves evenly matched, resulting in a fierce standoff. Yet, Xiao Kuang prided himself on having recently perfected a new technique, one of considerable might. He believed that, by catching Chu Feiyang off guard, he could emerge victorious. This was the very source of his arrogance and confidence. "Chu Feiyang, prepare to meet your end. Experience the devastating technique I have newly mastered." Xiao Kuang bellowed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he seized the moment to strike. His hands moved swiftly in a series of intricate gestures, unleashing the powerful essence of his golden core. A massive claw shadow, as dark as ink, materialized from thin air, entwined with dizzying runes that exuded an aura of death. This was the infernal ghost claw, a manifestation of fire's power. The ebony claw tore through the void, carrying a corrosive force that surged towards Chu Feiyang. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feiyang's expression shifted slightly. He could sense the immense power contained within this attack, surpassing all of Xiao Kuang's previous techniques. More perilous was the fact that he had never encountered this move before, rendering it difficult to ascertain the best course of action. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Feiyang gently closed his eyes. In his mind, he recalled the elusive trace of insight he had gleaned near the sword pool, a subtle grasp of the essence of all things beyond mere spells and techniques. Following his instincts, he refrained from deliberately executing any intricate swordplay. Instead, he concentrated his internal magical energy, attempting to confront the infernal ghost claw. Boom. At the instant his magical energy surged forth, Chu Feiyang successfully captured a fragment of that insight, almost as if by divine intervention, and infused it into his spell. What began as an ordinary wave of magical energy, under the influence of that insight, erupted into immense power. A violet spiritual light soared skyward, transcending the realm of mere techniques and transforming into a manifestation of profound intent, radiating an irresistible might. With a resounding crash, it shattered Xiao Kuang's overconfident infernal ghost claw. Boom. The purple light blazed, and the dark fire-based spell, the infernal ghost claw, was instantly obliterated into countless shards of spiritual light. Simultaneously, under the incredulous gaze of Xiao Kuang, his attack crumbled to pieces. The overwhelming backlash caused a sweet taste in his throat, and he spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Subsequently, his body flew backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Cough, 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 cough. Xiao Kuang clutched his chest, feeling an acute pain in his heart. Had he truly failed? Why? After arduous training and mastering his ultimate techniques, had he fallen short against Chu Feiyang? Could it be that he was indeed inferior to this Chu Feiyang? Defeated? The onlookers who had wagered on Xiao Kuang's victory were now left in shock. They had witnessed Xiao Kuang unleash his attack, his expression brimming with confidence and pride, leading them to believe that the battle would conclude with his triumph. Yet, in an instant, the fight came to an end, and it was Xiao Kuang who had been vanquished. He had lost, and so decisively. Get up and continue fighting. Find a way to defeat Chu Feiyang. Where was your rage? Where was your spirit? Alas, many people in the crowd pounded their chests in frustration, What a disappointment. It turns out he was not a match for Chu Feiyang. Upon hearing this, others nodded in dismay. Indeed, if he was no match, how could he be so arrogant? Boasting that he would not back down? I was truly deceived by Xiao Kuang's words. Among the crowd, others expressed their pain. Ugh. What a waste of my spirit stones. And for this? No wonder his wife ran off with someone else. He simply cannot compare to Chu Feiyang. These murmurs cut into Xiao Kuang's heart like daggers from every direction. Clutching his chest, he struggled to rise, his face as pale as a sheet, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chu Feiyang stood there, hands clasped behind his back, his purple robes billowing, exuding an air of superiority amidst the chaos. Judging purely by appearance, one could hardly blame Runyang if she had found herself in danger. And he had indeed saved her life, while presenting such an impressive demeanor. Who would not feel a flicker of admiration and be tempted to follow Chu Feiyang? Chu Feiyang cast a calm glance at Xiao Kuang, his voice steady yet imbued with authority as he spoke. For Runyang's sake, I shall spare you this time. Xiao Kuang, remember this. It matters not how you feel within, but should you dare entangle yourself with me again, I shall sever you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kuang felt a mix of humiliation and fury, his fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. For Runyang's sake? Was Runyang ever truly your wife? You scoundrel. You and your shameless companion. Of course, Chu Feiyang thought differently. He believed that love is a matter of personal choice. Runyang is not Xiao Kuang's possession, and he did not deliberately seek to usurp love. It was simply a matter of mutual attraction. At this moment, as Xiao Kuang listened to the crowd's chatter, he recalled his earlier self-assured declarations of not backing down, and his face flushed crimson, wishing he could disappear into the ground. He knew well that Chu Feiyang's victory was achieved by seizing a fleeting moment of intent. Damn that intent. Had it not been for this thread of intention, victory would have been within reach. A tempest of fury surged within Xiao Kuang, yet confronted with Chu Feiyang's icy gaze, he dared not act recklessly. Amidst Xiao Kuang's seething frustration and the murmurs of those around, Yi Qing, seated cross-legged, felt a stirring within his heart and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 72. Seeking madness to vent frustration? A path to ruin. Yi Qing's gaze fell upon Su Chan beside him. At this moment, he could distinctly sense that Su Chan, through her meticulous comprehension of the sword intent within the sword pool, was rapidly bridging the gap that once separated her from the embryonic form of her sword intent. An obscure yet fierce aura began to emanate from Su Chan, a manifestation of her own unique essence. Moreover, this aura was solidifying at an astonishing pace. Akin to a blade poised to emerge from its sheath, its sharpness becoming increasingly evident. Once this aura successfully materialized, Su Chan would step into the threshold of sword intent, crystallizing her own nascent form of sword intent. A slight smile curved Yi Qing's lips. Excellent. It seems this sword pool has been immensely beneficial for Su Chan. This place has indeed proven to be fortuitous, he mused. Not to mention, the mere presence of this sword pool has already rendered this expedition into the secret realm quite rewarding. At this critical juncture for Su Chan, Yi Qing divided a fragment of his consciousness to silently guard her, ensuring she would not falter. Simultaneously, he temporarily set aside his own reflections on sword intent. As her master, he devotedly shielded Su Chan from the distractions of the outside world. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the sword pool, other disturbances arose. However, these disturbances were not the resounding clashes of spiritual power, but rather a more subtle fluctuation of energy. Perhaps one could describe it as indignation. The earth-ranked prodigy, known as the Bloodhand Butcher, Lu Tianming, now wore a grim expression as he slowly opened his eyes. He had selected this sword pool, which resonated with his desires, where 3 ominous black swords stood. To monopolize this location, he had ruthlessly slain several cultivators, carving out a fearsome reputation that deterred anyone from approaching. He had anticipated that, with the dense sword intent surrounding him and his innate talent, he would immerse himself in comprehension and surely achieve significant insights. Lu Tianming even envisioned grasping the embryonic form of sword intent in one fell swoop, propelling his ranking on the Earth list higher. However, as he had immersed himself in contemplation for several hours, the result was nothing but emptiness. The enigmatic essence seemed to lie behind an insurmountable chasm. No matter how hard he tried, he could not touch it in the slightest. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment, rendering him restless and agitated, as if claws were raking at his heart. This vexation proved difficult to express, and thus an unnamed fury blazed fiercely within his chest. Useless, Lu Tianming muttered under his breath. Whether he was cursing himself or this unappreciative sword pool remained unclear. He took a deep breath, angrily scanning his surroundings, his gaze as dark as the depths of water, lost in thought. Suddenly, his attention sharpened, fixating on a graceful figure not far away. There sat Su Chan, her legs crossed, completely absorbed in a state of profound enlightenment. Lu Tianming emitted a soft gasp. With his cultivation and keen perception, he could distinctly sense that the young and beautiful woman was currently enveloped in an enigmatic moment of comprehension. A subtle yet razor-sharp aura was slowly emanating from her, visibly coalescing at an astonishing pace. It was the intertwining of numerous intentions, a harbinger of the imminent formation of the essence of sword intent. Lu Tianming's pupils constricted suddenly, his expression darkening further. As a distinguished cultivator at the 8th level of Golden Core, ranked 67th on the Earth rankings, he had spent several hours without any gain. While this woman, with her evident foundation-building cultivation, was on the verge of grasping the power of intent before him. Why? How could a mere foundation-building insect attain such understanding before him? A surge of jealousy ignited within him instantaneously. If I cannot possess it, neither shall you. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Tianming's eyes, and a cold smile curled upon his lips. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the nearby rock, contemplating briefly before a cruel thought emerged in his mind. Come here. A subordinate standing beside him immediately bowed and stepped forward, inquiring, Young master, what are your orders? Lu Tianming's gaze remained fixed on Su Chan as he spoke flippantly. I have been comprehending for quite some time and am feeling somewhat fatigued. I am in need of a maid for a back massage. That woman over there will suffice. Go and bring her to me. Upon hearing this, the subordinate cast a glance at Su Chan, a knowing, sinister smile spreading across his face. He understood that the young master was not genuinely in need of a maid. This was evidently a ploy to disrupt the woman's process of enlightenment. The woman appeared to possess considerable talent, and she was currently at a crucial juncture. Should her concentration be interrupted at this pivotal moment of forming the essence of sword intent, the consequences could be dire. At best, she would lose all her previous efforts. At worst, she might suffer backlash, harming her very foundation. In such a case, she would be rendered incapable of ever forming the essence of sword intent again, effectively crippling her path in the sword arts. A truly insidious strategy, indeed. Understood, young master. The subordinate comprehended the intent, bowed in acquiescence, and with a cold smirk, began to stride towards Su Chan's direction. Yi Qing, who stood guard beside Su Chan, had already keenly sensed the malicious intent emanating from the approaching figure. His brow furrowed, a cold glint flashing momentarily in his eyes. To his astonishment, someone truly wished to court death? However, just as the subordinate was about to make his move, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A cry filled with indignation and shame erupted from the other side. It was none other than Xiao Kuang, who had just been defeated by Chu Feiyang, landing in a disheveled heap. At that moment, he threw his head back and roared, his face pale, blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes burned with a frenzied fire. The murmurs from the surrounding crowd pierced his heart like thousands of steel needles. No wonder his wife ran off with someone else. He simply could not compare to Chu Feiyang. How embarrassing it was to be so arrogant despite being no match for his opponent. These words ignited a blaze of shame and fury within him, shattering his composure entirely. At that moment, his bloodshot eyes inadvertently swept across the scene, catching sight of Su Chan, who was on the verge of a breakthrough. The aura of her impending realization was dazzling. The power of intention. Once again, the power of intention. Chu Feiyang had defeated him solely through a thread of this power. That wretched woman, Runyang, had perhaps betrayed him due to Chu Feiyang's strength. Now, another woman, a mere cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, was poised to comprehend this damned power. No, I shall not allow it. Why is it that you all can effortlessly attain what I have yearned for? Women are all wretched. Wretched. They deserve to perish. Xiao Kuang's reason had been utterly consumed by jealousy and indignation, his eyes glowing crimson, resembling a madman. Indeed, after Runyang left with Chu Feiyang, he had succumbed to madness several times. Now, as he gazed at Su Chan, only one thought resided in his mind: to destroy her. He aimed to personally extinguish a rising genius, unleashing the boundless fury and hatred he harbored for Runyang. Boom. In the next instant, Xiao Kuang's figure shot forth like a cannonball, enveloped in the tumultuous power of the 9th layer of the Golden Core stage, ruthlessly charging towards Su Chan. This scene instantaneously captivated the attention of all present. When they realized that Xiao Kuang's target was Su Chan and felt the budding sword intent emanating from her, they gasped in astonishment, quickly comprehending Xiao Kuang's intentions. He must be driven mad. Xiao Kuang was seeking to vent his anger on someone. This woman possesses remarkable talent. She is on the brink of manifesting sword intent at the foundation establishment stage. Her future appears limitless. What a pity. It seems she is doomed. The guardian by her side appeared to be merely at the 4th layer of the Golden Core stage. How could he possibly withstand the might of Xiao Kuang? ranked 53rd on the Earth ranking. The crowd's gaze, laden with pity, fell upon Yi Qing and his disciple. To them, this pair seemed to have encountered misfortune, crossing paths with the frenzied prodigy Xiao Kuang, suffering an undeserved calamity. A 4th-layer golden core against a furious pinnacle of the 9th layer, and moreover, Xiao Kuang was a prodigy of the Earth ranking. In the eyes of the onlookers, the outcome was utterly certain. This cultivator in green would likely be obliterated in an instant. Alas, what a shame for a genius on the cusp of rising, destined to fall here today. Indeed, such misfortune. Nearly everyone held little faith in Yi Qing and Su Chan, even foreseeing their tragic demise. After all, although Xiao Kuang had been defeated by Chu Feiyang, he was nonetheless a 9th-layer golden core cultivator, a prodigy ranked 53rd on the Earth ranking. To deal with a 4th-layer golden core cultivator, in the eyes of the crowd, was child's play. Meanwhile, Lu Tianming was also observing this scene. His attendant, poised to move, hesitated for a moment. Lu Tianming waved his hand, signaling his attendant to halt. A look of keen interest spreading across his face. He chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. How intriguing. It seems this young master shall not have the fortune of acquiring this maid. What a pity, truly a pity, ha ha ha. Though he spoke of regret, his expression betrayed a delight in the unfolding drama. With a mocking gaze directed towards Yi Qing and his disciple, he prepared to relish a particularly gruesome spectacle that he adored. At this moment, Xiao Kuang had already charged forward. His visage was fearsome, unleashing one of his most potent killing techniques without the slightest restraint. His fury was boundless. A torrent of crimson flames coalesced into a colossal hand, bearing the terrifying might to scorch mountains and boil seas, descending upon Su Chan and Yi Qing with unrelenting force. This strike was sufficient to obliterate an ordinary cultivator at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Many tender-hearted cultivators could not bear to witness the impending brutality and shut their eyes tightly. However, just as that fiery hand was about to descend, Yi Qing, who had been sitting cross-legged with a tranquil demeanor, finally moved. He did not rise. Instead, he slowly lifted his right hand, forming a sword with his fingers, and casually swept it forward towards the oncoming attack. There were no earth-shattering fluctuations of power, no dazzling brilliance. Only a seemingly unremarkable azure sword light flickered and vanished. Swift. Incredibly swift. Boom. In the astonished eyes of all, that azure sword light sliced through the fiery hand as if it were mere tofu, silently passing through it, then piercing directly through Xiao Kuang's body. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. Xiao Kuang's forward momentum abruptly halted midair. The ferocity and madness on his face had yet to dissipate, yet an overwhelming sense of dread and confusion filled his eyes. He lowered his gaze and saw a slender sword mark appearing on his chest. What is happening? Where are my spells? Why has my attack vanished? Wait, why has it turned dark before my eyes? Then, with a dull thud, a sound echoed. This once 53rd ranked prodigy of the Earth ranking, a 9th-layer golden core cultivator, Xiao Kuang, could not even emit a cry of despair before his entire body was obliterated in midair, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. His spirit and form annihilated. Silence. Utter silence. The entire sword pool area was enveloped in a profound stillness. All who witnessed this scene gaped in disbelief. Their mouths agape as if one could fit a fist inside, their faces etched with incredulity. Could it be? Am I hallucinating? Instant annihilation? The Earth-ranking prodigy Xiao Kuang was slain in a single stroke. Just moments ago, those who had sighed in pity for Yi Qing and his disciple now felt their scalps tingle, a chill rushing from their feet to the crown of their heads. That was Xiao Kuang. Though defeated by Chu Feiyang, he was a renowned powerhouse on the Earth ranking. Yet here, before this seemingly 4th-layer golden core youth, he appeared as fragile as a fly, crushed effortlessly with a mere wave of the hand. 4th layer of golden core? A facade. This cultivation level was undoubtedly a ruse. This was a masterful predator in disguise, a formidable figure concealing his true prowess. In an instant, everyone comprehended that Xiao Kuang had initially sought to vent his frustrations, but had instead encountered an insurmountable obstacle, transforming his rage into a swift journey to the afterlife. What was the difference between this and colliding directly with the King of Hell? It was truly a perplexing matter. Yi Qing waved his hand, dispersing the blood mist. His gaze as cold as ice. The individual in question lacks sufficient self-cultivation and is unable to master his own emotions. When faced with setbacks, he does not strive for self-improvement or seek to overcome his challenges. Instead, he foolishly seeks to vent his frustrations upon others, particularly targeting the disciples of another. This is a path to his own ruin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Tianming observed this scene, and the triumphant smile on his face froze completely. His pupils contracted, and the anticipation in his gaze was swiftly replaced by overwhelming terror. A chilling sensation coursed through him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. And his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He recognized that he was ranked 67th on the earthly leaderboard, his strength far inferior to that of Xiao Kuang. If even Xiao Kuang could be defeated in a single strike, then his fate would undoubtedly be dire. Fortunately, Xiao Kuang had acted first. Had it been his own subordinate who had taken action, he would likely have met a bloody end. A wave of apprehension washed over Lu Tianming, prompting him to suppress all his presence, bow his head, and strive to blend into the background. He did not dare to look at Yi Qing even once. Though he was arrogant, his survival thus far had instilled in him a keen sense of timing. When he possessed strength, he was more audacious than anyone. When he was vulnerable, he could retreat more effectively than others. He awaited the day he would grow stronger, to return 100-fold or 1,000-fold in vengeance. However, while he wished to remain inconspicuous, Yi Qing had no intention of granting him that opportunity. In the next moment, Yi Qing rose slowly, his gaze indifferent. With a single step, his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Lu Tianming. Chapter 73 Me? Taiyi Qingxian, Yi Qing. The crowd watched in astonishment as Yi Qing suddenly took action, blinking in confusion. Lu Tianming, on the other hand, felt as though his vision had blurred, and the sight of the flowing azure robe appeared almost spectral as it materialized before him. A jolt of fear gripped his heart, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. What on earth is this harbinger of doom doing here? I haven't even given the order to act yet. Is there no sense of reason left? Lu Tianming internally screamed. Of course, the ashen pallor on his face betrayed him, as he forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown, a visage of forced flattery. The onlookers were taken aback. Was this truly the ruthless and fierce Lu Tianming, known as the Bloodhand Butcher? When had he ever been reduced to such obsequiousness? Yi Qing's expression remained impassive, his cold gaze fixed upon Lu Tianming as he spoke slowly, devoid of any emotion. What were you planning to do to my disciple just now? This single inquiry sent Lu Tianming's heart plummeting. He trembled inwardly. The harbinger of doom knew everything. What did he intend to do to Su Chan? Naturally, Lu Tianming had contemplated interrupting Su Chan's enlightenment, aiming to destroy a genius, and even sought to humiliate her by making her his servant. However, at this moment, he would not dare to utter such thoughts, even with 100 lifetimes of courage. I didn't plan anything. Senior, I wouldn't dare. I am incapable of any such actions. Lu Tianming hastily waved his hands, shaking his head as if in a frenzy. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing merely nodded indifferently and softly replied, Is that so? Yes, indeed. Lu Tianming nodded fervently, his heart racing with fervent prayers and a simmering resolve. Damn it. Once I survive today and grow stronger, I shall ensure you pay for this. Yet, before he could complete his thoughts, an overwhelming sense of imminent death suddenly enveloped him. Before his eyes, a streak of azure sword light expanded alarmingly within his pupils. What? No. The instinct for survival compelled Lu Tianming to emit a piercing scream. He quickly drew forth his signature blood serpent curved blade, unleashing the full force of his golden core energy to counter this lethal strike. However, all was in vain. Sizzle. The sword light flashed by. Lu Tianming's movements abruptly halted, leaving him frozen in place, his eyes reflecting deep terror and unwillingness. In the next instant, a resounding explosion echoed, under the horrified gaze of the onlookers. The renowned figure Lu Tianming, alongside his entourage, met the same fate as Xiao Kuang, shattering into a mist of crimson fog, his essence utterly obliterated. Gulp. The sound of swallowed breaths rippled through the stunned crowd. In but a few breaths, in the blink of an eye, 2 esteemed figures had perished. At this moment, the gaze of all turned towards Yi Qing, transformed entirely. It was no longer shock, but rather profound reverence and dread. Even those other prominent figures, initially lost in contemplation, were roused from their musings. They opened their eyes, witnessing the scene with horror, and collectively bowed their heads slightly in respect towards Yi Qing. In this realm, the strength to dominate signifies everything. And at this moment, Yi Qing's display was undeniably formidable. Yi Qing's expression remained unchanged as he casually summoned the 2 storage rings left by Xiao Kuang and Lu Tianming into his hands. Then, with a gaze devoid of any emotion, he slowly surveyed the crowd. Though he spoke not a word, everyone discerned a clear warning from his indifferent eyes. Instantly, all cultivators present, regardless of their rank or status, averted their gazes, lowering their heads in submission, unwilling to meet his stare. Having completed these actions, Yi Qing turned and returned to the sword pool beside Su Chan, resuming his meditative posture. The sword pool area once again descended into tranquility. Time flowed slowly. Unbeknownst to how long had passed, a brilliant and sharp aura of sword intent surged from Su Chan, soaring into the sky. She slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating her gaze, unable to conceal her elation. Master, I have succeeded. She had successfully condensed her own embryonic sword intent. Henceforth, her combat prowess would soar, placing her one step into the true threshold of sword intent. At last, I have not brought shame to my esteemed master. A smile graced Yi Qing's face, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He nodded in approval. Not bad. Receiving her master's affirmation filled Su Chan with even greater joy. Simultaneously, she understood that without her master's protection, she would have long been interrupted by those with malicious intent, leading to unimaginable consequences. Thank you, master, for your protection, she earnestly expressed. Yi Qing inclined his head slightly. Between master and disciple, no further words were necessary. He then closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in the comprehension of the sword intent within the sword pool. After a while longer, tranquility prevailed once again. Lin Shuer also opened her eyes, and the nascent aura of sword intent emanating from her was even more refined than that of Su Chan. Initially, it radiated brilliance, before gradually retracting. It appeared that she was merely one final push away from truly coalescing her sword intent into a complete form. After some time, Yi Qing finally opened his eyes. Within his gaze, it seemed as though myriad sword shadows flickered in existence and extinction. A surge of sword intent far more potent than before flashed momentarily. Through this experience, his gains were equally substantial. If sword intent were to be categorized into tiers, he had merely barely crossed the threshold of the first tier previously. Now, however, he had firmly entered the second tier. His combat prowess had risen correspondingly. He was now confident in his ability to effortlessly slay cultivators at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. As for the sword intent present in this location, he realized that further comprehension in the near future would yield no additional benefits. Thus, Yi Qing stood up and addressed Lin Shuer and Su Chan, stating, "Our business here is concluded. It is time for us to depart." Both women nodded in agreement and prepared to follow Yi Qing away. Just as the trio was about to leave the area of the sword pool, Yi Qing's heart suddenly stirred. He let out a soft exclamation and turned his gaze to the left. In his spiritual perception, not far from an inconspicuous sword pool, a young cultivator clad in gray attire was seated cross-legged, his brow furrowed in concentration. This individual's mana fluctuations reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. His aura robust, clearly a figure of exceptional talent. Yet at that moment, his face was flushed, veins bulging, and he exuded a highly unstable presence. A dynamic and enigmatic force of intent swirled around him, seemingly shifting in countless forms, defying any predictable trajectory. At times it resembled a gust of wind. At others it appeared as a shadow, and it would transform into invisible blades, relentlessly assaulting the young cultivator's mind. The young man evidently sought to seize the trajectory of this force, to comprehend it and make it his own. However, he seemed trapped in a cul-de-sac. The harder he tried to grasp it, the more elusive it became, further entangling his mind in chaos. Gradually, he descended into a state of obsession. Though his eyes were closed, his eyeballs spun wildly beneath his eyelids, his features contorted, hinting at signs of succumbing to madness. This situation was exceedingly perilous. Should his mind falter and succumb to this chaotic force, the consequences could range from severe spiritual injury and regression in cultivation to being wholly reduced to a puppet controlled by a frenzied will, ultimately leading to a catastrophic demise. Irrevocably lost, Yi Qing's gaze lingered on the young man for a fleeting moment, yet he harbored no intentions of intervening. In this chance encounter, he felt no obligation to assist. The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns, requiring an unyielding spirit, insight, and fortitude. Since they were strangers, whether this individual could navigate through his tribulation was entirely contingent upon his own fortune. In fact, under ordinary circumstances, Yi Qing might not have spared him a second glance. The sole reason he did so was that, as he and Lin Shuer and Su Chan passed by, an anomaly occurred. The chaotic and erratic force of intent that had been swirling around the young cultivator suddenly froze, as though it sensed the arrival of an adversary in Yi Qing. In one fleeting moment, he resembled a wild stallion, and in the next, transformed into a docile lamb. No, not even a lamb, but rather a mouse in the presence of a cat. That vibrant and spirited essence trembled in fear as Yi Qing passed by, coming to an abrupt halt, devoid of any audacity to move. Upon sensing this, Yi Qing felt a twinge of surprise. Thus, his gaze was not fixated on the young cultivator, but rather on the essence that had suddenly become exceedingly submissive. How intriguing! Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, silently pondering. This essence's perception was astoundingly acute. His own prison-suppressing sword intent had been meticulously contained. It was unlikely that an ordinary nascent soul cultivator could perceive even the slightest trace of it. How had this unanchored essence managed to detect it? Yi Qing's consciousness delved inward, sweeping over himself, and he soon realized. It was due to his recent breakthrough to the second layer of sword intent, leaving a faint trace of the prison-suppressing sword intent still lingering. This residue was incredibly subtle, nearly imperceptible, and would dissipate on its own shortly. Yet, that young man's sensitivity was remarkably profound, allowing him to detect this terrifying aura that resembled both abyss and prison. Thus, he was rendered utterly awestruck. With a flick of his sleeve, Yi Qing's thoughts stirred. Whoosh! The remnants of the prison-suppressing sword intent were completely dispelled, and simultaneously, he perfected the containment of his own sword intent, ensuring not a single trace leaked forth. After this, Yi Qing anticipated that the essence would revert to its former state. To his astonishment, not only did it fail to regain its vigor, but it trembled even more vigorously. It seemed to perceive that the menacing cat had not departed, but had merely concealed itself, poised to strike with lethal precision at any moment. This heightened its terror, rendering it even more immobile. Yi Qing shook his head at this sight. Such a cowardly essence was, in a sense, a rarity, truly a rarity. Within the realm of sword intent, could there truly exist such a timid entity? Was it possible that, in ancient times, there had indeed been a cowardly sword cultivator? However, this unintentional act of Yi Qing became a tremendous opportunity for the young cultivator. The once chaotic essence suddenly stilled, akin to a wild brushstroke transforming into a serene still-life sketch, all paths and intricacies vividly laid bare before him. The mind that was on the brink of collapse stabilized in an instant. Ecstasy, an unparalleled joy surged within him. The young cultivator dared not waste a moment, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance to immerse himself in comprehension. Gradually, he began to grasp the trajectory of that essence, integrating it into his own spirit and sword path. Moments later, a faint yet unmistakable aura of burgeoning sword intent began to rise from the young cultivator. He had succeeded. On the verge of going astray, he not only steadied his mind, but had also one foot firmly placed on the threshold of the embryonic form of sword intent. Henceforth, as he continued to perceive, he would undoubtedly be able to coalesce his own sword intent embryo. It was merely a matter of time. The young monk suddenly opened his eyes, brilliance surging within them, his face illuminated by a profound sense of relief and indescribable excitement. Without pausing to consolidate his own strength, he swiftly rose to his feet, his gaze locking onto Yi Qing and his companions, who were preparing to depart not far away. Although he was unsure of the exact events that had just transpired, he clearly sensed that, as the elder in green passed by him, the chaotic intent that had nearly plunged him into irreversible doom transformed into sheer terror, thus coming to a halt. It was this elder who had saved him. Without a moment's hesitation, the young monk stepped forward, stopping 3 paces away from Yi Qing. He performed a deep bow, clasped his fists, and bent his body in a gesture filled with reverence and gratitude. Junior Lin Dong, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Without your intervention, I fear I would have already perished. Yi Qing paused slightly, casting a glance at him. His expression calm as he shook his head. There is no need for such formality. To speak candidly, I did not act with intention to aid you. It was merely your fortune. Nay, Lin Dong insisted, lifting his head, his gaze imbued with sincerity. To you, it may have been a trifling act, an unintentional favor. Yet to me, it is a life-saving grace. I hail from the Qingxuan Sect, and today, having been rescued by you, I can never forget this debt. Please, allow me to know your esteemed name. Should you ever require anything, be it through fire or water, I shall not hesitate. After speaking, he bowed deeply once more. Yi Qing regarded the steadfastness in his eyes. Recognizing that he was not merely offering empty words, he nodded slightly. This individual possessed a commendable character, aware of gratitude and willing to repay kindness. Naturally, Yi Qing was indifferent to his potential repayment, yet he deemed it appropriate to share his name. With a slight nod, his tone softened a fraction as he replied, Taiyi Sect, Qingxuan Peak, Yi Qing. Then, he gestured towards the area of the sword pool from which he and his disciples had just departed. We have completed our insights. The sword pool is now vacant. If you wish, you may proceed there. With that, Yi Qing did not linger, turning with Lin Shuer and Su Chan, transforming into a green streak and vanishing into the horizon. In that spot, Lin Dong maintained his posture of clasped fists and bowed head, remaining motionless until the figures of Yi Qing and his companions completely disappeared. Only then did he slowly rise, his eyes filled with reverence. Taiyi Sect, Qingxuan Peak. Elder Yi Qing, he murmured, etching the name and sect deeply into his heart. He then turned, striding resolutely towards the sword pool previously occupied by Yi Qing. Amidst the envious gazes of countless fellow practitioners, that area, both in size and the intensity of sword intent, far surpassed his prior location. ranking among the finest spots within the entire sword pool. More importantly, bolstered by Yi Qing's words before his departure, not a single person dared to contest him. What a jest! Even the 60th ranked Lu Tianming and the 53rd ranked Xiao Kuang had been slain in an instant by that elder in green. The authority of his words. His will, who would dare defy it? Who would be foolish enough to tempt fate? Chapter 74. Here, the name Yi Qing holds more weight than that of the Taiyi Sect. Time flowed slowly onward. As the news spread, the number of cultivators entering the sword pool area swelled. The once spacious region had become exceedingly congested. Aside from a few areas occupied by renowned talents listed on the Earth ranking or top-tier powerhouses, positions in other locales grew increasingly scarce. This scarcity even led to fierce confrontations. A modest sword pool often found itself surrounded by dozens of individuals, each wary of one another, the atmosphere charged with tension. Moreover, some powerful cultivators, having gleaned nothing from their experience, were unwilling to leave empty-handed. They decided to take on the role of pool masters, claiming territory. To gain insights here, one would need to pay a hefty sum of spirit stones as rent, charged by the hour. Once time expired, those wishing to continue their comprehension would have to dutifully renew their payment, lest they be unceremoniously ejected. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, was vividly manifested in this realm. At that moment, a group of foundational stage cultivators from Taiyi Sect, led by a third-layer golden core female cultivator, arrived at the periphery of the sword pool area. They were disciples from Qingxuan Peak of Taiyi Sect. What a rich sword intent. Are there truly so many sword pools here? What a tremendous opportunity. The more than 10 foundational stage disciples trailing behind her felt the sharp essence permeating the air, their eyes ablaze with excitement. However, the leader, Zhang Xia, a third-layer golden core cultivator, furrowed her brow tightly. Observing the chaotic scene before her, she felt a wave of concern. While the location was indeed exceptional, it was exceedingly perilous for the foundational stage disciples trailing behind her. It was not that these foundational disciples were incapable of gaining insights. On the contrary, even a slight understanding could greatly benefit their future paths. Yet, they had arrived too late. The area was rife with both the strong and the weak, and every sword pool had been nearly depleted. With their current strength, they stood little chance of claiming a good position. They would likely be driven away like flies at the first attempt to approach. Even if they were willing to spend spirit stones to rent a position, once others perceived them as easy targets, they would undoubtedly attract ill-intentioned individuals, a scenario with dire consequences. While the opportunity was splendid, one must possess the means to seize it. Zhang Xia was acutely aware of the principle that those unworthy of their position would surely encounter disaster. After much deliberation, she resolutely made her decision. Everyone, this place is far too dangerous. It is unsuitable for our extended stay. Let us depart and seek opportunities elsewhere. We can return later to reassess the situation. If we encounter other powerful members from Taiyi Sect, we can return under their guidance. Though somewhat reluctant, the foundational disciples understood Zhang Xia's intentions were for their benefit, and they all nodded in agreement. However, just as they turned to leave, several figures with malicious intent abruptly blocked their path. Hey, fellow cultivators, why the rush to leave? Before you go, why not lend us some spirit stones for a bit of fun? The leader, a burly 5th-layer golden core cultivator, was flanked by 4 or 5 early-stage golden core cultivators, their greedy gazes sweeping over the disciples from Qingxuan Peak. Indeed, they had come with the intention of robbery. In pursuit of comprehending the essence of the sword, they had paid a considerable sum in rent, and their supply of spirit stones had long since dwindled. Their hearts ached at the thought, and thus they were compelled to devise means of acquiring some funds for enlightenment. The method they conceived for this endeavor was robbery. Just when they lamented their lack of resources, a group of seemingly easy prey appeared before them. Naturally, they could not let such an opportunity slip by. Zhang Xia's expression shifted dramatically as she shielded her fellow disciples behind her, sternly declaring, "We are disciples of the Taiyi Sect from the eastern region, here to train in this secret realm. What are your intentions?" Upon hearing the name of the Taiyi Sect, the group of cultivators indeed displayed a flicker of apprehension. The Taiyi Sect was a formidable power, a behemoth in the eastern region, one that most would not dare to provoke. They had expected easy pickings, yet it seemed they had encountered a formidable obstacle. As they hesitated, the leader, a 5th-layer golden core cultivator, gritted his teeth and sneered. "Do not think to intimidate us with the name of the Taiyi Sect. How can we ascertain whether you are genuine? Even if you are, what can you do?" A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he continued. "My elder brother is an inner disciple of the Artifact Sect. The name of the Taiyi Sect may frighten others, but it does not intimidate us. Besides, we are not here to kill, we merely seek wealth. Surely, the Taiyi Sect would not pursue us over such a trivial matter. If you have any sense, hand over your storage bags, and we shall let you leave, otherwise." None shall escape. At the mention of the artifact sect, the confidence of his companions surged. Indeed, they all had backing. In a situation where their backgrounds were comparable, who would fear whom? Given their similar standings, it would come down to the strength of their fists. Presently, they had one fifth-layer golden core cultivator and several in the early stages, while their opponents had only one third-layer golden core cultivator accompanied by a cadre of foundation establishment novices. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Moreover, they indeed did not intend to kill. Their aim was merely to seize wealth. Coupled with the backing of the artifact sect, it was likely that the Taiyi Sect would not make a significant fuss over such a minor incident. In an instant, the bandits' audacity surged once more as they pressed forward. The foundation establishment disciples of the Taiyi Sect from Qingxuan Peak, who were out in the world for the first time, had never encountered such a scene and turned pale, their faces betraying a hint of panic. Zhang Xia, witnessing this, silently lamented. The mention of the artifact sect had clearly indicated that the assailants were resolute in their intentions. For the safety of her fellow disciples, she was preparing to part with some wealth to avert disaster. However, at that moment, a voice, devoid of emotion, echoed from a distance. Since when have you ruffians dared to bully members of the Taiyi Sect? The crowd turned to behold a young man clad in gray attire, who had suddenly materialized in their midst. It was Lin Dong. He had been engrossed in comprehending the essence of the sword when he overheard the mention of the Taiyi Sect and sensed the brewing conflict. Recognizing this as the sect of his esteemed mentor, he hastened to intervene. The bandits, upon seeing Lin Dong and sensing the overwhelming aura of a peak 9th-layer golden core cultivator emanating from him, turned ashen. The 5th-layer leader felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, confusion clouded his mind. What was he doing here, when there were no formidable members of the Taiyi Sect present? In this world, where strength reigns supreme and backgrounds are nearly equal, how could one dare to bully the younger generation in the presence of a formidable master? However, Lin Dong paid them no heed and walked directly to Zhang Xia, politely inquiring, "Esteemed friend, are you perhaps a disciple of the esteemed Yi Qing from Qingxuan Peak?" Zhang Xia was taken aback, although she did not recognize the individual before her. It was evident that he had come to her aid and was acquainted with the leader of Qingxuan Peak. She quickly nodded, "Indeed, I am Zhang Xia. Pleased to meet you. Although we are not directly from the lineage of Yi Qing, we are certainly disciples of Taiyi Sect." "That is good to hear." Lin Dong nodded, a sudden glint of chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He abruptly turned around to face the group of golden core cultivators, who were already terrified beyond belief. "To show disrespect towards a disciple of Elder Yi, you shall descend and repent." Before his words could fully resonate, he formed his fingers into the shape of a sword and waved them casually. With a swift motion, a fierce sword light flashed, and, in an instant, several heads soared into the air, blood gushing forth, followed by their bodies turning to ashes, completely obliterated. In the blink of an eye, he had ruthlessly exterminated multiple golden core cultivators. This bloody and tyrannical scene momentarily stunned many onlookers. The disciples of Taiyi Sect Qingxuan Peak were left in a state of disbelief, their minds awash with tumultuous waves. This powerful cultivator of the 9th layer of the golden core realm had acted without hesitation to assist simply because they were disciples of Yi Qing's lineage. Did he even dare to unleash such a massacre? It must be noted that one of the deceased was at the 5th layer of the golden core stage and was seemingly affiliated with the artifact sect, one of the premier sects in the eastern region. Yi Qing's influence here was indeed formidable. Having completed his grim task, Lin Dong turned as if he had merely crushed a few ants, and with a warm smile, addressed Zhang Xia and the others. "Friends, the situation here is chaotic. Please follow me." With that, he led the still-dazed disciples of Qingxuan Peak directly to the central area of the sword pool, the most coveted section. Upon sensing this, some surrounding cultivators opened their eyes, filled with discontent. Previously, only Lin Dong had been permitted to comprehend the essence of the sword pool due to the words of that enigmatic figure clad in green. The onlookers had begrudgingly accepted this, recognizing Lin Dong's formidable strength. However, now he had brought a throng of foundational cultivators into this sacred space. Wasn't he that a sheer waste of resources? A renowned genius ranked on the Earth list could no longer contain his discontent and frowned. "Lin Dong, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Dong halted his steps, casting a detached glance back at him. These individuals are all disciples of the earlier figure. Such a simple statement seemed to contain boundless power. Suddenly, those who had previously harbored dissatisfaction fell silent. They promptly closed their eyes, pretending to be oblivious. The Earth list genius, whose words had been spoken, turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He quickly sealed his lips, no longer daring to utter another word. The earlier figure. These 4 characters have seemingly become a taboo in the sword pool area. In an instant, no one dared to voice dissent. Even when they occasionally opened their eyes and relaxed for a moment, their gazes towards the members of the Taiyi Sect were tinged with a hint of reverence. Zhang Xia and the disciples of Qingxuan Peak, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming tumult within their hearts, shaken to the core. The reputation of their Taiyi Sect appeared to hold little weight here, for many present could easily unveil similar backgrounds with a mere tug. Ultimately, one must rely on their own strength to speak. Yet, the mere mention of the name Yi Qingfeng evoked a profound silence among all the talented individuals present. Zhang Xia was astounded, while the disciples of Qingxuan Peak felt an unparalleled sense of admiration and pride for Yi Qing. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, in another vast expanse, Yi Qing moved like lightning, accompanied by Lin Shuer and Su Chan, soaring through the air. Beneath them lay an endless expanse of primordial mountains, ancient trees reaching for the heavens, shrouded in mist. Occasionally, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed from afar, reverberating through the valleys. Yi Qing's immense consciousness spread out like a tide, silently enveloping an area of several hundred miles, meticulously searching for any signs of movement around him. His purpose for entering the secret realm was twofold. First, to hone his abilities, broaden his experiences, and gain insights into the myriad wonders of the world. He sought to temper his heart amidst the elements, expand his understanding, and accumulate the foundation necessary for transcending the realm above the five-color Yuaning. Second, he aimed to locate the master of Qingxuan Peak, Lu Ruyan, who had gone missing while being pursued by demonic spirits. Before leaving the sect, Yi Qing had gifted her a jade pendant imbued with a trace of his sword intent, intended for protection, capable of saving her life in critical moments. Previously, after entering the secret realm, Yi Qing had attempted to sense that sword intent imprint. Although he had received a faint response, the fluctuations were exceedingly weak, seemingly obscured by some mysterious force, making it difficult to pinpoint its exact location, let alone discern a general direction. Now, with his sword intent having ascended to the second level, his sensitivity had significantly improved. Upon attempting to sense it once more, he found that the previous vague response had become somewhat clearer, and the approximate direction was now more refined. That faint connection distinctly pointed towards the east of his current location. Let us proceed eastward, Yi Qing thought, recalibrating his position. He transformed into a streak of azure light, speeding forth with Lin Shuer and Su Chan in tow, racing towards the east. As they surged forward, the mountains and valleys beneath them swiftly retreated. However, after some time of rapid travel, Yi Qing found himself at a standstill, having encountered no leads. His consciousness surveyed the surroundings, revealing only the occasional passing ferocious bird or small groups of cultivators exploring the secret realm. There was no trace of Lu Ruyan, nor any sign of demonic spirits. This prompted Yi Qing to pause in midair, a frown forming on his brow. In Yi Qing's heart, a flicker of doubt arose. Could it be that he had misjudged the sensations and chosen the wrong path? Master, shall we consider an alternative direction? Lin Shuer inquired softly, having also noticed the lack of significant discoveries along their journey. Let us proceed a bit further, Yi Qing replied with a calm demeanor. A hint of contemplation etched upon his brow. The essence of the sword unmistakably conveyed that their course was indeed correct. Thus, after a moment of reflection, Yi Qing resolved to press onward, determined to continue the search. The trio of master and disciples set forth once more, soaring through the air for a considerable stretch, yet yielding no fruitful results. Just as they began to feel disheartened, an unexpected shift stirred within Yi Qing's heart. His vast and keen consciousness sensed an unusual presence ahead, an aura that was chilling, distorted, imbued with a scent of decay and death. Starkly contrasting with the vibrant life of the secret realm, Yi Qing's eyes brightened. The peculiar essence detected by his awareness seemed to belong to a malevolent spirit. A flicker of intuition sparked within him. With a thought, he urged Lin Shuer and Su Chan to hasten their pace, transforming into a fleeting shadow as they swiftly advanced. Soon, they arrived at the location his consciousness had sensed, a devastated thicket where trees lay shattered and boulders lay in ruin. The air was thick with the faint stench of blood and charred remnants, unmistakable signs of a recent battle and pursuit. More importantly, the lingering dark essence was unmistakably that of the vile spirits, identical to the one Yi Qing had encountered at Wanbao Mountain. Upon concluding his observations, a wave of joy washed over Yi Qing. It appeared that his chosen direction was indeed correct, as the presence of these malevolent spirits served as the finest corroboration. Without further delay, he ascended with his two disciples, quickening their pace along the traces of the chase and conflict. In a short while, Yi Qing detected a commotion ahead, accompanied by the intense sounds of magical clashes, intermingled with deep roars and piercing screeches. Clearly, the vile spirits awaited them ahead. However, as Yi Qing, along with Lin Shuer and Su Chan, emerged from the thicket into a clearing, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. The one engaged in battle with 5 malevolent spirits was not the expected Lu Ruyan, but rather a dog, a seemingly young and fluffy creature, resembling a puppy that had yet to mature. A dog? Lin Shuai and Su Chan were equally astonished at the sight. Su Chan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her voice laced with awe. What an impressive little dog. Both were taken aback, for this seemingly unweaned puppy radiated the aura of a golden core realm cultivator. Moreover, this little creature was skillfully holding its own against 5 golden core level vile spirits. Truly, this puppy was extraordinary. It was known that many cultivators labor tirelessly throughout their lives, often without attaining the golden core realm. From this perspective, the scene was nothing short of remarkable. Many cultivators spend their entire lives, ultimately achieving less than a mere dog. Meanwhile, amidst a fierce battle with the demons, a small dog with fluffy ears pricked up slightly. It seemed to have caught the conversation between Lin Shuai and Su Chan. Unable to contain itself, it glanced up while fighting, its canine face revealing a distinctly human-like expression of discontent as it barked loudly. Hey, what dog? Open your eyes and see clearly. I am a Qilin, a true Qilin. Amidst the onslaught of 5 demons, the little creature dashed back and forth with remarkable speed, albeit with a hint of clumsiness, its claws radiating and fierce demonic energy. Lin Shuai and Su Chan exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles. The scene was utterly amusing, a seemingly adorable little dog proclaiming itself to be a Qilin, despite its impressive golden core level cultivation and combat prowess. It undeniably resembled an unweaned puppy. Yi Qing observed the little dog, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. This creature's bloodline aura was indeed extraordinary, far surpassing that of ordinary demon beasts. Yet, to claim to be a Qilin seemed somewhat unrealistic. The Qilin is a legendary divine beast, a celestial creature. Setting aside the fact that its appearance bore little resemblance to that of a Qilin, Yi Qing was not perturbed by the dog's self-proclamation. Much like how some claimed to possess the looks of the renowned Canon. What concerned Yi Qing was another matter. After a moment's thought, he suddenly inquired, "Have you encountered a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire?" He described the appearance of Lu Ruyan. The little dog, in the midst of its battle, tilted its head in contemplation before nodding vigorously. However, it waved its paw dismissively, adopting a tone that belied its youthful voice as it said, "But you should not concern yourselves with her. Take care of yourselves first. These 5 demons are ruthless killers, and I am merely holding them off for now. If I falter, they will undoubtedly rush over to slay you. Alas, you are rather unfortunate. Though you have encountered me, the esteemed Qilin, you have also attracted the attention of 5 ominous demons. I, the Qilin, regret that I cannot bestow blessings upon you today. For your own safety, I advise you to flee promptly. If fate allows us to meet again, and I am still alive, I may bestow my blessings then." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuai and Su Chan chuckled softly, shaking their heads. They mused to themselves about the loquaciousness of this little dog, which, despite its youth, had quite the audacious demeanor, claiming it could bless them. Yet, if one were to overlook its fluffy exterior, the tone of its speech did indeed echo that of the legendary Qilin. However, how could such a divine beast, a celestial creature from the upper realms, possibly exist here? It is worth noting that even an ordinary demon beast with a trace of Qilin bloodline possesses extraordinary potential. Yi Qing's eyes brightened with intrigue. He ventured into the secret realm, seeking Lu Ruyan, yet he had garnered not a single reward thus far. At last, he had gleaned a clue about Lu Ruyan from this little dog. Yi Qing could discern that the creature was not deceiving him. It genuinely seemed to have encountered Lu Ruyan and possessed some knowledge. In that moment, the small dog was being relentlessly pressured by 5 malevolent spirits, its body suffering from their claws and sinister energy, causing it to grimace in pain. It could not restrain itself from urgently calling out to Yi Qing and his companions, "Hurry and flee. Do you truly wish to wait here until the spirits slay you? And do not even think of aiding me. You stand no chance against them." In the self-proclaimed Kirin's eyes, among Yi Qing and his companions, the one with the highest cultivation was merely the leading young man in green attire. However, the aura it sensed from him was limited to the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. In contrast, the 5 malevolent spirits were all at the late Golden Core stage, some even at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Any one of them could easily vanquish a cultivator at the 4th level of the Golden Core. Thus, the little dog harbored no hope that Yi Qing and his companions could assist. It merely urged them to escape swiftly, lest they squander their lives. The 5 spirits attacking the little dog also disregarded Yi Qing and his companions entirely, not even sparing them a glance. After all, they merely faced a 4th-level Golden Core cultivator accompanied by 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. In their eyes, once they subdued the little dog, they could easily dispatch the 3 weak cultivators. At that moment, they had effectively sealed off the little dog's escape routes. The 5 spirits moved in perfect harmony, their forms flickering like phantoms as they closed in, unleashing an overwhelming assault infused with malevolent energy. The little dog found itself retreating, its space for movement rapidly diminishing. Yi Qing observed the little dog, now clearly at a disadvantage and entirely trapped, with a slight raising of his brow. He had hoped to inquire about Lu Ruyan's precise location from this little creature. He could not allow the 5 spirits to kill it. Thus, with a shift in his thoughts, Yi Qing maintained a calm demeanor and stepped forward, extending his fingers like a sword as he traced a line of sword light toward the 5 spirits. This sword light appeared unremarkable, devoid of any extraordinary phenomena, merely a faint streak of azure, as though someone had casually drawn a doodle in the air. As Yi Qing unleashed this sword light, the little dog felt a sinking sensation in its heart, thinking, this is the end. It believed that if Yi Qing and his companions hastily withdrew, they might still escape with their lives. However, by taking action now and provoking the spirits, it was undoubtedly sealing their fate, with its own predicament rendering it incapable of providing aid. The thought of Yi Qing slaying the 5 spirits never crossed the little dog's mind. How could a mere 4th-level golden core cultivator accomplish such a feat? The 5 spirits merely sneered, dismissing Yi Qing's seemingly inconsequential sword light as utterly presumptuous. One spirit, the largest and strongest among them, wore a contemptuous expression, with a casual lift of its arm, covered in black scales. It intended to swat away the seemingly trivial sword light and continue its relentless pursuit of the little dog. Unexpectedly, an astonishing event unfolded that caught both the demons and the little dog off guard. Yi Qing's expression remained tranquil as he unleashed a pale blue sword light that swept downwards. The demon, which had lifted a hand to swat away the sword beam, found its arm disintegrating into ashes the moment it made contact, without a sound or any resistance, dissipating into the air. The demon momentarily froze in disbelief. As the sensation of pain struck, its eyes widened in incredulity, its massive form stiffened abruptly, and it let out a piercing shriek, filled with terror and confusion. Fear gripped its heart as it sought to alert its companions that this individual was extraordinary, that something was amiss. However, its voice abruptly ceased, for the sword light showed no signs of hesitation. Like the scythe of death, it swept through the head of this demon and the bodies of 4 others in a single arc. With a barely audible whisper, akin to a breeze brushing over withered leaves, the sword energy vanished. Simultaneously, in the bewildered gaze of the little dog, the 5 demons stood frozen in place, maintaining their aggressive postures, as if time itself had pressed the pause button upon them. The little dog blinked, its round eyes brimming with confusion. Tentatively, it blew a gust of wind, attempting to discern if it were merely an illusion. The wind brushed softly past. Then, a shocking spectacle unfolded. The 5 demons, immobilized, began to crumble like sand sculptures eroded by the wind, disintegrating from the top down. There was no splattering of blood, no visceral explosion. They silently transformed into handfuls of pitch-black ashes, vanishing completely. Not even a trace of demonic aura remained. This was the total annihilation of their form and spirit. The little dog's eyes widened in disbelief, its jaw agape as if someone had stepped on its tail. It let out a bewildered howl, glancing incredulously at Yi Qing, emitting strange sounds. It was as if it were saying, this person, with a mere gesture, has obliterated 5 demons of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. The little dog was profoundly shaken. It understood that demons were notoriously difficult adversaries. Their vitality was resilient, their bodies robust, and their demonic energy elusive. Ordinary attacks were nearly ineffective. Even 5 demons of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, when united, would pose a significant challenge, even for cultivators of the nascent soul stage. Yet, this young man in azure attire had effortlessly eradicated them, leaving not a single remnant. Unbelievable. Truly astonishing. I am saved. At last, I am rescued. After the initial shock, the little dog howled with delight, jumping excitedly in place. Then, with the fervor of a starving dog pouncing for food, it dashed to Yi Qing, wrapping its front paws around his leg, eagerly rubbing its head against him, exclaiming, so impressive. This move is truly magnificent. Senior, please take me as your disciple. I wish to learn this. I beg you, master. Its round, glistening eyes now sparkled with fervor, its face radiating admiration and yearning. From a genuine pure-blood Qingxuan, forced to adopt the guise of a dog, does anyone truly comprehend the anguish of such a transformation? It yearns to grow stronger. Thus, it seeks a master to learn the arts. No longer does it wish to be bullied. At the very least, when subjected to mistreatment, it could return to its mentor to lodge a complaint. Yi Qing smiled faintly, preparing to speak. However, the matter of Lu Ruyan's news took precedence. The decision to accept disciples could be deliberated upon later. After all, taking on a disciple is no trivial matter. He already has two, Shui, and Su Chan. Yi Qing did not intend to accept just anyone as a disciple. In fact, if he sensed any inadequacy in character, he wouldn't even spare them a glance. Otherwise, upon taking in disciples, would he not risk betrayal in the future? In the next moment, a cool and mechanical system notification suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding! A juvenile pureblood Qilin is sincerely requesting to become a disciple. Do you agree? Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback, his smile slightly faltering. He found it hard to believe as he glanced down at the little dog fervently rubbing against his leg, his gaze tinged with astonishment. This dog is truly a Qilin? Yi Qing felt a surge of shock. He initially thought the little creature was merely speaking childishly. To his surprise, the system had provided undeniable proof. A pure-blood Qilin. How esteemed is this bloodline? Even in the celestial realm, the Qilin clan stands among the most revered beasts. Yet now, it appears in such a diminutive form within this secret realm. How could a majestic pure-blood Qilin be reduced to the appearance of a small dog? Is it a divine being in disguise? If it can humbly adopt such a form, it truly is hard to recognize. The little dog sensed Yi Qing's gaze and, interpreting it as doubt regarding its identity, began to whimper in distress. Its canine face displayed an anxious expression. It quickly released Yi Qing's leg and, with a thud, knelt fervently on the ground. With its front paws clasped together, it imitated a human gesture, clumsily bowing in reverence. Please accept me as your disciple. My name is Qilin Xiaobao, a pure-blood Qilin, sincerely wishing to learn from you, with no words of deceit. I earnestly implore you, esteemed elder, to take Xiaobao as your disciple. The little one called out in a high-pitched voice, filled with urgency and sincerity, its round, glistening eyes brimming with longing and earnestness. It yearned to grow stronger. This feeling of being bullied, treated like a dog chased and beaten, it had endured enough. Lin Shui, and Su Chan exchanged glances. Though skeptical of its claim to be a Qilin, they could not help but stifle their laughter at its eager yet endearing demeanor. Despite its self-proclamation, the little creature's earnestness and adorable antics were simply irresistible. Yi Qing regarded Xiaobao with a complex expression. A pure-blood Qilin is no ordinary beast. Although it appeared feeble at this moment, its potential is boundless, and its future achievements could be immeasurable. Furthermore, Yi Qing discerned that Xiaobao genuinely wished to learn and, given its youth, it likely possessed a pure heart. Thus, its loyalty would not be lacking. Yi Qing pondered for a moment, weighing his options. His journey into the secret realm was primarily for training and to seek clues about Aunt Lu. Upon encountering this Qilin, a creature intertwined with Aunt Lu's clues, I cannot help but feel that it is fate. Should I take it as my disciple and assist in its growth, it would indeed be a benevolent connection. Having contemplated this, I nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing my face. Since you sincerely wish to be my pupil, I shall accept you as my third direct disciple. Chapter 76. Journey to the Celestial Demon Clan. Upon hearing these words, the little treasure was momentarily taken aback. Its round, glistening eyes blinked in disbelief, seemingly struggling to comprehend. Once it regained its senses, it exclaimed, "Really? Master, are you truly willing to accept me as your disciple?" With uncontainable joy, the little treasure leaped with exuberance. Circling around me like an ecstatic puppy that had just received a bone, its tail wagging with unrestrained delight. Naturally, I nodded with a smile. Wonderful. I, Qilin Xiaobao, now have a master. The little treasure's excitement rendered it nearly incoherent. It knelt once more, respectfully bowing 3 times before me. Disciple Qilin Xiaobao pays respects to master. I raised my hand gently, a wave of soft spiritual energy lifting Xiaobao. Xiaobao, these are your senior sister Lin Shui and second sister Su Chan. I introduced the 2 disciples by my side. Upon hearing my words, Xiaobao obediently turned towards Lin Shui and Su Chan. Bringing its front paws together and calling out in a sweet voice, Xiaobao greets senior sister. Greetings to second sister. Lin Shui and Su Chan exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a smile. They had envisioned their junior brother or sister to be an exceptionally gifted youth or a charming maiden. Yet they had never anticipated that it would be a fluffy little dog claiming to be a Qilin. However, as they observed Xiaobao's endearing demeanor, any oddity they felt was swiftly replaced by affection. Xiaobao need not be overly formal, Lin Shui said gently, extending her hand to softly stroke Xiaobao's head. The texture warm and tender. Su Chan also crouched down, curiously examining Xiaobao, her eyes filled with wonder. Xiaobao is truly adorable. Xiaobao basked in the affection of its 2 senior sisters, its canine face reflecting pure bliss. It felt an unprecedented sense of safety and belonging. With a master and sisters by its side, it was no longer alone. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated in my ears once more. Ding! Your third direct disciple. Qilin Xiaobao has successfully acknowledged you as master. Disciple name: Qilin Xiaobao. Age: juvenile. Cultivation level: golden core 6th layer. Physique: pure blood Qilin, juvenile form. Technique: none, inherit from bloodline. Ability: Qilin True Fire, sealed. Innate divine power, awaiting awakening. Loyalty: 90. Special status: severely bloodline dispersed. I cast a glance at Xiaobao's profile, my understanding deepening. Indeed, it was a pure blood Qilin. And possessing the golden core 6th layer cultivation at such a young age was remarkable. Yet, the various abilities were either sealed or awaiting awakening. Particularly the severely dispersed bloodline status, which caused me to furrow my brow. What could this mean? Perhaps it was precisely due to this severe bloodline dispersion that Xiaobao, as a member of the Qilin clan, lacked the extraordinary traits it should inherently possess. Could it truly be that all these abilities remain unawakened? As Yi Qing pondered in confusion, the little treasure, who had been basking in the care of the senior sisters, suddenly stiffened. Its round, glistening eyes lost their luster in an instant. They rolled back, and a faint whimper escaped its mouth before it collapsed limply to the ground, motionless. Little treasure, Lin Shuer exclaimed, hastily embracing the fallen creature, only to discover it had succumbed to unconsciousness. What happened to our junior brother? Su Chan inquired. Her eyes filled with concern. Though little treasure was not human, its endearing appearance and sincere disposition had endeared it to them, and they were unwilling to witness any harm befall it. Yi Qing's expression darkened as he stepped forward, taking little treasure from Lin Shuer's arms. His immense consciousness swiftly delved into the little creature's body. After a meticulous examination, Yi Qing's brows furrowed deeper. The soul of little treasure was disintegrating at an alarming rate. It must have previously sustained a grievous injury to its soul, but it persevered thus far, thanks to the formidable resilience of its unicorn bloodline. It is critical to stabilize its soul promptly. Yi Qing spoke gravely, a note of seriousness in his tone. If not, it won't be long before. Even as a pure-blood unicorn, it will completely lose its soul. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer and Su Chan turned pale. Indeed, Yi Qing's assessment was accurate. Little treasure had suffered a severe blow to its soul prior. Relying on its exceptional bloodline, it had managed to endure until now. However, feeling secure after taking a master, it finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Now, its soul was rapidly disintegrating. Master, what should we do? Is there a way to save it? Lin Shuer asked. Her brow furrowed in distress. An injury to the soul was no trivial matter. If not handled properly, even if saved, it could jeopardize its foundation, leading to potential dementia in the future. Yi Qing remained silent for a moment, then turned his palm, revealing a pill radiating a gentle, warm glow. To heal a soul, one must use soul-related elixirs. The pill in Yi Qing's hand was entirely emerald green, exuding a refreshing fragrance. It was the soul-nourishing pill, a high-grade third-tier elixir. Such elixirs were rare, and this third-tier variant was the highest quality soul-nourishing pill Yi Qing possessed. Without hesitation, he fed it to little treasure. The pill melted instantly upon contact, transforming into a warm current that surged into little treasure's sea of consciousness. However, though the warmth was gentle, it was akin to a drop in the ocean. It had little effect on little treasure's nearly disintegrating soul. The creature's body remained cold, and the rate of soul disintegration showed no signs of abating. Master, it seems to have little effect, Lin Shuer remarked, feeling helpless. Yi Qing nodded slightly, his expression calm. It's all right, he replied softly. A third-tier soul-nourishing pill is naturally insufficient. We require something of a higher tier. Yet, within this secret realm, procuring the materials was challenging, and time was of the essence for refining. Just then, a crisp system notification sound suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding. Detected that you have given your disciple, little treasure, a third-tier high-grade soul-nourishing pill, triggering 100,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of the 8th-grade lower-grade Sacred Heart Concentration Pill, 6 pieces. A faint smile appeared on Yi Qing's face, for this was precisely what he had been waiting for. However, an 8th-grade lower-grade? This rank was already quite impressive, and it caught him somewhat off guard. Without hesitation, Yi Qing flipped his palm, revealing an ancient jade vial that materialized in his hand. He poured out a pill exuding a rich fragrance, its body a deep azure hue, faintly etched with mysterious patterns that shimmered with an enchanting glow. This was indeed the 8th-grade lower-grade Sacred Heart Concentration Pill. Yi Qing fed this pill to the little Qilin. As it entered, the pill instantaneously transformed into a torrent of pure and overwhelming energy that surged into the little one's consciousness like a warm current. This force was vast yet gentle, swiftly enveloping the little Qilin's soul, which was on the verge of disintegration, nourishing it like a spring breeze renewing the earth and mending every inch of the damaged spirit. Before one's very eyes, The little Qilin's once dim and lifeless form began to emit a soft glow. Its breathing stabilized, and the previously cold body regained warmth. "It's working," Lin Shuer exclaimed in delight. Su Chan also let out a sigh of relief, her taut nerves finally easing. Yi Qing observed the little Qilin's gradual recovery. Feeling a significant weight lifted from his heart, it was imperative that this newly acquired disciple did not perish so soon. He then retrieved 3 additional Sacred Heart concentration pills from the jade vial. "Shuer, Su Chan, each of you take one." He handed the 2 pills to them. This pill not only had the power to heal soul injuries, but even if taken without any damage, it could solidify the Sacred Heart concentration state within the soul. Henceforth, unless subjected to a momentary assault exceeding the pill's efficacy, their souls would remain remarkably stable. Upon hearing this, both Lin Shuer and Su Chan exhibited expressions of astonishment. The ability to solidify such a Sacred Heart concentration state was a coveted effect desired by nearly all cultivators. The soul is the foundation of a cultivator. A fortified soul not only withstands various soul attacks, but also enhances perception, greatly benefiting their training. The value of such a precious pill was evidently staggering, and their master had so generously presented it to them. "Master, you are exceedingly generous towards them." They expressed their gratitude respectfully as they received the pills. Yi Qing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then took a Sacred Heart concentration pill for himself, swallowing it without hesitation. The immense medicinal power instantly flooded his consciousness. And with his already formidable soul being nourished by the Sacred Heart concentration pill, it became enveloped in radiant holy light, rendering it nearly indestructible. Lin Shuer and Su Chan also consumed their pills, subsequently experiencing the potency of the effects with delight. At that moment, the little Qilin's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light. Within that brilliance, an imposing phantom of a Qilin flickered above its form, coiling majestically. The phantom raised its head and emitted a soundless roar that reverberated through the surrounding space, unleashing an ancient pressure that belonged to divine beasts. Soon after, all anomalies converged, and the golden radiance retracted, completely absorbed into the little Qilin's body. Xiao Bao's body quivered slightly, its lashes fluttering a few times, and then, those round, glistening eyes suddenly widened. The earlier confusion and frailty had vanished, replaced by clarity and vivacity. Moreover, it astonishingly perceived that its nearly shattered soul had been completely restored. But that was not all. Within its soul, it seemed a special effect had solidified, rendering its essence incredibly resilient, impervious to external forces henceforth. "Xiao Bao, you have awakened," Lin Shuer said with a smile. Xiao Bao turned to look at Lin Shuer, then at Su Chan, and finally fixed its gaze on Yi Qing. It deduced with certainty that it was its master who had saved it. "Master, my soul has fully recovered," Xiao Bao exclaimed, its voice tinged with disbelief. Given its prior injuries, recovery in this region seemed nearly impossible. Su Chan smiled as she explained, "It was master who fed you a powerful elixir." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao silently acknowledged the truth of her words. It then scampered to Yi Qing, performing a deep bow with its front paws, its eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, master," it said sincerely. Yi Qing gently patted Xiao Bao's head and said warmly, "We are master and disciple. There is no need for such formality. Ding. Your disciple, the Qilin Xiao Bao, has attained a loyalty level of 100, steadfastly devoted." Feeling Xiao Bao's loyalty and gratitude, Yi Qing smiled faintly, his heart swelling with pride. "Excellent. It is not an ingrate, but rather one who knows how to be grateful." As Yi Qing observed the revitalized Xiao Bao, a thought suddenly struck him, and he inquired, "Xiao Bao, why do you appear in the form of a puppy? I have heard that Qilins possess a pair of horns. Even if you are still young, you should have them, no?" Xiao Bao's body stiffened momentarily at this question, a flicker of melancholy crossing its eyes. It shook its head and replied in a soft, childlike voice, "The horns are gone. They were severed by someone." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing furrowed his brow. "How audacious! Who dared to sever the horns of my disciple, Qilin Xiao Bao?" Xiao Bao explained in a hushed tone, "I was originally a celestial beast from the higher realms, but having offended someone there, my memories were sealed, my cultivation cut off, and I was cast into the cycle of reincarnation. Fortunately, my parents from my previous life risked their lives to rescue me, allowing me to be reborn as part of the Qilin clan and undergo tribulations in the mortal realm. I should have been asleep within a Qilin egg, which was to be guarded by the celestial demon clan in a secret realm." As Xiao Bao recounted this, its voice was tinged with a hint of anger. However, suddenly, malevolent beings emerged, infiltrating the celestial demon clan, promising them something that led to their betrayal. The clan's leader, employing treacherous means, seized my Qilin horns while I was still dormant in the egg, and subsequently took my Qilin bones and armor. Xiao Bao's agitation grew, its canine face reflecting deep grievance. The leader of the celestial demon clan possesses cultivation at the nascent soul stage. After I awakened, I was helpless. I had not fully matured and was no match for the clan leader. Fortunately, there lies hope in despair. The secret realm suddenly opened, revealing a fleeting moment of chaotic celestial rules. As the secret realm opened, I emerged from my shell, stealthily escaping from the celestial demon clan. Soon after, I was pursued by malevolent spirits, but fortune smiled upon me as I encountered my master. Little Bao, brimming with gratitude, cast a thankful glance at Yi Qing. Furthermore, master, the Lu Ruyan you described, I once saw her passing through the celestial demon clan. As for her current circumstances, I am not entirely certain, Little Bao added. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing nodded slightly, his gaze turning cold, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing between his brows. The celestial demon clan. They conspire with malevolent spirits to seize the divine beast's bloodline treasures, and the potential connection to Aunt Lu's disappearance cannot be overlooked. Given that Lu Ruyan had indeed been associated with this clan, it became imperative for Yi Qing to pay a visit. Additionally, he must retrieve the Qilin horn, Qilin bone, and Qilin armor belonging to his third disciple, Little Bao. Yi Qing was acutely aware that even if he refrained from seeking trouble with the celestial demon clan, malevolent spirits would likely continue to assault and harass him. Thus, it was in keeping with Yi Qing's character to take the initiative. Little Bao, lead the way. We shall go to the celestial demon clan. Yi Qing spoke with a calm demeanor. Excitement flashed in Little Bao's eyes at these words. Yes, master, he replied, nodding vigorously before dashing ahead in a specific direction. No longer would he be alone and victimized, for he now had his master to support him. Celestial demon clan. You didn't expect this, did you? Hee, your Qilin young master is not dead and has returned. Yi Qing, accompanied by Lin Shuer and Su Chan, followed closely behind. The group moved swiftly, transforming into 3 streaks of light as they sped deeper into the secret realm. Soon, a valley shrouded in dense malevolent energy appeared before them. Within the depths of the valley, ancient stone halls and countless bizarre demonic beasts loomed faintly. The celestial demon clan had been reached. Chapter 77, Slaying the Clan Leader. Pursuing the demonic general. The celestial demon clan had indeed been reached. The thick malevolent energy hung like a tangible cloud over the ancient and vast valley ahead. Within the valley, shadowy figures of stone structures could be discerned, interspersed with numerous bizarre demonic beasts, as a savage and bloody aura permeated the air. As Yi Qing and his companions approached the valley's edge, several figures charged forth from the malevolent mist, blocking their path. These celestial demons were tall, their faces twisted in ferocity, each at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Who dares trespass upon the territory of the celestial demon clan? Those who violate this place shall meet their demise. The leader of the celestial demons bellowed, eyes gleaming with malice. Yi Qing did not spare them a glance. He continued walking forward unwaveringly. Presumptuous. The celestial demons roared in fury, their malevolent energies surging forth, transforming into claws and toxic mist, all rushing towards Yi Qing. However, their attacks had scarcely approached within 3 feet of him before crumbling to dust under an invisible force. With a mere flick of his sleeve, a powerful gale erupted, sweeping forth. The Golden Core celestial demons had no time to utter a cry of despair as their bodies disintegrated like paper, exploding into a mist of blood that merged with the malevolent energy, leaving not a trace behind. Wow! As Xiao Bao observed the scene, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he wagged his tail excitedly. Although he was capable of fighting in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, he could not do so with such ease. It felt as though they existed on entirely different planes, akin to a dimensional suppression. Lin Shuer and Su Chan, on the other hand, remained composed, having long since acclimated to their master's effortless display of overwhelming strength. Subsequently, Yi Qing led his disciples, strolling leisurely into the territory of the celestial demons. Their passage unhindered, for all who dared to obstruct them had been reduced to mere blood and mud. With a sweep of his consciousness, akin to a tide, Yi Qing scanned the vast valley, though a slight frown creased his brow. He had not sensed the presence of Lu Ruyan. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the celestial demon territory, in a grand stone hall, the current leader of the celestial demons, Lian Shan, was seated opposite a formidable demon general shrouded in black mist, known as Bloodslaughter. Lian Shan, a robust figure with a rugged visage, toyed with a pair of translucent, faintly golden Kirin horns. Though these horns belonged to a juvenile Kirin, they seemed to contain an enigmatic power, elusive and profound. Gazing at the Kirin horns, Lian Shan's eyes reflected a mix of deep apprehension and an inexplicable intoxication. He had attempted to refine these horns, but found it utterly impossible. Yet, It was precisely this unattainable power that fueled his obsession and fascination. He even commissioned a hat to be crafted, carefully affixing the Kirin horns on either side, and then raised an ancient copper mirror to admire his appearance adorned with the hat. Ah, truly imposing, Lian Shan mused to himself, satisfied as he set down the mirror and turned his gaze toward Bloodslaughter. My lord Bloodslaughter, is the promise you made truly steadfast? Lian Shan inquired solemnly, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. I have betrayed the Kirin clan, and if the higher realm-esque Kirin were to learn of my actions, it would mean my demise. The demon General Bloodslaughter, enveloped in swirling black mist, displayed a hint of disdain on his obscured visage. From within the shadows came a gravelly, reassuring voice. Leader Lian Shan, you worry too much. As long as we capture that juvenile Kirin and imprison it completely, how would the Kirin of the higher realm ever know of your deeds? Even if they did, those from the higher realm do not descend so easily. As for what I have promised you, once my lord's grand ambitions are fulfilled, I shall undoubtedly assist you in realizing them. Under your leadership, the Celestial Demon Clan will surely advance further. Upon hearing this, Lian Shan regarded Bloodslaughter with a complex expression, fully aware that allying with demons was akin to courting danger. Yet, the conditions promised by Bloodslaughter were undeniably alluring. If successful, he, Lian Shan, would be immortalized in the annals of the Celestial Demon Clan. Let it be so, he scoffed coldly. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the hall, accompanied by cries of terror and anguish, the sounds rising in a cacophony of fear and rage, swiftly spreading toward the grand hall. Lian Shan and Bloodslaughter exchanged glances. Lian Shan's brow furrowed, and a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Who dares to cause trouble in my celestial demon territory? In the next instant, the two figures flickered and appeared outside the hall. However, what met their eyes caused their pupils to constrict in shock. Before me lies a vast expanse of fallen celestial demons, their fates tragic and gruesome. A young man clad in azure strolls leisurely through the domain of the Celestial Demon Clan. With each step he takes, numerous celestial demons silently disintegrate into ash. Even several elders at the Golden Core stage from the Celestial Demon tribe succumb, falling like reaped grain, devoid of any resistance. The one who wields such devastating power is none other than Yi Qing. Liu Shan's cold gaze swept over Yi Qing, ultimately resting upon the Kirin Xiao Bao behind him. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by a glimmer of delight. Halt! Liu Shan bellowed, his voice reverberating through the valley as waves of demonic energy surged toward Yi Qing. Yi Qing turned his attention to Liu Shan and the swirling black mist that enveloped the demon general beside him. He raised an eyebrow, pondering the intriguing turn of events. It appeared the Celestial Demon Clan had indeed stumbled upon something significant. This demon general possessed a cultivation at the third level of the nascent soul stage. Perhaps he could divulge the whereabouts of Lu Ruyan. As for the enraged individual adorned with a Kirin-horned hat, he was undoubtedly the clan leader of the celestial demons, Liu Shan. At that moment, Liu Shan's gaze fell upon the Kirin Xiao Bao trailing behind Yi Qing, a sinister smile creeping across his face, laced with malice. You truly are audacious to venture into realms where you do not belong. Liu Shan sneered. I was just seeking you, and here you are, willingly walking into my trap. He abruptly gestured with his hand, commanding the celestial demon warriors around him. Seize this wretched creature. Furious, the Kirin Xiao Bao retorted inwardly, cursing the old wretch. Your entire family are the wretched ones. I shall one day make you regret it. Meanwhile, the celestial demon warriors, having received their orders, roared as they charged toward the Kirin Xiao Bao. However, before they could draw near, a sharp beam of sword light sliced through the air like lightning, instantly obliterating those at the forefront. Their bodies shattered and transformed into mist of blood. Seeing this, Liu Shan's fury intensified, and he coldly scoffed, seeking death. He ceased his idle chatter and extended a colossal hand, the surging demonic energy obscuring half the sky, bearing down upon Yi Qing with overwhelming force. In his estimation, while Yi Qing indeed demonstrated formidable combat prowess, having slain numerous elders at the 8th and 9th levels of the Golden Core stage, the realms of Golden Core and Nascent Soul were entirely distinct. The ability to slay those at the 9th level did not equate to possessing the strength of the Nascent Soul. Moreover, he himself was at the 3rd level of the Nascent Soul stage, capable of easily dispatching ordinary individuals at the 1st or 2nd levels. Thus, he was convinced that this strike would reduce Yi Qing to mere pulp, leaving no trace behind. Standing beside Liu Shan, the demon General Bloodslaughter remained placid, his expression betraying no emotion. To him, barring any unexpected occurrences, this oblivious human youth was doomed. Yet, in the next instant, Liu Shan's colossal hand, poised to engulf the heavens, exploded before it could even touch Yi Qing, the immense demonic energy scattering like a firework across the sky. In that moment, Yi Qing's thoughts stirred, and a melodious sword hum resonated around him, a brilliant flash of sword light darting forth. Ah! With a piercing cry of agony, Lianshan's arm, which had just unleashed an attack, was severed at the root. Blood gushed forth like a torrential flood, staining half the sky red. Lianshan's complexion turned ashen in an instant. His eyes filled with horror and disbelief. He sensed something peculiar about this human, Yi Qing. Such combat prowess could not possibly belong to a mere golden core cultivator. This was no golden core at all. It was evidently a formidable nascent soul expert, far stronger than himself. Where had Qilin Xiaobao found such an ally? Bloodshaw, let us strike together. Ignoring the excruciating pain of his severed arm, Lianshan shouted urgently to the demon general beside him, his voice laced with terror. The expression of the demon general, Bloodshaw, also grew exceedingly grave. He had not anticipated that Lianshan's attack would be so effortlessly countered. Even a single, casual stroke from the opponent had severed Lianshan's arm. The strength of this human youth far exceeded his expectations. No longer content to be a mere spectator, he summoned swirling black mist that transformed into countless grotesque apparitions, melding with Lianshan's furious demonic energy, launching an overwhelming assault towards Yi Qing from both sides. The combined force of two powerful nascent soul experts enveloped the space where Yi Qing stood, as if intent on utterly tearing the region asunder. However, Yi Qing remained composed in the face of the joint onslaught from the two nascent soul Tier 3 beings. His gaze betrayed not a hint of disturbance. Without any flamboyant gestures, he simply extended his hand. The Hanyuan sword emerged from its sheath, emitting a clear, resonant chime. And a brilliant beam of sword light shot into the sky, instantly obliterating all their attacks and shattering the surging demonic energy and ghostly figures. In the next moment, the sword light flickered past. Lianshan's figure froze in place. His eyes widened in disbelief and despair. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to articulate something, but ultimately only managed a few gasps before crashing heavily to the ground, utterly lifeless. The leader of the Tianyao clan, a formidable nascent soul Tier 3 cultivator, was dead. He had not even had time to escape into his nascent soul before dissipating entirely, his demise extraordinarily swift and decisive. The remaining members of the Tianyao clan were now completely stunned. Everyone was aghast, utterly incredulous. Their nascent soul-level leader had perished in such a manner, killed by a human who seemed merely a golden core cultivator, in an instant, as easily as slaughtering livestock? This was far too hasty. Qilin Xiaobao's eyes sparkled with excitement and admiration. Goodness, master is simply too powerful. It roared within, secretly acknowledging that its revered master was an invincible presence here. Tianyao clan, did you not foresee that as soon as my master arrived, your leader would meet his end? Indeed, I am wise to have chosen such a master. Beside him, the demon General Bloodshaw's expression flickered, his fighting spirit extinguished. He realized he was no match for Yi Qing. Remaining would lead only to his own demise. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached towards Lianshan's lifeless body, swiftly gathering the hat adorned with Qilin horns, the Qilin armor, the Qilin bones, along with the storage ring, all within his grasp. In an instant, his body transformed into a shadow, seemingly merging with the earth, vanishing into the soil. Subsequently, he fled at an astonishing speed towards the distance. Yi Qing furrowed his brow, acutely aware that entities such as demons and spirits, once they burrow into the ground, exhibit an exceedingly eerie and rapid velocity. Particularly, this was a demon of the nascent soul level. Once it delved into the soil, a moment's carelessness could lead to its complete disappearance. Moreover, the Kirin horn, Kirin armor, and Kirin bones belonging to the little Kirin were in the possession of this demon, and they must be reclaimed. Additionally, Yi Qing needed to extract information regarding Lu Rian's whereabouts from this demon. Therefore, he could not afford to let this demon escape. At this moment, Yi Qing set aside all else. He swiftly inscribed 3 sharp sword intents into the bodies of Lin Shuer, Su Chan, and the little Kirin. This imprint could unleash approximately 5 levels of combat power. Should they encounter a life-threatening crisis, it would protect them, and he would arrive in time. Yi Qing conveyed this rapidly. Then, without further ado, his figure flickered, transforming into a streak of azure light, akin to an arrow released from its bow, as he hastened in pursuit of the demon general, Bloodslaughter, who was fleeing. In the valley, only Lin Shuer, Su Chan, and the little Kirin remained, alongside the chaotic remnants of the celestial demon clan. Master is so fast, exclaimed the little Kirin, eyes brimming with admiration. Lin Shuer tightened her grip on the Qinglan sword, a resolute gleam shining in her eyes. We cannot hold master back. Now is the time to eliminate the remnants of the celestial demon clan. Su Chan nodded in agreement, her Xian sword erupting with power, emanating a fierce aura. Let us strike together. Slay them. The three exchanged glances and charged towards the celestial demons, who were still in shock and terror. Having lost their leader and many elders, compounded by their fright, these celestial demons posed no challenge to the trio. Meanwhile, Yi Qing's figure darted like a phantom, swiftly traversing the terrain. He locked his consciousness onto the demon General Bloodslaughter, who was rapidly burrowing through the earth. Sensing its astonishing speed, even in his perception, fleeting afterimages appeared. Thus, Yi Qing pursued with even greater determination. Bloodslaughter, filled with dread, had never anticipated that a seemingly mere golden core cultivator could unleash such terrifying combat prowess. Even the nascent soul-level clan leader, Lianshan, had been slain in a single strike. What astonished him further was that even as he burrowed into the earth, Yi Qing was still closely tailing him. Damn it, where did this human emerge from? Bloodslaughter cursed inwardly, desperately invoking the secret techniques of the demon, enhancing his escape speed to the utmost in an attempt to shake off Yi Qing. Yet, no matter how he accelerated, Yi Qing remained steadfast in his pursuit, the distance gradually closing. Furthermore, Yi Qing's sword intent formed an invisible edge within the soil, subtly locking onto the form of the demon General Bloodslaughter. Then, a sword strike was unleashed.